Invest in the mandate of heaven. I'm as strong as the whole clan. Synopsis. Jiang Daoxuan traveled through the world of metaphysics and became the head of the Jiang family. Get the strongest family system. Strength is tied to the total of the clan. The stronger the host. And just by investing in the clan, you'll be able to trigger a storm return. Chapter 1 Opening to obtain an innate sacred body Dao fetus. Yuden City. The back of the Jiang family's mountain. A handsome man wearing a blood-stained white robe with a pale face sat on a futon. Where is this? He looked at the unfamiliar scene in front of him and fell into a daze. Before he could figure out the situation, a sea of memories suddenly flooded into his mind. I can't believe I've traveled? Kang Dogan rubbed his somewhat swollen head with his hand. In a matter of seconds, he had traveled to become the patriarch of the Jiang family, one of the 4 great families of Wudong City. According to the memory, the predecessor stayed at the perfection of the innate realm for a long time, and in order to break through the realm, that's why he resolutely came to the forbidden land in the back of the mountain, and started the seclusion. Only on the first day of the retreat, because the breakthrough pills were tampered with beforehand, leading to the failure of the breakthrough and the unfortunate death of his life. And all of this is still secondary. Most importantly, because of the failed breakthrough, he had now lost all of his realm and had become a useless man with no hands. That's a bit of a bummer. Jiang Daoxuan's expression was grave. This heaven and earth is a transcendent world that combines thousands of greatness into one. This is the paradise of the strong. The strongest can move mountains and fill the sea, pick the stars and take the moon, dominate everything. However, it was the hell of the weak, who were like grass, and if they were not careful, they would be shocked to death by the aftermath of the battle caused by the strong. In such a crazy world, according to his current condition of having no cultivation at all, your own personal safety is not guaranteed at all. And that's not even the worst of it. From memory, the other 3 great clans had long been eyeing the Jiang family. I don't know how long I've been in seclusion. What is the situation of the Jiang family today? Jiang Daoxuan's brows were locked, his eyes filled with worry. Just then, an icy voice suddenly sounded in his head. Ding! The strongest family system has been activated. The host's abnormal status has been detected, and the newbie pack has been opened automatically. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Chaos Pupil, the sacred body, and the sum of the clan. Chaos Pupil. The pupil of the great Tao was born before the division of heaven and earth and before the opening of chaos. It is gradually unsealed as the host's strength rises, and has now been unsealed as the eye of insight, capable of seeing through the information of living beings that are no more than 2 realms away from itself. Innate sacred body Tao fetus. It is a supreme physical body fused from the ancient sacred body and the innate Tao fetus. It is invulnerable to all evils, restrains the visions, and possesses an invincible physical body and the power of the Tao. Once fused, the system will reshape the physical body and transform it into the innate sacred body and Tao fetus that is the most suitable for the host's soul. Clan total permanently obtains the stack total of all clan members. The stronger the clan member, the stronger the clan total effect. Note, if a member of the clan dies, it will not affect the host's cultivation, and the total of the clan will not conflict with the host's own cultivation, which is a perfect superposition, and the host can still continue to cultivate. Jiang Daoxuan was first stunned, then rejoiced. This is really a mountain of doubt and a village in the dark. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately fused the innate sacred body Tao fetus. Next moment, a light golden halo began to emerge on the surface of Jiang Daoxuan's skin. The powerful near Tao physique resonates with the great Tao. Thousands of strands of Tao rhythm hung down from the void and surrounded his body, helping him enter a state of enlightenment. Between heaven and earth, there was a faint sound of the Tao. Colorful auspiciousness emerged, and the golden lotus of the earth came into being. The massive amount of power of the great Tao washed over the body, causing the body, which was like rotten wood, to once again glow with majestic vitality. The skin was as radiant as divine jade, and a wisp of aroma like divine medicine flowed out from his body, filling the air. 6 times. When Jiang Daoxuan slowly opened his eyes, the body was already filled with surging vitality. He lifted his palm and realized that it had become crystalline and through clean. After successfully fusing the innate saint body Tao fetus and completing the remodeling of the physical body, this physical body becomes more attuned to one's soul, realizing the unity of soul and flesh. Although the appearance has not changed in the slightest, the interior has long since undergone a tremendous metamorphosis. In a sense, this physical body is fully vested in itself and is equivalent to a physical body crossing rather than a soul crossing. But that's fine. After all, using someone else's physical body was inevitably a bit diabolical. But fortunately, after completing the remodeling of the physical body, all of these problems ceased to exist. Jiang Daoxuan shook his head. Then he lifted his spirit, dispersed the Dao rhythmic vision around his body, and used the sum of the clan. In a flash, the surrounding spiritual energy rioted, scrambling forward and drilling into his body. A massive amount of aura flowed through the limbs and bones, madly flushing the sinews, bones, and flesh of the entire body. The realm climbed crazily until the innate true essence gathered within the Dantian began to cause a qualitative change with a quantitative change. A strand of true essence compressed and metamorphosed into Yuan power. With a loud explosion, a large amount of Yuan power coalesced, and in an instant, a site of emptiness opened up in the middle of the Dantian. Purple chi lingered in the void, nourishing the divine soul and manifesting divine consciousness. Perfection of the innate realm. Purple Mansion Realm 1. The second level of the Purple Mansion Realm. The third level of the Purple Mansion Realm. Jiang Daoxuan's eyes snapped open, his eyes as bright as electricity, taking in the heart. Phew! A mouthful of turbid air was exhaled like an arrow, instantly piercing through the ground and leaving a small crater. Is this the light of the Purple Mansion Realm? If it were in the previous life, I'm afraid it would be just like a little superhero, right? Jiang Daoxuan was quite emotional in his heart. In this world, the realms are divided into body refining, blood condensation, bone forging, Hotian, innate, violet mansion, Yuan high, star wheel, moon wheel, sun wheel, Wanqiang, Yuan shun, celestial, sage, sage king, great sage, quasi-emperor, and great emperor. Now, when he managed to break through to the Purple Mansion realm, not only did it open up the violet mansion space to be able to store external objects, the true essence in his body was even metamorphosed into Yuan power as much as possible. Once the Yuan power was exerted, it was able to directly realize imperial flight. In the eyes of mortals, such realms were already no different from land deities. Ding, we've detected that the host's status has returned to normal, and we've activated the investment return function. Investment return. Hosts who invest in their clansmen can trigger different levels of blitz returns to receive rewards. Investment levels are black, gray, white, green, blue, purple, gold, red, colorful 9 levels. The higher the level, the more generous rewards provided. Investing in the clan? Jiang Daoxuan was first stunned, and then his face showed an odd expression. The emotional system is trying to get itself further and further down the road of being helpful and snowbound. But this feeding grass to the sheep and then wool gathering seems pretty good? At that moment, an illusory panel quietly appeared in front of him. Name, Kangu Yun. Cultivation, third level of the Purple Mansion realm. Root and bone, immortal talent, former, superior. Enlightenment, immortal giftedness, former, superior. Talent, the sacred body of the immortal Taoist fetus. Family luck, 444. Detected that the host family is in trouble. Please step in as soon as possible to resolve the situation. Aha! The family's in trouble? Jiang Daoxuan froze, then a cold aura appeared in his eyes. Meanwhile, the Jiang family hall. The atmosphere was tense and heavy as a group of Jiang family members gathered here. Everyone knew that today's matter was not a small matter, so they all remained silent, only hearing each other's heavy breathing. And there, facing the doorway, stood a group of uninvited guests who had made a sudden visit. This group of people were all dressed in gray power suits and wielding long, shille swords. They were the men of the rival family, the Tang family. At the head of the group was Tang family head Tang Zhengyang, whose cultivation had already reached the 9th level of innate perfection. At this moment, Tang Zhengyang looked indifferent, and after casually scanning the layout of the hall, he shook his head. Is this your Jiang family's council hall? How come the scale is so small? It's actually not as big as my Tang family's outhouse. Originally, I was wondering how extraordinary a place that could give birth to a human master like Jiang Daoxuan should be, but now that I've taken a look at it, it's really a big disappointment, so I might as well not see it. However, as the same 4 great families, it is so barren that saying it out is simply disgracing all of us. So let's do it this way. On behalf of the Tang family, I will grant you the Jiang family 10 taels of silver to assist you in repairing it again. How about it? Hearing Tang Zhengyang's shameless words, the Jiang clan's grand elder's forehead veins jumped. If you hadn't pushed me every step of the way, how would my Jiang family have fallen to this state? Inwardly indignant, but in order to avoid triggering trouble, the grand elder still forced down his inner rage and said in a deep voice, "This is our Jiang family's own matter, so I won't bother Patriarch Tang with it." Family matters? That's a bit wrong. At least your Jiang family had attached to our Tang family to seek shelter. There is this sentiment in it. How come you've become angry? Or is it that you, who have been promoted to the 4 great families, have already forgotten about this former connection, believing that your Jiang clan is completely out of our Tang clan's control? Is that why you treat us like outsiders and have not taken us seriously? Tang Zhengyang raised his head, his gaze cold, his voice dripping with a few hints of sarcasm. Seeing the other party's sudden outburst, the Grand Elder immediately understood that the other party was specifically coming to his door to look for trouble. His face steeped in gloom. Patriarch Tang, my Jiang family was not a vassal of your Tang family hundreds of years ago. What is the purpose of bringing up old matters again now? Could it be, just to humiliate my Jiang family? Tang Zhengyang wrapped his hands around his body, his face showing contempt, his tone full of mockery. Ha ha ha, you can just take it as a humiliation. These words immediately drew angry glances from the Jiang clan. That's not right. How can a bunch of house dogs show their teeth to their former masters? However, I don't hate seeing this pathetic look of you guys who obviously don't like me. But you can't me yet. Tang Zhengyang shrugged. In the past, when Jiang Daoxuan was still around, he didn't dare to be too reckless. But now he didn't have these worries. In the face of Tang Zhengyang's arrogant display with no one in sight, the anger in the hearts of all the Jiang family members climbed rapidly. The fire of anger burned hotter and hotter, and they were so angry that they were trembling all over. For a moment, the group was outraged, and the people shouted out their rebukes. The Grand Elder also clenched his fists in anger. Inside the indignation, cannot help but rise a little bit of pathos. Patriarch, how wonderful it would be if you were still around. If his own patriarch, Jiang Daoxuan, was still around, how could the Tang clan dare to be so unbridled? But now, the patriarch had entrusted the family to him, and had gone into seclusion for 6 years, without knowing whether he was alive or dead. As for himself, who was the strongest person in the family, he was only at the 7th level of the innate realm. How could one resist this raging Tang family? Chapter 2, the three desperate Wang brothers jump against each other. The scene gradually spiraled out of control, like a barrel of dynamite ready to detonate. For the sake of his clan's safety, the Grand Elder once again suppressed his inner rage and looked at Tang Zhengyang. What exactly does your Tang family intend to do? As things came to a head, the figure was poor. Tang Zhengyang sneered. Today, since I came here to overthrow your Jiang family, Wudong City is really too small to accommodate 4 families, so I can only condemn you to die first. At those words, the Grand Elder was struck by lightning and his body could not help but tremble. He never expected that things would still go in the worst direction. It's just that our Jiang family still has a last hope. The Grand Elder barely managed to raise his spirits and waved his hand, signaling the clan to be quiet for now. Immediately afterward, he looked at Tang Zhengyang. Even if your Tang clan is powerful, but don't forget that my clan's genius, Jiang Chen, is studying at the Thousand Mountain sect. If you want to destroy my Jiang family on this trip, where will you put the face of the Thousand Mountain sect? Once you are blamed, will your Tang family be able to bear the responsibility? Jiang Chen? But barely a character. If he is still an inner disciple is just, my Tang family will leave the Thousand Mountain sect 3 thin face. But now, what do you mean by that? The Grand Elder thumped inwardly and felt bad. Ha ha ha, it seems like you still don't know. Ha, that genius from your family was on his way to carry out a mission from the Thousand Mountain sect when he was attacked by the fallen Maple sect. Nowadays, he has had his dantian wasted, completely becoming an invalid. He was even expelled from the Thousand Mountain sect not long ago. Abruptly, the Jiang family clamored. All the members of the Jiang clan present had faces of disbelief. It was hard for them to imagine that the former pride of the family, that young man who was expected to make the Jiang family rise again, had passed by like a meteor, flickering away. Not only was his cultivation completely wasted, but he was also expelled from the clan and lost his blessing. By this point, even the crowd of Jiang clan elders all had their faces changed drastically, their hearts filled with worry. If Jiang Chen was really expelled from the Thousand Mountain sect, then who else could protect the Jiang family today? Tang Zhengyang alone was difficult for them to stop. In the crowd, the 3 Wang brothers, who were enjoying the position of the Jiang family's offerings, immediately looked at each other with suspicion in their eyes. If the Jiang family was able to fight against the Tang family, there was naturally nothing wrong with contributing for the sake of former favors and cultivation resources. But now the matriarch of the death of life and death is unknown. Hitched to the worship of the Thousand Hills sect of Jiang Chen is the cultivation of the exhaustion, was expelled from the clan. Thinking about it, this selling out is a good idea. The 3 Wang brothers looked at each other. After making brief eye contact, they left the Jiang clan area in unison and came to Tang Zhengyang. Wang De arched his fists with both hands and bowed to Tang Zhengyang. Patriarch Tang, our 3 brothers have heard of the Tang family's reputation for a long time. and have long wanted to defect to your Tang family, but only because of the bitterness of reporting to no door, and I didn't think that we would be able to see the wise and valiant patriarch Tang here today, and I wonder if you can look upon the three of us for our humble efforts? If we look favorably upon it, we are willing to abandon the darkness and turn to the light, and serve the Tang family from now on. Upon hearing such a shameless statement, the elders of the Jiang family were instantly enraged, raising their fingers and chiding the three. Wang Da, has our Jiang family ever treated you poorly? When a great disaster strikes, we don't ask you to share life and death with my Jiang family, but how can you fall down the well and return favors? They didn't care about the cowardice of Wang's three brothers, but the Tang family barged in only to say two words. The other side will openly defect to hit the door of the Tang family, which is to throw the face of the Jiang family to the ground to step hard off. In the face of the Jiang family's crowd, Wang De and the others knew that they were at a disadvantage and could only silently lower their heads. Only, they did not change their minds. After all, at this critical moment, if he didn't defect to the Tang family, he wouldn't have such a good opportunity to jump ship in the future. They were well aware that the Jiang family had run out of gas, and if they still wanted to receive large amounts of resources to cultivate in the future, they couldn't miss this opportunity to hitch a ride with the Tang family. Ha ha ha, good. A bird chooses a good tree to live in. Those who know what's right are wise. Don't worry, if you join my Tang family, your treatment will be the same as the other offerings, enjoying resources far beyond what's available here. After all, my Tang family won't be as barren as their Jiang family. Tang Zhengyang let out a loud laugh. These three innate warriors who jumped back in the battlefield were not used for nothing. Thank you for taking in the matriarch. We see the matriarch. The Wang clan's three brothers showed joyful colors, and with a flutter, they all knelt down towards Tang Zhengyang's location. In order to show their sincerity and loyalty, they immediately revealed the news. It has been 6 years since we have seen Jiang Daoxuan. Traitor! White-eyed wolves! The Jiang family hierarchy couldn't help but break out in curses when they heard that the three of them had actually exploded their last card. Seeing this, the three Wang brothers knew they were in the wrong and immediately ran behind Tang Zhengyang. Tang Zhengyang nodded in satisfaction as he listened to the information revealed by the three. Although he had known for a long time that Jiang Daoxuan was unlikely to appear, this information was different when it came out of their mouths. Afterward, he looked towards the Jiang family's crowd, his eyes steeply blazing. Today, the Jiang family shall be destroyed. Suddenly, the entire compound became chilly, as if the temperature dropped by more than 10 degrees. However, just as Tang Zhengyang was about to make his move, a voice as warm as jade suddenly sounded from not far away. Destroy my Jiang family? With goods like you, do you deserve it? Chapter 3. Please also ask the patriarch to make a decision for us. At those words, everyone present subconsciously turned their heads and followed the sound. At this moment, only the doorway is visible. Het stood a man in white with a majestic stature, a face like a crown of jade, and soared brows. He stood with his arms folded, his black hair casually draped over his shoulders, his white robe vaguely revealing an endless sense of solemnity due to the bloodstains. When they saw the man's face clearly, the pupils of the many Jiang clan members shrunk dramatically, and their faces were unbelieving. They recognized the identity of the visitor. It is the Jiang family head, Jiang Daoxuan, that they have been thinking about day and night for a long time. It's the matriarch. The patriarch has come out of the gate. I had the honor of meeting him once 6 years ago. There's absolutely no mistaking it. The patriarch's strength is monstrous. And now, our desperate situation is broken. Please still ask the patriarch to make a decision for us. This Tang clan is trying to cut off my Jiang clan's hundreds of years of inheritance. It's simply too deceitful. Seeing Jiang Daoxuan appear, it was as if all the Jiang family's children had found their backbone, and their hearts, which had originally fallen to the bottom, rose up. Among them, many of them had grown up listening to Jiang Daoxuan's stories. That was a hegemon who had once suppressed all the innates in Wudong City from raising their heads by virtue of his own strength. Even if the Jiang family was able to occupy a place in Wudong City, ranking among the 4 great families along with the Tang, Sun, and Gao families, Jiang Daoxuan could not be faulted. At that moment, listening to the cheering voices of the Jiang family members, the members of the Tang clan who were originally still a bit uncertain also reacted one after another, spiraling into horror. Jiang Daoxuan? How is this possible? Wasn't it said that he has been in seclusion for 6 long years? How is he still alive now? What can we do about this? Jiang Daoxuan is someone that even our old ancestor is afraid of. Can we really handle it? 2. Why don't we just retreat? We have an old ancestor sitting on our side, and we didn't really overthrow his Jiang family, so at most we can compensate some resources. The many members of the Tang clan were cowed before the battle. their faces terrified. The same people from the four great families. Naturally, they were no strangers to Jiang Daoxuan's hefty reputation. That was the top genius who had been hailed by the current city lord of Wudon City as the most promising to become the third Violet Mansion realm in the city. Now that this kind of existence had descended, it was like a lofty mountain that could not be overturned. And it was really discouraging and despairing. Therefore, now it was not at all a question of whether or not they could overthrow the Jiang family, but whether or not they could retreat in one piece. The Tang family members were still shocked. The three Wang brothers, who were originally the Jiang clan's envoys, were even more horrified. Patriarch? They couldn't believe their eyes. Jiang Daoxuan, who had obviously been in seclusion for 6 years and was considered dead by everyone by default, would actually appear again. Suddenly, remorse welled up inside them. If they had known that Jiang Daoxuan would show up, why would they have changed their sect in front of everyone? It really makes you look bad. However, considering that we've served the family for so many years, the patriarch shouldn't do anything to us, right? Jiang Daoxuan? Tang Zhengyang's eyes widened, as if he had seen a ghost. How could he not have expected that the person who just spoke out was the Jiang Daoxuan who had long been treated as a dead man? Facing this figure who had shaken Wudon City, even though he had already ascended to the perfection of the innate realm, he still felt panic inside. In the crowd of the Jiang family, the Grand Elder looked towards Jiang Daoxuan. His lips were slightly parted, and even though he had 1,000 words inside, he didn't know where to start. Simply because everything was so fantastic that it made him incredibly worried that it was just his own fantasy. There's no need to worry. Get some rest. And next, leave it to me. Jiang Daoxuan looked at the Grand Elder and said softly. The words fell like a spring breeze, bathing the hearts and minds of the people, causing the Jiang family's crowd to loosen up, dissipating their inner stagnation and refreshing their bodies. Afterward, Jiang Daoxuan turned his head to look at Tang Zhengyang. 4 eyes. The icy cold light of his eyes then caused Tang Zhengyang's body to tremble. His forehead was constantly sweating profusely, and he only felt his throat drying up as he subconsciously swallowed. Under such might, he immediately developed a desire to retreat. Jiang, Patriarch Jiang, this is all actually a misunderstanding. Listen to my explanation. At this point in time, what plans to annex the Jiang family has long been put behind. Live is the most important thing. Explain? Jiang Daoxuan's face was cold. Between the lifting of his hand, a yuan power burst out, piercing through Tang Zhengyang's body with lightning speed, blasting him into a bloody mist. Rain. Blood fell like rain, coloring the surrounding walls red, and even forming a pool of blood on the ground. The images are appalling and shocking. Scared all the Tang family members to death, their souls flying out of the sky. The head of his own clan was actually blown away by a casual strike from Jiang Daoxuan. No one could have predicted this ending. Even the members of the Jiang clan present froze in unison. Spinning around, he looked at Jiang Daoxuan with eyes like looking at a monster. One must know that Tang Zhengyang was a genuine perfection of the innate realm expert. How could he be just like a chicken and be casually slaughtered by the matriarch? Could it be that Lord Patriarch break through the Purple Mansion realm? At the thought of this possibility, the crowd trembled with excitement. Under the adoring gazes of the Jiang family's crowd, Jiang Daoxuan's face was cold and he drew back his hand lightly. Your death is the best explanation for this patriarch. As soon as the words fell, it caused the Tang clan to tremble inwardly, and they were instantly silenced, not even daring to breathe. Chapter 4, Whoever dares to trespass on my Jiang family, no one will be left behind. The atmosphere of the scene became very depressing. Jiang Daoxuan's cold gaze swept over the Tang family's crowd and landed on the 3 Wang brothers. How long have you 3 brothers been working for my Jiang family? Back to the patriarch. We have joined the Jiang family for 10 years. Wang's 3 brothers were startled and nodded their heads in a hurry, shaking like a rattle. They were afraid that if they were slow in answering, they would upset the other party. 10 years? So it's all that long? Only, after such a long time, even if you have raised a dog you are afraid to have some feelings. But some people, they are not even as good as livestock. You guys say, is this patriarch right? Upon hearing this, the 3 of them became more and more terrified and silently lowered their heads, not daring to look directly at their gazes. Wang De knew that he was in the wrong, gritted his teeth, flopped down, and knelt on the ground. Patriarch, this matter is that our brothers and 3 did not do the right thing, stood on the wrong side. In the future, we will never dare again. Later, if you admit your mistakes, you should be punished. 10 years ago, your cultivation level was only Hotian, but you had no choice but to come to my Jiang family to seek refuge because you had incurred enemies. The Jiang family solved your problems, took you in, and gave you all sorts of resources to help you advance to the innate. But this is how you repay my Jiang family? At this moment, Jiang Daoxuan's voice was much colder, revealing a touch of killing intent. Being enveloped by the killing opportunity, Wang Er and Wang San were instantly frightened to the point where their faces turned pale and their legs went soft, so they could not help but fall to their knees in unison. Patriarch, it's our fault. We're confused. It's just that, on account of the fact that we've served the Jiang family for so many years, please be merciful. Ridiculous. 10 years ago, you should have died in the hands of your enemies. Now, it will be this clan leader who will personally take it back. As the words fell, the three people's pupils abruptly narrowed to the shape of pinpoints. Next moment, phew, a cool wind hit their faces, and without even a chance to resist, the three of them spat out large mouthfuls of blood, and immediately collapsed to the ground, losing all vitality. Jiang Daoxuan waved his sleeve, withdrew his palm, and turned his head to look at the remaining Tang family members. Seeing that the other party didn't even leave an ounce of mercy for the former family offerings and killed them when they said they would, the Tang family crowd was chilled beyond measure. Forcing back their fear, they spoke out in unison. Patriarch Jiang, are you going to completely tear your face off with my Tang family? Don't forget that my family's old ancestor is still alive. Is your Jiang clan going to go to war with my Tang clan completely? At those words, Jiang Daoxuan did not take any notice. Instead, he waved his hand and greeted the Jiang family behind him. Listen to the orders of the Jiang family's children. Anyone who dares to trespass on my Jiang clan, leave no one behind. Kill. Yes. All of the Jiang clan's children present instantly became agitated, raising their arms and chiming in. Immediately afterward, a merciless slaughter began. Under the joint strike of Jiang Daoxuan and his clansmen, the Tang clan's crowd that had lost Tang Zhengyang could be said to be crushed by the touch. Enduring pleas and curses followed. It wasn't long before the commotion at the scene subsided. At this time, the Jiang family compound had long been littered with corpses. Many of the Jiang clan's children were also exhausted from the intense fighting, and they all fainted one after another. But even so, their faces were overflowing with intense joy. Jiang Daoxuan stood with his arms folded. With him at the center, surrounded by a dense mass of corpses, all of the corpses had only one wound, and all were apparently killed in one move. Ding! Relieve the crisis, change the fate of heaven, make the family survive. The family's fortune plus 300. Family fortune? Jiang Daoxuan looked thoughtful in his eyes. So far, he wasn't sure exactly what the family's chi luck did, couldn't figure it out and didn't bother to think about it. Jiang Daoxuan shook his head and was about to head towards the clan. Just then, the system's prompt sounded again. Ding, green-ranked clansmen have been discovered. Host may initiate investment. Invest in 1 solid energy pill and get 1 bottle of marrow cleansing pill. Jiang Daoxuan's eyes lit up. From memory, he knew that the marrow cleansing pill was a Shin rank extreme great pill. Once taken, it would be able to wash away impurities in the body, causing the speed of absorption of Reiki to be accelerated by at least 3 points. And it can repair dark wounds, as well as repair the root foundation of martial artists below the Yuan High realm, with the accompanying effect of slightly enhancing the root bones. This kind of precious thing, even the entire Wudon city no one has ever acquired. The predecessor also only heard of its name, but not allowed to see it. And now, not only seeing it, but being able to harvest a whole bottle straight away is a bit unbelievable. Jiang Daoxuan's insights heated up and immediately followed the system's guidance to the Grand Elder's body. See the matriarch. Noticing the patriarch coming over, the Grand Elder subconsciously wanted to salute. The matter of the salute is put aside for the time being. All these years, it has been hard on you. Jiang Daoxuan's face showed concern as he immediately stepped forward and extended his hands to support him. Familiar with his predecessor's memories, he naturally understood that during the time he was in seclusion, the Jiang family relied on the other party to support them. If there was no great elder, I'm afraid that today's feared Jiang family would have long since been wiped out, thus causing the system's clan-wide sum function to be completely scrapped. At that moment, the Grand Elder looked up after being helped to his feet. Because of the close proximity, he immediately noticed many fishy things. The matriarch's features were more refined, her skin more delicate, and her aura more ethereal. And then he thought of the divine might that his own patriarch had just erupted. The Grand Elder's expression moved as he looked towards his own patriarch and cautiously tried to ask, "Patriarch, you have achieved the Purple Mansion?" As soon as the words left his mouth, the entire room fell silent, and a pin dropped. All the Jiang clan's children pricked up their ears and listened. They also shared the Grand Elder's extra curiosity about this matter. Under the gaze of a hot eye, Jiang Daoxuan said casually and lightly, "A lucky breakthrough. and now I'm at the beginning of the Purple Mansion. A unique aura belonging to the Purple Mansion realm quietly exuded, permeating the surroundings and filling every space. Everyone felt the terrifying pressure that was so strong that it was suffocating at the same time. The pressure came and went quickly, but in an instant, it was retrieved by Jiang Daoxuan. When the surrounding Jiang family members came back to their senses, it was as if hot water was boiling and immediately exploded. The matriarch has broken through the Purple Mansion realm? Ha 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 ha. My Jiang family also has a Purple Mansion cultivator sitting in the town. I'll see who else dares to bully my Jiang family in the future. The time has come. It's really the blessing of our ancestors that we are fortunate enough to give birth to the second Purple Mansion cultivator in hundreds of years at this time of the family's survival. As things stand, the city lord is a man of the imperial court, so he won't care much about family feuds. But the Tang family's old ancestor has long since aged, and I'm afraid he doesn't have much time left. So now, who else can stand in the way of my Jiang family? For a moment, the entire compound was filled with the laughter of the Jiang family's children. It wasn't that they weren't calm enough, it was just that. You have to realize that this was the Purple Mansion realm. Even though the Jiang family had been based in this Wudong city for hundreds of years, only the ancestor had arrived at this realm so far. And now, their Jiang clan had the honor of giving birth to a second one? If a strong person of this realm were to go to the incomparably strong Thousand Mountain sect, he would also be able to assume the position of elder and be entrusted with important duties. Even if he joined the imperial court, he would be able to hold heavy power in his hands and become the head of a city in a remote place. It was the powerful existence that would actually give birth to their Jiang family once again. So how could they not feel excited? At this moment, even the Grand Elder, who was quite calm in the past, was unable to keep his composure and was trembling with excitement. His lips parted slightly and he murmured, "The time has come." When the time has come, under the fiery gaze of the adoring crowd, Jiang Daoxuan looked as normal, only pulling out an ebony black elixir from his body and handing it to the Grand Elder. All these years of exertion have made your foundation already unstable. This solid energy pill, take it and take it first. Chapter 5, Extermination Quest. Discovery of the Golden Rank Clan. A solidifying pill? The Grand Elder's eyes widened. He was not unfamiliar with this item. It was an extremely high-grade yellow rank elixir that was worth a lot of money. Even if it cost the Jiang family a lot of assets, it was not much of a purchase. Its effects were also divine and incomparable, and once taken, it could speed up the speed of recovery from injuries and stabilize the foundation. Back then, Jiang Daoxuan had spent a large sum of money to purchase one before his seclusion. Thank you for the patriarch's gift. The Grand Elder was so excited that he tremblingly stretched out his hands and carefully received the elixir, cupping it into his palm. Immediately afterward, he swallowed it in one gulp and gulped it into his stomach. Not long after, the white color on his face began to fade away at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his face quickly flushed. Ding, the investment was successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a bottle of marrow cleansing pill. It is now automatically placed into the system warehouse and can be withdrawn at any time. Well, that's good. That's pretty sweet. Jiang Daoxuan nodded, then looked at the Grand Elder and said slowly, "How much time has passed since the time of my seclusion? What has happened during these hours and days?" He had just used his violet divine sense to detect the crisis in the courtyard before he expedited his arrival. But I don't know what's really going on in there. Hearing the words of his own patriarch, the Grand Elder immediately put away his inner joy and recollected his recent encounters and narrated. Report back to the patriarch. Since you closed down so far has been more than 6 years. These years, because the news of your closed down has spread, many people have speculated that you died in a failed breakthrough. So the Tang family has become more and more unscrupulous and started to seize my Jiang family's fields, causing all sorts of fights just to test whether you are still around or not. Several years have passed, seeing that you have never appeared. The Tang family completely lost their scruples and began to unite with the Sun family and the Gao family, massively occupying my Jiang family's mining veins and fields, and disrupting our family's stores and restaurants within the city, causing many guests to complain, causing us to lose much of our market share, and the environment became more and more distressed. However, 2 years ago, a violent conflict erupted between us and the Tang family, and your clan brother Dao Ling died at the hands of the Tang family. After that, Dao Ling's son, Jiang Chen, revealed his cultivation talent, and our clan sold several stores and restaurants, exchanging 30% of the clan's assets for possessions, and using this as a reason to make connections, allowing Jiang Chen to join the Thousand Mountain sect and become an inner disciple. After receiving the shelter of the Thousand Mountain sect, this caused the Tang, Sun, and Gao families to tighten their movements a lot. It's just that this Tang family doesn't know where they got the news from, saying that Jiang Chen encountered an attack by the Falling Maple sect on his way to carry out the clan's mission, and now he has his dantian shattered and has been expelled by the Thousand Hills sect, which caused the Tang family to lose its scruples, and was led by Tang Zhengyang personally to find his clan members to come to his doorsteps, and wants to overthrow my clan today. Upon hearing this, Jiang Daoxuan's eyes were thoughtful and his face gradually became strange. The movements of the three great clans of Tang, Sun, and Gao were not out of his expectation. It was just that this Jiang Chen's experience, for some reason, always gave him a familiar feeling of déjà vu. Once a family genius, he joined the clan, carried out the clan's mission, was sneak attacked by a rival clan, his dantian was shattered, and he was expelled from the clan. Shouldn't it be? Jiang Daoxuan shook his head. How could such great karma fall to the Jiang family? Aren't they all families like Yi, Lin, Xiao, Su, etc.? Hastily putting the thoughts behind him, Jiang Daoxuan began to think about his next move. Since he had already killed all the people of the Tang clan and completely tore his face off with the Tang clan, why not turn passivity into initiative and choose to strike first? How can we allow others to snore under the couch? The danger must be nipped in the bud. All the Tang family's eggs must be shaken loose of their yolks. All the ants' nests must be watered, and not a single person must slip through the net. Just as Jiang Daoxuan gradually made up his mind, his eyes showed killing intent. How can the family's honor be trampled on? Trigger the family mission. Overthrow the Tang family to deter the small fry in the city. Mission reward, depending on the rating. The higher the rating, the more generous the reward. And if you reach the full rating, you can get a mysterious reward. A family mission? Jiang Daoxuan was inwardly delighted. Great! The system mission is right up my alley. Now the Tang family really won't be able to survive without dying. Jiang Daoxuan sneered and looked up at the crowd. How can my Jiang family tolerate such wanton behavior from the Tang family? This kind of great hatred must be washed away with blood. You all, are you willing to go with this patriarch to the Tang family to make them pay for their blood debts and seek justice? The words resounded throughout the compound, causing the people present to first stare, but immediately afterward, when they reacted, their faces showed excitement, and they raised their arms and let out a loud sound that shook the sky and the earth. My elder brother and second uncle died in the hands of the Tang family. This blood feud can only be resolved with the destruction of the Tang family. Now, with the patriarch making decisions for us, we will go voluntarily. The Tang family is bullying my Jiang family like this. It's really intolerable. This time, we must seek justice. Ha ha ha. The patriarch has already cultivated into the upper violet mansion realm. While the Tang clan's oldest ancestor is dying, what is there to fear from the district Tang clan? I'm afraid it's unbearable. At this moment, all of the Jiang clan's children clenched their fists, their hearts and minds stirring. As the Grand Elder looked at this scene, it was as if flames were rising from the depths of his pupils. The Tang family owes my Jiang family a debt. Now it's time to get it back. Taking in the performance of the crowd, Jiang Daoxuan nodded his head in satisfaction, then faced the crowd and said in a deep voice, "Depart." As the words fell, Jiang Daoxuan immediately turned around and walked in the direction of the Jiang clan's main gate. Seeing this, all of them followed closely behind, forming a long line. Soon enough, Jiang Daoxuan had arrived at the gate of the Jiang mansion. Just as the front foot steps out, Jiang Daoxuan suddenly looked slightly stunned and his movement stalled. This caused the crowd behind them to stop in their tracks as well, somewhat unsure. And the reason that caused Jiang Daoxuan to stop advancing was simple, because the system's prompt came up. Ding, gold level clansman found. Host may initiate investment. Gold level? Jiang Daoxuan was surprised to the point. It was important to know that even the Grand Elder, who was at the 7th level of the innate realm, was only judged by the system to be at the green level. And now, how exaggerated should this one golden ranked clan member who had suddenly appeared out of nowhere be? With curiosity, Jiang Daoxuan looked around and quickly spotted the target according to the system guidelines. On the street 100 meters away, there was a downtrodden teenager wearing tattered gray clothes, with a thin physique, messy hair, and a pale face. He walked shakily, as if he might fall to the ground at any moment. At this moment, the teenager was holding his feet up and coming towards the Jiang family. And this guy is? Jiang Daoxuan frowned with suspicion in his eyes. According to the picture in his memory, he had not seen this unfamiliar face. Doubt had only just risen. Though, in the next moment, the surrounding members of the Jiang clan followed the gaze of their own patriarch and discovered the teenager. Fixing his eyes, he couldn't help but lose his voice. Jiang Chen? It's Jiang Chen who has returned. It's really Jiang Chen. But why is he in such a state of despair? Could it be that what Tang Zhangyang said was true? Jiang Chen was really expelled from the Thousand Mountain sect? This Thousand Mountain sect is really bullying people too much. How old is Jiang Chen? To be expelled like this, I'm afraid that if he came back any later, he would have starved to death on the streets, right? The Thousand Mountain sect is so far away from Wudong City. Could it be? That's how he hiked all the way back? The children of the Jiang clan murmured, all of them showing anger and fighting for what had happened to Jiang Chen. The children of the Jiang family are united by the same spirit. How can they allow outsiders to trample on their own clan members like this? Chapter 6 The First Heavenly Destiny Clan. Reincarnation of the Great Emperor. Hearing the crowd's conversation, Jiang Daoxuan understood in his heart and immediately moved his body and disappeared in place. The other side. Jiang Chen's chest rose and fell, constantly panting and sweating like a pig. His vision was so blurred that he could no longer see the road, and could only vaguely find his way home through instinct. It was just that the body was ultimately too tired and severely overdrawn. Eventually, it suddenly stumbled, instantly losing its balance and falling to the ground, just as the back of his head was about to hit the ground. Phew, a refreshing breeze washed over me. Jiang Chen suddenly felt the sensation of falling disappear and his arm was pulled by someone. He opened his eyes with difficulty. What met his eyes was a handsome man with an outstanding temperament and white clothes. At close range, he was able to make out his face. Looking at the familiar features, distant memories were quietly awakened. Clan chief? Jiang Chen's spirit lifted. His eyes regained their luster. The depths of his pupils filled with disbelief. When he was young, he had accompanied his father and had the honor of meeting the patriarch a few times. And because of the patriarch's various brilliant deeds, all along, it was even more worshipped as an idol in one's heart. However, wasn't it rumored that the matriarch had been in seclusion for 6 years, perhaps already dead? Why did he suddenly appear here? The great shock caused Jiang Chen to think for a moment that he was hallucinating. However, the next moment, the real touch, immediately made the wake-up call that this was reality. Jiang Daoxuan held Jiang Chen's hands and pulled him back up. At this moment, feeling the warmth coming from his palm, Jiang Chen choked a little, and there were already tears in his eyes. Thinking back to the shocking change from genius to invalid in these days, in front of his own patriarch, who was his elder and idol, Jiang Chen's repression and aggression that had been accumulated for a long time completely erupted in an instant, causing him to stifle his sobbing. Seeing this, Jiang Daoxuan could only act as an elder, reaching out his hand to lightly pat Jiang Chen on the back, softly comforting him. It's good to be back. As he spoke, he used his chaotic Dao pupil to check the information. Name, Jiang Chen. Cultivation level, half absentee, former, first level of Hotian realm, roots and bones, half-wasted, original, superior. Enlightenment, genius, luck, gold color, no to the sky, talent, mortal body, chance, the reincarnated body of the ancient great emperor. After his dantian was broken, he was expelled from the clan. When he was wandering outside, he occasionally got the immortal fire from heaven to pour into his body. He is in the middle of his metamorphosis. He will complete his metamorphosis one day later. At this moment, Jiang Daoxuan was finally certain. This latecomer of his own clan was truly a proper son of destiny. Dantian broken. Great Emperor reincarnation body. Immortal fire from heaven. Various buffs can be stacked. Ding current target. Investment can trigger gold level return. Invest in 1 marrow cleansing elixir and get 10 bottles of Vajra elixir. Invest in the lower grade Xian rank martial arts skill running Thunder Palm. And you can obtain the extreme grade earth rank martial arts skill Purple Thunder Palm. Invest in the lower grade Xian rank technique, Qi drawing technique, and you can obtain the top grade earth rank technique, Pure Yang Kung Fu. Looking at the rich rewards in front of him, Jiang Daoxuan took a deep breath. Then, with a flip of his wrist hidden under his sleeve, he took out a marrow cleansing elixir from within the system storage. Take it. It will help with your injuries. Jiang Daoxuan hadn't explicitly said so, but Jiang Chen still didn't hesitate for a second, taking the marrow cleansing pill and swallowing it in one smooth motion. Immediately afterward, the marrow cleansing pill entered the abdomen and turned into a stream of pure medicinal power flowing through the limbs and bones. Jiang Chen's pale face began to turn red at a speed visible to the naked eye. Although the dantian in his body had not been repaired, the other messy internal injuries had been restored as before. This caused Jiang Chen to look radiant and full of strength, no different from a normal person. Feeling the changes in his body, Jiang Chen's face showed joy as he hurriedly straightened his clothes and bowed. Thank you, matriarch, for the reward. Though I don't know what the value of this elixir is. However, An elixir that could restore all the injuries in his body as if they were still there in such a short period of time was something he had never heard of before. Even within the Thousand Mountain sect, one has never heard of a divine elixir in the world that works so fast. In that case, the value of this elixir could be imagined. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel a surge of warmth within his heart. He himself was clearly no longer able to cultivate the self that had lost its value, as the senior brothers within the sect had said, was now a waste. To be able to not be disliked by the family was already a blessing, let alone having the patriarch use such a precious elixir to treat his injuries. For him, it was an unimaginable thing. At this time, looking at Jiang Chen's deeply moved appearance, Jiang Daoxuan said in a deep voice, that Thousand Mountain sect didn't know that Puyu was in front of them, but they were blind. In the future, this patriarch will definitely head to that Thousand Mountain sect and properly seek justice for you. The moment the words fell, it caused all the Jiang clan's children present to clamor. One must know what kind of terrifying power of supreme status the Thousand Mountain sect is. Its patriarch was a renowned Yuan High Realm cultivator, and his might was so great that he had shocked several surrounding cities. It also made many clans change in color, and all of them were proud of their children joining the Thousand Mountain sect. In addition to the Yuan High Realm patriarch and the Grand Elder, there were numerous other elders sitting within the clan, all of whom were strong at the Purple Mansion realm. This kind of powerful force, even the city lord didn't dare to mess with it. However, the matriarch was going to want to force his way to the door to seek justice for the sake of Jiang Chen. At a later date, such behavior shook everyone to the core, but immediately afterward, the crowd perked up. Jiang Chen had become an invalid and yet he was still like this. What if it was someone else? If they had been bullied, I'm afraid that their own patriarch would have stood up for his clan's children as he is doing now, right? Thinking about this, everyone couldn't help but feel proud to have such a protective matriarch. The onlookers were still like this, and Jiang Chen, who was the person in question, was even more dumbfounded. His eyes were red with tears and his heart was stirring. He never thought that the patriarch would be willing to risk 9 deaths for the sake of himself, a useless person, who wanted to go to the Thousand Mountain sect to seek justice for himself. Moved by the thought of the family's strength today, even though Jiang Chen complained about the clan's chilling behavior, he couldn't bear to watch the patriarch go to his death at a later date. Clan, patriarch, this matter of justice or temporarily put an end to it. The Thousand Mountain sect is powerful, and I, just a waste of time, really do not need you to take such risks. In case you appear to be a good or bad, I cannot rest in peace. Scrappy? Ridiculous. Who says that a broken dantian is an invalid? When these words came out, Jiang Chen completely froze. Immediately afterward, Jiang Daoxuan's voice sounded once again. A broken dantian is not necessarily just the end of one's journey. It could also be a new beginning for one. The so-called breaking and then standing. As long as the heart of zeal in the heart is not extinguished, it can come back to life. This patriarch would like to send you a word for all the Jiang family's children. Speaking of this, all the Jiang clan's children present immediately pricked up their ears and listened. Chapter 7, Recovering Fighting Spirit. Jiang Chen, Pure Yang Yuan Power. It is never the naysaying and mocking of others that truly defeats you, but the denial of yourself. Great wisdom is not a group. Great goodness is not helpful. What fear of solitary steps? What fear of slander? Will you wake up? Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but feel their insides heat up and full of passion. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, was dumbfounded and stood still, his mouth constantly murmuring, a new beginning. Breaking down and then standing up. The extreme is the future. What defeats you is the denial of yourself. What fear of a lone step? What fear of slander? At this moment, Jiang Chen's originally bleak gaze began to gradually brighten up, as if it was burning a blazing fire. He clenched his fists, his heartbeat becoming pounding and powerful. Yeah, it's just a broken dantian. It's not like I'm dead, so how can I give up on myself for that? The matriarch is right. I should live by my own heart, without having to doubt myself, without caring about what the outside world thinks, and choose to stick to my true self. Matriarch, I understand. Seeing that Jiang Chen's will was rekindled, Jiang Daoxuan showed a satisfied expression. Worthy of being a son of the divine destiny, he would naturally be enlightened after only being slightly nudged. Ding detected the son of destiny. Jiang Chen, recovering his fighting spirit, family fortune plus 100. Jiang Daoxuan hadn't expected that there would be a windfall. Smiling, he pulled out 2 books from his body and handed them to Jiang Chen. This running thunder palm and chi drawing skill, you can take them and cultivate them. Others don't believe in you and think that you're just a waste who fell down and can't get back up again. But this clan leader believes that you're not. This patriarch waits for you to be just like your father. A good man who can shield the family from the wind and rain. And never the trash that he talks about. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's heart was once again on fire. And he couldn't wait to start cultivating immediately now. However, after reacting to the names of the two techniques, his pupils suddenly shrank. His eyes filled with disbelief. As a child of the Jiang family, how could he not have heard of the fame of the running thunder palm and the chi drawing skill? It was rumored that these two techniques were passed down by the first Purple Mansion realm ancestor of the Jiang family hundreds of years ago. The gong method was so subtle that it was treated as a clan-suppressing gong method, and only successive generations of family heads and elders could cultivate it. But it was such a precious technique that was so easily placed in front of him? This really made Jiang Chen feel somewhat flattered. It was important to know that Xian rank techniques were generally only qualified to be touched by Purple Mansion cultivators. Even during the period when he was studying in the Thousand Mountains sect and was an inner disciple, the grade of the Gongfu he was exposed to was basically just the yellow rank. Techniques above the Xian rank were not something one was qualified to touch at all. Only extremely outstanding inner disciples, or true disciples, were qualified to touch it. Thinking of all the miraculous aspects of the Xian rank Gongfu, Jiang Chen's heart stirred within him, trembling as he stretched out his hands and obediently accepted the Gongfu. Thank you, matriarch, for your grace. Jiang Chen will definitely strive forward in the future to live up to your expectations. Jiang Daoxuan nodded slightly in greeting. Ding, the investment was successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 bottles of Vajra pills. Vajra pill, ground level superior grade pill. After taking it, it can strengthen the physical body and physique. Ding, the investment was successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Earth Order extreme grade martial skill Purple Thunder Palm. Ding, the investment was successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Earth Order's finest technique, Pure Yang Kung Fu. Accompanying rewards arrive. Jiang Daoxuan is trying to avoid traveling to the Tang family and encountering a gutter incident. He immediately took out the two techniques within the system's warehouse and transmitted them to his mind through infusion. Within a few breaths, Jiang Daoxuan managed to master the Purple Thunder Palm at the consummate level. If the show can condense a penetrating purple thunder in the palm, once shot, ordinary purple house hard to catch can only burst and die, turned into a cloud of blood mist. As for the pure Yang Gong that he had mastered, it caused the Yuan power in his body to undergo a metamorphosis, becoming supremely masculine and rigid, with all evils retreating, forming the pure Yang Yuan power. Although the cultivation realm had not been broken through, the quality of the pure Yang Yuan power had long since crushed ordinary Yuan power several times over. When engaging in battle, if one encountered an enemy of the same realm, a casual pure Yang Yuan power attack would be enough to break down the enemy's Yuan power defense. Feeling the majestic power flowing within his body, a touch of joy appeared in Jiang Daoxuan's eyes. Nowadays, it was no exaggeration to say that he was completely capable of hanging 10 of his just now self. Afterward, Jiang Daoxuan gradually collected his mind and turned to look at the Jiang family members at the entrance. Since an exception had already been made to impart Jiang Chen's clan-suppressing technique, in order not to cause jealousy in the hearts of the other Jiang clan's children and cause unnecessary misunderstandings and conflicts, Jiang Daoxuan decided to treat everyone equally. After this battle, all of my Jiang family's children, regardless of direct lineage or collateral lineage, can cultivate this running thunder palm and chi drawing skill. After obtaining the Purple Thunder Palm and Pure Yang Gong, he naturally could no longer look at these two early Xian stage techniques, and adhering to the principle of utilizing waste, it was just the right time to take it to the clan to practice. As for the two earth-ranked techniques he had mastered now, before his strength reached a certain level, he naturally wouldn't be foolish enough to divulge them on a large scale. After all, earth-ranked techniques were powerful techniques that even Star Will realm realities desired. If it is leaked freely, it is really a child holding gold and waving it around. Once it causes the greed of the Star Will real person. With the Jiang family's small body nowadays, it can't withstand the tossing and turning. At that moment, along with Jiang Daoxuan's words fell, all the children of the Jiang family chanted in unison. Thank you, matriarch. Long live the patriarch. Originally, when he saw Jiang Chen harvesting two Xian rank techniques, his heart was still a bit uncomfortable, but now he was relieved. There are two copies of the Xian class technique in each hand, so what's there to be jealous of? The noisy voices rang out one after another. Only then did Jiang Chen notice the doorway, which was actually surrounded by a group of clansmen. Seeing this, he felt a bit puzzled and looked at Jiang Daoxuan, inquiring in a low voice, Patriarch, what are you doing? This trip, overthrow the Tang family. Jiang Daoxuan said casually, The tone of his voice was so flat that it was as if he was talking about a small and unusual thing. At those words, Jiang Chen was unable to calm down in any way. As a child of the Jiang family, he was naturally no stranger to the Tang family. Not to mention that Violet Mansion realm Tang clan ancestor. Just that Tang clan's 4 tigers alone were not simple goods. The oldest, Tang Zhongyang, was at the 9th level of the perfection of the innate realm, the second was at the 6th level of the innate realm, and the remaining 2 brothers were both strong at the 4th level of the innate realm as well. This kind of lineup, no matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like the Jiang family can handle it. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but look worried. Just as he was about to continue asking questions, he suddenly noticed that every single one of the clansmen's faces at this moment was brimming with intense confidence, completely devoid of a trace of worry. Noticing this, Jiang Chen immediately realized that things seemed to be going differently than he had imagined. Right at this moment, Jiang Daoxuan's voice came out. Your cultivation is not yet available nowadays, and traveling to the Tang clan with us is just too dangerous. So go back for now and wait for us to come back. Although Jiang Chen possessed golden chi luck, the odds were that he wouldn't die in a small place like the Tang clan. However, all things considered, it was best for Jiang Chen to remain in the Jiang clan's base camp today. Yes, Jiang Chen didn't force himself to follow. Knowing that he had lost his cultivation, he had become an ordinary person. If they traveled to the Tang clan they would not be able to contribute, they would only be helping, and in danger they would easily distract the clan from protecting themselves. This was a little too much for the high-minded man of yesteryear to bear, so he just stopped going. Chapter 8, The Tang Family's Robbery. Quickly invite the old ancestor. Jiang Chen then walked past Jiang Daoxuan. As he entered the Jiang family residence and passed by the crowd, a teenager of a similar age to Jiang Chen said excitedly, Jiang Chen, just wait for us to come back in peace. The patriarch has broken through the Violet Mansion realm, so the Tang clan has no chance of winning this battle. Jiang Chen, who was originally walking inside with his head buried in his hands, couldn't help but have his body shaken after hearing this news. Zifu realm? Jiang Chen's lips were slightly parted, a look of disbelief on his face. At this moment, he finally understood where his clan's bottom line was. That Tang clan ancestor was dying. How could he be a match for his own patriarch? Jiang Chen silently raised his head and looked at the backs of the departing clansmen. He clenched his teeth and swore inwardly. This is the first and last time. The vicious battle that concerned the survival of the 2 families, but he himself was unable to participate due to the loss of his cultivation. This feeling of powerlessness was unbearable for him. As a member of the Jiang family, why wouldn't you want to do your part for the Jiang family? The figures of the accompanying clansmen faded in and out of sight. Jiang Chen took a step and continued to walk inside. He couldn't wait to cultivate these 2 Xian rank techniques as a way to try and pursue his own miracle. Shortly afterward, the Tang family. At this moment, within an attic beside the pond, the atmosphere was electric. With songs and dances, the 3 men were eating small dishes and having a sip of wine every now and then. Admire the delicate figure of the dancers and listen to a cozy little song. The crowd was in a happy mood, chatting away. Ha ha ha, counting the time. Big brother is afraid that he has already exterminated the Jiang family by now, right? The Jiang family has probably been destroyed. Have you guys figured out how to divide the field and vein assets? I've already told Big Brother in advance. I only need that Feng Lai building. The rest is yours to pick. Second brother, why are you in such a hurry? Could it be that the flower girl from Feng Lai Lu really charmed you? Surprisingly, you don't even want any other places. Just this place of wind and flowers alone. Tang Lao Si sipped a cup of hot wine and said cheerfully. Tang Lao Air's face was infatuated and smiled. How do you guys know Smokey's piece of heart for me? She is different from all those women I met earlier. She is so flawless. She doesn't covet my money. She only wants to stay with me for a long time and grow old together. How can she be compared to those mediocre women? At those words, Tang Lao San and Tang Lao Si couldn't help but shake their heads. A mere woman who can be picked up by the king as long as she spends money. I'm afraid that only this stupid second brother of his own family will believe what he said. However, although they understood this, none of them raised their mouths much. Not to mention the fact that it's evil to your own second brother. It also affects the distribution of assets. After all, Donald Trump didn't want resources, which meant that the 2 would be able to share a larger share of the assets. With such thoughts in mind, Tang Lao San and Tang Lao Si couldn't help but laugh. The 3 of them had a good conversation and in no time at all 6 glasses of wine were downed. Just when Tang Lao Air felt that the wine cup was too small to drink, he picked up the wine altar and poured it up. Stump. Suddenly, there was a rush of footsteps. Hearing the voice, Tang Laoer frowned and casually threw the empty wine altar he had already finished to the ground. Tang Lao San and Tang Lao Si both stopped talking as well and followed the sound. As they watched, they only saw a family slave dressed in grey rushing in panic, coming before them, and because he was in too much of a hurry, he actually made a momentary slip and fell to the ground. Tang Laoer was suddenly displeased and chided. Panicked. What's the matter with you? The sound was like muffled thunder exploding, immediately scaring the slave. Tang Laosan's eyes moved slightly. Then he got up and walked over to the slave. Tell me, what exactly happened that caused you to be so flustered? The slave then remembered the main event. It's the Jiang family. A lot of Jiang family members have come. They killed everyone in sight and killed many of our brothers. When these words came out, it was as if a thunderbolt had exploded from a clear sky, causing the three people's faces to steeply darken. Bang! Tang Laoer's eyebrows went up and he slapped his palm down, instantly shattering the dining table into two. Bold! The tiny Jiang family, how dare you come to my Tang family to go on a killing spree? Tang Lao San was thoughtful in his eyes. Strange, clearly Big Brother has already traveled to the Jiang family. By all rights, it's impossible for them to have survived at all, let alone come to my Tang family. Tang Lao Si moved inwardly. Third brother, could it be that Big Brother pounced when he rushed to the Jiang family? That's what caused the Jiang family to dodge? Nope, this doesn't make sense. I wouldn't be surprised if they just chose to run away. But why would they come to my Tang clan to die? The old ancestor is still here. There are quite a lot of doubts, causing Tang Lao San and Tang Lao Si to gradually fall into confusion, and they really can't connect. However, Donald Trump was too lazy to think about it. Rising violently, he looked to the precious sword that lay aside, poking out his large calloused palm. He opened his 5 fingers to grip the hilt of the knife. It was amazing to pick up a large sword and wave it a few times, like an arm, with a harsh wind whistling. What do you care? Since they dared to come to my Tang clan, I'll make sure they splatter their blood here today. After saying that, he was ready to leave the attic. Seeing this, Tang Lao San immediately stepped forward and pulled on his own second brother's sleeve. Second brother. Wait. Seeing that Elder Tang's face looked unfavorable and stopped moving, he immediately looked at the slave who had reported the news. There's something fishy about this matter, so to be on the safe side, you should quickly go and inform the old ancestor of this news. Yes. Third master. The slave hurriedly got up, arched his fists with both hands, and answered. Immediately afterward, pulling his legs out, he rushed towards the Tang family ancestral shrine at ease. Only at this point did Tang Lao San let go of his second brother's sleeve. Let's go. Let's go together and see what this Jiang family has to offer that dares to break into my Tang family. Tang Laoer snorted coldly, gripped his large sword, and without the slightest hesitation, left the attic and walked towards the front yard. Tang Lao San and Tang Lao Si were close behind. Not much longer. The three of them who were close to the front yard were already able to hear a burst of fighting sounds in a vague manner. A few steps further, he even smelled an extraordinarily pungent odor of blood. The richness of the flavor made the three people's faces grow more and more gloomy. How many people died up front? Thinking of this, the crowd immediately accelerated their pace and quickly arrived at the front yard. Gradually, the view ahead came into view. Numerous clansmen dressed in family attire were already lying on the ground in a heap. Corpses are everywhere. Blood is like a picture. The grass and trees around them were stained with dense, blood-colored spots. The fight continued on. After witnessing one of the clansmen being decapitated by a Jiang family member with a sword, causing the anger within Tang Laoer to rise up as it could no longer be suppressed, there was a strip of hideous veins rippling from his temples on both sides, and his eyes were incomparably red, as if he were a wild beast in a frenzy. I'm going to kill you. Tang Laoer lifted his precious sword and, with an arrow step, rushed into the crowd and came in front of one of the closest Jiang family members. He held the knife in both hands, from top to bottom, wanting to split it in half. Looking at the thick large sword in front of him, this young Jiang clan son was immediately scared out of his wits, and his legs went weak, inadvertently falling to the ground. Chapter 9 Tang Clan Ancestor? One palm is enough. Just then, Jiang Daoxuan, who was mingling in the crowd, suddenly noticed this scene. With his eyes fixed, he raised his arm, aimed it in the right direction, and flexed his fingers. Shoo! A pure Yang Yuan power burst out from his fingertips, piercing through Tang Laoer's skull in a split second. Immediately afterward, like a watermelon, it exploded. For a moment, blood splattered everywhere. His neck wound was also spraying wildly like a fountain. There was a muffled thud. Tang Laoer's headless corpse fell straight to the ground. Looking at the incomparably frightening scene in front of him, Tang Laoer was instantly scared to the point of turning pale. He had never thought that his second brother, who had reached the 6th level of the innate realm, would not be a match for the person in front of him. What exactly is this man's cultivation? Tang Laosan's face was so gloomy that it seemed to be dripping water. He gazed at Jiang Daoxuan's face and only felt that the more he looked at it, the more familiar it became. Eventually, something suddenly came to mind. Jiang Daoxuan? After so many years, he thought of the figure that was like a nightmare. The words immediately elicited a shrinking of Tang Laoxi's pupils. Hurriedly looking at Jiang Daoxuan's face, it overlapped with the cold and arrogant face in his memory. How is this possible? Are you actually a human or a ghost? You clearly shouldn't be alive. Tang Laoxi was horrified. Immediately afterward, something seemed to come to mind, and he couldn't help but feel a thump in his heart. Nope, where's my big brother? As things stood, since Jiang Daoxuan hadn't died, Tang Zhengyang's situation wasn't optimistic. At those words, Jiang Daoxuan shook his head, not bothering to make more nonsense. At that moment, he leaped forward, as if a fierce tiger was flying. The wind swept away the clouds and swallowed the mountains and rivers. In the face of such might, Tang Laoshi was immediately scared out of his wits and couldn't walk. The heart pounded so wildly that it seemed to jump out of his chest. Seeing this, Tang Laosan on the side was no better. His first reaction was not to push his foolish brother, but to choose to storm back in a hurry and avoid it from a distance. Soon, Tang Laoxi, who was frozen in place, became Jiang Daoxuan's target. Jab. The cold, sharp blade of the sword took up all sight. A gentle stroke, a sword to seal the throat. Blood splattered all around. Tang Laoxi's eyes widened. The depths of his pupils filled with unwillingness, and his complexion gradually dimmed. Immediately afterward, his body fell straight down, no longer alive. At this time, seeing Jiang Daoxuan decapitating 2 people in a row, he treated the innate as if they were pigs and dogs to be slaughtered. The Jiang clan's crowd that was fighting couldn't help but be energized, and the more they fought, the more courageous they became. On the other hand, the Tang family's crowd was as if they were dead, with no fighting spirit at all. Tang Laosan, who had barely survived, collapsed to the ground, raising his head and looking at Jiang Daoxuan with his heart pounding. You, shut up. Jiang Daoxuan looked coldly, with 4 eyes facing each other. Looking at those dark eyes that were as dark as a ghostly tan, Tang Laosan felt a sense of pressure that was so strong that it was suffocating. It was as if he would lose his life and become a corpse if he said one more word. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Drops of blood gathered at the tip of the sword and then dripped down. It was as if death had closed in on itself. Tang Laosan lowered his head, his face grimacing. He's got a lot of glory and riches ahead of him. He's not willing to die here. Understanding that waiting any longer could only lead to death, he crossed his heart and gave up all his dignity and face, begging for forgiveness under the gaze of the many Tang family children around him. No, don't kill me. I don't want to die yet. As long as you don't kill me, I'm willing to lead the Tang family to become a vassal of the Jiang family. Now that my elder brother, second brother and fourth brother are all dead, I am the only candidate for the next patriarch of the Tang family. I am able to become your dog. At your disposal, I will bite whoever you tell me to bite. Perhaps for fear of taking a hard sword from the other party if he spoke slowly. At this moment, Tang Laosan's speech was incredibly fast. Upon hearing this, Jiang Daoxuan looked as normal. Only his eyes were full of teasing, as if he was enjoying a clown's performance. Only halfway through the show was it interrupted by the next uninvited guest, only to see an old man with a white beard and hair on a hill mountain peak suddenly appear on the scene. Disturbing my Tang family and killing my clan's juniors. How dare you? You and the others cut yourself to thank for your sins, so as not to dirty this old ancestor's hands. The voice was not loud, but it fell clearly on everyone's ears. Hearing these arrogant words, the Jiang clan's crowd immediately thought of something. Ancestor? Could it be that this person is the Tang clan's old ancestor who has attained the Purple Mansion realm for many years? At the same time, hearing the old ancestor's voice ringing out, seeing that there was still a chance for things to turn around, Tang Laosan couldn't help but see a flash of joy in his eyes. At this point, he was incredibly glad that he had sent someone to notify the old ancestor to come. Immediately afterward, he hurriedly looked up at the old ancestor, his eyes filled with hope, his lips slightly moving as he was about to open his mouth. This time, before even a single word was spat out, Tang Laosan felt a chill on his neck. Then he felt himself flying high in the air. Bang! The moment he landed on the ground, a headless figure was mapped within his pupils. That's me! Along with the last thought flashing by, Tang Laosan's consciousness also completely fell into endless darkness. Unbridled, witnessing one of the clan's most outstanding juniors being beheaded by the other party in front of him, the Tang clan's oldest ancestor became furious. Yuan power gushed out from his body, spreading all around, forming a strong wave of air that caused everyone present to stop their fighting and retreat in unison. The Tang clan ancestor's gaze condensed, locking onto his target, his toes pointed towards the ground, and his figure shot out explosively, tens of meters away. In an instant, swish, the Tang clan's old ancestor gathered his majestic spiritual energy into his palm and slapped out a palm filled with endless anger. Seeing this, Jiang Daoxuan looked relaxed. In just an instant, he could tell the opponent's reality from it. Although he possessed a purple mansion realm cultivation, he was limited by old age and physical decline. His chi and blood decayed, and his strength had long been in serious decline. Against such goods, one palm is enough. A cold aura appeared in Jiang Daoxuan's eyes as he quietly used the purple thunder palm, condensing a strand of purple thunder to gather in his palm. Immediately, he then lifted his arm with a lightning-fast momentum and swiftly slapped it out. Chapter 10, Family Quest Completion. Nuwa Observation Map. Bang! As the two palms clashed, Yuan power intertwined and erupted with astonishing might. Wisps of purple light flickered, reflecting the surrounding area, and there was a faint sound of thunder exploding. Not good. Feeling the stinging pain coming from his palm, the Tang clan's ancestor's face changed. Without waiting to react, the power of thunder and lightning contained in the purple thunder palm and the pure Yang Yuan power even erupted twice. In an instant, through the Tang clan ancestor's palm, tearing through the skin, a brain drilled into the body. At this moment, the Tang clan's old ancestor's eyes widened, his pupils filled with unwillingness. The power of thunder and lightning and the pure Yang Yuan power ran wildly and chaotically within his body, until it was no longer bearable, and with a bang, his body exploded in pieces. At the same time, Jiang Daoxuan tapped his toes and retreated several meters away, dispersing the power clinging to his palm. He withdrew it and held it behind his back. The whole process lasted less than 3 breaths and was incredibly easy. And witnessing that the old ancestor was dead, the members of the Tang clan who were still struggling to resist were stunned. The old ancestor is dead? Impossible. Old ancestor is a hallowed purple mansion great cultivator. How could he die so easily? Can anyone tell me that this is actually fake? The Tang clan's crowd was dumbfounded, so frightened that they forgot to even run away. The great name of his own ancestor had resounded through Wudong City for decades. Even they all take it as a spiritual belief. But now the faith that sustained them has suddenly collapsed. Thinking about this, many members of the Tang family were flustered and at a loss for words. However, for them, the real despair has just begun. Jiang Daoxuan turned to look at the group of fist-pumping clansmen in front of him and said in a cold voice, "Send them on their way." The words fell, causing the Jiang family members who were originally still immersed in shock to react, and then they lifted their arms and killed in unison, facing the Jiang clan's crowd with a high level of wariness. The Tang clan's crowd, who had lost everything they had to rely on, instantly became disillusioned and began to flee in haste. But because they were so nervous, many of them fell to the ground. But harboring the fear of death, and having to roll and crawl, he continued to run. It's just that they're moving so slowly. Soon, the crowd of the Jiang family surrounded them in a watertight circle. Kill. Immediately afterward, one Jiang family's children drew their blades and slaughtered the group of Tang family members. Jiang Daoxuan mingled with the crowd. This level of combat was no different from a child's playground for him. Remembering that accumulating practical combat experience was of no small importance to the clan, he didn't bother to strike again and chose to wait and see. However, once the Jiang clan's children were in danger, Jiang Daoxuan would directly intervene and influence the outcome. Under the coverage of the violet divine sense, everything that happened within the entire scene was within one's grasp, and no accidents would occur. And the entire Tang family had become a tool for honing the practical combat abilities of the Jiang family members. Soon after, the rich smell of blood filled the air for a long time. The ground was covered with limbs and broken arms, and the images were shocking. Along with the last miserable scream ringing out, the Tang family members present had all been annihilated. At that moment, the faces of all the Jiang clan's children felt feverish, their faces overflowing with excitement. Because of Jiang Daoxuan's intervention, there were no more injuries on their bodies other than some hanging colors and minor flesh wounds. When silence returned to the surroundings, all of them had faces of adoration and gazes burning at the back of their own patriarch. Fortunately, with the blessing of their ancestors, now that the Jiang family was able to have such a powerful patriarch, what else could they worry about? As the crowd watched, Jiang Daoxuan was not satisfied with this and faced the crowd. If we want to wash away the humiliation that my Jiang family has suffered over these centuries, this is not enough. Today, We will make everyone in Wudon City understand what price it takes to mess with my Jiang family. Now, search the entire Tang residence. Find all the survivors, or livestock. I want his family to leave no dogs or chickens behind, and completely cut off their roots. If you don't get rid of the grass, it will grow again in the spring. Mercy to the enemy is cruelty to your own family. Upon hearing the patriarch issue the order, all the Jiang clan's children immediately bowed and saluted. Yes, in their hearts, there was no resistance to the matter. When they thought of the arrogant sight of the other party preparing to exterminate the door as soon as they came to the door, they couldn't help but feel a pang of fear. If the patriarch hadn't appeared, they would have long since fallen under Tang Jingyang's sword. How can such a great enmity be easily resolved? Thus, harboring the anger within them, the many Jiang clan children rushed forward and began to cleanse all corners of the Tang clan. This was followed by a succession of curses, pleas for mercy, barks of dogs, and cries of geese. Soon after, the entire Tang family was quiet. By this point, the Tang family had been completely removed from Wudon City, waiting for one of the Jiang family's children to return and reconverge. Jiang Daoxuan stood in place and did not make any other movements, as if he was waiting for something, until a ding sounded and a system prompt surfaced. Ding, the destruction of the Tang family has been detected. The family mission has been completed and is in the process of being settled. Ding, according to your degree of completion, this quest is rated as a top, full rating, and the rewards will begin to be distributed. Congratulations to the host for gaining 300 points of family fortune. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Earth Order's finest technique, Great Sun Body Refining Technique. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Cultivation Acceleration card. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a scroll of wordless sword postings. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the mysterious reward, Nuwas Visualization. Looking at the rich rewards in front of him, Jiang Daoxuan's eyes lit up. At the same time, the system's prompt also meant that the Tang family had indeed been completely destroyed, and only then did he collect his thoughts. Afterward, he led the crowd in a raid on the Tang family. Since he wanted to vigorously develop the family, all kinds of financial resources naturally could not be scarce. Within a short time, numerous Jiang clan children carried out wooden boxes filled with resources such as gold, silver, jewelry, gongfu martial arts, store deeds, and so on. After confirming again and again that they had completely emptied the Tang family and left no remaining resources, the people immediately joined forces to carry the box and walked out of the Tang mansion to the street to return the same way. Along the way, the commotion caused by the Jiang family members attracted the attention of a large number of onlookers. Hiss, what a strong smell of blood. What are they? That's Jiang Yangnian and Jiang Yangyu. I recognize them. They're the Jiang family. Look at them sinking at their pace. What's in those crates? These aren't the point of concern. The point is that they seem to be coming out of the Tang clan. The Tang family? Are the two families? The onlookers present were talking and discussing, and various speculations surfaced within their hearts. At that moment, a man noticed the man in white walking at the front of the queue. Who is the leader of this Jiang family? How come I've never seen it before? When did this Jiang family produce this character? Some of the young people and outsiders who were not too old to have seen Jiang Daoxuan's appearance were a bit puzzled. However, there were soon some old people who had lived in Wudon City for many years and recognized Jiang Daoxuan. In the crowd, a Hotian martial artist in a power suit suddenly had an inner shock, and with a look of disbelief, he lost his voice. This appearance, he is Jiang Daoxuan? As the words fell, it could be said that a stone stirred up 1,000 waves, immediately triggering the whole room and causing a huge sensation. Chapter 11, Shocking News Sweeping Through Wudon City. Family Meeting. What? But that Daoxuan, the leader of the Jiang clan, who was located several years ago and swept away his peers, and then went into seclusion and disappeared into obscurity ever since? Wasn't he rumored to be dead? How did he suddenly appear here? Wait, they're coming out of the Tang family. Could it be? The onlookers were amazed. Immediately afterward, there were people who were bold enough to walk into Tang's house to check out the situation. Looking at the tragic scene within the Tang family, everyone could not help but be scared pale and lower their heads to vomit. Soon, the news of the Tang family's extermination circulated, instantly causing the entire Wudon City to shake, as if there was a bang on the ground. The Wudon City, which had been peaceful and stable for decades, ushered in a shocking change. After hearing this news, many ordinary people, martial artists, and sons of lineages all looked incredulous. You know, that's the Tang family, which is the head of the 4 great families. Not only was there a large number of experts in the clan, there were also the 4 tigers of the Tang clan in attendance. All of them were good in the innate realm. And the Tang family's old ancestor had even arrived at the Purple Mansion realm a few years ago. However, it was such a powerful lineup that couldn't even fend off the Jiang family? The fine print is, not a single corpse was found inside the Tang family residence or in the crowd of Jiang family members walking on the street. In other words, the Jiang clan had surprisingly managed to overthrow the entire Tang clan at the cost of 0 casualties. This sensational and terrifying battle performance immediately caused many people to become suspicious. Could it be that Jiang Daoxuan not only didn't die, but also successfully broke through the Purple Mansion realm? They couldn't help but tremble inwardly at the thought. The Tang clan's old ancestor was dead. And if the other party really achieved the realm of the Purple Mansion, I'm afraid that the name of this Wudong City's #1 family should fall on the Jiang clan's head. As soon as word spreads, it spreads, and along with the news spreading more and more widely, it soon sweeps through the entire Wudong City. Soon after, City Lord's mansion, the other courtyard. City Lord Ding Xian stood by the pond, crumbs of food cupped in his hand and sprinkled into the water, where the fish swarmed. At this moment, his attention was not focused on the fish, but rather, he looked grave and patiently listened to his men's report. After his men finished speaking about the Tang family, Ding Xian finished spilling the food crumbs and slowly drew back his palm. The destruction of the Tang family is a small matter, but the 3 brothers of the Tang family, all suffered a sword and died. The old man of the Tang family is even perished. The matter will be big. To do all this, after all, the strength of the innate realm alone can be far from enough. You mean, this Jiang Daoxuan? The commander silently lowered his head in shock. If the expectation is not wrong, it should be the achievement of the Purple House. It is really fearful. Less than 50 years old Purple House cultivator. Even if we look at the major clans, it is also not common. It is just a pity that, obviously has this kind of talent, but is only willing to become the patriarch of a small family, preferring to be burdened by trifles. It is really a waste of this body of excellent talent. If you give up the family, join a superior force, has not been unable to ask the realm above the Purple House. Now, he can break through the Purple House. I'm afraid that has already exhausted the family heritage, the future plus by the family trivia drag. I'm afraid that there is no inch of progress. The Purple House is the pinnacle of his life. Ding Xian showed a sigh of regret. At those words, the commander's heart was shocked. He hadn't expected that his own city lord would actually possess such a high opinion of Jiang Daoxuan. Immediately afterward, he said nervously, "Then the matter of the Tang family?" The Tang family was wiped out in Wudong City, a matter of great importance that the city lord should be asked to decide on. Upon hearing this, the city lord closed his eyes and pondered for a moment. These families do not respect the court, do not submit to discipline, are unwilling to contribute, and for their own interests even dare to harm the interests of the court. Truly a group of moths. The battle of the assholes in the district. This city lord does not care. The court cares even less. There is no need to mention this matter again. Only, the Tang clan has some affinity with the Tendu Tang clan after all. And now that the Tang clan was overthrown in the land under my jurisdiction after all, it's time to give the other party an explanation. All matters. Wait until I move tomorrow and personally visit the Jiang family to find out the truth. Yes. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jiang family, council hall. At this moment, the senior management of the Jiang family was gathered, surrounded by the Jiang family members. Excitement was on everyone's faces. They whispered and shared their inner joy. Jiang Chen lowered his head and mingled amongst the crowd, and from the sound of the people's conversations, he was able to understand what was going on. Listening to the glorious deeds of the patriarch's great power, treating the innate as if they were pigs and dogs, and beheading the Tang clan's oldest ancestor. Jiang Chen's expression was exhilarated, and his eyes were filled with longing, as if he was in the scene and seeing it with his own eyes. A passion gradually boiled over, yet he felt a slight regret that he had not traveled. Under the gaze of countless hot gazes, Jiang Daoxuan, who was sitting at the first place, slowly got up and faced the crowd. That's when he found a number of additional new investments. Ding, green-ranked clansmen have been discovered. Host may initiate investment. Invest 1 marrow cleansing elixir. You can get 3 vials of energy-enhancing elixir. Energy-enhancing elixir, Xian-ranked top-grade elixir, can greatly increase the speed of absorbing spiritual qi of the person taking it. Invest 1 marrow cleansing elixir. You can get 1 bottle of marrow cleansing elixir. Ding, white-ranked clansmen have been discovered. Host may initiate investment. Invest 10 lower-grade spirit stones and get 100 lower-grade spirit stones. Invest 3 Qi attraction pills. You can get 10 bottles of Qi attraction pills. After observing, Jiang Daoxuan realized that these green-ranked investor clansmen just happened to be the ones who had performed well while fighting in the Tang clan. Thinking of this, he immediately said in a deep voice according to the green-ranked clansman list, "Now that the Tang family has been destroyed, we should reward them for their merits. Now those whose names are read by this clan leader will come forward. Jiang Yongnian, Jiang Yongping, Jiang Daohua." The words continued to ring out, and the members of the Jiang family whose names were called, one by one, walked out of the crowd in excitement and came in front of Jiang Daoxuan. By the time the roll call was over, there were already more than 20 people standing. The crowd held their heads high, emotions running high, receiving envious glances from the clan behind them. Although they were calm on the surface, they were secretly so happy on the inside that they almost laughed out loud. When these people who had contributed the most arrived, Jiang Daoxuan took out a bottle of marrow-cleansing pills and looked at the crowd, saying, "Your performance, this patriarch has seen it in his eyes. This is a marrow-cleansing pill. Each of you take one." When these words came out, the crowd instantly opened their eyes in disbelief. Did we hear wrong? Marrow-cleansing pill? But that rumored Xian rank extreme elixir marrow-cleansing elixir? It was said that the marrow-cleansing pill needed to be refined with a mixture of 9 precious medicinal herbs, and coupled with the cumbersome refining steps, it was rare even within the entire scope of the Tendu province. In the past, not to mention a bottle, even an elixir would be categorically unaffordable to purchase if they were lucky enough to have it appear in front of them. Even if the Jiang family's wealth was exhausted, I'm afraid there would only be enough to buy just one. Yet it was this divine object that was now actually in one hand? The crowd received the marrow-cleansing pill in a smooth manner, their hearts shaking. Under the excitement of this scene, the surrounding members of the Jiang clan immediately clamored. More than that, a pang of remorse flooded through them. If they had known that they would be treated like this and chose to fight with all their strength, maybe it would be their turn to receive this marrow-cleansing pill now, right? At this moment, the crowd silently lowered their heads, as if they had eaten a pound of lemons, and became more and more sour inside. Immediately afterward, they secretly made up their minds inwardly that they would do their best to work for the clan in the future, and strive to let the patriarch see their performance. Taking in the crowd's demeanor, Jiang Daoxuan smiled. Ding, blue-ranked clan members found. Host may initiate investment. Invest in 1 marrow-cleansing pill and get 1 bottle of superior purple spirit pill. Extreme purple spirit elixir, a lower-grade elixir of the earth order. Once consumed by a cultivator of the perfection of the innate realm, the probability of breaking through to the purple mansion realm can be increased by 90%. Investing in pure yang kung fu. You can obtain a plant of extreme tranquilizing herb, the best tranquilizing grass, a lower-grade spirit grass, capable of nourishing the residual soul of a cultivator. That's a good one. Jiang Daoxuan's eyes lit up, and he immediately walked over to the Grand Elder. Grand Elder, it's been hard on you all these years. You deserve a lot of credit for the Jiang clan being able to hold out for so long. At those words, a slight mist of water floated in front of the Grand Elder's eyes. It was as if he had been recognized for the efforts he had persisted in for years, and it stirred him up inside. Chapter 12 Checking the Harvest. Great Sun Body Refining Technique. When it eased off, the Grand Elder said in a hoarse voice, "The Jiang family is the Jiang family for all of us, and as the Grand Elder, these are all things I should do. There is no need to be modest. This patriarch has always been rewarded and punished clearly. There are prizes to be rewarded. Look at your chi and blood is weak and floating. The foundation is damaged. Here there is also a marrow cleansing dan and a bottle of yuan enhancement dan. Yuan take it. In addition to this, here there is also a gongfu. You also take it together." Jiang Daoxuan took out the newly acquired bottle of yuan enhancement pill with marrow cleansing pill and pure yang gong and handed it to the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder tremblingly stretched out his hands and accepted the 2 items. Looking at the marrow cleansing pill in his hand, he felt a great deal of emotion in his heart. He was naturally aware of his body's condition, and due to the many failed breakthroughs, his foundation was damaged, and there was no hope for another breakthrough in this life. But now, thinking of all the marvelous things about the marrow cleansing pill, hope surfaced in the eyes of the Grand Elder. The bottleneck that had trapped him for years was finally expected to be broken. On top of that, this bottle of yuan enhancement pill also made him excited. Although the value of the enhancement pill was slightly lower than the marrow cleansing pill, it possessed the divine effect of being able to rapidly enhance the cultivation of an innate realm cultivator, and it also belonged to the category of extremely rare treasures. If this kind of elixir was placed in the past, even if one poured out all of the Jiang family's assets, one would not be able to buy one. However, it was such a precious yuan enhancement dan that one was actually fortunate enough to obtain an entire bottle. In his ecstasy, the Grand Elder picked up the gongfu in his hand again. Originally thought it was just one of the family's included techniques, so I didn't care. Just wait until the time of slightly flipping through. Read the content recorded above. The Great Elder's pupils shrunk, and his breathing began to rush up. This was actually a gongfu that was as high as an extreme grade of the earth rank. The Grand Elder was horrified to the core. How could he not have imagined that this pure young technique that the Patriarch had rewarded him with was actually a profound technique of the very best grade of the earth rank? It was even more unexpected that the Matriarch possessed such a powerful technique, yet he still rewarded himself without stinting. Thank you, Matriarch. The Grand Elder wept with joy. As a clan elder who had dedicated everything to the clan, he naturally wouldn't go into detail about what kind of heavenly chance the clan chief had obtained on his way to seclusion. He would only care if the family could become better and better under the Patriarch's leadership. At the same time, he also understood the good intentions of the Patriarch in not explicitly stating the grade of the gongfu, an Earth Order extreme grade technique. Once it was leaked, with the strength of the Jiang family today, there was absolutely no way to keep it, so it would be better to cultivate it in secret just to be on the safe side. It's not too late to publish the feats when you have enough strength. Seeing that the Grand Elder understood his intentions, he did not say much. Jiang Daoxuan nodded and then walked over to a wooden box, casually waving his hand and shattering it, revealing a single spirit stone inside. Then the wooden box next to it followed and shattered, revealing a black elixir. Jiang Daoxuan faced everyone. All the clansmen who participated in the battle to overthrow the Tang clan this time will receive 10 spirit stones, plus 3 chi-inducing pills as a reward. This time is not the last time. From today onwards, whenever you have made a merit, this Matriarch, regardless of whether you are a full-fledged lineage, collateral lineage, or branch lineage, will treat you equally, and will reward you for your merits. Never because of your status. Will you withhold your share of the rewards you deserve? Upon this statement, the crowd roared and immediately erupted into shocking cheers, as if they were about to topple the roof. Long live the Matriarch. I had thought that the reward, there was no share for myself, but I did not want to peek. Although the value of the rewards was far inferior to the marrow cleansing pill, to them, the value of 10 spirit stones and 3 chi drawing pills was not small. If it were before, I'm afraid I would have to save up for more than a year before I could exchange these supplies. Soon after, when the rewards were awarded, the rest of the supplies were transported to the family treasury. Jiang Daoxuan declared the end of this conference with a command after receiving the rewards issued by the system. The many members of the Jiang clan contentedly took their rewards and left one after another, returning to their residences. With the people gone, Jiang Daoxuan did not stay long and returned to his room by opening the mountain memory route. Fortunately, in recent years, the room had been cleaned regularly and was spotless, despite his own deathbed seclusion, because the pores of the entire body were subject to spiritual power. Even though they had not been cleaned for several years, the skin was still delicate and smooth, with not a trace of dirt in sight. The body was not dirty, but thinking about the blood on the clothes, Jiang Daoxuan also took them off and changed back into a brand new white power suit. Then he came to the bed and sat on it. Jiang Daoxuan began to check up on today's harvest. The first thing was to utilize the system infusion method to obtain the cultivation method of the great sun body refining technique, attracting the power of the sun's starlight and using it to quench the physical body. The chi and blood seemed like an ocean rushing and flowing. Ordinary people who cultivate to the great achievement realm can use their physical body to harden against the power of the earth-ranked magic treasure, which can be called a mobile human-shaped magic treasure. If he allowed himself to cultivate to a great extent, I'm afraid that with the strength of the innate sacred body Dao fetus, I'm afraid that it wouldn't be too difficult to harden against heavenly ranked magic treasures. Following the cultivation steps, Jiang Daoxuan began to try to absorb the first ray of solar starlight that filled the air. The moment the great sun body refining technique was activated, the physical body underwent a huge change, as if it had transformed into a huge whirlpool, crazily absorbing the solar starlight around it. All of it melted into the body, flushing the sinews, bones, and flesh of the entire body, causing the total amount of chi and blood to begin to skyrocket. Less than 10 breaths, high cohesion of the sun starlight to facilitate the formation of a layer of light golden halo around the body. Will Jiang Daoxuan set off like a banishment in the world? After running a round of the great sun body refining technique, Jiang Daoxuan stopped for the time being and began to feel the changes in his body. Because the time was too short, the effect wasn't obvious yet, but he could already feel that his physique had been slightly enhanced. Jiang Daoxuan nodded in satisfaction. Secretly, he said that it was truly worthy of being a powerful body refining technique of the very best grade of the earth rank. Just a small round of practicing on his own had resulted in such a noticeable enhancement. If practiced over a long period of time, the enhancement effect could be extremely considerable. At the same time, he couldn't help but think, with the nature of the Great Sun Body refining technique and Pure Yang Gong's techniques, both of them were the path of cultivation that was the most masculine and rigid. That being the case, can they complement each other, resulting in twice the result with half the effort? Regarding this point, he was not clear about it because the cultivation time was too short, but after a night of cultivation, he thought that it must have been finalized. Afterward, Jiang Daoxuan gathered his mind and began to take out the next reward. In a flash, a yellow pill bottle appeared in his hand out of nowhere. This was exactly the Vajra pill that was obtained after investing in Jiang Chen. Jiang Daoxuan picked up the medicine bottle and towards his palm, poured out an elixir that was orange-yellow in color. The aroma is so fresh that you can't help but feel invigorated when you inhale it into your lungs. Seeing that this Vajra pill was so extraordinary, Jiang Daoxuan couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation within his heart a little heavier. Spinning around, he raised his hand and swallowed it into his stomach in one gulp. The elixir instantly melted in his mouth, turning into a stream of pure medicinal liquid that flowed through his limbs and bones, causing his body to be extraordinarily hot and dry. Feeling the abnormality in his body, Jiang Daoxuan's eyes moved slightly as he subconsciously began to activate the Great Sun Body refining technique. Wisps of solar starlight power surged into his body, rapidly fusing the medicinal power of the Vajra pill. After running the 9-wheel Great Sun Body refining technique, the medicinal power of the Vajra pill was completely refined. Phew! Jiang Daoxuan exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Immediately afterward, he slowly opened his eyes, and a brilliant aura appeared in his eyes, worthy of being an Earth-rank extreme elixir. The effect was surprisingly this strong. Jiang Daoxuan secretly sighed. Under the rapid refining of the Great Sun Body refining technique, the medicinal power of the Vajra pill was not only not attenuated, but instead, it was utilized to the extreme and absorbed perfectly by himself. In just such a short period of time, he felt that his physique had strengthened by more than 20%, although the effect would decay the further it went on. For the moment, such a strong increase was still beyond Jiang Daoxuan's expectations. It made him think that if he were to take all of the Vajra pills, how powerful would his physique be? You should know that you are in possession of 10 whole bottles of Vajra pills. Chapter 13, True Intent of the Sword Dao. Jiang Chen's Metamorphosis. After a moment of joy, Jiang Daoxuan began to take out the mysterious rewards from the mission rewards. New View Map. The moment the reward was taken out, a dazzling golden light enveloped the entire sea of consciousness space. When the light cleared, it revealed its true form. It was a woman with a humanoid upper body and a serpentine lower body. She stood between heaven and earth, with light flowing around her, in tune with the rhythms of nature, and exuding a profound aura of sacredness and antiquity that could not help but inspire worship. With just one glance, Jiang Daoxuan's mind couldn't help but be immersed in it. It was as if he had returned to the warmth of his mother's womb. His mind was extraordinarily serene, and his soul power had been strengthened in a subtle way. After tens of breaths, Jiang Daoxuan detached himself from this state. By this point, the fatigue in his body had dissipated and he became refreshed. Feeling the changes in his body, a touch of joy passed through Jiang Daoxuan's eyes. He hadn't expected that the mysterious reward he received for completing the quest with a full rating was actually a special observation diagram that could enhance the power of the soul. It was important to know that in order to raise the power of the soul, aside from certain peculiar heavenly materials and treasures, generally only Yuanshan realm powerhouses were qualified to touch the soul level. And now, with the Nuwa conceptualization diagram, he had actually begun to touch this level at the Violet Mansion realm, which could be said to be a big step ahead of other cultivators. What made Jiang Daoxuan even more delighted was that once the power of the soul was elevated, the power of memory, divine sense and other abilities would also be enhanced accordingly, and by harboring the soul force in advance, it was also able to reduce the difficulty of breaking through and had a better chance of achieving Yuanshan. Jiang Daoxuan's eyes moved slightly, and then he began to calm himself. Immediately after that, he took out the next reward, the wordless sword sticker. A meter-long sword sticker appeared out of thin air inside the house. In an instant, an incomparably powerful sword chi spilled out in all directions. Jiang Daoxuan was slightly startled and hurriedly stabilized his mind to prevent suffering from the impact of the sword chi. Only when the movement stopped did he raise his head and look towards the center of the sword patch. As the name suggests, there is no writing on the surface, just a large blank space and a sword mark that cuts through the page. Gazing at the sword mark with both eyes, one could clearly feel the amazing sword intent emanating from within it. If he did not possess the cultivation of the Purple Mansion realm, If any other innate martial artist came to observe the sword sticker, he was afraid that he would be injured by the sword chi, resulting in a traumatized mind. As for those below the innate, they were afraid that if they only looked at it, they would be traumatized and perish on the spot. What a powerful sword chi! After gazing for more than 10 breaths, Jiang Daoxuan began to have more sensations. The scene in his eyes suddenly changed, as if it was no longer a blank slate, but a vast sea of boundless swords. His predecessor had been learning the sword for several years, and his sword cultivation could be said to be the best of his peers, and he was even able to compete with the older generation of sword powerhouses. However, when immersed in it, one cannot help but feel small. Just what level of sword Dao powerhouse had written this sword post? Jiang Daoxuan couldn't figure it out, but it didn't take away from the fact that he was on fire inside. It just so happened that his own sword Dao cultivation had remained at the sword elemental realm for many years. This time, he could try to utilize this pair of sword stickers to hone his own sword path and try to reach that mysterious true realm of sword intent. Subsequently, just as Jiang Daoxuan was preparing to comprehend the sword sticker, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Ding, the Tang family has been destroyed. The danger has been lifted, and the family development mission has now been triggered. Developing the family in a 24-day cycle. Scoring by overall performance. The higher the score, the more generous the reward. Note, if you achieve a full rating, you will receive a mystery reward. This mission is right up my alley. Looking at the contents of the mission, Jiang Daoxuan revealed a cold smile. He hadn't forgotten that while he was in seclusion, not only was the Tang family seizing the Jiang family's mineral vein fields, but the remaining Sun and Gao families were also involved. Now that the Tang family had been destroyed, it was time to settle things with these two families. For great families? I'm sorry, from now on, only one big family is enough for Wudong City. Just as Jiang Daoxuan gradually made up his mind, this one night was destined to be an extraordinary night for many people within Wudong City. After learning of the destruction of the Tang family, the two remaining great families felt fear. Fear of retaliation by the Jiang family for reopening old scores, coupled with the inability to give up the family's money. At the same time, the two great clans were already working on the preparations for reparations and apologies, having been scared to sleep all night. Late at night, Jiang Chen, who had ended today's cultivation, dragged his tired body back to bed. Mentally exhausted, he soon felt a strong sense of sleep. The eyelids heaved with them and slowly closed into sleep. Soon after, only to see a sudden change. An orange-red halo quietly emerged from Jiang Chen's chest, glowing in the night. Immediately afterward, strands of small flames overflowed from the pores of his entire body, transforming into a small vortex that absorbed the surrounding spiritual chi in a big way. A massive amount of spiritual chi surged into his body, flowing through his limbs and bones, and began to mend all his injuries on his own. One night later, Jiang Chen's eyelashes fluttered slightly as he slowly opened his eyes. The sleepiness that was still a bit hazy was gone after noticing the shocking change within his body. This? Jiang Chen's eyes widened in great shock. With busy hands and feet, he left the bed and stood up, beginning to feel the changes within him. The original fatal flaw of not being able to absorb and hold aura due to the broken dantian had completely disappeared. I'm actually able to absorb aura? Jiang Chen lowered his head and looked at his hands that couldn't stop trembling with a look of disbelief. He never expected that just waking up would lead to such a change. The surprise was so sudden that it even gave him the illusion of whether he was still in a dream, until he reached out and pinched his face hard. Hiss, it hurts. Feeling the fiery pain on his face, Jiang Chen was then importantly certain. This wasn't a dream. One could finally re-enter the path of cultivation. Excited for a moment, in order to clarify the situation, Jiang Chen began to carefully probe the cause. It wasn't long before he had an anomaly. At this moment, not only was his dantian restored as before, its area had actually expanded by several times as much. In the corner of the dantian, he even saw a coiled flame. Why did this thing suddenly appear in my body? Moreover, this thing seems a bit familiar. Looking at the odd flame, Jiang Chen looked thoughtful in his eyes. His brow furrowed as he struggled to remember where the familiarity had come from. Suddenly, there was a flash of light, and clarity appeared in his eyes. This isn't from the other day? Jiang Chen couldn't help but think of his encounter the other day, when he himself was expelled from the Thousand Hills sect. One night on his way back to his family, he had witnessed a ball of flame fall from the sky and land on him. Doubts abounded at that time, but it never happened that the body showed any abnormality. So you've been following me since then? Jiang Chen murmured. It had come to him. The matter of the dantian in his body being repaired should be related to this mysterious flame. Chapter 14, New Investment. Shadow-bearing sword and 10,000 swords. As Jiang Chen gazed at the flames for several breaths, a strange feeling suddenly arose in the back of his mind. I seem to be able to manipulate it? Thinking of this, Jiang Chen began to try it out. After more than a dozen attempts, he realized that he could use his consciousness to drive the flame. Opening his palm, a small flame rose from the center of his palm, but it only lasted for less than a breath before it was instantly extinguished. Looking at this miraculous scene, Jiang Chen's interest increased and he began to experiment with various ways of utilizing the flames. Tinkering with it led him to discover more of what the flames could do. Once the aura was absorbed and then quenched using the flame, the aura would become even more pure. In addition to that, it was also able to utilize the flames to expand the meridians, quench the bones, and so on, serving a wide variety of purposes. After continuously absorbing the pure aura quenched by the flames, suddenly, a clear sound came out from within. Jiang Chen was stunned to realize that he had made a breakthrough. Nowadays, it is the second level of the Hotian. When did breaking through become so easy? Jiang Chen's face was odd, and then his heart was delighted. At this moment, the words of his own patriarch seemed to appear in his ears once again. Breaking down and building up. Sure enough, the patriarch was right. As long as you persist and don't give up, you'll be able to wait for a miracle. Jiang Chen clenched his fists, his heart stirring. Now, he had a little more admiration for his own patriarch. That is no longer just from strength, but a guide on the road of life. A guiding light when you lose your way. And at the moment, he had only one thought. Instead of hurrying to cultivate, he went forward to find the patriarch to report his good news. The patriarch treats me so well, I must be the first to tell him the good news. In the future, I will no longer be a bystander. I will be able to participate and help the family become stronger. Jiang Chen suppressed his inner joy, and then his gaze fell in a distant direction as he muttered, "Thousand Mountain Sect, Falling Maple Sect, you have caused me to be so miserable. When the day comes, I, Jiang Chen, will make you pay." Thinking back to the miserable encounters of these days and almost dying, anger surged within Jiang Chen. However, it was understood that with only his current strength, he was absolutely unable to counteract these two behemoths. Putting these thoughts aside for the moment, Jiang Chen immediately moved and pushed open the door of his room, heading towards the place where the matriarch resided. Inside the room, Jiang Daoxuan leisurely opened his eyes, as if countless sword chi surged within his pupils, chilling and sharp, making it impossible to look directly at him. This sword sticker. I'm afraid the potential is greater than I thought. Jiang Daoxuan looked at the sword sticker again and already felt differently. Under this seclusion, because of the enhancement effect of the total sum of the entire clan, coupled with the effect of the cultivation acceleration card, he had now jumped from the third level of the Purple Mansion realm to the fifth level of the Purple Mansion realm. The physical body had even reached a whole new level with the aid of the Great Sun Body refining technique and the Vajradan, and was able to receive Xian-ranked magic treasures hard with his physical body alone. Sword Dao Cultivation. Under the enlightenment of the sword sticker, it even broke through from Sword Yuan Perfection to the Sword Intent level. The Sword Realm of Intent was the first threshold that trapped countless sword cultivators on their way to the ultimate of the sword. The difficulty of comprehension is so high that it is not an ordinary person who can comprehend it. And even if you look at all the Purple Mansion realm cultivators, there are less than 100 of them. On average, only 100 Purple Mansion realm cultivators could give birth to a sword cultivator who comprehended sword intent. Normally, only Yuan High realm cultivators were able to comprehend the realm of intent. And now, Jiang Daoxuan was able to ask for the sword intent realm in less than a day after just breaking through. So it was evidently terrifying. Once the sword intent is offered, it can shock his heart and mind, causing him to be cowed before the battle, and it also has all kinds of divine effects attached to the sword body, multiplying the lethality. Feeling the powerful strength revealed within his body, Jiang Daoxuan's eyes revealed a touch of joy, but at that moment, through the power of divine sense, he suddenly detected an abnormality outside, only to see that Jiang Chen was walking quickly to the door. What surprised him a little was that after probing a little with his divine sense, he found that Jiang Chen's weak aura was no longer there, and his cultivation realm had even reached the second level of the Hotian realm. Oh, looks like the metamorphosis is over. Jiang Daoxuan's eyes showed a look of realization. Without waiting for Jiang Chen to make a sound, the door to the room opened on its own when he moved his thoughts. The moment he saw Jiang Chen, he once again checked the information. Name, Jiang Chen. Cultivation, Hotian realm second level. Roots and bones, Gaijin, original, superior. Enlightenment, Heaven's Pride, formerly, genius. Chakra, golden, rising sun. Talent, mortal body. Chance, reincarnation of the ancient emperor. with immortal fire hovering in his dantian. Qualification level, dull, lower, medium, upper, genius, celestial pride, geisha, ultimate, immortal qualification. Jiang Daoxuan's eyes lit up. Compared to yesterday, Jiang Chen's qualifications today could be considered extremely impressive. At that moment, seeing the patriarch appear, Jiang Chen forced down his inner excitement and was about to open his mouth. However, Jiang Daoxuan was the first to open his mouth and said with a smile, "Second level of the Hotian realm? It seems that the rumors of breaking and rising are true." As the words fell, Jiang Chen was first startled, but thinking that his own patriarch was already a purple mansion cultivator and his own cultivation was only at the Hotian level, how could he conceal his patriarch's vision? With this in mind, he slightly lowered his head, reached out his hand to scratch the back of his head, and kindly smiled. The patriarch deserves to be the patriarch, but it's Jiang Chen who is somewhat of a class act. Jiang Daoxuan waved his hand and was about to continue speaking, but just then, a system prompt suddenly appeared. Ding, current target. Investment can trigger gold level return. Invest in a Xin class sword and get a heaven class treasure, Shadow Sword. Invest in the Earth Order Extreme Grade Pure Yang Kung Fu to obtain the Heaven Order Extreme Grade Sword Technique, 10,000 swords. Invest in the Great Sun Body Refining Technique to obtain a strand of Golden Crow's Chi. Looking at the rich rewards in front of him, Jiang Daoxuan was startled. When he looked up at the kid Jiang Chen, it was really as smooth as it could be. While feeling the burning gaze of his own patriarch, Jiang Chen was as uncomfortable as he could be. Jiang Daoxuan looked at Jiang Chen's embarrassed expression and realized the problem. Coughing a few times, he immediately said, "Since you've recovered as good as new, there's no need to go to that Thousand Mountains sect to pursue your studies. The Thousand Mountains sect has bullied people too much. Naturally, I am unwilling to go there again. In this life I will only fight for the sake of my family. I won't go anywhere." Jiang Chen's expression straightened as he bowed and arched his fist. Even if the Thousand Mountains sect possessed a Yuan High Realm powerhouse in attendance, there were even many Xian-ranked techniques, but he wasn't the least bit interested either. This experience of being expelled from the clan was considered to have allowed him to see the coldness and warmth of human feelings. In the contrast between the clan and the family, even if the family was even worse, he would still prefer to stay in the family instead of staying in that hooked-up sect with a deadbeat. Good. Worthy of being a good man of my Jiang family, this Thousand Mountains sect's gongfu was not to be learned. And our Jiang family can't look at these rudimentary gongfu. And as you are a genius of my Jiang family, this patriarch naturally won't allow you to be aggrieved. This pure Yang Kung Fu and Great Sun Body refining technique you and take it to cultivate it. In the future certainly do not fall the name of my Jiang family. Jiang Daoxuan once again took out the copies of the Great Sun Body refining technique and pure Yang Gong from the system space and handed them over to Jiang Chen. Chapter 15, Jiang Chen and the Great Elder's Shock. City Lord's Visit. Pure Yang Technique? Great Sun Refining Technique? Jiang Chen looked confused. As a son of the Jiang family, he had never heard of his family possessing these two techniques. As for his own patriarch's claim that he couldn't look at the Thousand Mountains sect's rudimentary gong methods, he didn't quite believe it, and it felt like he was comforting himself. After all, although he didn't want to admit it, the truth was that compared to the Thousand Mountains sect that had shaken several cities, the Jiang family was indeed pathetically weak. With a doubtful thought in mind, Jiang Chen took over the 2 feet and flipped through them slightly for a few moments. Soon, the various mysteries within drew him in, causing his eyes to glaze over, and he couldn't help but immerse himself in them, and his breathing gradually became rapid. This is? A few breaths later, Jiang Chen's eyes widened in shock. The great shock caused his arm to tremble slightly, and he almost dropped the gongfu to the ground without holding it steady. He just couldn't imagine what he was seeing. Who would believe it? This is actually 2 Earth rank extreme techniques. How is this possible? Waves of shock rose within Jiang Chen. In this moment, he suddenly realized that he didn't know the family at all. What secrets did the Jiang family still have that hadn't been made known? Could it be that there was some unknown origin of his own family? After the shock, Jiang Chen also understood where his own patriarch's bottom line was. It was no wonder that he didn't look at the Thousand Mountains sect's gong methods. Other than that, just 1 Earth-rank technique was enough to crush all the techniques of the Thousand Mountains sect, let alone 2. After calming down a bit, Jiang Chen once again looked at Jiang Daoxuan and gulped nervously. Patriarch, this is really what you gave me? Although he had already held the 2 techniques in his hands, he still felt a bit incredulous and even more flattered. After all, as a former Thousand Mountains sect disciple, his eyesight was naturally not low. He was very clear about what an Earth-rank extreme grade technique actually represented. Once a feat of this grade was released, not to mention the Thousand Mountains sect, Even those powerful sects that far exceeded the Thousand Mountains sect would swarm in like sharks smelling blood, and ultimately tear the Jiang clan apart. A wave of emotion flooded through him at the thought. As a purple mansion cultivator, the patriarch naturally understood the risks involved better than he did, but even so, he still had no choice but to impart such supreme techniques to himself. This trust set his heart on fire and excited him. Why does my Jiang clan son need to cultivate this Thousand Mountain sect's humble gongfu? It's really an insult to his status, so you can take these two gongfu. This patriarch doesn't have the habit of taking them back. At this moment, Jiang Chen was finally certain. The selfsame patriarch had really bestowed these two techniques upon himself. Great joy swept through his mind, causing him to fall to his knees with a thud. The patriarch's great love. I, Jiang Chen, shall bear it in mind. I will live up to your expectations in the coming days. Jiang Daoxuan nodded, then took out his own sword and handed it to Jiang Chen. As a pride of my Jiang family, how can you not have a decent weapon? This sword will be gifted to you to help you cut through the thorns on your cultivation path in the future. And let you always remember that the clan and I will always be the strongest backing behind you. At these words, Jiang Chen subconsciously raised his head. Looking at the silver-white longsword in front of him, he couldn't help but tremble. As a son of the Jiang family, how could he not recognize the origin of this long sword? This is the personal sword that the patriarch has taken great pains to build at great cost. Its grade was even as high as the lower Xian rank. It was the only Xian-ranked weapon other than the Jiang family's sacrificial ancestral sword. However, it was such a supreme treasure that was actually given to him by the patriarch. The intense shock caused Jiang Chen to begin to wonder if this was a dream. Although he was delighted inwardly, he didn't take it immediately and instead looked at Jiang Daoxuan. What about you? If he takes the sword himself, what about the matriarch? Although the matriarch had already broken through the purple mansion cultivation level, once he lost this Xian-ranked blade, he thought that it would have a great impact on his battle power, and he would be more prone to encountering some dangers. Jiang Daoxuan stood with his hands folded. If I tell you to take it, then hurry up and take it. Are you still a son of my Jiang family if you're so slow? Don't worry. Since this patriarch has already achieved the purple mansion realm, would he still lack such a weapon? Jiang Chen scratched his head awkwardly and hurriedly held the longsword with the scabbard in both hands in front of his chest as if he had gotten a treasure, unable to let go of it. Immediately, he lowered his head and looked at his own patriarch out of the corner of his eye, grinning. Thank you, Lord Patriarch, for your gift. He had never expected that not only would his cultivation strangely recover today, but he would also be able to obtain opportunities one after another here at the patriarch's place. Ding, the investment was successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the heavenly grade shadow sword. Ding, the investment was successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the heavenly ranked extreme sword technique. 10,000 swords toward the sect. Ding, the investment was successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a strand of the Golden Crow's chi. Golden Crow's breath, once used, it can map out a young Golden Crow's shadow that is comparable to that of a Daywheel realm practitioner, and disappears after 10 breaths. Looking at the 3 rewards, Jiang Daoxuan was once again delighted. However, thinking that Jiang Chen was still in front of him, in order to avoid causing trouble, he did not take out the shadow-bearing sword for the time being. Collecting his mind, Jiang Daoxuan looked again at the joyful Jiang Chen, his lips moving slightly as he was about to say something. But just then, a footstep suddenly sounded. Jiang Daoxuan turned his head and saw that it was none other than the Grand Elder who had walked over. Slightly feel, but found that the breath of the eldest elder has become much stronger, as if it has completed the breakthrough, arrived to the innate 9 perfect. At this moment, the Grand Elder looked at Jiang Daoxuan in front of him, his heart surging to the extreme. After taking the marrow cleansing pill, the damage to the foundation in this body of his that was caused by multiple failed breakthroughs had been completely restored, and relying on the powerful medicinal power of the Yuan enhancement pill, in just one night's time, he even broke through the realm of his dreams in one fell swoop. Although there were many things he wanted to say, but thinking that business was important, he immediately suppressed his inner joy and said respectfully to Jiang Daoxuan, Patriarch, City Lord Ding has come and has now been placed in the council hall. Jiang Daoxuan looked as normal. It was expected that the other party would visit the Jiang family today. After all, he had made such a big deal in the city, and the other party was as the city lord. It would be strange if he didn't have any response. Compared to this matter, allowing the Grand Elder to break through the Violet Mansion realm first was undoubtedly more important. Thinking of this, Jiang Daoxuan immediately took out an extreme violet spirit pill and handed it to the Grand Elder. Since your innate perfection has been achieved, then break through the Violet Mansion quickly. Seeing that he had only just made a breakthrough, and his realm had yet to be stabilized. And the patriarch was about to ask him to break through the violet mansion as soon as possible. The Grand Elder subconsciously froze, but wait until he received the violet spirit pill, lowered his head, and looked toward it, surveying the familiar appearance of the elixir in his hand. This is purple elixir? The Grand Elder was first startled, but immediately frowned again, realizing that something was wrong. This was because the most common Xian rank lower grade purple spirit pill only had one medicinal pattern. Even the finest purple spirit pill was only 3 medicinal lines, but on the surface of this purple spirit pill, there were as many as 4 medicinal lines. Could this be the legendary extreme purple spirit pill? The Grand Elder's pupils shrunk. Based on the appearance of the elixir in his hand, he immediately associated it with that one exotic item that only existed in biographical stories. It was rumored that as long as one took the stand, one would be able to increase the probability of breaking through the purple mansion realm by 90%. In other words, as long as one really let himself take it, regardless of whether the realm was stabilized or not, the door to the purple mansion realm was already open to him. Thinking about this, he immediately felt this elixir in his palm become extraordinarily hot. He hurriedly looked up at his patriarch and was just about to say something, but it was just in time to witness the look in Jiang Daoxuan's eyes. With 4 eyes, the Grand Elder immediately understood and determined the authenticity of the extreme violet spirit pill. Seeing that the Grand Elder didn't ask any more questions, Jiang Daoxuan withdrew his gaze and turned his head to Jiang Chen beside him. Chen, why don't you come along? Let's go and meet this city lord for a while. Jiang Chen hastily calmed down, lowered his head, and answered, yes. Chapter 16, The Scandal of the Tang Family in the Tendu Province. Looking at the backs of the two leaving, the Grand Elder then noticed the unusualness. He was shocked to find that Jiang Chen, who had already lost his cultivation due to the shattering of his dantian, had actually regained his cultivation. After realizing this, his heart shook and he hurriedly turned his head, looking at his own patriarch again. Could it be that Jiang Chen's dantian being able to be repaired was also the clan leader's means? But how is that possible? In his knowledge, he hadn't heard of any person possessing this kind of ability. I'm afraid this kind of deed is only recorded in legends and stories, right? The Grand Elder steeply moved, revealing a shocked expression. Immediately afterward, he noticed the sword Jiang Chen was holding in his arms. The eyes stared in amazement. Surprisingly, it is the personal sword of the patriarch. It seems that Jiang Chen, this kid is really lucky and fortunate. The Grand Elder's heart sighed. Not much longer. The council chamber. Jiang Daoxuan walked in with Jiang Chen. What met his eyes was a middle-aged man in fancy clothes with a majestic face. It was as if he had made this place his own territory and was sitting in a Taiwanese chair, sipping tea and relaxing. Jiang Daoxuan glanced at him, and under the effect of the eye of insight, he detected that the other party's realm was the 6th level of the Violet Mansion realm. Noticing the arrival, City Lord Ding Xian stopped his tea-drinking movements and immediately raised his head, looking towards Jiang Daoxuan. Under some perception, it was determined that the other party was already in the Purple Mansion realm without a doubt, but the specific depth had to be probed after the exchange of hands or the leakage of qi. Ding Xian put the teacup back on the table and said in a deep voice, Patriarch Jiang is a good man. He parted in the past, but when we see him today, he is really not the same as he was in the past. Jiang Daoxuan ignored the other party's polite words and shook his head, directly choosing to open the door. I wonder what the city lord's visit to my Jiang family today is about. Could it be to ask for an explanation for the Tang family? Seeing that Jiang Daoxuan was so direct, Ding Xian smiled. If it's just this Tang family matter, naturally it's not worth me coming here on purpose. Not to mention, offending a young Violet Mansion cultivator for the sake of an already destroyed Tang family is not a wise move. Jiang Daoxuan walked over to a Taisher chair and slowly sat down, looking at Ding Xian beside him. Then what is this? City Lord? Does Patriarch Jiang know the origins behind this Tang family? Jiang Daoxuan's eyes moved slightly. I wish to hear more. Ever since I succeeded to the position of this City Lord, I happened to learn from historical documents that this Tang family was initially a sub-lineage detached from the Tendu Tang family. This statement caused Jiang Daoxuan to feel slightly surprised. The Tendu Tang family was one of the many families that occupied the Tendu province, with a moon-wheel realm real person in attendance. The prestige was so great that even sects like the Thousand Mountain sect didn't dare to mess with them. Just that, a power of this level would actually be related to the Tang family of Wudong City? If there was really a connection between the two, with the signboard of the Tang family of the Tiantu prefecture, I'm afraid that the Jiang family would have already been destroyed by the Tang family of Wudong City, right? At this moment, as if he could see Jiang Daoxuan's doubts, Ding Xian picked up his teacup and took a fresh sip of hot tea to moisten his throat. This involves a scandal. And although the Tang family is trying their best to cover up this news, it was still probed by me. It is said that the ancestor of this Wudong city's Tang family line, Tang Ming, was once a sinful son born out of fornication between the old ancestor of the Tang family of the Tendu prefecture and his granddaughter-in-law. Tang family ancestor old to get a son, naturally on Tang Ming 100 favor. However, the paper ultimately cannot wrap the fire. 10 years later, this matter was always outside the training. The grandson-in-law's husband, that is, the Tang family ancestor's own third grandson Tang Feizhang bumped into, directly leading to the Tang family internal, a big turmoil. Tang Feizhang's natural talent is astonishing, possessing a thunder spirit body, and at less than 30 years of age, he's already broken through to Yuan High Realm perfection. After learning that his wife was having an affair with the old ancestor, he even directly broke through the Star Wheel realm, and after that, he even killed the Star Wheel realm Tang clan's old ancestor by virtue of his strong battle power, thus becoming the strongest person in the Tang clan. That Tang Feizhang is a kind of love, thinking of the love of husband and wife, but cannot bear to kill his wife and son Tang Ming, but concern about the face of the family, can only helplessly relegate the two to Wudong City. The time has changed. Tang Ming, by virtue of superior talent, cultivated into the Purple Mansion realm, successfully occupying a place in the city of Wudong. However, because of past family scandals, it caused Tang Ming to be unwilling to act under the sign of the Tang family of the Tendu province. After Tang Ming's death, very few people knew about this matter anymore, and even the descendants of the Tang clan themselves didn't know they were related to the Tang clan of the Tendu prefecture. Now that hundreds of years have passed, that Tang Feizhang is still alive with his Moon Will realm cultivation. It's just that once this person gets old, it's inevitable that they love to recall some past events, and if they are remembering this lineage of the Tang family in Wudong City, I'm afraid that your Jiang family will be in some trouble. Upon hearing this, Jiang Daoxuan's expression was as normal and non-committal as he said softly, "So, what is it that you want from me? I think that if you had nothing else to ask for, I'm afraid you wouldn't have gone through all the trouble of coming to talk to me more about this, right? Ha, it's just easier to talk to smart people." Ding Xian smiled, covered the hot tea and put it back on the table. Immediately afterward, he looked towards Jiang Daoxuan, his eyes becoming stern. The Tendu Tang clan has acted in an overbearing manner, which has long caused many dissatisfactions. If you are willing to join us, someone will be able to block this matter for you. The words fell, immediately evoking Jiang Daoxuan's interest. Us? It seems that the power behind the city lord is not simple. To have the confidence to stand in the way of the accountability of the Tang family in Tendu for himself. The other party was able to know the scandal about the Tang family. I'm afraid that it was related to the power behind this, wasn't it? Jiang Daoxuan pondered for a moment. Seeing this, Ding Xian was about to open his mouth again, but he suddenly sensed something. He shook his head. Looks like this isn't the time to talk. Someone's coming. As soon as the words left his mouth, there was a sound of footsteps. Jiang Daoxuan turned his head to look, only to see that it was a young Jiang clan son who hurriedly walked in and came to himself. "Greetings, Lord Patriarch. The patriarchs of the Sun and Gao families have brought a number of people over and want to request an audience with you." Jiang Daoxuan's eyes moved slightly. He didn't expect that before he went to look for trouble with the other party. The other party came over on their own first. But that's fine. Just what I wanted. Thinking of this, he immediately said softly, "Then let them come in." Upon hearing the patriarch's words, this Jiang clan son nodded and instantly turned around to leave the same spot. Soon after, Patriarch Sun and Patriarch Gao led more than 10 people in. As soon as he entered the council hall, he saw Jiang Daoxuan sitting in the first place. Seeing this, the crowd hurriedly lowered their heads and bowed their hands with inner apprehension. "We have met Matriarch Jiang." After saying that, they swept around with the corners of their eyes and suddenly paid attention to Ding Xian, who was sitting beside Jiang Daoxuan. The crowd was inwardly shocked, completely falling over themselves to think that the city lord would appear here as well. And in order to avoid being impolite, they could only say in a hurry, "We refer to Lord City Lord." Chapter 17, Reparations from the Two Great Families. In the face of the crowd's respectful greetings, Ding Xian had no interest whatsoever and didn't even raise his head, casually saying, "You guys talk about yourselves. No need to bother about me." Patriarch Sun and Patriarch Gao's expressions tightened. Although the words were said this way, they really didn't dare to leave this master out to dry. At this moment, there was some regret within them again. I should have known that I would have visited the Jiang family later, but now that I had directly collided with the city lord, It was really as embarrassing as it could be. The atmosphere at the scene gradually became condensed, and Jiang Daoxuan looked at the two patriarchs in front of him and said in a tone tinged with playfulness, "What is it that you guys, who are about to get together, are looking for me for?" Patriarch Gao and Patriarch Sun gulped nervously and hurriedly said, "Patriarch Jiang, during your absence all these years, we didn't want to encroach on your Jiang family's mineral vein fields. It's just that we really had no choice." Right. At that time, the Tang family had been threatening us to target your Jiang family. And as you know, our two families didn't have any purple mansion cultivators sitting around. So in order to protect ourselves, we could only agree to it, but we really didn't want to do anything about the Jiang family. So please ask Patriarch Jiang to be clear about it. After learning that the Tang clan had been destroyed, Jiang Daoxuan was even more likely to break through to the purple mansion realm. They were then completely scared out of their wits. One must know that the strongest person in his own family was only at the 9th level of the innate realm. So with this strength, how could he fight against the Jiang family? Hearing the shameless remarks of the two, Jiang Daoxuan's eyes were cold, and he raised his head slightly, sneering, "Then according to what you guys are saying, you're actually victims as well?" As the words rang out, the two patriarchs' bodies trembled and they were shocked into a cold sweat. No, 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 no. Over the years, even though it was because of the threats, our two families have ultimately done many confusing things. In order to compensate for the losses suffered by the Jiang family in recent years, our two families are willing to offer 40% of our family assets as compensation. From today onwards, our two families are willing to look up to the Jiang family. No questions asked. Right, right, right. Jiang Daoxuan showed impatience and waved his hand, signaling the two to shut up. He waited until the scene became quiet again before he said in a cold voice, "My Jiang family has suffered so much. If I hadn't come out of the gate, I'm afraid that the Jiang family would have been forced into extinction by you all, right? What? Do you all know that you're afraid now?" The moment these words came out, the atmosphere of the entire council hall became extraordinarily depressing, and everyone in the Gao and Sun families were stunned into silence. Only Patriarch Gao had the guts and was about to say something, but was interrupted by Jiang Daoxuan. "These things will be brought up later. Now, I'm rather curious about one thing. I wonder if Patriarch Gao can answer it." Seeing that the other party directly named himself, the corners of the High Patriarch's mouth twitched and he shivered and said, "Also, please also say, before I went into seclusion, I had spent a large sum of money to purchase a violet spirit pill from the treasure pavilion created by your Gao family. Only after I took it, I realized that the pill had been tampered with and concealed some sort of toxicity, almost causing me to lose my efforts. Matriarch Gao, shouldn't you give this matriarch a statement?" Jiang Daoxuan's eyes were cold, and his words were already mixed with some killing intent. As soon as the words fell, it was as if a huge stone had fallen into the calm water, causing the whole room to clamor. The High Patriarch's heart thumped, and he immediately felt that something was not good, when it really was a case of which pot is not boiling. He completely did not expect that Jiang Daoxuan would actually say this matter to his face. Damn! Didn't this Tang Zhengyang say that this poison was colorless and tasteless, and that after taking it, even purple mansion cultivators wouldn't be able to carry it? Patriarch Gao cursed Tang Zhengyang in his mind in a frantic rage. Originally, when he heard that Jiang Daoxuan was out of the gate, he thought that the other party had not taken the purple spirit pill and had completed the breakthrough based on his own strength alone, thus escaping a lucky break. But listening to the other party's accountability, he instantly realized that he had made a mistake in judgment and something big was about to happen. Behind them, the members of the Gao clan also all froze in unison at the boldness of their own patriarch. Patriarch Sun, on the other hand, was looking at the little cutie. General, look at Patriarch Gao. You know this is Jiang Daoxuan. You dare to poison him like that? Aren't you worried that the plan will fail and the other side will retaliate? Ding Xian, who was sitting on the eunuch chair, also looked at Patriarch Gao with an odd expression on his face. Surprisingly, even poisoning the purple spirit pill couldn't kill Jiang Daoxuan. What a bunch of losers. At that moment, Jiang Chen's eyes widened in surprise. He hadn't thought that his own patriarch had encountered such perils while he was in seclusion. When he thought of this, a sudden surge of heavenly fury surged within him. Immediately afterward, he stepped out directly from behind Jiang Daoxuan and came before the crowd, extending his finger, pointing it at Patriarch Gao and angrily rebuking. What a Gao family! You guys really have great guts. How dare you tamper with the pills and prepare to poison our patriarch? If it wasn't for the patriarch's good fortune, you would have really let you have your way. You've done such shameless things and you still want our Jiang family to understand you? Bah! Let you all dream. For such things, It's not enough to let you die 10,000 times. An angry voice resounded through the hall, instantly attracting the attention of everyone. Ding Xian casually swept a glance at Jiang Chen, and seeing that it was a teenager, he couldn't help but show some smiles. Only the second level of the Hotian realm cultivation dared to jump out in front of so many people, angrily rebuking the high family head of this innate realm 8th level of experts. Really not a small amount of courage. At this moment, seeing that he was being rebuked by a junior in this manner, the High Patriarch immediately felt that his face was a bit untenable, and his face steeply somber, just not waiting for the High Patriarch to open his mouth. His own son, Gao Jingshan, jumped the gun and said, "How dare you? If it is the Jiang clan chief who is accountable, I naturally have nothing to say, but my father is at least the head of a clan. Is it not possible for you, a junior, to accuse him at will? Could it be that this is your Jiang family's family teachings?" Seeing that Ding Xian, the city lord, was here, he understood that the Jiang family would not dare to go too far. After being accused of tutoring in turn by High Kingston, Jiang Chen's anger grew, his chest rising and falling as he was infuriated. Only this time, he forced himself to hold back, and then he whirled around to look at his own patriarch. Seeing that this heaven's destiny of his own family was aggrieved, Jiang Daoxuan turned his head to look at Gao Jingshan. His eyes were ice cold, and he snapped, "How is my Jiang family's family style? Why do I need outsiders to teach me? Really don't know how to die? Chen go over and slap his mouth for 20, so that he understands that trouble comes out of the mouth." Seeing that the other party was so protective, Gao Jingshan's face changed. "Patriarch Jiang, no matter what, you're a big shot. This junior doesn't know any better. How can you also follow the nonsense?" Jiang Daoxuan's expression did not change. Jiang Chen, however, could no longer suppress his inner rage and quickly stepped forward, raising his arm and opening his 5 fingers. "Just how dare you teach our clan leader Sama to do things? You should be slapped." The words fell, and a slap came out. Chapter 18, a smack in the face from Jiang Chen. Seeing this, how could Gao Jingshan, as a strong person of the first level of the innate realm, who was at least a dignified figure in Wudong City, be willing to let a junior from the Jiang family punch him in the face in public? If this were to spread out, would he still need to hang around in Wudong City? Therefore, he did not choose to sit back and wait for death, and immediately prepared to dodge. Just as his toes moved, a sudden change occurred. At an angle unseen by the crowd, Jiang Daoxuan grabbed a melon seed on the wooden table. In the fruit plate, pinched between 2 fingers, he flexed his fingers and flicked. The powerful force transformed into kinetic energy, causing the melon to seem like a dart, sweeping through the crowd at an extremely fast speed, instantly piercing through Gao Jingshan's right leg. Jab. Blood splattered everywhere, staining the legs of his pants. "Ah!" Gao Jingshan screamed miserably as the intense pain caused him to inadvertently lose his body balance and fall to the ground. Immediately after that, he hastily stretched out his hands and covered the wound on his right leg with death. His face was white, his body trembled, and he shrank into a ball like a shrimp in pain. Looking at this scene, Jiang Chen suddenly froze, subconsciously turning his head and looking behind him. After witnessing his own patriarch's smirk, he instantly realized what was going on. At the thought of having the matriarch covering himself behind him, Jiang Chen only felt his body filled with strength. Then he looked viciously at Gao Jingshan and slapped the other party in the face again. "Let you be arrogant. Let you dare to talk nonsense in my Jiang clan. Let you teach our clan chief lord to do things." Slap. Face slapping sounds rang out one after another, and Jiang Chen was really getting more and more painful. Gao Jingshan, on the other hand, didn't dare to make any more extra movements, and could only choose to endure alone and in silence. Thinking back to that unbelievably frightening scene just now, since his opponent was able to instantly pierce through his right leg, it would be easy to penetrate the rest of his body, right? Thinking of this, Gao Jingshan then decisively conceded. After all, if he really wanted to fight back, whether he could walk out of the Jiang family alive was a question. What's more, he kind of sees it. The city lord wasn't going to offend Jiang Daoxuan for the sake of their 2 families. Soon after, the punching in the face gradually stopped. At this time, Gao Jingshan's face was already red and swollen in a large area, and it was not human. Jiang Chen drew back his hand with intent. "You Gao family members really do have a bit thicker skin than even normal people." Beating my palms a bit, after learning about the purple spirit pill, he didn't have any good feelings towards the Gao family to speak of, which was why he couldn't help but sneer. Upon hearing this, Gao Jingshan's inner rage grew, but feeling the fiery pain on his face, he could only silently lower his head, not daring to say a word and choosing to pin his tail between his legs. Seeing his son's tragic appearance, Patriarch Gao was frightened and used the corner of his eye to sneak a glance at Jiang Daoxuan. However, it was this glance that happened to collide with that cold and incomparable eye. Under the 4 eyes, the High Patriarch felt ice cold. His heartbeat seemed to stop half a beat, and an intense fear swept through his mind. Fearing death here, he immediately began to forcefully explain. It was the Tang family. They instructed us. We didn't want this, but the Tang family threatened us. Halfway through his explanation, he was stopped by Jiang Daoxuan, pushing everything onto the dead. You've taken yourself off the hook. Only, I'm not interested in what you're saying. The High Patriarch looked flustered and was about to open his mouth again. But this time, only a crimson light came at him head-on, so fast that it was unavoidable. Patriarch Gao's eyes widened. His pupils filled with unwillingness, but he could only allow this pure Yang Yuan power to pierce through his forehead. Bump! With an explosion, blood splattered the hall. The head of the High Patriarch had exploded like a watermelon, and the headless corpse with blood pouring out like a spring fell straight to the ground, quickly forming a small pool of blood. Crimson blood stained Gao Jingshan's robe and face. Seeing his own father die tragically in front of him, his pupils abruptly narrowed to pinpoints. At this moment, there was surprisingly no anger in his heart, only endless fear, and he was afraid that he would be the next one to die. Looking at this shocking sight in front of him, the Sun family patriarch did not fare any better, so shocked that his body was actually shaking violently and uncontrollably. How could he not expect that this Jiang Daoxuan would strike without warning, or in front of the city lord? The surrounding area was silent, and everyone in the Sun and Gao families were too intimidated to say a single word. In the face of all this, Jiang Daoxuan's expression was as calm as a deep pool and a deep spring. Not seeing any ripples, he had not the slightest explanation for all those present, and these people did not deserve to hear it. Immediately afterward, he looked at the remaining Sun and Gao family members. 40% of the family fortune? It's better to just go straight to 10%. Thinking back to the various evil deeds of the two great families, causing the Jiang family to know how many sons and daughters died in the conflict, and even more nearly suffered the scourge of extinction, how could he watch these people leave? In the next moment, under the gaze of everyone who was horrified beyond measure, only a flash of Jiang Daoxuan's figure was seen as he blasted out dozens of palms one after another, forming dense illusory palm shadows that landed on each and every one of them. Wait until he's back in position. Bang bang bang. In an instant, more than 10 people from the Sun and Gao families all had their skulls cracked, lost their vitality, and fell to the ground. Looking at this scene, Jiang Chen and the many Jiang clan children surrounding the doorway all looked at their own patriarch in unison, their faces showing fervor. The patriarchs of the two great clans were killed when they said so, and the whole process was even so easy that it was like crushing a bunch of ants. Is this the power that Lord Clan Chief possesses today? It is really too strong. Under the crowd's adoring gaze, Jiang Daoxuan's face did not change, standing with his hands behind his back, just like a patriarch. Just then, Ding Xian's voice suddenly rang out. Patriarch Jiang is quite the tactician. Upon hearing this, Jiang Daoxuan dispersed the many clansmen around him before looking at Ding Xian without slowing down. It's just killing some unimpressive goods. I don't know what the city lord just said. Ding Xian's expression straightened as he rose from the eunuch's chair. The grade of the gongfu cultivated by matriarch Jiang must not be low, right? Jiang Daoxuan shook his head and casually said, it's just a Xian rank technique left behind by his ancestor. Upon hearing this, Ding Xian wasn't surprised, but instead revealed an expression that said it all. After all, regarding the history of the development of the Jiang family, he was naturally very clear about it as the Wudan city lord. So even though he could see that the other party's methods were subtle and their techniques were of an extraordinary grade, he wouldn't associate them with Earth-rank techniques. Immediately afterward, he once again said, Jiang Clan Chief is able to rely on this grade of gongfu to cultivate to today's point, which is considered to be quite gifted. But if you want to go further, I'm afraid that there is some more than enough to go around. Oh, what do you mean? Jiang Daoxuan's eyes grew deeper and deeper. Chapter 19, No interest in being a dog for others. However, Ding Xian was oblivious to this and only continued to narrate. But now, there is such a chance to reverse your fate in front of you. Once you join us, not only will you be able to obtain shelter and thus be fearless of the Tendu Tang clan, but you will also have the hope of obtaining the Xian rank extremely precious technique. Even more, if you satisfy that great person, it is not impossible to obtain a powerful technique of the lower grade of the Earth rank, and at that time, asking for the Star Wheel realm will no longer be an extravagant hope. At those words, Jiang Daoxuan's interest was lacking. If the predecessor had been allowed to come across such an opportunity, in order to pursue a more profound technique. I am afraid that he would have agreed to it. But he had now mastered 3 Earth rank extreme grade techniques and even a Heaven rank extreme grade sword technique. This situation is as ridiculous as a beggar painting a cake to a millionaire saying that if he joins them and works hard in the future, he will be able to get a few $100s by begging. At the same time, hearing the city lord's promise, Jiang Chen, who was standing behind Jiang Daoxuan, gradually turned strange. If I didn't have enough self-control, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to stop myself from laughing. The patriarch has already taught himself 2 Earth rank extreme grade techniques, so how can he still look at the Xian rank extreme grade techniques that you regard as treasures? Under the comparison of the two, even the Earth rank lower grade feats became ground level goods. Originally, I thought that this power that wanted to recruit the clan leader Sama would be so strong, but after saying so, I realized that it was nothing more than that. Along with the two of them calming down, Ding Xian gradually discovered the abnormality as well. It wasn't just Jiang Daoxuan who was indifferent in the face of the temptation of this Earth rank lower grade technique. Even this Jiang family junior was surprisingly calm. Ding Xian felt hard to understand. You know that when you first heard these conditions, you were so excited that you couldn't sleep for 3 whole days. Seeing Ding Xian's doubts, Jiang Daoxuan also realized that he was too calm, and instantly pulled away from the topic. So the forces behind you are? Hearing the other party mention this aspect, Ding Xian instantly put all his doubts behind him, and then said with pride, "This isn't too much of a secret. The object of my allegiance is none other than our heavenly capital mansion's mansion master. His old man is a powerful existence who is at the moon wheel realm, and is expected to reach the sun wheel realm, and be crowned by the court as a prince. As long as you enter his command, you will be able to obtain unimaginable resources. Of course, you only need to pay your loyalty slightly. The first thing is to step down from this patriarchal position, and let the people sent down by the lord of the prefecture to take charge of your Jiang family, after which you can no longer need to be slowed down by these mundane trivialities. You can focus on cultivation and head to the Tendu mansion, listen to the lord of the prefecture's arrangements, and serve for him in person." Along with Ding Xian's narration, Jiang Daoxuan gradually figured out what this power was all about. In addition to not signing the deed of sale through black and white, all other kinds of unequal treaties are completely to use these purple house cultivators as slaves, and even somewhat similar to dead soldiers. If one breaks through the Yuan High Realm or Star Wheel Realm, these treaties are upgraded, thus receiving more attention from the Tendu Master and obtaining more cultivation resources. Even those with outstanding performance would be arranged by the Tendu Prefectural Lord using his authority to take up important positions in the major cities within the Tendu Prefecture. For example, Ding Xian had become the Lord of Wudong City because of this. It was just that what was very good treatment for ordinary people was like chicken ribs for Jiang Daoxuan. Thus, before Ding Xian could finish his speech, he was interrupted by Jiang Daoxuan. "I can't be interested. There's no need to bring this matter up again." Ding Xian's face instantly stiffened. He wondered if he had heard wrongly, and immediately looked at Jiang Daoxuan. Is Patriarch Jiang joking with this city lord? It was really hard for him to imagine that the patriarch of a small family would be able to resist such a temptation. Jiang Daoxuan calmly sat back on the eunuch's chair, and under Ding Xian's gaze, he picked up his own teacup, took a sip, and said softly, "The tea is all a bit cold, and I see that it's getting late, so it's better to go back early as the city lord is busy with his official duties." Seeing that Jiang Daoxuan had directly issued an expulsion order, Ding Xian's face steeply darkened. It had been expected that the other party would join them, and that was why he had patiently said so many things himself, only to be rejected by the other party's flippant statement of no interest. Thinking of this, Ding Xian's face was gloomy, and he couldn't help but shout angrily, "How dare you, Jiang Daoxuan! I originally thought that you were a smart person, but I didn't want to make such a stupid decision. Do you know what kind of trouble this move will bring to your Jiang family?" The voice full of anger was like a thunderclap, resounding through the hall and deafening. Feeling the powerful aura emanating from the city lord, Jiang Chen couldn't help but tighten his face. That kind of overpowering pressure generated from the crushing of the realm caused his face to turn white and he gradually lost his breath. But just then, a familiar blazing aura fell upon himself, just like a blazing sun shining, clearing away all the gloom and erasing the effects of the intimidating pressure brought about by Ding Xian. "It's the Lord Clan Chief." Jiang Chen immediately felt a sense of relief in his body, and he couldn't help the intense joy that arose in his eyes, accompanied by the two purple mansion realm pressures intertwining with each other. Jiang Daoxuan looked at Ding Xian and casually said, "And why should City Lord make things difficult for a junior? Humph. I didn't expect you to possess a cultivation of the 5th level of the purple mansion realm. It's me who underestimated you. I just don't know how much fire you can have in your fists and feet? Ding Xian's face was frosty and his tone was icy cold, vaguely revealing a hint of killing intent. Today's humiliation must let this Jiang Daoxuan for their own arrogance pay the corresponding price. Upon hearing this, Jiang Daoxuan's expression was calm as he slowly placed the teacup in his hand back on the wooden table. Seeing that the other party was not flustered, as if they regarded themselves as nothing, that kind of strong contempt made the anger within Ding Xian's chest grow even more. Without any more words, Ding Xian leapt to Jiang Daoxuan's body. The distance between the two sides was less than 3 meters, and a ferocious light appeared in his eyes as he violently swung his arm and blasted out a punch. Jiang Daoxuan didn't move a muscle and didn't make any evasive maneuvers. Seeing this, Ding Xian felt extraordinarily surprised and thought that the other party had been scared silly by himself. Just when the fist was only 2 fingers away from Jiang Daoxuan's face, a sudden change occurred. Clang! In an instant, a formless and terrifying sword intent burst out from Jiang Daoxuan's body. Under the sword intent, Jiang Daoxuan's body seemed to have transformed into a supreme sword, and a ray of sharpness swept around, enveloping the entire council hall. Chapter 20 Supreme Sword Intent. Destroy 2 more great families. The incomparably harsh sword intent met his face, and Ding Xian immediately felt pain coming from all over his body, like a blade scraping across his face. A pair of eyes also felt a strong stinging pain and subconsciously closed their eyes. At the same time, because the whole process was too unexpected, under the pain interference, the force contained in his fist also instantly dissipated 90%. In the end, in the face of this ordinary punch, Jiang Daoxuan only lightly and slightly swayed, instantly dodging the opponent's attack. Feeling the attack fall short, Ding Xian was a bit dazed and was about to open his eyes to see what was going on. Brush! A cracking sound rang out, a cold wind pounded his face, and before Ding Xian could react, Jiang Daoxuan waved his sleeve, opened his 5 fingers, and slapped a palm, rolling up waves of air and hitting Ding Xian directly in the face. Bang! A loud bang exploded as the terrifying fleshly power from the innate saint body Dao fetus erupted. Although it was only slightly powered, it still, in an instant, jerked Ding Xian, a cultivator of the 6th level of the Purple Mansion realm, fiercely flying, his body flying backwards for more than 10 meters, hitting the wall, the force spreading, crumbling the wall, cracking out dense spider-web cracks. Ding Xian slowly slid down the wall and collapsed on the floor. His face was red and swollen, and his body felt as if his bones were falling apart, the intense pain causing his muscles to tremble all over his body. In a few breaths, along with the yuan power surging out of his body, this reduced the injury and eased the pain. Ding Xian opened his eyes and propped his hands on the ground, rising violently and raising his head. He looked towards Jiang Daoxuan and said in a tone of disbelief, "Sword intent?" This situation was completely beyond his expectations. He really didn't expect that Jiang Daoxuan not only possessed the 5th level of cultivation of the Purple Mansion realm, but also comprehended the true meaning of the Tao of the sword that many Yuan High Realm cultivators were not necessarily able to grasp. It was completely beyond his imagination. After all, a sword cultivator who was able to comprehend the sword intent at the Purple Mansion realm, even if he looked at the entire scope of the heavenly capital province, was an undisputedly heavenly pride, and even if he looked at the entire scope of the Great Qin dynasty, he was not rare, and could be said to be 1 out of 10,000. It's really strange. I didn't see that this Jiang Daoxuan's sword Dao talent was terrifying to such an extent before. Just as Ding Xian was inwardly wondering, Jiang Chen couldn't help but be taken aback as well. How could he not have expected that his own patriarch had even mastered sword intent? One must know that a character who had mastered the sword intent would not even be seen in the surrounding cities. In the Thousand Mountains sect where he used to be, there was only that formidable Yuan High Realm patriarch who had mastered such means. The fact that his own patriarch had realized sword intent with a cultivation of the Purple Mansion realm was truly a heavenly talent. It seemed that everyone had severely underestimated the matriarch Sama's natural talent. Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with admiration as he looked at Jiang Daoxuan's back and couldn't help but secretly marvel. At that moment, under Ding Xian's gaze, Jiang Daoxuan's expression was indifferent as he sneered. "Does Lord City Lord want to try my fire again?" As the words fell, Ding Xian's complexion was gloomy, and a hideous vein bulged on both sides of his temples. At this moment, although he very much wanted to give the other party a profound lesson, but he was not strong enough, so he could only knock out his teeth and swallow them in his stomach. He silently lowered his head, his chest rising and falling, gritted his teeth, and said fiercely, "Patriarch Jiang is truly a good tactician. This time, I was wrong about my eyes. My skills are not as good as the others. I'll admit it. A great man can bend and stretch." Naturally, he will not hastily put his life at risk just for the sake of his face. Immediately afterward, Ding Xian didn't want to stay here for a moment, and with a wave of his sleeves, he immediately turned around, ready to leave, but only just as he took a step out, a voice came from behind him. Wait! Ding Xian stiffened, his right foot stopping in midair as he turned his head and looked at Jiang Daoxuan. What? Does Patriarch Jiang still want to leave me alive? Jiang Daoxuan shook his head and said softly, in the future, will Lord City Master still want to siphon off a few % of my Jiang family's commercial tax? According to the laws of the Great Qin dynasty, the business practices of ordinary families operating restaurants, workshops, stores, dart boards, and so on, would have a portion of the commercial tax extracted by the court and used to fill in the state treasury. According to the past situation, the four great families had to clear their accounts every month and submit 20% of the proceeds from that month's operations to Ding Xian, the city lord. Afterwards, it was submitted by Ding Xian to Tendu Fu, who then submitted it to the court. Only through the layers of transfer, how much money can finally enter the national treasury is an unknown. And because this heaven and earth was a transcendent world, the many lineages had many strong people, not weaker than some powerful clans, and together, they were even able to fight against the imperial court. In such a situation, the commercial tax was a heavy yoke for ordinary people or the weak, but for the families and the strong, it was just a decoration. At this point, after a little thought, Ding Xian forced himself to hold back his anger. He was about to ask the Jiang family to hand over 0.5% of the commercial tax, but after noticing Jiang Daoxuan's icy cold eyes, he was like being doused by a large pot of cool water, and his anger instantly extinguished. Fear of not being able to walk out of the door of the Jiang family hastily changed his words. No need. The Jiang family's future commercial taxes are all free. When these words came out, Ding Xian instantly felt relieved and lighter. But immediately afterward, he began to feel a bit of flesh. Today's Jiang family can never be compared to the past, especially after overthrowing the Tang family and swallowing the Tang family's hundreds of years of accumulated family business. The monthly revenue is undoubtedly amazing. The Jiang family does not pay the commercial tax, which means that they cannot get half a bit of oil and water from it. But if you have money but no life to spend it, your life is still important. Ding Xian shook his head, putting all this reluctance behind him as he turned around and walked out the door. Soon, only Jiang Daoxuan and Jiang Chen were left in the entire council hall. Jiang Daoxuan looked around and looked at the corpses all over the ground. Without any hesitation, he immediately walked out of the hall and quickly summoned his clan members to head to the Sun and Gao family's residence to eliminate the roots. In the face of absolute strength, the two great clans did not have any resistance, and both were successively destroyed by the Jiang family after struggling for a few moments. When a group of Jiang clan's children carried boxes containing a large amount of gold, silver, jewelry, spirit stones, land deeds, and other materials as they passed through the streets, a large number of onlookers were all in a state of shock in unison. It's only been a mere day, and the Jiang family has struck again? Yesterday it was the Tang family that was destroyed. I wonder which family has suffered such a calamity today. I just heard from others that the Sun and Gao family's quarters have been bloodied and corpses strewn all over the place. And it should be the work of the Jiang family. In the past, these three great clans were raccoons of the same tribe, taking advantage of Jiang Daoxuan's seclusion to frantically suppress the Jiang family. It looks like Jiang Daoxuan is settling old scores. Liquidation is liquidation. But the Jiang family's practice is a bit too unsympathetic, isn't it? At every turn, they will exterminate other people's entire family. Only 2 days' time, butcher 3 families totaling hundreds of lives. This kind of behavior, say it is the devil's way and the people are not too much, right? Chapter 21, Absolute Divine Armor, Shadow-Bearing Sword. Did you know? This Gao family and Sun family's tragic image is the same as the Tang family's. Both were slaughtered with their entire families. This Jiang Daoxuan is so heavy with murderous nature. We must not mess with him. If they do this to the Jiang family, aren't they afraid of causing the heavens to rage? Doesn't City Lord Ding care? TSK, you don't know yet, do you? Before the destruction of the two Sun Gao families, Lord City Lord moved to the Jiang family. Since City Lord Ding has already been to the Jiang clan, why would such a tragic event still happen afterward? I'm not sure about that, but I heard that after the City Lord left the Jiang clan with a bad look on his face and in quite a state of distress, that Jiang Daoxuan immediately headed to the Sun clan's and Gao clan's quarters with his clan. In that case, could it be that Lord City Lord couldn't get the better of Jiang Daoxuan and suffered a loss in front of him as well? That's unlikely, isn't it? One must know that City Lord Ding has long since broken through the Violet Mansion realm for many years. and is the strongest person in our Wudon city. Even that old ancestor of the Tang clan in the past didn't dare to act recklessly in front of Lord City Lord. So what virtue or ability does this Jiang Daoxuan have to be able to make the City Lord suffer? Countless people were talking and issuing various speculations. They couldn't figure out how it happened, but they understood one thing. That is, the sky is about to change in Wudon City. The scene where the four great families were once neck and neck had turned into a single family along with the overthrow of the three great families. The Jiang family would also become the only great family in the middle of Wudon City. Soon after, the Ginger family. After the completion of the rewarding of the clan, Jiang Daoxuan returned to his room and began to count the system rewards. Take out the shadow-bearing sword from the system storage. In a flash, a sword with a black scabbard appeared in front of him out of nowhere. Jiang Daoxuan grabbed the scabbard with his left hand and held the hilt with his right. Pull out slowly. Buzz. A crisp sound of a sword chiming accompanied the flow of light. When the sword was fully sheathed, Jiang Daoxuan held the sword in front of his chest, nodded slightly, and with his eyes glued together, he surveyed the shadow-bearing sword in front of him. One could only see that the sword was 3 feet 4 inches long and 1.5 inches wide, with a transparent and invisible blade. Feeling the sharpness emanating from the sword, Jiang Daoxuan's eyes lit up and murmured, "What a sword with a shadow and no form!" This kind of divine weapon was really the only one he had ever seen in his life. One must know that the strongest magic treasure the predecessor had ever seen was only of the Xian ranked grade. So in the past, not to mention the heavenly ranked magic treasure, even the earthly ranked magic treasure also let the predecessor even dare not dream. Even the preciousness of this object, even if we look at the entire range of the great Qin dynasty, are not necessarily able to find the second handle, can be said to be unique. The power of the shadow-bearing sword was even more terrifying. Once the pure Yang Yuan power was urged to attach itself to the sword, it was able to stimulate the terrifying characteristics of extreme sharpness and nothing could be chopped. And under the chopping attack, it was by no means difficult to tear apart the Yuan power defenses of the Star Wheel realm, Moon Wheel realm, and even the Sun Wheel realm powerhouses. After Jiang Daoxuan let out a sigh, he casually inserted the shadow-bearing sword back into its scabbard. The moment the sword body was all gone into the scabbard, all the light and splendor faded away. The sharpness converged within, and not the slightest abnormality belonging to a heavenly grade divine soldier could be seen at all. Even from the appearance alone, it looked like an unobtrusive, extremely ordinary Xian rank longsword. Before the shadow-bearing sword was unsheathed, absolutely no one was able to think of what kind of earth-shattering supreme divine weapon was hidden within the scabbard. Looking at this scene, Jiang Daoxuan's brows stretched and he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, with the scabbard given by the system to suppress the power of the shadow-bearing sword, or else the power will be revealed, it will be easy for people to notice the extraordinary nature of the shadow-bearing sword, thus causing unnecessary trouble. Afterwards, Jiang Daoxuan stored his sword in the Violet Mansion space, to contain the spirituality of the sword with a small space within the body. In a subtle way, it connects with it and reaches the realm of human sword unity, bursting out with stronger power. After doing so, he immediately clicked on the 10,000 swords within the system warehouse. Next moment, a large amount of information was instilled in his mind, as if a great master of the sword Dao had performed sword strokes over and over again, and all sorts of mysterious things caused him to immerse himself in them, and he couldn't help but close his eyes and carefully perceive them. Not long after, when Jiang Daoxuan opened his eyes, an incomparably bright and overwhelming sword light surged out from the depths of his pupils. At this moment, he had completely grasped the 10,000 swords toward the soul, a heavenly grade extreme sword technique, by virtue of relying on the terrifying enlightenment of the innate saint body Dao fetus. In this short period of time, he had already cultivated this sword move to perfection, and had already reached the grand completion realm, and even needed a few more days to be able to cultivate it to the consummate realm. It was important to know that if an ordinary cultivator wanted to cultivate an ordinary heaven rank sword technique to perfection, he would need at least a few decades to start, and Jiang Daoxuan was able to comprehend it to completion in a matter of days, which showed the terror of the innate sacred body Dao fetus. As things stood, once he activated the 10,000 swords toward the sword stance, he was able to condense the pure Yang Yuan power and transform it into thousands of strands of pure Yang sword chi that were even finer than a silkworm. It contained a terrifying power that was incomparably sharp and pierced through everything. It was only because using this sword move required the consumption of a large amount of Yuan power. Therefore, an unusual cultivator who was able to use it twice in a battle would already be considered gifted, and could only be used as a base card. But for Jiang Daoxuan, who possessed an innate sacred body Dao fetus physique, with unrivaled range, This amount of consumption was completely negligible for himself, and he was even able to use it directly as a flat A. As for the Golden Crow's breath stored within the system warehouse, it was left inside as a base card. After counting the system rewards, Jiang Daoxuan walked over to the bed, sat on his knees, took out the Vajra pill, and began to cultivate frantically in conjunction with the Pure Yang technique and Great Sun Body refining technique. 7 days later, because of the large amount of resources bestowed by Jiang Daoxuan, the Jiang family of today had ushered in a drastic change that had turned the world upside down. With the medicinal effects of the marrow cleansing pill, yuan enhancing pill, and qi drawing pill, supplemented by a large number of spirit stones, many members of the Jiang clan broke their bottlenecks and broke through several minor realms. More than 20 clansmen with better aptitude even practiced internal energy and successfully arrived at the Hotian realm. A martial artist of this realm, when placed in Wudang City, could already be called third-rate. As for Jiang Chen, he was even making rapid progress, his cultivation speed reaching an appalling level. In particular, he had inadvertently discovered that in the process of cultivating the Great Sun Body refining technique, the immortal flame in his body was able to provide an increase, shortening the cultivation time and speeding up the progress of cultivation, plus the assistance of the Pure Yang technique and the pill resources. His cultivation progress nowadays could be described as progressing by leaps and bounds. In just 7 days, the cultivation realm had skyrocketed from the 2nd level of the Hotian realm to the 9th level of the Hotian realm. Chapter 22 Double Purple Mansions in One Sect. Split Family comes. With the immortal flame transforming his physical body superimposed on the 2 Earth Order extreme techniques and the Xian Order treasure sword, his peak combat power was even able to compete with experts in the lower third of the innate realm. So when Jiang Chen defeated an elder of the 1st level of the innate realm, the entire Jiang clan was in an uproar. Numerous members of the Jiang clan were thrilled. They all understood that celestial pride of their family had not been beaten down by the reality of the ordeal, and had even stood up once again. And this time, he also ushered in a huge change that transformed his body, his natural talent far exceeding that of the past and becoming even more terrifying. This kind of amazing performance even surpassed the Jiang Daoxuan of the past. In an instant, Jiang Chen became the idol in the hearts of many young Jiang clan disciples, and was even hailed by the elders as a Zifu seed that was expected to surpass his distant ancestor. And besides these young clansmen, the 4 elders who had been stuck at the Hotian realm perfection for many years had all repaired their roots with the marrow cleansing pill, thus successfully advancing to the innate realm, plus the 3 innate elders that were already in the clan. Nowadays, the Jiang family had a full 7 innate realm experts. Among them, the Grand Elder even relied on the medicinal effects of the extreme purple spirit pill to break the barrier between the innate and the purple mansion, smoothly opening up the purple mansion space and accomplishing the purple mansion cultivator. To this day, the Jiang clan not only overthrew the 3 great clans, but also gave birth to a 2nd purple house cultivator. This exciting news caused the many Jiang clan children to cheer. Afterwards a big feast was prepared, but it was refused by the great elder. Only, when Jiang Daoxuan learned of this news, he directly waved his hand and made the decision for the Grand Elder, informing the entire Jiang family to host a banquet for the Grand Elder. In the face of his own patriarch's order, the Grand Elder was no longer in a good position to refuse, and could only helplessly nod his head in agreement. But it was different from the original plan of inviting only his own clan to the banquet. Jiang Daoxuan ordered his clansmen to send out invitations widely, inviting all the small family heads within Wudang City to be there. Under the might of the Jiang family, which was as strong as the sky, and thinking about the previous experience of the 3 great families, no small family patriarch had eaten bear heart and leopard guts and dared to not give face to the Jiang family. So on that night, the heads of many small clans in the city came to the city in response to their appointments, presenting all sorts of great gifts to show their sincerity and courtesy. During the time the banquet was held, with the might of the double purple mansions of a single clan, all the small clans hastened to state their position at the banquet, willing to look up to the Jiang family and never have second thoughts. On this day, the Jiang family had completely established their position as the dominant family in the middle of Wudang City. When the feast is over, the news of the Jiang clan's Grand Elder breaking through the Purple Mansion realm quickly spread outside from the mouths of all the great clans. Once again, Wudang City was stirred by news related to the Jiang family, causing a huge sensation. The many people couldn't help but let out a burst of sighs, marveling at how prestigious the Jiang family was today. There were even a small number of people who used to be related to the 3 great clans, who privately lamented that the heavens were unjust. Why did they allow such a brutal clan to give birth to a 2nd purple mansion cultivator? It was only after learning that all the minor clans in the city had the Jiang family as their leader, Those of them didn't even dare to discuss it in private anymore. They only dared to mutter in their minds, fearing that they would accidentally slip up and then be heard by those who were related to the small clans, and thus suffer calamities. As for City Lord Ding Xian's response to what was happening within the city, he chose to pretend he didn't see it and deliberately avoided it. Nowadays, the Jiang family was so powerful that even he couldn't provoke it, so before he had an absolute chance of winning, he was already prepared to honestly be a shrunken head turtle and never provoke that monster Jiang Daoxuan. The red sun was in the sky at noon. Jiang family, inside the patriarch's room. Jiang Daoxuan closed his eyes tightly and sat cross-legged, the pores of his entire body stretching, blooming with divine radiance and permeated with Taoism, as if he were a black hole, crazily absorbing the surrounding spiritual qi. Suddenly, his movements lurched and his eyes snapped open with a brilliant light. Purple Mansion Realm 8th level has been realized. Jiang Daoxuan looked at his palm and felt the power surging inside, and a touch of joy could not help but appear on his face. During these 7 days, with the stacking effect of his own cultivation and the sum of the entire clan, he broke through 3 minor realms in a row, directly arriving at the 8th level of the Violet Mansion realm. During this period, whenever his mind was tired after practicing for too long, he would immediately contemplate the Nuwa contemplation diagram, strengthening his soul power while eliminating his fatigue. Once he regained his state, he once again cultivated the Great Sun Body refining technique in pure Yanggong, and kept repeating, forming a perfect cycle. In addition to his realm cultivation, Jiang Daoxuan had incidentally comprehended the sword intent of small completion, and his mastery of the 10,000 swords and the purple thunder palm had both been cultivated to the perfection realm. According to today's battle power, it was already easy to kill Yuan high realm cultivators across large realms, just as Jiang Daoxuan carefully felt the majestic power within his body. Knock knock. A dull knock on the door suddenly sounded. Jiang Daoxuan collected his mind, got up from the bed, looked to the room door position, and said softly, "Come in." The moment the words rang out, the door to the room was slowly pushed open, only to see the Grand Elder leading in a strange old man with white hair and an apprehensive look. Arriving in front of Jiang Daoxuan, the Grand Elder bowed and saluted. "See you, Matriarch." At the same time, only a thud was heard as the old man standing behind the Grand Elder suddenly fell to his knees. "Greetings to Lord Patriarch. Please still ask Lord Clan Chief to make a decision for us." Seeing this, Jiang Daoxuan froze slightly. "What are you?" The old man subconsciously wanted to answer, but because he was too nervous, the words he wanted to say were stuck in his throat, and he couldn't say anything. Looking at this scene, the Grand Elder immediately opened his mouth to explain. "This is the old family head of the Xian city lineage of our Jiang family, Jiang Hongwan." At those words, Jiang Daoxuan's eyes moved slightly, and with a little recollection, he remembered. In the past, a number of clansmen of the Jiang clan had made big mistakes, resulting in them being relegated out of Wudong City and heading to other cities to open up Jiang clan branches. This Xuanqing lineage is one of them. It was just that there hadn't been any contact between the two sides for decades, and the other party suddenly visited the main house and had to let himself be the master of the house. So what was going on? Jiang Daoxuan's heart harbored some doubts as he looked towards Jiang Hongwan and said softly, "Don't panic. The main family's split family is in the same breath. If someone has wronged you, this patriarch naturally won't stand by and watch. Only, since this patriarch has to make the decision, please also tell us in detail." Hearing the patriarch's comfort, Jiang Hongwan's originally extraordinarily tense emotions instantly eased by half. Then he lowered his head, clenched his fists, and began to complain. "That Tantai family is simply too deceitful. Please also ask Lord Patriarch to make a decision for my family." Yenner. Accompanied by Jiang Hongwan's narration, Jiang Daoxuan also gradually understood the beginning and end of the matter. It turns out that more than 10 years ago, Jiang Hongwan's son, Jiang Daoyun, and Tantai Shang, the eldest son of the Tantai family in the same city, formed a friendship in the midst of their adventures, and after surviving the dangers of life and death, they ended up being sworn brothers of different surnames. Chapter 23, Jiang Yan, who was suspected to be the Second Heaven's Destiny clan member. Later, Jiang Daoyun and Tantai Sheng each became the head of their respective families, and in order to promote the friendship between the two families, they set up a baby marriage by Jiang Daoyun's son, Jiang Yan, and Tantai Sheng's daughter, Tantai Yuer, who will be married later. In the years to come, Jiang Yan displayed a strong cultivation talent, cultivating to the bone-forging realm perfection at the age of less than 10, with the Hotian realm within reach. Seeing that Jiang Yan was so talented, the Tantai family was satisfied with the marriage. Only one day, 3 years ago, the accident finally happened. For some unknown reason, no matter how Jiang Yan absorbed the aura that eventually entered his body would somehow disappear. Even because there was no aura to nourish them, resulting in the decay of qi and blood, the original cultivation realm began to continuously decline. For this reason, even though the Jiang family had searched for all the ways to do so, they were of no use, seeing that Jiang Yan's body abnormalities continued to deteriorate. As the family's only innate realm, Jiang Daoxuan resolutely resigned from the post of family head, left the Jiang family alone, and traveled to the royal capital to seek a solution to the problem. And this goodbye is 3 years. To this day, the Jiang family still hasn't received any news about Jiang Daoxuan, and Jiang Yan's realm has fallen to the mortal level, losing all cultivation. The opposite of Jiang Yan's situation was Tantai Yuer. With her superior qualifications, Tantai Yuer cultivated into the 5th level of the Hotian realm and became an inner disciple of the Thousand Mountain sect, and even hooked up with Ko Qing, the only son of the Thousand Mountain sect's patriarch. This also led to Tantai Shang's idea of not wanting to marry his daughter onto Jiang Yan, who had become an invalid. Plus, Tantai Yuer had also openly expressed her disdain for Jiang Yan. Finally, a few days ago, Tantai Shang, adhering to the two families' more than 10 years of friendship, they informed the Jiang family in advance of the news about their own daughters want to return to the door in the recent news, so that Jiang Hongwen early preparations, so as not to face the face of the two families at that time, cannot pass. However, if it was just this, Jiang Hongwen would not have come to the main house to seek help. According to the news that we inadvertently learned, that Ko Qing is also going to follow Tantai Yuer together to visit my Jiang family. I heard that this Ko Qing has a good character, narrow-minded, jealous. If at that time if something happens, I'm afraid that our Xin Cheng Jiang family is in danger. Jiang Hongwen spoke worriedly. If he didn't have to, he wouldn't have come to the main house. Nay, the dangers contained therein were already capable of destroying the Jiang family. He didn't dare to gamble and couldn't afford to do so. Only the Lord's family has a chance to defuse this crisis. It was just that the Thousand Mountains sect was powerful, and even though the main family possessed 2 Purple Mansion cultivators, they wouldn't necessarily choose to step in and offend the Thousand Mountain sect just for the sake of this tiny subfamily of theirs. Just as Jiang Hongwen lowered his head, he was inwardly apprehensive. Jiang Daoxuan's face, however, was becoming more and more odd. This sense of déjà vu familiarity seems like something I've heard somewhere before. Originally a genius, suddenly unable to cultivate, become the family waste material, cannot find any abnormality, being withdrawn from marriage. Wait. Does this Jiang Yan have a ring old grandpa? Jiang Daoxuan raised both eyebrows, suddenly came to be a little interested, and then looked at Jiang Hongwen. Don't worry about it. No matter whether it's a branch family or the main vein, it's all my Jiang family's bloodline. And this patriarch can't just stand by and watch you guys suffer the risk of such annihilation. Besides, what about that Thousand Mountain sect? If they want to overthrow my Jiang clan's bloodline, just with them? There's no such qualification. These words caused Jiang Hongwen to raise his head violently and look at Jiang Daoxuan with a face of disbelief. He hadn't expected at all that even after he had informed him of the risks involved one by one, his own patriarch still didn't hesitate in the slightest and instantly agreed. He should know that in order to request the patriarch to step in, he had thought of many ways to do so along the way. However, he did not want to wait for the method to be used, but the patriarch agreed readily. Since the whole process was too smooth, it made him even have the absurd illusion of whether he was dreaming or not. A few breaths later, Jiang Hongwen calmed down a bit and looked towards Jiang Daoxuan, his voice a bit shaky. Clan Patriarch, are you really? Although he had heard the other's exact answer, he was still somewhat instinctively incredulous. Jiang Daoxuan's eyes moved slightly as he looked towards the doorway, gazing into the distance as if he saw the Thousand Mountain sect. You can rest assured. In this matter, I will intervene. Thank you, Lord Patriarch, for your help. Jiang Hongwen's heart was greatly relieved, and he couldn't help but have an intense look of joy on his face. What he had seen and heard all the way to Wudon City naturally made him understand just how powerful in existence this patriarch of the main family was. With such a strong person sitting in the town, I think that Ko Qing will also be restrained. For a while, right? Get up. After this matter, you will leave from Xian City and come to settle in Wudon City. Jiang Daoxuan held Jiang Hongwen's hands and slowly helped him up. Patriarch. After hearing that there was a chance to be able to return to the main family and set foot on this native land again, Jiang Hongwen was deeply moved and could not help but burst into old tears. He had never expected that he would run into such an encounter when he was only requesting the patriarch to intervene. It was important to realize that returning to the main family was the biggest dream of their split family for 100 years. and even many of the older generation of clansmen were unwilling to be buried in Xuanqing after death when they were dying, and the desire to return to their roots was buried deep in everyone's heart. Just because their forefathers once committed a sin, they will be made to pay for it for generations to come. After so many years, the faults committed by your forefathers have long been washed away. There is no need to pay for the stupid things they did. From now on, our two families will be indistinguishable from each other, and we will advance and retreat together. Jiang Daoxuan looked at the agitated Jiang Hongwen and said decisively. He hadn't forgotten that the stacking effect of the power of the entire clan was on all Jiang family members, meaning that in addition to the main family, the rest of the subfamilies were included. In that case, in order to maximize his benefits, he naturally couldn't just develop the main family, and it was only right that the other subfamilies should be rained upon as well. Thinking of this, Jiang Daoxuan secretly made up his mind. When these chores were over, it would be a good time to take a moment and recall all the subfamilies scattered outside. Once these people were brought together and twisted into a twine, supplemented by the piling up of resources, one's own speed of becoming stronger would be able to be faster. At this moment, listening to the conversation between Jiang Daoxuan and Jiang Hongwen, the Grand Elder standing at the side was surprised. It was important to know that in the past, the Lord Patriarch had always looked down on these subfamilies, believing that sinners deserved to end up as sinners and would not generate any sympathy. How is it that at the end of the retreat, such a heavenly and dramatic transformation has taken place? The Grand Elder could not understand the reason for this, but he was still very satisfied with the change in the Lord Patriarch. After all, those far away in other cities and pools of the subfamily people, in the end, also with their main family flow with the same bloodline, are the Jiang family. Suffered bullying outside is also a disgrace to the Jiang family. It is better to unite directly. Its benefit breaks the gold. It just so happened that along with the conflict with the Tang family over the years, the main family had lost quite a few men, and could completely rely on these subfamilies to quickly replenish the family's reserves. Chapter 24 Deja Vu Experience. Jiang Chen's Resonance. Jiang Daoxuan turned his head slightly to look at the relieved Grand Elder and commanded, "The clan will be temporarily handed over to you while I'm away." With the Grand Elder, a purple mansion cultivator, in a short period of time, the Jiang clan would be free from worry. Hearing the Patriarch's instructions, the Grand Elder immediately arched his hand in response. Yes. Jiang Daoxuan nodded his head in greeting and then said towards Jiang Hongwen, "I'm afraid that there isn't much time left until Tantai Yuer arrives at your house, so it's better to head to Xuanqing earlier. You lead the way." "Yes, sir." Jiang Hongwen naturally knew how to prioritize things, and immediately turned around, leading Jiang Daoxuan outside. It was only when the crowd passed through the courtyard that a cracking sound suddenly caught everyone's attention. Jiang Daoxuan stopped his footsteps and looked at the sound, only to realize that the commotion was emitted by none other than Jiang Chen. At this moment, Jiang Chen was holding an ordinary longsword, constantly practicing his basic sword moves. Between raising his hands and throwing his feet, the might that erupted was not at all like a basic sword move, but rather like a yellow rank grade sword move. Being able to practice the basic sword stance to such power was enough to prove the strength of Jiang Chen's sword Dao talent. I hadn't realized that this kid had such a talent before. Jiang Daoxuan's eyes moved slightly, but he wanted to teach the other party some profound sword moves. Nay, apart from the 10,000 swords, the strongest sword moves he had mastered were only of yellow rank grade, and were like chicken ribs to Jiang Chen, with little improvement. The prerequisite for learning 10,000 swords is to have a purple mansion realm cultivation. Only by mastering Yuan power and supporting the terrifying exertion could one barely execute this heaven stage extreme grade sword move. So for now, it was impossible to find a suitable sword technique to teach the other party. It seemed that the only way to do so was to wait until later, until a new sword move suitable for below the purple mansion realm appeared, or until the opponent broke through the purple mansion realm. At this moment, along with the crowd stopping their steps, Jiang Chen, who was still immersed in practicing his sword moves, seemed to notice and immediately stopped practicing and turned his head to look at the crowd. Upon seeing that his own patriarch was standing not far away, looking at him, Jiang Chen hurriedly put away his longsword and jogged all the way to Jiang Daoxuan, bowing and saluting. "See you, Lord Patriarch." Along with the voice, Jiang Hongwen fell into a stupor. From the other parties just practiced sword moves and leaked out their breath. He naturally saw that the young man who was not much older than his grandson Jiang Yan actually possessed the 9th cultivation level of the Hotian realm. To know even their own, is only the Hotian realm of the 9th, but this realm look at the main family, but more than a junior, is a bit too exaggerated. The main family is worthy of being the main family, and it is indeed far from being comparable to our branch families in remote places. As Jiang Hongwen sighed, he thought of what the patriarch had promised and couldn't help but feel a heat inside. When this matter was over, he and the others would be able to join such a strong main family and enjoy all kinds of resources. The future was promising. Jiang Daoxuan sized up Jiang Chen and suddenly raised both eyebrows. Why don't you use the sword I gifted you? Instead, you're wielding an ordinary longsword here? A look at his own patriarch asked about this. Jiang Chen face embarrassed, somewhat embarrassed to scratch his head. The precious sword given to me by Lord Patriarch is really too valuable. I am worried that if I use it for too long in unusual times, it will be bad if any wear and tear occurs. What's more, this is the sword that Lord Patriarch used to use. It has special significance to me. So all these weekdays, I use this ordinary long sword to cultivate my sword strokes. Jiang Daoxuan's head was filled with black lines as he stretched out his finger and flicked Jiang Chen's forehead. Do you really think that Shin-ranked weapons are as easy to wear out as the ones you normally use? Let me tell you. If your person is broken, the weapon isn't even necessarily broken. Moreover, I gave you the weapon for you to use, not to collect. Understand? Understood. Jiang Chen rubbed his somewhat sore skull and responded helplessly. Seeing this, Jiang Daoxuan shook his head. Go back and bring your weapons and come with us. Since there was some connection with the Thousand Mountain sect this time, it was possible for Jiang Chen to follow him. I'm sure the picture will be very exciting when the time comes, right? Jiang Chen didn't ask any more questions, so he directly turned around and ran back to his room, taking out his Xian-ranked saber and strapping it to his back. After making all the preparations, he immediately returned to his original spot and stood in front of Jiang Daoxuan, inquiring in a puzzled tone. Lord Patriarch, where are we going next? Jiang Daoxuan smiled. A junior from the lineage of the Jiang family in Xian City had originally set a marriage contract with the daughter of the Tantai family in the same city. Only now, that Tantai family's daughter is preparing to withdraw her marriage to that clan brother of yours, and as this matter concerns the face of my Jiang family, I was preparing to walk up to the trip. Also, that clan brother of yours might be able to raise a lot of interest in you later on. If that Jiang Yan was really another son of heaven's destiny, so the meeting of the two chosen ones must have been very interesting. Hearing his own clan leader say this, Jiang Chen instantly became interested. Clan brother? He is of a similar age to you. Both are geniuses in the clan. It's just that a big change was ushered in afterward. You lost your cultivation when your dantian was wasted. He was unable to cultivate. And with the sudden loss of his cultivation, I'm sure that the two of you have quite a lot of topics to talk about. Oh, hearing this, Jiang Chen became even more interested. Is there actually someone else in the clan who shares nearly the same misery as himself? For a moment, he suddenly developed a strong curiosity about this clan brother whom he had never met before. Meanwhile, Jiang Hongwen, who was on the side, was shocked. His eyes widened as he sized up Jiang Chen incredulously. He had never expected that this teenager with an unlimited future and a cultivation of the 9th level of the Hotian realm would have suffered such a calamity in the past. It was just that since the other party now possessed a cultivation level of the 9th level of the Hotian realm, that meant that the problem of the wasted dantian had been solved? Thinking about this, Jiang Hongwen was shocked. In his knowledge, no one has ever been able to re-enter the road of cultivation after the dantian was broken. All without exception, became invalids and lived out the rest of their lives. What made him ponder even more deeply was whether such a miracle was caused by the Lord Patriarch. If it was related to the matriarch, then did it also mean that it was able to solve the problem of his grandson Jiang Yan being unable to cultivate? Thinking of this, Jiang Hongwen became even more excited. And at that moment, Jiang Daoxuan didn't care about Jiang Hongwen's abnormality. He just looked at Jiang Chen and continued. In addition to that, the fiancé of this clan brother of yours is Tantai Yur, an inner disciple of the Thousand Mountain sect, and along with her, there's also Ko Qing, the son of the Thousand Mountain sect's patriarch, who has come to pay a visit to his door. Hearing that there was such a thing, Jiang Chen raised both eyebrows, his eyes flashing coldly. Thousand Mountain sect? Then I'll have to take a good look at it. As a former inner disciple, he naturally recognized Tantai Yur and Ko Qing. He even bumped into these two people many times as they were making love to each other within the sect. Chapter 25, Retreating from Marriage. The Jiang family in Xuancheng. Originally, he was too lazy to care about the matter of male love, but it was just that this Tantai Yur even had a marriage contract with a branch family disciple behind his back, and dared to hook up with other men. It's not enough to do such a shameless thing. You have to come to the door to withdraw from the marriage before you'll give up. Such a woman simply sickened Jiang Chen, and he couldn't help but sympathize even more with what had happened to this clan brother. Then he recalled his own experience of causing his dantian to be wasted for the sake of the Thousand Mountain sect. only to be bullied and humiliated by the Thousand Mountains sect in return, and ultimately expelled from the sect. All the old and new grudges instantly came up in a rush. This Thousand Mountains sect has humiliated my Jiang family members in such a way. It is intolerable. Seeing that Jiang Chen couldn't wait to go forward to the Xian City Jiang family, Jiang Daoxuan turned his head to Jiang Hongwen beside him. Let's go. As the words fell, Jiang Hongwen came back to his senses and immediately led the crowd out of the Jiang family, heading towards Xuancheng. A few days later, Xuancheng, a carriage was traveling through the city. Inside the carriage, there sat a pair of richly dressed men and women. If you arrive at this Jiang family later, how do you want to handle it? Ko Qing's eyes dripped with infatuation as he stared intently at the snow-white skin of the beauty in front of him, and with a smile on his face, he casually said, feeling each other's burning gaze, Tan Tai-Yuer shyly lowered her head. At that time, just directly withdraw from the marriage is, after all, my Tantai family and his Jiang family has been more than 10 years of friendship. Uncle John's family used to be quite good to me, and now if it is too much, Yuer's conscience is not easy to rest in peace now. Hearing this, Ko Qing's eyes flickered, and a cold aura quietly flowed out from the depths of his pupils. Since you want to do this, I will naturally listen to you. Only if this Jiang family does not know what's good for them at that time, I will not blame me for not giving face. You mustn't be impulsive. Although the Jiang family is small, the main family behind it cannot be underestimated. In case it causes trouble, I'm afraid that the sovereign lord will still have to reprimand you. Tan Tai-Yuer sensed something wrong within Ko Qing's tone and hurriedly persuaded him. Hearing Tan Tai-Yuer's concern, Ko Qing felt a heat within him. In that case it was all the more important not to lose face in front of the beauty, and immediately skimmed his mouth and said disdainfully, Trouble? This can't be considered trouble. So what if it's the Jiang family's main family? As usual, it's just a third-rate family. At that time, if they don't know how to behave, and dare to go against us for the sake of this district's branch family, just with Uncle Koen's strength, it's enough to send them all down to meet the king of hell. So what is there to care about this small clan that doesn't even have a purple mansion cultivator? That being said, the only talent amongst his main family still spent quite a bit of his family's fortune, which is why he worshipped in our Thousand Mountains sect through the back door. If the disciples of his clan are still studying in my Thousand Mountains sect, I would be able to reward them for the Jiang family's 1 point of thinness, and will never ask for a favor because of the separation of the family. It's just that Jiang Chen now has a broken dantian and has long been expelled from the clan. It's this kind of waste family that wants talent without talent, purple house without purple house, and bottom line without bottom line. How can it be worthy of letting my Ko Qing's woman's heart be afraid? Hearing Ko Qing's domineering statement, Tan Tai-Yuer's face blushed. Spinning around, he thought of the Uncle Koen that the other party was talking about, the middle-aged man who was driving the carriage. This person is the patriarch for Ko Qing, specially arranged for the accompaniment. With a purple house realm second cultivation, with such strong strength, if you want to overthrow a Jiang family is not difficult. Thinking about this, while Tan Tai-Yuer's expression eased, she couldn't help but feel some pity for what happened to the Jiang family. Jiang Chen and Jiang Yen, 2 successive geniuses of the clan, had become invalids. Such an encounter was too tragic. As the 2 men in the carriage made small talk for a few moments, a neutral voice suddenly came from outside. My lord, the Jiang family has arrived. Feeling the carriage stop, Ko Qing reached out his right hand to pull open the window and waited until the sunlight poured in. He immediately extended his left hand and hovered in front of Tan Tai-Yuer. Come down with me. Seeing this, Tan Tai-Yuer felt a bit hesitant. You know this is in front of the Jiang family. If you really walk down like this, what would people think if they look at you? In terms of Ko Qing's honorable status, he could completely ignore all of this. At the thought, she suddenly felt her heart beat faster and some other kind of excitement. Unable to help himself, he stretched out his delicate hand and let Ko Qing hold it. Feeling the softness that came from his palm, Ko Qing smiled, and immediately held Tan Tai-Yuer's hand as he walked down the carriage. At this moment, there were more than 10 members of the Jiang family standing at the entrance of the Jiang family. Looking at the intimate behavior of the two, the faces of the crowd steeped in gloom, and a burning anger welled up within them. However, he was concerned about Ko Qing's identity, and could only choose not to see and not to be bothered after cursing a sound dog man and woman in his heart. Noticing the reaction of the Jiang family's crowd, Ko Qing laughed out loud and still had no intention of letting go of the small hand in his palm. Let's go in and take a look. As soon as the words left his mouth, Ko Qing pulled Tan Tai-Yuer and swept past the crowd, idly walking into the Jiang family compound, until you come to the council chamber. Inside the hall at this moment, A group of Jiang family executives had gathered. When they saw Ko Chang and Tan Tai Yor appear in such a shameless manner, the Jiang clan members on the scene were all in an uproar. You should know that their Xinchang Jiang family has been here for over 100 years and has its own face. But Ko Chang's move was rubbing the Jiang family's face on the ground repeatedly. If word got out, the Jiang family would also become the laughingstock of Xuancheng. At this point, the crowd, a black-haired teenager with a slim figure, instantly became enraged as he looked at the pair of dogs hooking up in front of the crowd in front of him. Originally, after becoming a complete invalid and accepting the cold reality, he had long since not wanted to trouble anyone. Even this marriage contract he wanted to find his grandfather Jiang Hongwan to withdraw, so as not to delay the happiness of others. But the other party's doorstep withdrawal with this scene nowadays was a fierce stimulus to him. This was completely naked provocation, so how could he tolerate it? Thinking that there was no hope in this life if he became an invalid anyway, Jiang Yan resolutely stood out from the crowd in order to save his family's face. Tan Tai Yor, I think our marriage contract should still be in place, right? Now this move, what's the demeanor? An extraordinarily weak voice resounded through the hall, causing everyone present to look over with a shock in their hearts. Upon seeing that the person who made the voice was Jiang Yan, the many members of the Jiang clan couldn't help but wipe away a cold sweat. Some of the clansmen who were closer to Jiang Yan even reached out their hands, trying to pull him back, although they agreed with Jiang Yan's words in their hearts. With the Thousand Mountains sect as the big mountain, some words could be the way to death. And at that moment, facing the questioning, Tan Tai Yor somewhat dared not look straight into Jiang Yan's eyes. Her heart was weak, and she subconsciously pulled her jade hand away from Ko Ching's palm. Feeling the movement in his hand, Ko Ching's face sank as he looked up at Jiang Yan. After feeling a bit, after noticing that the other party was just a mortal with no cultivation, he couldn't help but have the corners of his mouth rise up as he laughed in anger. Ha ha! A punk who doesn't even have half a bit of cultivation is worthy of teaching me what to do. You are quite bold. Do you know the consequences of offending me? Chapter 26, Jiang Yan's marriage repudiation. Furious Ko Ching. Humph, the big deal is death. But it's you as the son of the Thousand Mountains sect's patriarch. How dare you hook up with someone else's fiancé like this? It's really disgraceful. I had heard how great the Thousand Mountains sect was, but now it seems that it's just a place of pandemonium. Jiang Yan looked fearless as he indifferently looked at Ko Ching. During these years, being a waste, he had long ago put life and death at risk. At those words, a cold aura appeared in Ko Ching's eyes, especially feeling the gazes around him as if they were looking at a joke. He only felt that his chest was about to explode with anger. How dare a punk disobey himself? Right at this moment, Tan Tai Yor sensed that something was wrong, and in order to quell this farce caused by herself as soon as possible, she immediately looked at the people of the Jiang clan. I believe that you guys already know about what I came over here for. This time it is precisely for the purpose of breaking the marriage contract with Jiang Yan that I have come here. This matter will be dealt with earlier and will be able to end earlier, so that it will be better for everyone. What do you say? It was only when he heard Tan Tai Yor's voice that Ko Ching forced himself to hold back his inner rage. If one were to make a move towards a waste that didn't even have a cultivation level, it would simply be dirtying one's hands, undoubtedly degrading oneself. The Jiang family people sensed the atmosphere of saber rattling. In order to avoid intensifying the conflict, there was soon a clan elder with a marriage certificate with a pen and paper, handing it to Jiang Yan's body. Yener, your mother passed away early, and your father's whereabouts are unknown. Nowadays the matter of the day. It is better to die than to live. You'd better live well. According to me, this marriage certificate you'd better sign it, and dissolve it as soon as possible. Looking at the former family genius in front of him who had become what he was now, the clan elder's heart was also very hard to bear. Jiang Yan reached out and took the marriage certificate, looking at the black and white words on it, and felt a pang of sadness inside. Since ancient times, where was the thing that made a woman come and withdraw from a marriage? How could he let the Jiang family suffer such a great insult? Thus, under the gaze of the crowd, only to see Jiang Yan's face was so vicious that he directly tore the marriage certificate to shreds, and then looked at the dumbfounded Tan Tai Yor. Today, the marriage is called off, but I want you to remember that this time, it's not you who came to withdraw from the marriage, but rather, it's me, Jiang Yan, who has repudiated you. This statement was a sensation. Tan Tai Yor's face steeped in ugliness. If he withdrew from the marriage he would still be able to retain some face, but to be repudiated just like that would be a huge slap in the face. Thinking of how many people would laugh at her when the news got out, Tan Tai Yor bit her red lips, rather aggrieved. Jiang Yan, but do you really want to make things so desperate? Jiang Yan looked around and smiled disdainfully. From the beginning to the end, Isn't it you guys who really put things to bed? Seeing Tantai Yuer's delicate body trembling and her face growing paler, Ko Ching couldn't help but feel a great deal of heartache, and immediately looked at Jiang Yan, angrily rebuking. How dare you? Yuer still wants to save some face for your Jiang family, but now, I see that it is completely unnecessary. Ko Ching walked in front of Jiang Yan, a bit of killing intent already revealed in his gloomy eyes. As the price for speaking out against Yuer, let me think. What exactly should I do with you? Should I break your hands first? Or both legs first? The ice-cold words caused the temperature of the entire room to seemingly drop by a dozen degrees. Numerous Jiang family members were silenced, while the clan elder who had just handed Jiang Yan a pen and paper hurriedly stepped forward and knelt in front of Ko Ching, pleading on behalf of Jiang Yan. Mr. Ko, Yan's son is still young and unintelligent, and your status is so honored, so why bother with him? Don't worry, the matter of withdrawing from the marriage will be properly resolved by us. The old man will apologize to you, just by virtue of you. You're also worthy of teaching this Gonzi how to do things? Old thing, get lost. Ko Chang was already furious, so where would he listen to the other party's explanation more? Immediately, he kicked out, knocking the clan elder to the ground. Seeing this scene, numerous Jiang clan children rushed forward and helped the clan elder up, and then they looked at Ko Chang with an angry stare. Ko Chang, as the son of the Thousand Mountain Clan's patriarch, how can you make a move on an old man like the clan elder? You're not afraid of bringing down the name of your Thousand Mountain sect when you say it out. Listening to the noisy sounds around him, Ko Chang became even more irritated inside and said viciously, "Shut up! Whoever dares to say one more word, I'll let him die." Accompanied by Ko Ching's threatening voice, even though the crowd had anger, in front of the great mountain that was the Thousand Mountain sect, they could only hang their heads helplessly, daring to be angry but not daring to say anything. Seeing the tragic situation that the clan elder had suffered in order to plead for himself, Jiang Yan was suddenly saddened and angry. At this moment, he was incredibly hungry for power. If he had not suffered a doom and gloom, if he was still able to cultivate, how could he let the Jiang family run into such a disaster? Many memories flooded his mind, causing Jiang Yan to become more and more unwilling. However, just as Ko Ching raised his arm and prepared to strike, a sneering voice suddenly came out, resonating throughout the entire arena. It's true that a dog can't change its ways. Your Thousand Mountain sect still has this disgusting demeanor. Hearing that someone dared to mock the Thousand Mountain sect in such a straightforward manner, the Jiang clan's crowd was taken aback, and Ko Ching's movements came to a standstill, his face terribly gloomy. Jiang Yan froze and opened his eyes, following the voice towards the front, only to see that at the entrance position of the hall, there was an unfamiliar, clean-looking teenager standing. Behind him was a white-clothed man with an outstanding temperament, as well as an old man with white hair. This is, Grandpa? Jiang Yan's mind was shaken, never expecting his own grandfather, Jiang Hongwen, to return at this critical moment now. At the same time, there were more and more Jiang clan children at the scene who recognized the old man's identity. It's the old family master. The old family master has returned. Who are the two people standing beside the old family master? The long ones are extremely strange. I've never seen them before. I heard that the old family master traveled to the main family for help a few days ago. Could it be that these are the main family members? To be able to follow the old family master back, I guess that's it. With the crowd's murmurs ringing out, Uncle Cohen, who was standing behind Ko Ching, coldly swept a glance at the three Jiang Daoxuan. With his powerful violet divine sense, he immediately probed the other party's cultivation. 2 Hotian Realm 9. 1. Suspected Purple Mansion? Feeling his divine sense being cut off by the other party, Uncle Cohen frowned. Nor had I ever heard of a Purple Mansion cultivator sitting in the main house of the Jiang family. Could it be that the other party was an external aid invited by the Jiang family? Thinking of this, in order to avoid causing an accident, he looked towards Jiang Daoxuan, slightly arched his hand, and introduced himself. I'm Kai Cohen, guest elder of the Thousand Mountain sect. May I ask who your excellency is? If the other party had a high background, he naturally couldn't let Ko Chang fool around, inviting strong enemies for the sect for no reason. But if they didn't have any background, that would be a different story. Upon hearing this, Jiang Dao's demeanor was calm as he casually said, Jiang clan, Jiang Daoxuan. The moment the words rang out, before Kai Kuan could figure out which Jiang clan it was, a young Jiang clan disciple lost his voice and said, Jiang Daoxuan? It's the patriarch. Chapter 27, 2 face punches in a row. Jiang Daoxuan steps out. How is that possible? The Lord Clan chief of the main family would even come to my Jiang family in person? I heard that Lord Patriarch has been in seclusion for several years, and many people even thought that he had met an untimely end, but I didn't expect that he would come out of seclusion. Lord Patriarch was already an expert of the perfection of the innate realm before he went into seclusion, and now that he's out of seclusion, could it be that he's broken through the Violet Mansion? A new Purple Mansion cultivator has been born in my Jiang clan after hundreds of years? One Jiang clan disciple opened his eyes wide and stared intently at Jiang Daoxuan with incomparable admiration. Inwardly, they were so excited that they couldn't stop their bodies from trembling slightly. As a branch family member who wanted to return to the main family all the time, he had naturally heard of the great names of every main family head. That was why they immediately realized the identity of the other party after hearing Jiang Daoxuan say his name. When the sound of the crowd's discussion fell into Kai Kuan's ears, he couldn't help but look relieved, and his face looked odd. After half a day, thought the other party is what identity? Did not expect just this Jiang family's patriarch. Even listening to what these people said, the other party has been in seclusion for several years, and now I'm afraid that he has just made a breakthrough not long ago. Although he didn't know what kind of luck this Jiang Daoxuan had, breaking through the Purple Mansion realm by a fluke. The other party only had a Purple Mansion realm first-level cultivation at the end of the day, and was by no means a one-sided enemy of his own. Thinking of this, he immediately gave his own mail a look. After making brief eye contact, Ko Qing's mind was made up. Since Uncle Koan was able to solve it, there was nothing to fear in this matter. After having no scruples, Ko Qing looked at Jiang Chen, sizing him up for a few moments, and then suddenly sneered. Were you the one who made the noise just now? Jiang Chen, I remember you. Why, after being expelled from the clan some time ago, you defeated dog. Are you crying to find your parents? In the face of Ko Qing's mockery, Jiang Chen didn't rush to open his mouth, but turned his head and silently looked at Jiang Daoxuan behind him. After a nod of approval from the Lord Clan Chief's ground, he immediately walked up to Ko Qing. If I am a defeated dog, what are you? Hearing the contemptuous intent in the other party's words, the veins on Ko Qing's forehead bulged, and a smear of killing intent blossomed in his eyes. You wasted. Only halfway through his words, he only heard a swish of clear sound and saw a fist coming at him head-on. Ko Qing's pupils shrank, completely not expecting this former waste of space to move directly towards himself. Without any defense, he couldn't even dodge, and could only take the punch hard with his face. Bang! A muffled sound came out, and Ko Qing was smashed on the spot, staggering 2 steps and falling to the ground without noticing. Feeling the fiery pain on his face, Ko Qing clenched his teeth, only feeling that he had encountered unprecedented humiliation. What was even more difficult for him to accept was that Jiang Chen, this damned fellow, had embarrassed himself in front of so many people, including Tantai Yuer. Thinking of this, he couldn't care less about the pain, and hurriedly got up, looking at Jiang Chen with an incomparably resentful gaze. I didn't expect you to have such luck, to be able to regain your cultivation. I'll admit that I underestimated you a bit just now, but not next. As soon as the words left his mouth, Ko Qing showed a vicious expression and used his Xian rank lower grade fist technique to quickly blast towards Jiang Chen. This punch was bound to redeem all the face he had lost. Seeing this, Jiang Chen looked calm, not even pulling out the sword in his pocket, dodging Ko Qing's fist with just a single false move. Feeling the attack fall short, Ko Qing froze, and before he could react, Jiang Chen violently took out his sword sheath and slapped Ko Qing in the face with a sweeping blow, instantly sending his body flying several meters, flipping several times in mid-air, and ultimately rolling to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Kai Kuan's face changed, and he instantly left his position and came in front of Ko Qing, hastily helping him up. Witnessing Ko Qing's wretched appearance, Tantai Yuer couldn't help but look surprised. She is clear that Ko Qing has the strength of the 9th level of the Hotian realm, but also has a number of Xian-ranked techniques in the body. The strength of the body. Even if you look at the entire inner door, there are few rivals. However, it was this powerful character that was humiliated and hit in the face twice in a row by Jiang Chen, a former waste of space, just like an adult hitting a child. His strength was completely out of a league. What the hell happened to him? Enormous doubts enveloped Tantai Yuer's mind, causing her to wonder. At this moment, Zhang Yan was also startled. He had never thought that this unassuming-looking teenager, who was similar to his own age, would have such strength. Is this the genius of the main family? Zhang Yan's eyes were a bit dull. If he hadn't suffered a change of heart and was still able to continue cultivating, he was confident that with his talent, he would have been able to compete with this genius of the main family. However, in the end, it's all about creation. Cookieing gets back to his feet with Saikuan supporting him. Feeling the pain in his body as if it was falling apart, The color of resentment in his eyes had become so dense that it was almost substantial. He understood that once today's matter was spread out, the fact that he had been punched in the face twice by Jiang Chen would definitely become a talking point and laughingstock for those friends within the sect. Thinking of this, Ko Ching turned his head to look at Kai Kuan beside him, his tone icy cold. "Uncle Kuan, I want this kid's life." As the words fell, Kai Kuan's eyes showed a ferocious light, and he looked at Jiang Chen as if he were looking at a dead man. "To have this kind of strength at this age, your talent is not bad, but your character is too reckless, and you messed with someone you shouldn't have messed with. Since your excellency has given the order, then I will send you on your way. But in order for you not to be alone on the road to the Yellow Springs, I will later send everyone here down to be reunited with you," Kai Kuan said as he walked towards Jiang Chen. Along with the voice, the faces of the Jiang family members changed drastically. How could they not hear the deeper meaning of the other party's words? Wasn't this preparing to slaughter their Jiang family? Seeing Kai Kuan arrive in front of him, Jiang Chen's face remained without the slightest change, because behind him, the patriarch was the biggest backer. With the patriarch around, what else could he be afraid of? Noticing Jiang Chen's calm demeanor, Kai Kuan couldn't help but sigh. At this point in time, you can still remain fearless in the face of danger. It's really a good seedling. Only in this case, I'll be even more unable to keep you. With those words, he immediately prepared to make his move. But at that moment, a voice leisurely came out. "Oh, is this the virtue of your Thousand Mountain sect? If you can't beat the juniors, you're ready to bully the juniors with the big ones?" Kai Kuan frowned and turned his head to see that it was none other than Jiang Daoxuan who had been watching from the sidelines. He retracted his palm and the corner of his mouth scratched up, revealing a cruel smile. "Ha ha ha, you're right. I suddenly changed my mind. This kid's outrages must have been taught by you as well. So be it, let's find you to settle the score first." "Settling scores? That's something you're not qualified for." As the words fell, Jiang Daoxuan's figure flickered and disappeared in place. Phew! A cold wind hit his face, irritating Kai Kuan's skin and causing him to instantly sweat. So fast. Not good. Chapter 28, The Celestial Remnant Soul in the Ring, Jiang Yan's Choice. Kai Kuan's face changed drastically. Understanding that there was no way to avoid it, he could only gather Yuan power to cling to his body surface, preparing to carry the attack. Clang! Everyone didn't see what happened. They could only see a dazzling flash of swordlight. Immediately after, the Yuan power defense on Kai Kuan's body was instantly torn apart, and a bloody arrow gushed out from the position of his throat. Woohoo! Kai Kuan's hands trembled and he covered his throat to death, trying to prevent the blood from flowing out, but it was all to no avail. Eventually, his pupils laxed and his body fell straight to the ground. What a fast sword! With the last thought surfacing in his mind, he also lost all consciousness and fell into endless darkness. Wow! Seeing that in an instant, this mighty and terrifying figure died here so easily, the entire room instantly exploded. What the hell just happened? It's too fast to see it all. To be able to accompany Ko Ching, I'm sure this person's strength must not be weak, or even a Purple Mansion Realm cultivator might be possible. Yet it's this powerful strength that can't even resist a single move by the Patriarch? Is this the terrifying power that the Lord Clan Chief possesses? I'm suddenly a little envious of the Lord's Clan. Who says it isn't? If we were able to have a strong person like Lord Patriarch in our midst, how could we have suffered the humiliation of the Tantai clan? Even the Thousand Mountains sect would have to be afraid of it. The hearts and minds of the Jiang family members were shaken and they were talking. Ko Ching and Tantai Yuer, who were clearly aware of Kai Kuan's strength, were even more frightened, their faces turning white with disbelief. It was important to know that Kai Kuan possessed the terrifying strength of the second level of the Violet Mansion realm, and his battle power was so strong that even when he faced an expert of the fourth level of the Violet Mansion realm, he was able to fight off one or two of them. Just why could he not even receive a single move when facing the patriarch of this small family? Could it be that this Jiang clan's main family patriarch was actually a great cultivator at the ninth level of the Violet Mansion realm? Or perhaps the Yuan High realm? Thinking about this, Ko Ching instantly felt creeped out. At this point in time, how could he not understand that he had stumbled upon a hard case this time? At this moment, Jiang Daoxuan faintly glanced at Ko Chang and Jiang Yan, and an idea instantly came to his mind. Spinning towards Jiang Chen, he said, "As a punishment for insulting my Jiang family, Chen you will waste his limbs." Ko Ching was the son of the Thousand Mountain sect's patriarch, and Jiang Chen was in conflict with the Thousand Mountain sect. An irreconcilable conflict had long since arisen between the Jiang clan and the Thousand Mountain sect. Since this is the case, offended is offended. It is just right to collect some interest before destroying the Thousand Mountain sect. Hearing the patriarch speak, Jiang Chen looked towards Ko Qing, revealed a warm smile, and walked over. Along with the distance between the two sides getting closer and closer, Ko Qing's legs were a bit soft, and with a flutter, he actually sat on his butt on the ground. He showed fear and opened his mouth to beg for mercy. No, don't come over. My father is the Thousand Mountain Sect Patriarch, a great cultivator of the Yuan High Realm. You can't kill me. Jiang Chen came to stop in front of Ko Qing and looked condescendingly at him. It seems that you still haven't recognized reality, now let alone your father being the patriarch. It's useless even if you yourself are the patriarch. After saying that, he immediately kicked out his right foot and stepped on top of Ko Qing's limbs one after another. Each kick contained hatred for the Thousand Mountain Sect, without any mercy, and could be described as full of force. Ah! It was accompanied by a burst of mournful screams. Ko Qing had collapsed to the ground like a dead dog. His limbs had become a bloody mess, and all of his insides were shattered and broken, drenched in sweat and covered in dark sweat stains. Looking at this scene, the Jiang clan members who were originally discussing heatedly at the scene also stopped, and one after another, their faces showed trepidation. Though Ko Qing completely deserved to be tortured into his current state. But what kind of powerful force is the Thousand Mountain Sect? If that Yuan High Realm Thousand Mountain Sect Patriarch learns that his own son is in their place, being destroyed like this by the Patriarch, I'm afraid that the Jiang family is in danger. The people of the Jiang clan were terrified, while Tan Tai Yuer was horrified. She never thought that it was obviously just a small matter of withdrawing from a marriage. It's amazing that it ended up in the bad place it's in now. Not only did Kai Kuan, who was at the second level of the Purple Mansion realm, die here, but Ko Qing also had his limbs wasted. Knowing that Ko Qing was the only relative of the Thousand Mountain Sect's patriarch, once the other party learned of what had happened here, the consequences would be simply unimaginable. Perhaps under the scourge of the rice paddies, the Tantai family would also have to face the wrath of the Grand Elder. The gravity of the situation had reached the point of no return and it was all over. Thinking about this, infinite fear flooded Tantai Yuer's mind, causing her delicate body to tremble and she couldn't help but collapse to the ground, losing all her strength. For a moment, the entire council hall became extraordinarily oppressive and silent. Under the nervous gaze of the many gazes around him, Jiang Daoxuan silently looked towards Jiang Yan. Use the eye of insight to view the information. Name, Jiang Yan. Cultivation level, none, formerly, 9th level of bone forging realm. Roots and bones, genius. Enlightenment, genius. Chakra, gold, light gold. Talent, mortal body. Chance, possessing a ring harboring the residual soul of a celestial realm cultivator. Affected by Jiang Yan's emotional fluctuations, it is expected to awaken in the near future. The golden-colored chi was indeed the son of heaven's destiny. Jiang Daoxuan subconsciously swept a glance at Jiang Yan's finger, which happened to have an ancient black ring. Ding current target. Investment can trigger gold level return. Invest in 1 marrow cleansing pill and get 10 pounds of divine liquid. Invest in the Earth Order Extreme Grade Pure Yang Kung Fu, and you can obtain the Heaven Order Extreme Grade Magic Treasure, Wudo Blood Clothes. Investing in the Earth-ranked Great Sun Body Refining Technique, you can obtain the Heaven-ranked Exotic Fire, Song Flame Spirit Fire. Noticing that a new investment had appeared, Jiang Daoxuan smiled and walked straight to Jiang Yan. Under Jiang Yan's apprehensive and incomparable gaze, Jiang Daoxuan said casually, "What just happened? Do you feel he should have his limbs abolished?" Jiang Yan couldn't quite figure out what the matriarch meant, but he still took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, back to the words of the matriarch, "This Ko Qing has insulted my Jiang family in such a way, so not to mention the removal of his limbs, it's only right to take his life as well. Good. Worthy of being a man of my Jiang family. Now how about this patriarch gives you a chance?" Jiang Daoxuan pulled out the sword on the waist of one of the Jiang clan members and casually threw it in front of Jiang Yan. "There is no need to worry about the threat of the Thousand Mountain Sect. This clan chief will take care of it for you. And now, you only need to accomplish what your heart desires." Jiang Yan's pupils shrank as he looked at Jiang Daoxuan with disbelief. He hadn't expected the Lord Patriarch to give himself such an opportunity at all. However, he didn't squirm. After all, from the time Ko Qing's limbs were wasted, he had completely offended the Thousand Mountain Sect. In that case, what's there to worry about? In the next moment, Jiang Yan decisively bent over, stretched out his right hand, opened his 5 fingers, and picked up the long sword on the ground. Gripping the hilt of his sword tightly, he carried his long sword and immediately walked towards Ko Qing. Chapter 29 Mind Clearing and Agitated Split Family Members. Seeing this scene, Ko Qing was instantly scared out of his wits. He incomparably wanted to escape, but because his limbs were wasted, he could only drag his body with incomparable difficulty. constantly moving on the cold floor, dragging out long trails of blood. While struggling to move, he begged for forgiveness with tears in his eyes. Jiang Yen, I did the wrong thing just now. If you want Tantai Yor, I can let you have her too. Please don't kill me. As long as I wait for me to return to the sect, I'll let my father never mind today's matter. And I'll even let my father personally recruit you as a true disciple, and teach the Thousand Mountain Sect's Xian rank techniques. In the face of Ko Qing's various promises, Jiang Yen didn't have any heartbeat, but only showed disdain and walked to Ko Qing's side without hesitation. Immediately afterward, under Ko Qing's horrified gaze, swish, hands rise, swords fall. In an instant, the sharp blade cut through the skin, ripped through the flesh, and pierced through his heart. Ko Qing's face showed pain, and the muscles of his entire body twitched a few times, and he immediately lost his voice. Seeing Ko Qing die in his own hands, Jiang Yen forcefully pulled out the long sword that was inserted in the other party's chest. Looking at the crimson blood on the long sword, he only felt as if it was a dream. Everything was that unreal. Not waiting for Jiang Yen to slow down, Jiang Daoxuan's voice leisurely rang out. Well done. So next, this woman. Do you want to let go or kill? Jiang Yen froze and subconsciously looked at Tantai Yor. Noticing Jiang Yan's gaze, Tantai Yor was terrified. She hadn't expected at all that after the deaths of Kai Kuan and Ko Qing, it was now actually her turn. Intense survival surged madly from deep within. In order to fight for a chance to live, Tantai Yor didn't care about her dignity and face, and with the softest voice, she said pitifully, Jiang Yen, the matter of withdrawing from the marriage was forced upon me by Ko Qing. He said that if I didn't marry him, he would target our Tantai family. I really didn't want to do it, but Ko Qing is so powerful that he has made it impossible for me to defy him. Now that Ko Qing is dead, I can no longer withdraw from the marriage. As long as you give me another chance today, we will be able to consummate the marriage tomorrow. Tantai Yor's eyes were clouded with tears. Strands of green silk draped around her body, and her soft and delicate body was helplessly paralyzed on the ground, looking very lovable. Just the moment the voice sounded, the confusion in Jiang Yan's eyes instantly disappeared and he let out a chortle. It's come to this. Do you still think that my Jiang family's face is just child's play? To say you'll withdraw from the marriage, and to say you won't. You're a woman who is simply sickeningly disgusting. Thinking of the image of Tantai Yor and Ko Qing coming in hand, Jiang Yen was instantly enraged and was about to kill with his long sword in his hand. Seeing that pleading was useless, Tantai Yor also immediately put away the softness on her face and became hideous. Hastily sweeping her surroundings, she couldn't help but reveal a cold smile when she saw that no one was stopping her. With his own sound hands and feet, coupled with his cultivation at the 5th level of the Hotian realm, how could he let Jiang Yen, a waste with no cultivation, kill him? Thinking of this, she immediately prepared to capture Jiang Yen, wanting to use this as a hostage to blackmail the crowd so that she could leave the Jiang family alive. Both sides are getting closer. Tantai Yor quietly hid her right palm behind her back and secretly pushed her internal energy, wanting to capture Jiang Yen before everyone present could react. However, this small action was exposed in the divine sense emanating from Jiang Daoxuan. Seeing this, he immediately condensed pure Yang Yuan power in his fingertips and flexed his fingers. An incomparably swift Yuan power attack burst out. It so happened that the two of them were only a meter apart. Tantai Yor's face was fierce, and a smug look appeared in her eyes as she raised her hand and attacked Jiang Yen with a palm. Just as this palm was only 2 fingers away from Jiang Yen, the pure Yang Yuan power sent out by Jiang Daoxuan arrived in an instant, accurately penetrating through Tantai Yor's palm, and even exploding the entire delicate jade hand into a small mass of crimson blood mist. Ah! Tantai Yor felt unbearable pain, and her voice lost its previous softness and became incomparably frightening and piercing, as if a severe ghost was hissing. Jiang Yen was first stunned, but quickly reacted, and then took advantage of this moment to grip the longsword with both hands and stab forward. Jab! The sharp tip of the sword instantly pierced through Tantai Yor's chest, causing a blood-stained blade to emerge from her back, completing a penetrating cold. Tantai Yor's pupil shrank as she tremblingly stretched out her left hand, wanting to pull Jiang Yen to accompany her to the burial. But how was Jiang Yen willing to give the other party this opportunity, only to see him indifferently and incomparably draw his long sword, causing Tantai Yor's body to tremble and a large amount of blood to gush out from the wound on her chest. Eventually, a feeling of weakness surged through her body, and her entire body fell to the ground, collapsing and losing her life. Jiang Yen gripped his long sword tightly and looked at the corpses of Ko Qing and Tantai Yor, the pair of dogs and men, and only felt like lifting his eyebrows and exhaling his anger. Immediately after that, He tilted his head slightly and couldn't help but let out a hearty laugh. At this moment, the long-suppressed mood finally got some catharsis. At the same time, the system's prompts once again appeared in front of Jiang Daoxuan's eyes. Ding detected that Jiang Yen, the son of destiny, has a clear mind. The family's fortune is plus 100. Ding. Relieve the crisis, change the destiny of heaven. Make the branch family survive. Family fortune plus 200. Seeing this scene, Jiang Daoxuan revealed an expression that was surely so. Ever since in the last time, he had restored Jiang Chen's fighting spirit, thus earning a reward for the family's qi. He then guessed that if he could restore some confidence in Jiang Yen, the son of destiny, he might be able to get himself rewarded with the family's qi once again. And the appearance of the system prompt undoubtedly verified his suspicions. At this time, Jiang Yen, who had finished calming down, walked up to Jiang Daoxuan and knelt down with a thud. Thank you, Lord Patriarch, for relieving us. Jiang Daoxuan nodded. Get up. The main family and subfamily are all one. Why do you need to thank them too much? When he finished speaking, he turned his head to look around, taking in the trepidation and uneasiness on the faces of the people present. Immediately afterward, he gave Jiang Hongwen a look. Jiang Hongwen immediately understood and whirled to the center of the hall. Seeing that the old family master stepped out and prepared to speak, all of the Jiang family members present instantly quieted down as well. Under their common gaze, Jiang Hongwen slowly opened his mouth. Before leaving from the main family, Lord Patriarch had sent word that after this matter, all of us can leave Xian City and head to Wudong City to settle down and live together with the main family, and that from now on, the two families will be indistinguishable from each other, and will move forward and backward together. Along with the old family head's impassioned voice rang out. The Jiang clan's crowd, who were still extraordinarily tense, first froze, then reacted with a sigh of relief. The heart that had been silent for a long time also revived at this moment, and a violent beating occurred. Everyone's faces began to overflow with joy, and a bright light of hope flashed in their eyes. They never expected that the wish to return, which had caused several generations of the family to yearn for their entire lives but could not be obtained, would be accomplished today. From this day forward, they would finally no longer need to carry the faults of their forefathers, and could return to the Lord's house and begin a new life. Chapter 30 Martial Bloodclothes, sympathetic to heavenly orders. When the crowd's cheers rang out, Jiang Daoxuan looked at Jiang Yen and casually pulled out a marrow cleansing pill, handing it over. Take it. Looking at this scene, Jiang Yen was a bit bewildered, but thinking that the Lord Patriarch should not harm himself, he immediately reached out and took it, then swallowed it in one gulp. In an instant, his belly was hot, and the medicinal power transformed into a stream of warmth that swept around his body, causing the weakness in his entire body to lessen by a lot. Feeling the divine difference within his body, Jiang Yen hurriedly thanked. Thank you, Lord Patriarch, for your gift. Jiang Daoxuan nodded and once again took out a copy of the Pure Yang Technique and the Great Sun Body Refining Technique and handed it to the other party. I already know about you from your grandfather's mouth. Except that my Jiang family has never had a fallen genius. Take these two techniques and cultivate them well. You may not necessarily not have a day to rise again in the future. Listening to Jiang Daoxuan's consolation, Jiang Yen was noncommittal and smiled helplessly. He certainly knew exactly what was going on with his own body. If there are no accidents, there is no hope of entering the cultivation path in this life, and I can only be an ordinary person at ease. It was just that although he thought so, in order not to waste the Lord Patriarch's thoughts, Jiang Yen still received the two feats. Thank you, Lord Patriarch, for granting the feats. Clutching the two techniques tightly in his hands, he did not prepare to immediately flip through them, only preparing to look at them again when he had time. Ding, the investment was successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 pounds of divine liquid. Ding, successful investment. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a heavenly ranked extremely high quality magic treasure, Wu Dao bloodcloth. Martial blood clothes, a drop of blood from a mysterious being. Stretchable, able to attach to the skin of the whole body, hiding the appearance, with the power to enhance part of the physical strength, automatically repair the wearer's injuries, depending on the difference in the realm, to offset part of the damage of the attacks of the celestial realm and the following monks, and to resist the full force of the sage realm monks. Ding, successful investment. Congratulations to the host's heavenly ranked supernatural fire, pale flame spirit fire. Pale flame spiritual flame, capable of transforming the possessor's physique into a pale flame body, with a recovery power far exceeding that of normal people, and possessing all kinds of wonders. Looking at the rewards above, Jiang Daoxuan's eyes lit up, not to mention the preciousness of the two heavenly great extreme treasures. The value of this divine liquid alone was also extremely precious, something that countless cultivators could only dream of. Divine liquid was the currency of exchange between high-level cultivators, containing extremely pure heaven and earth essence, and once absorbed, it would be of infinite benefit to the cultivator. According to the market price, 1 caddy of divine liquid would be enough to exchange for 1,000 top-grade spirit stones, yet it is this horrific percentage that is still available. One could imagine just how great the value of the 10 pounds of divine liquid he had obtained was. Once converted into spirit stones, it was 1,000 top-grade spirit stones, or 10 million lower-grade spirit stones. What kind of a horrible number is that? I'm afraid that even buying the entire Tendu province would not be a difficult task. After the shock, Jiang Daoxuan also quickly came back to his senses. He then raised his head, faced the crowd, and began to give orders for all the members of the Jiang clan to begin packing their bags and prepare to go with him to Wudong City. At the command of Jiang Daoxuan, for a moment, the entire Jiang family was abuzz and busy, looking at one of the clansmen who were constantly passing in front of him. Caught up in their busy schedules, Jiang Yan was a bit frozen. Jiang Chen noticed the scene and immediately held his sword and walked over. Coming to Jiang Yan's side, he suddenly spoke out. Still thinking about what? With his thoughts interrupted, Jiang Yan subconsciously raised his head and glanced around the source of the voice. Upon noticing that the visitor was Jiang Chen, he hurriedly bowed his hand and saluted. Jiang Yan, meet clan brother Jiang Chen. We're all family. No need to be polite. Just what are you struggling with nowadays? Jiang Yan's expression was bleak and he silently hung his head. Facing Jiang Chen, the family's heavenly pride, a strong inferiority complex suddenly arose within him. He hated why God had opened a window to him only to close and lock it. He clearly could have endured a life of mediocrity, but why should he be allowed to experience the script that belongs to a genius in the first place? The difference is something that only he or she can understand, and it is far beyond the comprehension of any human being. Looking at Jiang Yan's disheveled appearance, Jiang Chen couldn't help but think of himself. Before he met Lord Patriarch, how was he ever not like this? It's just that the only way to think about helping others is to have gotten wet yourself. In order to make this clan brother regain his fighting confidence, Jiang Chen slowly extended his palm and lightly patted Jiang Yan's shoulder. When Jiang Yan reared his head and looked over, Jiang Chen smiled warmly. On the way to Xuancheng, I had heard your grandfather say something about you, so I understand your current mood. Just that. Lord Patriarch had said that as long as the heart of the hot pillow is not extinguished, since it can be used to deny it, even if it is broken, it is not unlikely. Seeing this look in your eyes, I know that you still don't quite believe me, or even feel that I'm fooling you? Ha ha ha, don't look at me with such strange eyes. Let me tell you a secret that isn't considered a secret. Back then, my situation was too much worse than yours. At that point in time, my dantian wasn't just wasted. I was also expelled from the Thousand Mountain sect. Well, you heard it right. It's the same sect as Ko Ching and Tantayur, but clan brother. You now? Jiang Yan completely froze, his eyes filled with unbelief. If Jiang Chen's dantian was wasted, then how did he cultivate his current cultivation? He had never heard of anyone being able to continue cultivating after their dantian was shattered. Jiang Chen smiled. It's still what I just said. 4 words, break and then stand. It is because a miracle happened to me that I am convinced of this, and I am sure that you will also be able to wait for a miracle when the time comes as long as you don't give up on yourself. Borrowing from what the Lord Patriarch once told me, I now pass these words on to you. It is never the naysaying and mocking of others that truly defeats you, but the denial of yourself. With the last sentence falling, it was like a beam of warm sunlight shining into the depths of Jiang Yan's heart, dispelling all the gloom. Jiang Chen's words continued to echo in his mind as Jiang Yan's eyes grew brighter and brighter. He had originally thought that this clan brother was the pride of heaven in the family who was in the limelight, so this was why he had an inferiority complex and was difficult to face. However, he didn't want the other party to have suffered such a change, so it was no wonder that he was full of resentment towards the Thousand Mountain sect and treated Ko Ching without the slightest bit of mercy. At the same time, Jiang Yan gradually empathized, quietly accepting this heaven's remarkable clan brother within his heart. Even when his dantian was shattered, clan brother Jiang Chen didn't give up, thus waiting for a miracle of his own and being able to set foot on the path of cultivation again. What about me? What reason can I give up when my dantian is still intact? Chapter 31 Ringold Grandpa Awakens. Jiang Yan's shock. At this moment, the words of his own patriarch resounded in his mind once again. The Jiang family has never had a fallen genius. There may not be no day of re-emergence in the future. Jiang Yan had thought that these were all comforting words, but after learning about Jiang Chen's experience, he suddenly realized. It turned out that Lord Patriarch's words were not just comforting, but also had high hopes. Thinking of this, Jiang Yan suddenly felt his entire body filled with fire. His essence ushered in a qualitative change. No longer dead, but rather combative, with his head held high and his eyes determined. Immediately afterward, he faced Jiang Chen and arched his hand in thanks. Many thanks to Clan Brother. Without Clan Brother's guidance, I'm afraid I would have continued to sulk as usual, wasting my time and wasting this great time. Seeing Jiang Yan's change, Jiang Chen nodded his head in satisfaction, but quickly collected the smile on his face and pretended to reprimand. Now that it's come to this, you and I still have to be so angry with each other? Jiang Yan was first stunned, then he reacted, his face showing dawning realization, arching his hand and smiling. Rather, I'm the one who's been rusty. Jiang Yan has met Brother Chen. That's more like it. Yan Di, I'll protect you in the future. Anyone who wants to bully you, ask me. Jiang Chen, first. Thanks, Brother Tatsu. Ding detected that Jiang Yan, the son of destiny, has regained his fighting spirit. The family's fortune is plus 100. Jiang Daoxuan, who had received the system prompt, looked at the two people who were talking and sympathizing with each other, and couldn't help but reveal a smirk. The two, who had somewhat similar encounters, were really able to come together quite easily, and such an atmosphere was undoubtedly what Jiang Daoxuan would prefer to see. After all, it's better than a bad family that's hooked up and nearly divided. He preferred to see such a united family that helped each other and was harmonious and cozy. Over the next several days, the people of the Jiang family in Xuanqing carried various goods and formed a temporary convoy, leaving Xuanqing in great numbers and arriving in the middle of Wudan City. Along with the convergence of the main family and the branch family, Jiang Daoxuan also realized a problem. That is, the Jiang family compound is just too small. Currently accommodating the main home with one sub-home is barely enough, causing a bit of crowding. If we were to relocate all the other branches, given the size of the Jiang family residence, it was really a bit insufficient. So it would be better to just look for a new family residence that could house more clansmen. Just which place is better? Jiang Daoxuan looked thoughtful in his eyes. After a few breaths, a sudden flash of light came to his mind. He thought of a famous mountain around him. Its name, Kangu. It covers a vast area, covering dozens of peaks, and its main peak, Kangu Mountain, is famous for several surrounding cities, with high and steep mountains that are easy to defend and difficult to attack. And because it was detached from the mundane downtown, the richness of Kangu Mountain's aura was also far beyond Wudan City. No matter how one looked at it, this place was very suitable as the new residence of the Jiang clan. Just as Jiang Daoxuan was secretly making up his mind, the system's voice suddenly sounded. Ding, now triggering the family quest, finding a new family site. Quest reward, Earth grade lower grade spiritual veins *3. Earth grade lower grade spiritual field *1 acre. Earth grade lower grade mountain protection formation *1 set. Earth grade lower grade spiritual spring *1 mouthful. And Earth grade lower grade dragon's tooth rice seeds *3 portions. Duration of the mission, within 100 million years. Seeing that there is a new family mission can be completed, Jiang Daoxuan instantly faced joy. Cannot help but sigh when it is really sleepy to send a pillow. The system is really too thoughtful. And the system's rewards were even a bit eye-opening for him. Any one of the rewards inside would be enough to cause an uproar in the outside world, and would be snatched up by countless powerhouses and forces, because these things are too important for the development of a power. And once the new family residence is established, by these treasures, I'm afraid that the concentration of aura in the new residence can be directly comparable to the level of a first-class clan within the dynasty, right? To know that those first-class sects could all have powerful cultivators of the Sun Will realm sitting in the town, while their Jiang family, even the Yuan High Realm cultivators did not have one, which could be seen in the gap. Jiang Daoxuan's heart gradually caught fire inside. There were swarms of ferocious beasts in the vicinity of Kangu Mountain, and there were even Yuan High Realm ferocious beasts sitting in the area, resulting in almost no sects daring to use this as their residence. But for him, none of that was much of a problem. Thinking of this, Jiang Daoxuan immediately moved, disappearing into the sky and rushing towards Kangu Mountain. Not much longer, Jiang Daoxuan arrived at the main peak of Kangu Mountain. Ding, this place is detected to be the new residence of the family. Yes/no to choose Kangu Mountain to complete the binding. Hearing the system's beep, Jiang Daoxuan didn't hesitate and immediately clicked OK. Next moment, the system voice then sounded. Ding, binding successful. Quest for new family quarters completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3 lower grade spirit veins *1 acre of lower grade spirit field *1 1 set of lower-grade mountain protection formation asterisk, 1 spring of lower-grade spirit spring asterisk, and 1 construction gift pack star. Jiang Daoxuan nodded in satisfaction. Because he had once perused ancient books, he was no stranger to these things. Spiritual veins, i.e., buried underground, can release spiritual qi, transform the environment and enhance the concentration of spiritual qi in the air. Spiritual fields, on the other hand, are fertile soil and contain pure spiritual qi that can act on plants and medicinal herbs, and depending on the level of the spiritual fields, they can stably cultivate different qualities of spiritual medicines and shorten the maturation time. As for the spiritual springs, they are springs that have been transformed by huge amounts of spiritual qi, which can not only be used to water the spiritual fields, accelerate the growth of the spiritual medicines, and improve the yield and quality of the spiritual medicines. If you drink it directly, it is also able to remove impurities from the body, open up the meridians, strengthen the body and so on. Even if it was used to add it to food, it could enhance its flavor and give it some of the characteristics of a spiritual meal, which had a lot of benefits. In addition to these, the spirit spring water is no less than the spring of life for mortals. Once you are suffering from any serious illness, you only need to take a small sip of the spiritual spring water, and you will be able to restore your body to its original state, clearing up all hidden diseases and illnesses. So with the spirit spring water alone being able to earn a fortune, you can imagine just how useful the entire spirit springs is. As for the last set of randomly rewarded Earth rank lower grade mountain protection formations, it was called the Spirit Binding Formation. Without the authorization of the formation master, any strong person below the star will who entered the formation would be suppressed by a large realm. But because this formation needs to use the spirit vein as a source of energy, so before burying the spirit vein, the spirit binding grand formation could not be set up for the time being. Seeing this, Jiang Daoxuan's thoughts moved. Immediately afterward, a palm-sized three-dimensional diorama appeared in front of him. This is exactly the model of Kangu mountain. According to the system prompts, he could zoom in or out of it at will, and by extending your finger and clicking somewhere on the model, you'll be able to place as many items as you've just acquired. Seeing this, Jiang Daoxuan's expression gradually became odd. This strong sense of vestigial vision caused him to even have the illusion of whether he was playing some kind of simulated construction sandbox game. He shook his head, dispelling the thought from his mind. Spinning around, he buried a lower-grade spirit vein of the Earth rank. At that moment, the system's beep sounded again. Initial fusion, transforming the mortal into the spiritual, transforming the spiritual mountain. Time required, 7 days. Jiang Daoxuan quickly retracted his eyes. In that case, there was no rush to have the clan migrate to Kangu mountain. After all, today's cultivation level had reached the 8th level of the Purple Mansion realm. Breaking through the Yuanhai realm was also only a matter of days. At that moment, it was just the right time to take advantage of the spirit vein fusion and seize the time to complete the breakthrough. It wouldn't be too late to inform the clan and move to Kangu mountain when the breakthrough was completed. With this in mind, Jiang Daoxuan no longer stayed and instantly disappeared from his original location and began to return to Wudong City. Nighttime. Wudong City. The Jiang family. Inside the room, Jiang Yan sat cross-legged on the bed. He slowly took out the 2 techniques that the patriarch had bestowed upon him. In these days, after flipping through the pages many times, he naturally learned that these 2 techniques were powerful techniques of the very best grade of the Earth rank. From the initial shock to disbelief, Jiang Yan also counted on understanding exactly what high hopes the patriarch had placed on himself. It was for this reason that he was all the more unable to let the Lord Patriarch down. However, according to the cultivation method of pure yang gong, the gong was transported over and over again. But unfortunately, the miracle didn't happen, and the results remained the same in the slightest. All absorbed auras would inexplicably disappear as soon as they entered the body, without exception. What the hell is going on here? Jiang Yan's heart grew heavier and heavier as he subconsciously clenched his fists and looked out the window at the bright moon, murmuring, "Could it be that miracles never happen to me? I'm only destined to be an invalid in this life? No, I will never be." Jiang Yan clenched his teeth and hurriedly shook his head to dispel his inner self-doubt, and immediately began a new round of cultivation. Time passed little by little. Jiang Yan was exhausted and panting. His whole body was covered with coarse sweat. His clothes were wet, but he still found nothing. However, just as Jiang Yan's will was almost about to reach its limit, as if he was about to pass out in the next second, a sudden change occurred. A ghostly blue light quietly emanated. The light was faint and would not have attracted much attention if placed in the daytime, but it was very conspicuous in the darkness of the night. The sudden vision quickly caught Jiang Yan's attention. He followed the source of the glow and slowly lowered his head towards his right hand, only to see the light emerge from the very ring he was wearing. What's this? The blue ghostly light reflected Jiang Yan's slightly confused face. Before he could figure out what was happening, the light quickly dissipated again. Immediately afterward, an old voice suddenly came out from within the ring. Kid, it looks like you need some help. Who are you? What do you want? Jiang Yan was taken aback and opened his eyes wide, looking like he had seen a ghost. Chapter 32, Jiang Yan worships his master. The technique taught by Elder Zhou. There is no need to be alarmed. Boy, the old man will not harm you. After all, if it were not for the aura you have absorbed over the years, there is no way for the old man to awaken so quickly. As soon as the words fell, it was as if a muffled thunderbolt had struck down and exploded in Jiang Yan's mind. Immediately afterward, all the things that happened in the past were connected into a single line, causing his mind to instantly tense up, and he couldn't help but break out in curses. What? All the auras I absorbed will somehow disappear. It's all because of you? By now, how could he not understand that the culprit that caused him to change from a genius to a waste was actually this ring in his hand? With this in mind, he immediately reached out his hand, ready to remove this ring and throw it away. Seeing this, a voice hurriedly came from within the ring. Don't be anxious first. Since the old man has absorbed your aura for so many years, naturally I won't leave you alone. As a reward, in the future, the old man will teach you techniques and guide you in your cultivation. How about it? Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan immediately forced down his inner anger. After all the sins of these years had already been suffered, and if he could gain benefits from the mysterious existence within this ring, he would be able to make up for a lot of losses. Thinking of this, he immediately stopped his movements and slowly raised his hand, looking at the ring on his finger with a suspicious expression. Are you sure you can teach me? Could you be a Yuan High Realm expert? As far as he remembered, cultivators of the Yuan High Realm were already considered to be rumored big shots, and after hearing Jiang Yan's words, the sound within the ring suddenly stopped. After several breaths had passed, just as Jiang Yan was a bit confused, the voice within the ring then leisurely sounded. Yuan High Realm? A person of this weak realm, if placed in the past, would not even be enough to serve as a slave of the old man. Strong disdain was revealed within the old voice, causing Jiang Yan to be inwardly shocked. And you are? Humph. I was once a celestial realm cultivator, and I was in the middle of crossing the saint's calamity, but I was victimized by the disciple I raised with my own hands and trusted the most, causing me to fail in my calamity and lose my physical body. And now I only have a wisp of my residual soul escaping and residing in this ring of yours. Hearing the other party's narration, Jiang Yan's pupils contracted with an unbelievable expression. The other party was actually once a celestial realm powerhouse? Such terrifying and monstrous supreme existences, he had only heard of them in biographical stories. In reality, even if we look at the entire Great Qin dynasty, whether there can be a Yuanshan realm powerhouse exists is still an unknown quantity, let alone the celestials that are further up. What's more, the other party had also passed through the saint's tribulation, which meant that the other party was a terrifying powerhouse of the celestial realm perfection in his heyday. However, it was a bit unbelievable that an existence as powerful as this would reside in one's ring. Just as Jiang Yan was shocked, the voice within the ring came again. Now, the old man is willing to teach you a few profound techniques, counting it as a reward for these years. Of course, if you kid agrees to a condition of the old man can also accept you as a disciple and pass down his life's learning. How do you want to choose? Upon hearing that there was such a good thing, Jiang Yan's eyes moved slightly, and he immediately asked, dare I ask what this condition is? In the future, if you become successful in your cultivation, you need to clean up the door for me and kill the rebellious disciples. In that case, Jiang Yan pays his respects to master. Ha ha ha, the children are teachable. Accompanied by a sound tinged with joy from within the ring, Jiang Yan once again inquired, dare I ask master, your name? Old man's name aside, you may address old man as Elder Zhou. Good disciple, as a gift to meet you, my master will teach you a profound technique here. As the words fell, before Jiang Yan could react, a cloud of small, light blue transparent characters floated in front of him. The Great Diffraction Technique. This was clearly a middle-grade Earth-rank technique. Zhou Lao, who was hidden within the ring, looked at Jiang Yan rather smugly, ready to see the other party's reaction later. You should know that this Great Diffusion Xiangong is something he has collected for a long time, and it is the most powerful method that is most suitable for low-level cultivators to cultivate and forge a supreme foundation. And this stupid disciple of his even thought that the Yuan High Realm was already considered a great person. It could be imagined that the other party was in such a barren and small place, and it must have been feared that after witnessing the subtlety of the Great Diffusion Xian Gong, the original narrow worldview should have faced reshaping, right? However, something that surprised him happened after all, only to see Jiang Yan's face gradually become odd after looking through the Great Diffusion Xian Gongli. Master, I already have the Gong method. After receiving the pure Yang technique bestowed upon him by the Lord Patriarch, how could he still look at this technique that was clearly more than a step behind? Just the other party is, after all, he just recognized the master, and he cannot say it directly. Worrying about losing the face of the other party, can only implicitly explain. Zhou Lao frowned and thought that the content recorded in the Great Diffusion Shingon was too profound, so much so that this silly kid could not see the product rank, and immediately pointed out, this is a middle-grade ground rank Gong method, can it not exceed the Gong method you are practicing today by 1,000 times? What's there to dwell on? Jiang Yan held his forehead with his hand and said helplessly, but I already have an Earth Stage Extreme Grade technique. So what if it's an Earth Order Extreme Grade? It's still, wait a minute, Earth Rank Extreme Grade? Aren't you staying in a small clan? At this moment, Elder Zhou froze instead. How precious is an Earth Rank technique? It wasn't some cabbage that could be found everywhere on the streets. What's more, this new disciple of his was still cultivating an Earth Stage Extreme Grade technique. It's not really a small clan. Our clan chief lord is a Purple Mansion Realm cultivator, and this technique was passed on to me by him. Hearing his master's father say that his clan was a small clan, Jiang Yan subconsciously retorted. Elder Zhou didn't care about this, he was just deeply puzzled. If his disciple's family was really just a Purple Mansion family, then it would be impossible for him to possess an Earth Order Extreme Grade technique. Even if you have been lucky in your 8 lifetimes, and are fortunate enough to get an Earth-ranked technique, you are bound to treat it as a treasure, and never spread it out easily. So how could you possibly pass it on to Jiang Yan? Thinking about it, he suddenly had a flash of insight and some thoughts. Could it be that Purple Mansion clan chief, in order to gain love in front of the clan, chose to puff up his face and fool the clan that it was an Earth-ranked technique? Thinking of this, Elder Zhou all but almost laughed out loud, and in order to verify his guess, he immediately said, "You and give your cultivation of the Earth Stage Extreme Grade technique to my teacher. Perhaps there are some hidden dangers in the technique you are cultivating, which my teacher will be able to help you resolve." Hidden danger? How could there be hidden dangers in the Gong Fu given by the Patriarch? At this moment, Jiang Yan even doubted the other party's degree of professionalism. However, when he thought that the other party's first move was an Earth-rank technique, the credibility was not too low. Thus, Jiang Yan immediately pulled out a copy of the Pure Yang Gong from his pocket, held it in front of him, and flipped through it. Chapter 33, Elder Zhou's Shock. Who is the head of the Jiang family? And Elder Zhou was able to see what was written on it through the soul power he emitted. Just looking at it, the relaxed look on Zhou Lao's face began to disappear rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, turning very grave. Is this surely a Gong method given to the clan leader by a Purple Mansion Realm clan leader? As a celestial realm powerhouse, he was naturally able to see the subtleties of this pure Yang technique. Although it was only an Earth Order Extreme Grade, once it was cultivated, the power was terrifying enough to be comparable to a Heaven Order lower grade technique. And the recorded route of power transportation is so subtle that even after he finished reading it, he could not find any faults at all, and could only use the word perfect to explain. He had never seen such a perfect and flawless Earth-ranked technique, which could be called the most powerful technique most suitable for low-ranked cultivators to cultivate. Once this kind of technique appeared in the place where he used to be, I'm afraid that it would be snatched up by those Holy Land imperial dynasties as well. Right? Just why would such a divine technique appear in such a remote place? Zhou Lao felt that he couldn't understand a million things, and suspicion gradually flowed out of his pupils, looking at this disciple of his own family once again, suddenly generating an illusion that this kid was not being honest. Are you sure that the patriarch of your clan is only a Purple Mansion? Or is the strongest person in the clan not the patriarch, but someone else? Or perhaps there are other strong people existing in your neighborhood? Facing Elder Zhou's series of inquiries, Jiang Yan felt confused, but thinking that he had already worshipped the master, he still responded honestly, the strongest person in our Jiang family is naturally the Lord Patriarch, and it is said that our Wudong City Lord is also a Purple Mansion cultivator, and the strongest sect in the nearby land, the Thousand Mountain Sect, is run by a Yuan High Realm cultivator. Along with one piece of news revealed by Jiang Yan, Zhou Lao frowned. For some reason, he suddenly felt some liver pain. Although he was now in the state of a remnant soul and had no liver. As things stood, he was stunned to realize that as a strong celestial realm practitioner, he was somewhat unable to see through this purple mansion family that revealed evil in every way. Immediately afterward, he shook his head, too lazy to think deeply. Just as this family blessing is not small, the subtlety of the operation of this pure yang gong, even for the teacher cannot pick out half a point of the problem. You can rest assured that you can cultivate. And this gongfu is far more precious than you think. Your clan chief would even pass this kind of gongfu to you. It seems that it is also a high hope for you. In the future, you can cherish. Hearing his master's father say so, Jiang Yan only felt a fire within his heart. He hadn't even cultivated Xian-ranked techniques in the past, so naturally he lacked some knowledge of the preciousness of earth-ranked techniques. But now, after hearing that master teacher, a celestial powerhouse, had said so, it was enough to see just how remarkable this pure yang gong was. When he thought that the Lord Patriarch had actually imparted this kind of technique to himself, Jiang Yan was touched, but he also made up his mind inwardly. In the future, we must serve the family well and never fail the Patriarch's great love. At this point, Zhou Lao fell into a brief moment of reflection. Since Jiang Yan already possessed this most suitable cultivation technique, the option of cultivation techniques could be ruled out for the time being. After all, for a low-ranked cultivator, one could not come up with a better technique. Just the other party as their own just accepted disciple. This no-meat gift, also really some can't say ah. Thinking for a few breaths, in the end, Zhou Lao presented the gongfu he had collected after a lot of hard work in front of Jiang Yan's eyes. The art of forging the body with fire. This is a middle-grade earth-ranked body refining technique. If one cultivates it to a great completion, it is enough to gain battle power far beyond that of the same rank. And it is by no means difficult to use one's physical body to harden against a Xian-ranked extreme magic treasure. Jiang Yan looked at it for a few moments before showing a disappointed look on his face. This time there was no bending around, but straight to the point. Master, the body refining technique. Lord Patriarch has also given it to me a long time ago. The moment these words came out, it was as if a bolt from the blue flashed through the sky, instantly thundering Elder Zhou to the ground. He had never expected that in addition to the pure yang technique that was perfect to the extreme just now, that purple mansion patriarch had also bestowed Jiang Yan with a body refining technique. And looking at Jiang Yan, it was obvious that the body refining technique he possessed was even more powerful than the elemental flame body forging technique. Just how is that possible? It was important to know that body refining techniques were inherently rarer than cultivation techniques. And even he, who was as strong as the perfection of the celestial realm, had only collected this one technique by chance. But now, this damn Jiang family head, how come he was even more generous than himself when he made a move? Who on earth is the strongest person in the celestial realm? Zhou Lao's expression gradually began to tense up, especially after noticing that his own disciple's expression changed from adoration, gradually to questioning. He found it even more difficult to accept. But even so, there was some hope within him. It was already a great blessing for this Jiang family head to have an earth-rank grade body training technique. It couldn't possibly be better than the Yuan fire body forging technique that he had given himself. Thinking of this, Elder Zhou forced himself to hold back his inner discomfort. Good disciple, you and let your teacher have a look at that body refining technique. Jiang Yan didn't hesitate, directly pulling out the copy of the Great Sun body refining technique from his pocket. He held it in front of his eyes and began to flip through the pages. Only with the lesson from the last time, Zhou Lao's expression did not show any ease from the beginning. Instead, he was fully concentrated, not daring to be careless, and fully and carefully analyzing all the shortcomings and advantages within. It was just that along with Jiang Yan flipping through the Great Sun body refining technique, Zhou Lao was incredibly frustrated to realize that he couldn't even find half a problem. Like the pure yang technique, this was another perfect technique that had no flaws to speak of. However, these were not what shocked Elder Zhou the most. As a celestial realm cultivator, there was no need to mention the strength of his vision. That was why he was shocked to discover that there was some sort of common characteristic between the Great Sun body refining technique and the pure yang technique. If they practiced together, they could produce the terrifying effect of doubling the effort with half the effort. How could an earth-rank extreme-grade dual perfection technique that was so coincidentally able to produce a superimposed increase effect appear in the hands of a purple mansion clan chief in the district? Just what kind of terrifying figure was this Jiang family head? Zhou Lao instantly felt fine-tuned. From this moment onwards, he didn't dare to underestimate this small family where his disciple was from in the slightest. The waters of the Jiang family are far deeper than one would expect. Afterwards, he waited until Elder Zhou stabilized his mind and looked at his own disciple. This technique is equally perfect, and is even valued above the pure yang technique. Once it is leaked, not to mention Yuan Shen realm cultivators. Even celestial realm cultivators will feel moved and be unable to resist making a move. Your patriarch is really a great stroke of luck. Zhou Lao didn't know what to say. This Jiang family head would actually bestow Jiang Yan with two such valuable and powerful techniques. Should I say no? This heart is really big. After all, if his own disciple were to inadvertently leak out this news, I'm afraid that by that time, the entire Jiang clan would be torn to pieces by countless greedy-minded powerhouses. Chapter 34, Jiang Chen's Deep Thoughts. Weird Jiang family. Hearing his master's exclamation, Jiang Yan smiled and said, in recent years, other than my grandfather, Lord Patriarch is the person who has treated me the best. Zhou Lao nodded non-committally. Not worrying about the consequences caused by the leakage of the gongfu, he directly chose to spread it out, or both doors together. If his own disciple was not the biological son of that Jiang family head, then the strength of this aura was really a bit unbelievable. Wait, thinking of this, Zhou Lao's expression suddenly became a bit odd. You couldn't be the illegitimate son of your patriarch, right? Jiang Yan's expression froze, and he immediately retorted, how is this possible? Lord Patriarch, however, has never been to our split family compound, not to mention that he has never been married, and has always been working hard for the rise of our family. Zhou Lao's eyes moved slightly. If this is really the case, the Jiang family head's style of action, it is really some inscrutable awe. Elder Zhou sighed. Since you already have the pure yang technique and the great sun body refining technique, then I won't offer up any more for the sake of avoiding making a fool out of myself, except that I do have a peculiar technique here that I can pass on to you. As the words fell, small, dense, illusory words appeared before Jiang Yan's eyes. The secret of Inferno. This is a technique that my master once obtained in the middle of an ancient relic somewhere. Its name, the Inferno technique. Don't look at the fact that this technique is only a mere yellow rank lower grade, but as long as you keep refining the foreign flames, you will be able to cause the technique grade to constantly undergo a metamorphosis, which can be considered to be infinitely miraculous. I'm confident that this flame technique will never lose out to the technique that your clan leader bestowed upon you. Seeing that there was such a magical technique in the world, Jiang Yan instantly brightened up, and only after noticing that this cheap disciple of his family finally showed a look of satisfaction did Elder Zhou let out a slight sigh of relief. If that Jiang clan chief was still able to come up with a technique that was far superior to the Inferno technique, then he would have nothing more to say, and would be doomed to lose face in front of his disciple today. But fortunately, this flame skill had finally saved some face for himself as a human teacher. After Jiang Yan had firmly memorized the cultivation method of the yin technique in his mind, he couldn't wait to start running the pure yang technique and fall into cultivation. Since the master had already awakened, there was no need to absorb one's own aura. That is to say, one can finally cultivate? Thinking of this, Jiang Yan's heart couldn't help but be agitated. If one could choose to become a genius, who would be willing to become an invalid and live the rest of his life in an ordinary manner? With the pure yang technique running over and over again, Jiang Yan finally determined that the aura he had absorbed would no longer inexplicably disappear. And under the nourishment of the large amount of spiritual qi rushing through him, his fallen realm began to rapidly recover again. After a night, it was light. Jiang Yan sat with his legs crossed on top of the bed. At this moment, although he hadn't slept all night, his spirit seemed extraordinarily exhilarated. Feeling the powerful strength surging out of his limbs and bones, he could barely hold back his screams. In just one night's time, his cultivation had not only recovered to its peak, but he had also managed to make a breakthrough, arriving at the coveted Hotian realm first level. Now, Jiang Yan finally felt that the world was no longer gray, but had become colorful, only to feel that life was full of hope. Then, noticing a beam of sunlight spilling in through the window, Jiang Yan immediately got up, put on his clothes, pushed open the door, and walked out of the room. As things stood, he only wanted to share the good news of his restored cultivation as soon as possible to his grandfather. Jiang Chen and the Lord Patriarch come to the courtyard and cross several paths paved with cobblestones. Swish! Along with a cracking sound, Jiang Yan subconsciously stopped his footsteps and looked along with the sound, only to see a familiar figure standing under a large tree not far away. It was a black-haired young man with a resolute face, who held his sword in one hand and waved it around recklessly, between one move and the other. It was like a swimming dragon, but also between the vague, revealing a murderous intent. Within a few breaths, the powerful sword wind that surrounded his body actually cut all the yellow leaves that fell from the canopy into countless broken leaves that floated down to the ground. This person was none other than the pride of the Jiang family, Jiang Chen. Just then, noticing someone visiting him, Jiang Chen retrieved his longsword and looked up. 4 eyes. Upon seeing that the visitor was Jiang Yan, Jiang Chen was greatly surprised. Yan Di, your cultivation has recovered? As an expert at the 9th level of the Hotian realm, he was naturally able to see the many abnormalities of Jiang Yan today. Jiang Yan quickly calmed his emotions, released a wisp of breath and grinned. Brother Chen, you and Lord Patriarch were right. As long as you persevere, you'll be able to create a miracle and breakthrough. Feeling the aura that belonged exclusively to the Hotian realm, Jiang Chen's eyes moved slightly, feeling greatly surprised, and even more so, realizing the extraordinary nature of this clan brother of his family. He himself was able to obtain the mysterious flame to repair his dantian and thus set foot on the path of cultivation again. So what about Jiang Yan? And what did he rely on? For some reason, the words of the Lord Patriarch once again resounded from his mind. That clan brother of yours may be able to bring up quite a bit of interest for you in the future. I had thought that what the matriarch Sama had said was about similar encounters, but now that I think about it more carefully, there is something strange. Later, could it be that Lord Patriarch had predicted this scene? Knowing that Jiang Yan would be able to regain his cultivation? Just when Jiang Chen was in doubt, Zhou Lao, who resided in the ring on Jiang Yan's finger, however, had discovered something unusual. Through his powerful soul probing, he immediately discovered that Jiang Chen possessed a very powerful root qualification. This discovery once again confused Zhou Lao. To know with such a strong talent, are enough to become those holy places in the imperial dynasty of the proud characters, and how will be born in such a small family? Zhou Lao's expression grew more and more grave, and in order to solve the confusion, he immediately increased his perception, wanting to probe Jiang Chen's reality. Only along with the deepening of his senses, suddenly, Zhou Lao's face changed dramatically. At this moment, he felt an extremely terrifying aura from the depths of the other party's body. This aura was so strong that it was unimaginable, and even more so, it made Zhou Lao feel like his soul was trembling. By now, he already understood that he could not continue to go deeper in, and if he made any more superfluous movements, he would be completely obliterated in front of this mysterious aura. What the hell is wrong with this teenager? Zhou Lao was so startled that he hurriedly withdrew his senses, feeling terrified. No matter how much more, he had once been in existence at the perfection of the celestial realm, but he was still as fragile as a mole cricket in front of this aura. Could it be that something terrifying above the sage realm was contained in this disciple's clan brother of his own? Thinking about this, Elder Zhou was a bit shocked. It was fortunate that the other party's cultivation level was only at the Hotian realm. If it was a few realms higher, I'm afraid that even he himself wouldn't be able to discover the existence of that dreadful thing. Chapter 35 Elder Zhou's Speculation. Jiang Clan Chief is the reincarnation of the ancient great emperor? For a moment, he was even more certain that there was something weird about this Jiang family. After all, what small family could come up with 2 perfect merit techniques of the very best of the earth rank, and also be able to possess a teenager who was burdened with such great karma? Thinking of this, Zhou Lao felt that it is better to give this cheap disciple of his own family a wake-up call first, and immediately transmitted his voice. This clan brother of yours is very uncomplicated. In the future, you should still be more careful. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan looked as normal and didn't care. No matter how uncomplicated Brother Chen was, wasn't he still a member of the Jiang family? Once the other party became stronger, they would definitely be able to help the Jiang family become stronger as well. Not to mention saving himself by punching Ko Qing in the face in the first place. So in his mind, if Jiang Daoxuan was something like an elder father-like role, then Jiang Chen was the role of a good big brother. After seeing Jiang Yan's couldn't-care-less expression, Elder Zhou sighed slightly and didn't say anything more. Only that this Jiang Chen was burdened with such great karma. I'm afraid that his future achievements would be unlimited. And if this cheap disciple of his own family could have such a brother, his future cultivation path could not be smoother. Even at that time, not only would he not only clean up his own house and kill the rebellious disciples, but perhaps he would also be able to give himself the opportunity to remake his physical body? Thinking of this, Zhou Lao's eyes instantly brightened. Subsequently, along with the end of Jiang Yan's casual conversation with Jiang Chen, Jiang Yan said his goodbyes before heading straight to the patriarch's residence. Not long after, Jiang Yan arrived at the door of the room. Before he could knock on the door, he saw the door of the room being slowly pushed open, and a handsome man with an ethereal temperament, like an exiled immortal, came into view. This person was none other than the head of the Jiang clan, Jiang Daoxuan. After using his violet divine sense to discover Jiang Yan's arrival in advance, he paused his cultivation and walked out. Jiang Daoxuan looked at Jiang Yan in front of him and instantly detected the other party's Hotian realm cultivation. he recovered his cultivation overnight. It seems that the residual soul of the celestial realm in the ring has awakened. Just as Jiang Daoxuan was secretly thinking, the system's beep suddenly sounded. Ding, current target. Investment can trigger gold level return. Invest 1 caddy of divine liquid and receive 1000 caddy of divine liquid. Invest in the Tsung Flame Spirit Flame to obtain the Samadhi Flame Avatar. Invest in Extreme Tranquilizing Herb, and you will receive 3 pieces of ground level Extreme Magic Treasure. Seeing the new investment triggered again, Jiang Daoxuan's eyes lit up, and then he looked at Jiang Yan, his eyes falling on the ring in the other party's hand. With this glance, the deep eyes happened to intertwine with Elder Zhou's. Zhou Lao was still thinking about what kind of person this Jiang family head was, but he didn't want to encounter such a change just after meeting him. That terrifying look that seemed to see through everything gave him the creeps. I'll be damned. I am a cultivator of the celestial realm, but he is only a Zifu cultivator. How can he see me? Elder Zhou felt a bit of scalp numbness and trembled inwardly. Although the other party didn't say it explicitly, that feeling of being completely seen through was absolutely not wrong. One was exposed. By now, Zhou Lao had already determined that this Jiang family head was definitely not simple, and that the Jiang family definitely had problems. Immediately afterward, in order to find out the other party's reality, Zhou Lao once again emanated his perception. As soon as his senses landed on this Jiang clan chief, he felt a terrifying Dao rhythm that was incomparably thick, almost like the Dao. This feeling, Elder Zhou's pupils shrunk and his complexion changed wildly. This situation seems to have some resemblance to a certain physique from the legends. Born close to the Dao, it is called the birth of the innate Dao. This kind of terrifying and incomparable supreme physique, even in the region where he was located, it was very difficult to give birth to one over the course of countless years. He had only been fortunate enough to learn a word about it from some of the secret stories. Of course, he had yet to detect the characteristics of the desolate ancient sacred body, let alone associating it with the innate sacred body Dao fetus. So after noticing the obvious fluctuation of Dao rhythm surging out from Jiang Daoxuan's circumference, he immediately realized that the Jiang clan chief in front of him had a high probability of being a supreme celestial pride that possessed an innate Dao fetus physique. Once this news was circulated, it would surely be met with countless supreme forces coaxing for it, and it would be immediately elevated into an honorable figure like a holy son. A person with such a terrifying physique, as long as he doesn't die in the middle of the journey, he will definitely be able to achieve quasi-emperor in the future, and is even expected to be certified as a great emperor, and compete with many heavenly prides on the emperor's path. What kind of family is this Jiang family? Even those desolate ancient families didn't seem to be this terrifying, right? Thinking about what he had seen along the way, Elder Zhou only felt his body shivering, especially when he thought of Jiang Yan's words that his own family was only a small family. He couldn't stop the corners of his mouth from twitching. Dare I ask what kind of small family could give birth to a terrifying youngster who possessed causality above the sage realm, as well as this terrifying patriarch who possessed an innate Dao-born physique? He wouldn't be surprised at all if such a clan was said to be a draconic ancient family or an imperial clan, but the point was that it was only a small clan, one whose strongest combatant was only at the Purple Mansion realm. Just when Elder Zhou was still immersed in astonishment and unable to extricate himself, accidents happen again, along with the gradual deepening of perception. A dazzling and incomparable golden light suddenly emanated out. A blurry figure with a human head and snake body suddenly appeared in front of Zhou Lao's eyes. A great and incomparable aura filled the air. With infinite might, one could not help but feel a sense of worship. The moment he came into contact with this aura, Zhou Lao was so frightened that he was almost scared out of his wits, instantly dispersing his senses and curling up in the corner of the ring space shivering. What exactly is this Jiang family head? Zhou Lao's face was filled with fear and anxiety. He had never seen such a terrifying existence before, and even a sage realm cultivator that he had once had the honor of meeting was as weak as a mole cricket in front of this wisp of breath. This level of might could never be emitted by a saint realm. Not even a sage king could. Could it be? Just then, a bold idea suddenly intruded into Zhou Lao's mind, driving it away and out of control. Could it be that this Jiang family head is actually the reincarnated body of a certain ancient great emperor who has awakened his memories? At the thought, Zhou Lao gulped nervously. If this is true, then everything is explained. As an ancient great emperor who had awakened the memories of his previous life, being able to master 2 Earth stage extremely high-grade techniques, and then see through his own existence with his Purple Mansion cultivation and harboring that terrifying aura was not a rare thing. And for yourself, it's likewise a godsend. With the current situation of the Jiang family, everything is the beginning stage, the so-called submerged dragon in the abyss. There must be a time to soar to the sky. As long as he seized this opportunity, while the Jiang family had not yet risen to power, he would attentively assist Jiang Yan to become stronger step by step. I thought that when this Jiang clan chief stepped back into the path of the emperor, he would then remember all the credits he had done to help Jiang Yan. It only needed to spill out a sliver of chance to himself from the cracks of his fingers, and at that time, not to mention remodeling his physical body, it would be a breeze to regain his perfect cultivation in the celestial realm, or even break through to the sage realm. Chapter 36, You call me master? I call you young master. Thinking of this, Zhou Lao immediately lowered his stance and transmitted his voice to Jiang Yan. Disciple Ah. Hearing his master's sudden voice, Jiang Yan was a bit puzzled, but thinking that the patriarch was still in front of him, he murmured in his mind, What's wrong, master? Cough, cough, cough. Good disciple, look at this from now on. The two of us will talk about each other. You will call me master, and I will call you young lord. Is that okay? Since he was prepared to hug the Jiang family's heavenly thigh in advance while the Jiang family was still in its infancy, Elder Zhou naturally didn't dare to truly treat Jiang Yan only as a disciple. After all, where was this a disciple who inherited his mantle? This was clearly the young master who provided himself with the path to heaven. Accompanied by Zhou Lao's respectful voice, Jiang Yan was completely confused. Master, what's wrong with you? Why did you say such a thing? Being honored as young lord by a celestial realm cultivator. Such treatment, in truth, caused Jiang Yan to be somewhat unable to react, much less dare to accept it. In the face of Jiang Yan's doubts, Elder Zhou did not choose to explicitly say so. After all, since the Jiang clan chief had not revealed his identity to the clan, he must have had his own plans. If he were to reveal his identity, it would be another matter whether he could save his life, not to mention obtaining the opportunity. Therefore, after sighing, Zhou Lao carefully said, AI. Much for, I can't say. I can only slightly reveal some of it to you. Your patriarch is indeed not simple, far beyond your imagination. In the future, you only need to hold on to your patriarch's thighs well, and in the future, cultivating into the sage realm is by no means a difficult task. Even by that time, the pigs raised by your Jiang family might be able to obtain the opportunity to break through the Star Wheel realm and headbutt that Yuan High realm cultivator from the strongest sect in your neighborhood, the Thousand Mountain sect. To be honest, old me is a bit envious of you, to be able to be in the same family as this being. At those words, Jiang Yan was inwardly shocked. He had never imagined that this celestial master of his own family would have such a high opinion of the Lord Patriarch. It was really a bit unbelievable. Just by hugging the Lord Patriarch's thighs tightly, one could obtain the chance to cultivate into a saint? This is a bit too much, isn't it? Although I believe in Lord Patriarch, but how powerful an existence is the sage realm? I'm afraid that a single strike could destroy the entire Great Qin dynasty, right? If the master's words are true, then the Lord Patriarch. Jiang Yan's eyes moved slightly, his heart grew hotter, and he couldn't help but admire the patriarch even more. At this moment, looking at the constantly changing color on Jiang Yan's face, Jiang Daoxuan secretly said an interesting sound. He realized that the celestial realm cultivator in the ring might have said something to Jiang Yan. Only, he didn't care about that. Afterwards, he stored a pound of divine liquid, the pale flame spirit flame, and the extreme ansatz grass into a spatial ring. Then the spatial ring was taken out, placed in the palm, and handed to Jiang Yan. Now that you have regained your cultivation, it can be considered a bitter sweetness. As the head of a clan, I can't be without a sign. This object will be considered a gift to congratulate you on ushering in a new life, and you will need to work hard on your cultivation in the future, and fight for the rise of the clan. The sound of the words rang out, causing Jiang Yan to instantly detach himself from his contemplation as he followed the sound and looked at the spatial ring in the center of Jiang Daoxuan's palm and froze in disbelief. He hadn't expected at all that he would receive another gift from the Lord Patriarch before he had even reported his good fortune. Seeing this, Jiang Daoxuan smiled. Why are you still frozen? Jiang Yan reacted and quickly reached out to receive the spatial ring. Then he knelt down and respectfully saluted. Thank you, Lord Patriarch. Jiang Yan will surely live up to the high expectations of Lord Patriarch, and will take revitalizing the family as his own responsibility. Jiang Daoxuan nodded. Very well. This patriarch waits to see the day you can cover for the family. You and retire. The matter of cultivation is the top priority. Must not be arbitrarily wasted. Yes. Jiang Yan first arched his hand in salute and then got up to leave, until the back disappeared from Jiang Daoxuan's sight. Only then did Jiang Daoxuan slowly withdraw his gaze and turn around to return to the room. At that moment, the system's beeping connection sounded. Ding, the investment was successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining one. 000 pounds of divine liquid. Ding, the investment was successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3 pieces of earth-ranked extremely high-quality magic treasures. Ding, the investment was successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Samadhi Fire avatar. Samadhi Fire, by the essence, gas, God refining into 3, because it is pure fire. Once offered, burning smoke strong, water flooding cannot be extinguished. The more burned by water, burning powerful, mastery of the great success, can be burned out of a realm, so that it is reduced to nothing. Along with the system rewards being handed out, Jiang Daoxuan also had more information about the samsara fire in his mind. It was also as if the body had awakened some sort of instinct, and with just a thought, it could unleash the powerful Samadhi flame avatar. Not bad, I've got a few more tricks up my sleeve against the enemy. Jiang Daoxuan nodded in satisfaction. If you are too single-minded in your approach to the enemy, it is easy to choose to refrain after you have been found out. So similar to the 10,000 swords in Samadhi True Flame and other killing and destroying means, it was completely plentiful for himself, and he might be able to use it at some point. With a flash of thoughts, Jiang Daoxuan once again returned to the bed, choosing to sit cross-legged, taking out the divine liquid, and began to continue cultivating. By now, his cultivation had reached the 9th level of the Purple Mansion realm, and he was only one step away from being able to formally ask for the Yuan Hai realm. The day of breaking through the Yuan Hai is not far away. The other side. Jiang Yan immediately returned to his residence after informing his grandfather, Jiang Hongwen, of the good news that he had regained his cultivation. After determining that no one was around, Jiang Yan then closed the door to the room and came to the table, casually finding a stool to sit down. Immediately after that, he carefully took out the space ring given to him by the Lord Patriarch. Taking it in his hand, he urged his aura to open it. In an instant, the scene inside the spatial ring presented itself. A jar with an alabaster color throughout, a fist-sized orange-red flame, and an oddly shaped blue strange grass. Looking at these 3 things, Jiang Yan was dumbfounded to realize that he didn't even recognize one of them. I'm afraid that the item gifted by the Lord Patriarch is by no means extraordinary, so I can ask my master to help take a look at it. Jiang Yan made up his mind and immediately took out the white jade jar and placed it on the wooden table. Seeing nothing unusual from the surface, he immediately reached out and opened the lid. The moment it was opened, a breath of life that was so dense that it poured out madly, filling the entire room. Jiang Yan was so surprised by this scene that he subconsciously took a breath and instantly felt his spirit revitalized and endless energy surged through his body. Seeing this divine sight, the sense of curiosity within him grew even heavier, and he immediately probed. Looking inside the jar, what came into view was a puddle of pale green liquid that emitted a shimmering light. What's this? Restricted by his eyesight, Jiang Yan was still unable to recognize exactly where this object came from, and could only call out to Zhou Lao, Master, you quickly help me see what divine effects this object has. Chapter 37 Heavenly Stage Flame Skill and Song Flame Treasure Body. Upon hearing Jiang Yan's call, Elder Zhou, who was hiding in the ring, also hurriedly responded, Young Lord, if I'm not wrong, this item should be a divine liquid. Divine liquid? Faced with this incomparably unfamiliar word, Jiang Yan frowned. Seeing this, Zhou Lao began to patiently explain. If spirit stones are the currency commonly used by ordinary cultivators, then divine liquid is the currency commonly used by cultivators above the 10,000 elephant realm, and the divine liquid contains extremely pure heaven and earth essence within it. So if the young master absorbs it, the benefits can be quite a lot. As for the value of this item, these divine liquids in front of you should be able to be exchanged for around 1,000 top-grade spirit stones. Although there are some price fluctuations due to regional issues, the difference won't be too great. 1,000 top-quality spirit stones? Jiang Yan's pupils shrank as a wave of shock rippled within him. He had never imagined that the first gift that his own patriarch had bestowed upon him would contain such astounding value. To know what kind of concept 1,000 top-grade spirit stones was? Even buying 100 Wudon cities was nothing difficult. The chief of the clan is so generous. Did you really not consider whether my heart can withstand it? Jiang Yan nervously gulped and calmed down for a while, and couldn't help but look forward to the remaining 2 items. If this first gift is this good, I'm sure the other 2 aren't that bad, right? Thinking of this, Jiang Yan immediately took out the blue strange grass from his spatial ring. Master, take a look at this item again. And what is its origin? Zhou Lao sized up a few eyes, and his face instantly became complicated. Really? Your patriarch really has a heart. Seeing his master's reaction, Jiang Yan couldn't help but feel perhaps curious. Oh, what do you mean by that? This thing is called tranquilizing grass. generally belongs to the Xian rank spiritual grass, but looking at its character, this plant should be among the very best, so it seems that it should reach the lower grade of the earth rank. As for the role, it is to nourish the residual soul. Remnant souls? Wait, could it be that the Lord Patriarch could have discovered you? Jiang Yan's eyes widened as he immediately realized what was fishy. After all, one's own divine soul has not been damaged, and the patriarchal lord suddenly gifted this item. A little bit of brain to think about it. All know for whom it was specially prepared. Zhou Lao first responded, then couldn't help but let out an exclamation. If in Lao Fu's heyday, this item wouldn't be considered anything rare, but now that I've been reduced to a remnant soul body, this item would be of great use to Lao Fu. This time, I've taken your patriarch's favor and followed you, young lord, into the light. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan smiled faintly, instantly feeling proud that his family could have such a powerful patriarch. After calming his emotions, he then asked, Master, then how exactly should this tranquilizing herb be used for you? And you can just put this on the surface of the ring. Good. Jiang Yan followed Elder Zhou's hints and placed the tranquilizing herb on his ring. Soon, along with a flash of blue light, the tranquilizer grass instantly disappeared. Just as Jiang Yan was feeling greatly marveled, Zhou Lao's voice came slowly. Young lord, take another look and see if the patriarch has also left you anything good. Jiang Yan came back to his senses and immediately took out the strange orange-red flame from within his spatial ring. The flame floated in mid-air without emitting any heat, and even when Jiang Yan couldn't help but be curious and stretched out his fingers to tap on it, he didn't feel the slightest abnormality. Jiang Yan continued to ask Elder Zhou, Master, what do you think this is again? As soon as the words fell, Zhou Lao's excited voice was heard. A foreign fire. This is a heavenly rank foreign fire. Your clan leader would even give you this. It's truly unbelievable. Elder Zhou couldn't even figure out why Jiang Yan, who was clearly only at the first level of Hotian realm cultivation, would be directly bestowed with a heavenly ranked foreign fire by this Jiang family head. To know the preciousness of this item, even his own self, who was once at the perfection of the celestial realm, had only heard of its name, but was not allowed to see it. After all, even the foreign fire that he had gone through so much trouble and 9 deaths to find was only a half step of the heavenly rank, heavenly order foreign fire said to give. Really worthy of the ancient great emperor's reincarnation body. Out is this generous. Zhou Lao's thoughts surged and his heart shook. Heaven step foreign fire? Jiang Yan froze. Although he had learned of the existence of foreign flames from the records of the inflammation technique, this was the first time he had seen it in the flesh. Such an opportunity is not to be missed. Young lord, you should quickly apply the Inferno technique and refine this heavenly great alien fire. Once you succeed in refining it, the benefits will be endless. It was accompanied by Zhou Lao's urgent voice. Jiang Yan quickly came back to his senses and immediately activated the Yen technique and began to try to refine it. A few moments later, Jiang Yan successfully refined the Tsong Flame Spirit Flame. The grade of the Inferno skill directly soared from the lower yellow rank to the middle heavenly rank. At the same time, under the influence of the Tsong Flame Spirit Flame, his physique also metamorphosed into the Tsong Flame Treasure Body. A steady stream of powerful spiritual energy gathered crazily. Hotian Realm 2nd level. Hotian Realm Triple. Hotian Realm 4th level. The 7th level of the Hotian Realm. In just a few dozen breaths of time, Jiang Yan broke through to the 7th level of the Hotian Realm Cultivation in one fell swoop with the spiritual power feedback from the Tsong Flame Treasure Body. Even with the divine liquid and pure Yang Gong, breaking through the innate realm would only be in these few days. Chapter 38 The Jiang Family Twins, preparing to break through the Yuan High Realm. A few days later, Wudong City, the Jiang family. During these times, Jiang Daoxuan had specially bestowed bottles of Yuan enhancement pills to the 2 heavens destined sons to eat as sugar beans in order to speed up their growth. On top of that, he also gave each of the 2 of them an earth rank extreme grade Dharma treasure longsword, as well as giving Jiang Chen a caddy of divine liquid on purpose. With the large amount of cultivation resources bestowed by Jiang Daoxuan, Jiang Yan and Jiang Chen lived up to their high expectations and made breakthroughs one after another. First, Jiang Chen broke the limit of the 9th level of the Hotian realm and smoothly broke through to the innate realm, becoming the 7th innate expert in the family. Subsequently, on the 3rd day, Jiang Yan made rapid progress and also broke through to the innate realm, becoming the 8th innate expert in the family. The 2 teenage innates who were less than double 10 years old not only stirred up the Jiang family, but even the entire Wudong city was stirred up by it, and the strength of the 2 men's battle power was far more exaggerated than their own cultivation showed. Each of them held a 3-foot green blade, sweeping across the various geniuses and veteran innates, as if transforming into 2 insurmountable towering mountains. pressing down on all the innates in the city, unable to catch their breath. In contrast, the fame of the two gradually spread to the surrounding cities. Under the reputation, some geniuses from outside the city were attracted one after another, trying to challenge the two, but without exception, all the challengers fell within a few moves and ended up losing. In an instant, the name of the Jiang family twin stars completely spread around the city, becoming the object of worship of countless young martial artists. More than that, they became the object of admiration of many family ladies, and even more, they even released the bold words that they would not marry Jiang Chen and Jiang Yan in this life. As for Jiang Daoxuan, who was the overlord of Wudong City, his reputation was also gradually spread amongst the caravan's climbers, radiating to several surrounding cities, especially when City Lord Ding Xian revealed that Jiang Daoxuan had mastered the sword intent. It caused a huge sensation. With the Purple Mansion Cultivation mastery of comprehending the sword intent, this kind of sword Dao heavenly pride has not appeared in the surrounding realm for thousands of years. So once this news appeared, Jiang Daoxuan's great name was immediately enshrined in the local city records by several surrounding cities, because once you master the sword intent, you can be called a sword Dao master and enjoy the name of sword sect. Therefore, among the countless voices of martial artists in the surrounding cities, there were fewer and fewer people who dared to call Jiang Daoxuan by his name, but instead crowned him with an honorable title and directly called him Jiang Jianzong. Sunset twilight. In the back of the Jiang family's mountain, in the middle of the bamboo forest, a handsome man in a white power suit sat on the floor. Aura surged around his body, sweeping all around him, and the emerald bamboo swayed, scattering countless bamboo leaves. The might contained was so strong that it caused all the wild beasts that tried to approach to flee, causing the birds to fly away in fear. Jiang Daoxuan nodded slightly and looked at his palm. There was a hidden red aura flowing above his palm, mapping out a strong sense of vitality. The constant stream of power added to his body, as if it was able to allow him to tear demonic beasts with his hands and wrestle with young dragons. This was the strange power of the heavenly great extreme magic treasure, the martial blood clothes. Ever since he had put on the martial blood clothes, this item had melted into the skin of his entire body, and no abnormality could be seen. But in secret, it gives itself a superb passive effect. One of the effects was the ability to automatically absorb aura 24 hours a day without interruption and provide it to one's cultivation. Although the cultivation effect was more than a step worse than actively cultivating on one's own, the victory was that this effect could be stacked, producing a passive gain effect similar to an experience bonus buff, plus the addition of the innate sacred body Dao fetus, divine liquid, pure yang kung fu, the sum total of the entire clan, and so on. Nowadays, Jiang Daoxuan was only 1 foot away from the Yuan High realm, and could easily step over at any time. Chapter 39, the first ever Yuan High realm cultivator of the Jiang clan, breaking through the Yuan High. Right now, Jiang Daoxuan's eyes moved slightly, his 5 fingers clenched violently, and his Yuan power gathered crazily. Without encountering any unexpected twists and turns, the process was surprisingly smooth, and in just a few moments, a sea of Yuan power was rapidly formed in the Violet Mansion. Genkai repaired. From now on, one only needed to keep accumulating Yuan power to be able to make the Yuan sea deeper and wider. Once he engaged someone, he was able to explode with a constant stream of Yuan power by virtue of the Sea of Yuan. Just the moment Jiang Daoxuan broke through the Yuan High realm, an extremely strong spiritual energy storm suddenly arose in the sky above. Wisps of terrifying spiritual pressure swept around, permeating to the entire Jiang family residence. The Grand Elder, who now possessed the second level of cultivation of the Violet Mansion realm, was the first to detect the movement. He jerked his head up and looked in the direction of the back of the mountain, his pupils showing shocked colors. This powerful spirit pressure far exceeds the Zifu realm, and the source seems to be in the direction of the back mountain? Could it be that Lord Patriarch has broken through the Yuan High realm? The Grand Elder recalled that the Patriarch had traveled to the back of the mountain not long ago, preparing for a closed-door breakthrough to the Yuan High realm. Thus, after associating it with the abnormality that was coming from the back mountain today, he immediately realized that his own patriarch might have broken through the Yuan High realm. From the last time out of the customs only more than 10 days, the patriarch adult will make another breakthrough. Arrived at the Yuan High realm. This kind of horrible talent, really unheard of, but this is good, after all, has already offended the Thousand Mountain sect to death, and now the patriarch adult breakthrough success, and then by virtue of the sword intent, is able to surround some of its. As soon as he thought that from today onwards, the Jiang family would officially have Yuan High realm cultivators in their midst, the Grand Elder's expression was relieved, and his brows relaxed, feeling extremely relieved. Immediately afterward, the huge commotion caused by Jiang Daoxuan's breakthrough also startled one of the innate realm elders. What a powerful aura! Could this be emanating from a Yuan High Realm cultivator? Yuan High Realm? Could it be that the Thousand Mountain sect has sent someone to raise an offense? Nonetheless, I just felt it carefully, and this aura seems to be coming from the backside of the mountain. You mean, Lord Patriarch? If what I expected is correct, Lord Patriarch is already asking for the Yuan High. Ha ha ha, my Jiang clan was actually able to give birth to a Yuan High Realm cultivator as well? Can anyone imagine that just a few days ago, our Jiang family was nearly destroyed by the Tang family? Thanks to Lord Patriarch. As soon as Lord Patriarch stepped out of the gate, he caused our Jiang family to undergo such earth-shattering changes. One elder marveled in awe. Soon, this news reached the ears of many of the Jiang family's children. After learning that their own patriarch had cultivated into the Yuan High Realm, the entire Jiang family stirred up and fell into great joy. Jiang Chen and Jiang Yin, on the other hand, looked at each other in dismay, sighing inwardly. Lord Patriarch deserves to be Lord Patriarch. His progress is surprisingly this rapid. The two were originally still feeling a bit proud of their recent surge in cultivation, but after learning that the Lord Patriarch had actually broken through the Yuan High Realm, that bit of inner pride was instantly crushed to the dregs. Originally, he thought that he could close the gap with the Patriarchal Lord, but he didn't want the gap to get wider and wider. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen clenched his fists. If I want to catch up with Lord Patriarch's pace, today's degree alone is not enough. From today onwards, I must redouble my efforts. Strive to share the worries of the clan chief as early as possible. Jiang Yin, it's ridiculous to say that. Originally I was complacent about my progress today, but now that I take a look, I realize that I'm still too slack. Lord Clan Chief has bestowed us with so many precious resources that are unimaginable to the common man, and is by no means letting us be satisfied with the status quo, adding me to the list of those who will share the Lord Clan Chief's worries as early as possible. That's right. If we hadn't indulged in complacency from the beginning, wouldn't the realm be just at this level today? In the future, if any more geniuses visit my Jiang family and wish to challenge the two of us brothers and use this as a way to become famous, I won't bother to take care of them. It's simply a waste of the two of us cultivation time. Right. Fame is just something that passes by in the clouds. The only thing that is fundamental is one's own strength. The two talented youngsters who were originally feeling a bit fluttery because of their recent fame also realized at this moment that they were a bit complacent by being satisfied with the status quo. Upon realizing this, they come to their senses completely, thus washing away the lead and renewing the stirring fighting spirit that wells up within them. For a moment, in the depths of their hearts are lit up a fire of internal scrolls, burning more and more intense. Just when the entire Jiang family was immersed in joy, Jiang Daoxuan, who had already completed his breakthrough, after noticing that he was still 2 days away from completing the fusion, immediately, he prepared to set up Kangu mountain before informing the clan to migrate. Soon after, Jiang Daoxuan crossed over the heavy mountains and arrived at the outskirts of Kangu mountain, in front of the power of the near path emanating from the circumference. Not to mention the unusual ferocious beasts, even the fiercest Yuan High Realm ferocious beasts were as well behaved as cats. Seeing this, Jiang Daoxuan continuously utilized his divine sense to probe. After locking onto the location of all Violet Mansion realm and above ferocious beasts, they would directly erupt in a thunderous strike to kill them. Wait until only the ferocious beasts of the innate realm and below were left behind so that the clan could easily exercise. Only then did Jiang Daoxuan pull himself away and descended halfway up Kangu mountain. Looking at the incredibly empty and overgrown field in front of him, Jiang Daoxuan immediately used the construction gift pack within the system warehouse. With a flash of golden light, a large hall loft soon appeared on the scene. The Family Hall, Alchemy Hall, Artifact Refining Hall, Law Transmission Hall, the Pavilion of Hidden Feats, the Martial Arts Stadium, and so on, were all available. Seeing that the surrounding scenery had become brand new, Jiang Daoxuan nodded his head in satisfaction. Immediately after that, he set up the Spirit Spring and Spirit Field. He also took out the Dragon Tooth Rice seeds and planted them in the spiritual field. Dragon's Tooth Rice was a precious spirit grain of the lower grade of the Earth Order, named for its resemblance to a dragon's tooth. Once mature, was steamed to take, can dredge the cultivator blood, strengthen the body, regulate the 5 viscera and 6 bowels and so on the divine effect. With the ripening ability of the spiritual field and spiritual spring and the effect of improving the quality of the yield, this thing could become the staple food that the Jiang family members would consume daily in the future. After doing so, he immediately left Kangu Mountain and flew to Wudong City. Stay home. Jiang Daoxuan looked at the surrounding clan elders and commanded, "Call all the clansmen to gather here within an incense stick of time." The words fell, revealing a strong majesty. The many elders instantly returned to their senses. "Yes," they hurriedly responded, and immediately left their positions and began to face the entire range of Wudong City, notifying the Jiang clan's children who were in various places to return to the Jiang clan's residence. Not much longer. One by one, the members of the Jiang family hurriedly returned to the Jiang family's compound and gathered in the courtyard. After learning from the clan elders that the clansmen had arrived, Jiang Daoxuan nodded slightly. Then he faced the crowd and made a shocking and heavy announcement. From today onwards, the Jiang family will be relocating to Kangu Mountain as the family's new residence. Upon hearing this news, a group of young clansmen were first instinctively shocked. After all, those ferocious beasts in the vicinity of Kangu Mountain could be considered infamous and avoided. But the fact that the matriarch had done the opposite and was prepared to lead them to meet them on their own initiative was a bit of a source of trepidation. Only the apprehension didn't last long. Upon learning that the patriarch had decimated all the ferocious beasts above the innate realm, they were immediately caught up in the excitement and thrill to realize that after eliminating the danger posed by these ferocious beasts, Kangu Mountain was a real famous mountain, and the concentration of aura far exceeded that of Wudong City. Or maybe there is no comparison between the two at all. So the thought of being able to settle on Kangu Mountain in the future. They then shivered with excitement and began to wonder if they hadn't woken up from their beauty sleep. Only, it was not what these young clansmen thought. Those old people who have lived in Wudong City for decades since they were young are reluctant to leave this homeland. Seeing the hesitation of these people, Jiang Daoxuan did not make things difficult for these people. Immediately, the order was given to keep these elderly members of the clan who were unwilling to leave in the Jiang family's ancestral mansion and to leave some of their belongings behind to be used to fulfill their living needs. He also told them that if they encountered any trouble in the future, they could send someone to Kangu Mountain to seek help. After doing all this arranging, Jiang Daoxuan immediately had the rest of the people organize their luggage and began to head towards Kangu Mountain, setting off in great numbers. When one Jiang family member appeared in groups on the streets of Wudong City, the loud move quickly drew the attention of countless people. As soon as word spread, the news quickly reached the city lord's mansion. After learning that Jiang Daoxuan was preparing to lead his clan to leave Wudong City and migrate to Kangu Mountain, Ding Xian instantly felt happy inside. You Jiang family can leave if you want to, and it's best if you never come back. The thought that an overlord-level family like the Jiang family actually existed in the city under his jurisdiction. Ding Xian then felt distressed and often couldn't sleep because of this matter, or often had nightmares related to the Jiang family. But now, with the Jiang family leaving Wudong City, everything is finally over. He could already foresee that a wonderful new life was beckoning to him. Chapter 40. Whether they stay or go is up to them. Soon after, the setting sun follows the approaching dusk, and the sky is already red with the evening sun. Taking advantage of the fact that before nightfall, the Jiang family members arrived at Kangu Mountain without any problems. Looking at the palace complex in front of him, everyone couldn't help but be in shock. Wasn't it said that Kangu Mountain was surrounded by ferocious beasts all year round, without any living people living there? But what about these palace attics? What about them? Who the hell built this? Seeing the doubts of the crowd, but Jiang Daoxuan didn't explain. He just faced the elders and ordered all the clansmen to gather together. After saying something about the arrangements for the new quarters, he said in a deep voice, "From now on, Kangu Mountain is the new residence of my Jiang clan. If you walk outside, you can also call yourselves the Kangu Jiang family." At those words, everyone's hearts were shaken, and they immediately bowed and saluted, saying in unison, "As ordered." Taking in the performance of the crowd, Jiang Daoxuan nodded in satisfaction. Then with a big wave of his hand, he announced the end of this family meeting and told the crowd to go back to rest. Day 2. Wudong City. A middle-aged man in green clothes suddenly visited the city lord's mansion. Ding Xian, who was originally sitting in the courtyard enjoying the fish and drinking tea, couldn't help but froze after noticing the arrival's appearance. Brother Su? He recognized the other man as his old friend Sugu. It was only after the other party had successfully joined the Green Mountain sect, which had a moonwheel ancestor in the territory of the heavenly capital, that the two of them seldom contacted each other. But he didn't want the other party to personally come to his door and see him after so many years. "Brother Ding, it's been a long time, haven't you seen me?" Looking at this old friend in front of him, Sugu slightly arched his hand and said with a smile. Ding Xian hurriedly got up from the wooden chair. "Brother Su, how did you come so suddenly this time? Also do not say a word in advance, so that I can prepare a reception banquet for you." but now you are not easy to come to my Wudon city a trip. The need to let me do this landlord's friendship. Tonight, let's drink a few cups of pain and pain. Do not get drunk and do not rest. Sugu shook his head. Not informed in advance. But it is my not. If placed in the past, I would have been with Brother Ding to talk about wine, but now there is the clan affairs in the body. Forgive me for not being able to get together. Oh, dare I ask what it is? Ding Xian immediately realized that this old friend was here for a serious matter, and immediately collected his emotions and asked in a deep voice. Sugu pondered for a moment. I'm sure you know about the 100-sect competition 3 months from now. Brother Ding? Ding Xian's eyes moved slightly. Naturally, I know. The 100-sect competition was a great sect competition that was supervised by the Tendu Prefecture Lord and held within the entire Tendu Prefecture. The competition required each major sect to send young disciples with a bone age of no more than 20 to participate. If one achieves the top 10 results, one will be able to qualify to enter the Tendu Academy for further study, and will be able to benefit the clan behind them, obtaining more resources within the Tendu province. If one achieved the top 3 results, it would be even more impressive, qualifying one to travel to the Great Qin royal capital and enter the Black and White School Palace for further training, obtaining guidance from Star Wheel Realm, Moon Wheel Realm, and even Sun Wheel Realm cultivators. At this point, after hearing Ding Xian's reply, Sugu continued, since Brother Ding is clear and understands the importance of this matter, I'll be straightforward. This trip the sect is sending me to recruit genius seeds that have the potential to participate in the 100-sect competition, looking for dozens of days to no avail, but not long ago, in other cities and pools, by chance to hear the great name of the Jiang family twins. After I carefully inquire, this only know that the original place where this Jiang family is located, it is under the rule of the city of Brother Ding, so I have come here on purpose, but also please Brother Ding on behalf of the introduction of a number of. As the words fell, Ding Xian instantly froze, his face gradually becoming odd. I didn't realize that after half a day, this old friend of his had come for the sake of that damned Jiang family. Seeing that Ding Xian was suddenly silent, Sugu frowned and continued, Brother Ding, we have been friends for so many years. If you can really introduce me on your behalf, then I, Sugu, would be considered to owe you a favor. If that Jiang family twins are able to take the top 10 results in the 100-sect competition in the future, the clan, mindful of your merits, might even be able to grant you some great opportunities. Upon hearing this, Ding Xian was instantly somewhat moved. One must know that the Green Mountain sect was a powerful force that possessed a moon chakra realm cultivator in its midst. If one could really obtain the chance from the other party, it would be a heavenly good thing. With this in mind, he immediately and selectively forgot about the unpleasantness he encountered in the Jiang mansion that day. Just think of that Jiang Daoxuan's empty-eyed appearance at the time. Ding Xian purposely reminded. I can introduce some. Just that the Jiang family head of the character is quite domineering and arrogant. Is not a good character to be messed with. When the time to go forward, you can beware of some. Sugu's eyes moved slightly. Jiang clan chief? But that Jiang Jianzong? I've heard about him all these days. How do you think his strength is? When he thought that the other party had mastered the sword intent with his Violet Mansion body, even if he possessed the 9th level of Violet Mansion realm cultivation, he couldn't help but sigh a little in admiration. Such a character, even when looking at the entire Castle Peak sect, was enough to be ranked as a true biographer. Hearing Sugu's questioning, Ding Xian thought back to his tragic experience of being punched in the face by Jiang Daoxuan, and in order not to lose face in front of this old friend, he did not go into detail, but only pretended to be profound and spat out 4 words, unfathomable. Sugu was a little surprised, but still waved his hand and said casually, no matter, I'm going to find a good future for his Jiang family's children. Not to make things difficult for his Jiang family, so what's there to be afraid of? Could it be that he will have to kill me at the drop of a hat? What's more, although he has comprehended the sword intent, but ultimately the time to achieve the Purple Mansion realm is still short. In front of me, these strengths alone can be far from enough. Words full of confidence fell, interspersed with a powerful aura. Ding Xian's eyes lit up. Brother Su, you actually broke through to the 9th level of the Violet Mansion realm? It's really promising for the Yuan High realm. Congratulations! Seeing this, his hanging heart finally relaxed. Although the Jiang Daoxuan had mastered the sword intent and was strong enough to cross several minor realms in battle, but it was definitely not a match for Sugu, the 9th level of the Purple Mansion realm. Not to mention that Su Valley is a person of the Green Mountain sect. A high-level techniques can be quite a lot. The combat power is far more than ordinary Zifu Realm 9. Is not that halfway out of the Jiang Daoxuan can be compared. Luckily obtained the clan reward. In not long ago just breakthrough. Just now. You can rest assured? Don't worry. Then I'll lead the way for you. Good. Soon after, Ding Xian led Sugu and flew to the front of Kangu mountain. Because they were preparing to recruit disciples, the two of them did not break in. Instead, they landed at the mountain gate. Seeing this, the Jiang clan's mountain guardian clansman immediately sent someone to inform them first. Upon learning that the city lord was visiting again, an innate realm elder stepped out and led the two of them into the middle of the reception hall. We'll go inform the patriarch. Please wait for a moment. City lord. The innate realm elder spoke as he greeted the clan's children with several cups of hot tea. At this moment, Ding Xian did not have the heart to drink tea. He just sat on the chair and waited for the rightful owner to arrive. Sugu, on the other hand, was secretly surveying his surroundings, feeling the strength of these clansmen. The corners of Sugu's mouth scratched up slightly, revealing a sneer. It seems that the Jiang family's heritage is far weaker than I thought. Even such a family was able to give birth to a purple mansion cultivator who comprehended sword intent? It was really a bit unbelievable that the ancestors' graves were smoking. Only, it's better this way. I'm afraid that at that time, just by saying the name of the Green Mountain sect, it would be enough to make the other party as happy as a madman, snatching and even begging to send their clansmen to their hands, right? The smile at the corner of his mouth widened at the thought. Not a moment too soon, after Jiang Daoxuan arrived at the hall, an extremely sharp sword intent swept through the surrounding space, causing Sugu to be slightly startled. Immediately afterward, Sugu raised his head violently and looked toward the handsome man in front of him with an unassuming aura that resembled an exiled immortal, and he couldn't help but be shocked inwardly. Ding Xian, on the other hand, had his head lowered, not daring to raise his head to look directly at Jiang Daoxuan. Obviously, the last experience had cast a huge shadow over him, so much so that even though Sugu was standing beside him, he still inevitably developed feelings of trepidation and unease within him. Jiang Daoxuan casually glanced at the two. Under the powerful effect of the Eye of Insight, he instantly detected Sugu's realm, 9th level of the Purple Mansion realm. After getting this result, he did not care. Spinning back his gaze, he walked forward and sat on the first eunuch chair, saying casually towards Ding Xian, "City Lord hasn't seen you in many days. You are really still in style. Just what are you leading an outsider here for nowadays?" Ding Xian didn't dare to answer, but only gave Sugu a look. As things stood, feeling the heavy and depressing atmosphere in the hall, even Sugu was able to see that the two seemed to have some issues. Knowing that this old friend is unreliable, Sugu immediately took over the words. "Jiang Jianzong, really heard a lot about you. People say that it is better to see than to hear 100 times. And now that I have seen it is true. Jiang Jianzong's elegance is even better than the rumors by more than a few chips off." Jiang Daoxuan was non-committal and said coldly, "Cut the polite talk. I'm not interested in listening." Sugu raised both of his eyebrows, instantly feeling a bit displeased, but thinking of the purpose of this trip, he restrained his emotions and smiled awkwardly. "Ha ha ha, Sword Sect Jiang is quick to speak, so I won't be long-winded and straight to the point. I am Sugu, the deacon of the Green Mountain sect. This time I heard that your Jiang family's twin stars have great natural talent, so I am happy to see the hunt, and I want to take them in for the sect. I don't know if Jiang Jianzong is willing to do so? If Jiang Jianzong agrees, then in order to prove that the rumors are not false, please also call out that Jiang Yan and Jiang Chen, so that I can test the qualifications and routes in advance. As long as you pass the test, proving that the rumors are not exaggerated, then more I dare not say." The two ranked in the clan's true biography of the hope is not small. Once both promoted true biography. Ha! Your Jiang family can also fish leap dragon door out of this remote place, to a wider world to develop. And Jiang Jianzong, you may also be able to obtain the opportunity to make another big breakthrough. Such 100 benefits and no harm, according to your view. How? Sugu's eyes were fixed on Jiang Daoxuan as he spoke slowly while observing the other party's reaction. Under Sugu's gaze, Jiang Daoxuan's expression was bland as he picked up a cup of hot tea on the table for himself, took a slight sip, and laughed softly. "I don't have the slightest interest in what happens to your Green Mountain sect. Only, everyone has their own path. I won't block the clan's future. If my Jiang family's children want to go to other places to develop, whether they go or stay, it's up to them to decide." Chapter 41. This is actually a spirit body? A shocked Sugu. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Daoxuan greeted the surrounding clansmen and went forward to call Jiang Yan and Jiang Chen. Looking at this scene, Sugu's heart instantly relaxed. If this Jiang Jianzong didn't agree, it would be a bit tricky, but it was just a matter of fooling the two teenagers, so it wasn't a simple matter. Not much longer. Jiang Chen and Jiang Yan came together and walked into the council hall. Noticing the movement, Sugu slowly raised his head and looked forward. His eyes fell on Jiang Chen and Jiang Yan, and he exuded his violet divine sense as a probe. Feeling Jiang Chen's excellent root bones that had been transformed by the marrow cleansing pill and immortal flame, Sugu couldn't help but brighten up with joy. He never thought that he would meet such a big surprise in this small Jiang family. Where was the other party's qualifications as simple as the rumors said? This kind of strong and incomparable root bone could be said to far surpass all the true legends within the sect. Such a heavenly talent must not be allowed to slip through my hands, and must be incorporated into the clan. Sugu's eyes grew brighter and brighter, and the way he looked at Jiang Chen was as if he was looking at a rare treasure. However, there was much more to his delight. When the Violet Mansion divine sense landed on Jiang Yan, Sugu's pupils shrank, instantly falling into horror. This unique aura. Could this youngster is actually a spirit body? As a deacon of the Green Mountain sect, he had naturally heard of all the divine things about spirit bodies, and the behavior of the teenager in front of him was clearly consistent with the information he had learned. Ha ha ha, today is truly an auspicious day for me. It actually gives me the chance to meet a youngster with a spirit body. Sugu trembled with excitement and couldn't help but sigh that he really hadn't come to the wrong place on this visit to the Jiang family. It should be known that people with spiritual bodies not only cultivate at a speed far exceeding that of ordinary people, but even the difficulty of breaking through is much simpler than that of ordinary people. Usually, just by cultivating step by step, it would not be difficult to break through the Star Wheel realm in the future, and even with a little effort, even the Moon Wheel realm was expected. So once a spirit body comes out, it will definitely be snatched up by all the great sects. That was why Sugu felt even more excited and couldn't help but fantasize about receiving a reward from the sect after recruiting the other party into the sect. At this moment, feeling Sugu's incomparably hot gaze, Jiang Yan and Jiang Chen instantly shrank, feeling a vicious chill. As for this person's origin and purpose, they had already learned about it from their clansmen. They just didn't know why the other party was looking at them with such strange eyes. Jiang Yan silently lowered his head and softly exclaimed inwardly, "Master, what do you think of this person?" Zhou Lao, hidden within his ring, casually swept a glance at Sugu and quickly withdrew his gaze, shaking his head in disdain. It's just a purple mansion ninth realm heavy cultivator with a shallow foundation. In addition, according to the old man, this person is not only shallow foundation, there seems to be a dark injury. This dark injury is not obvious, with his cultivation is extremely difficult to detect out, and this dark injury for him, although on weekdays, although not a big obstacle, but once waiting to break through the realm of the sea, this dark injury will explode, so that he failed to break through, completely burying his chances of survival. It can be said that the gods cannot be rescued. It can be said that the gods can't save him. Upon hearing this, if it wasn't for the fact that the Lord Patriarch was still there, Jiang Yan almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. After all, according to what Master said, wasn't the other party a living, breathing, short-lived ghost? At that moment, Sugu immediately prepared to look at the two after calming his emotions, just worried that Jiang Daoxuan would suddenly backtrack and change his mind. He immediately turned his head again and looked to the side. Only after noticing that this Jiang clan chief did not pay too much attention to this matter, and was only sipping hot tea to himself, did he then put his heart down a little? Immediately afterward, Sugu looked at the two. "I am the Green Mountain sect's deacon elder Sugu, and this trip is for the purpose of selecting disciples for the sect. To our Green Mountain sect's reputation. Not that I am boasting. Must be your Jiang family also know my Green Mountain sect actually has what kind of power. Once the two of you worshipped my Green Mountain sect, the family behind you can also get the clan shelter. At that time, once ranked in the true biography, or by the elders' appreciation, there is even a value of the ground level of the Gongfu imparted. And after the probe I just conducted, with your qualifications once you join our clan, you will definitely gain the attention of the elders and even the patriarch, thus ranking among the true legends. Are you willing to join my Green Mountain sect?" The corners of Sugu's mouth contained a smile. His eyes filled with anticipation as he gazed at the two people in front of him, as if he could already see the scene of the two talented youngsters being brought back to the sect by himself to cause a sensation. However, the beautiful fantasy did not last long before it was viciously punctured in the next moment. Only Jiang Yan and Jiang Chen's faces did not show the slightest interest as they casually said, "No, I'm not leaving the clan." As the words fell, Sugu's joy-filled expression instantly froze, but thinking of the clan's mission, he still quickly adjusted his emotions and tried to pull out a slightly stiff smile. "You guys are still young. It's normal that you don't understand some things, and listen to me." Before the words were finished, They were interrupted by Jiang Chen and Jiang Yan's voices. Not wanting to go is not wanting to go. So I don't need you to bother with more words. Brother Chen is right. With so many miraculous means possessed by their own clan chief lord, coupled with their respective chances, where would they be willing to travel to these clans that were good at hooking and fighting to make themselves suffer? Seeing that he was rejected for the second time, the expression on Sugu's face gradually became taut. You grew up in the family, not knowing how sinister the outside world is, thinking that your family is the strongest backing, unaware that in the eyes of many clans, the backing of your heart is the white paper that breaks with a single poke. And once your family encounters a catastrophe, where will you go from here? Will you die in the hands of your enemies? Or will you be sold as slaves? I'll tell you as a person who has been there before. For you geniuses who were born in small clans, joining our Castle Peak sect and seeking refuge in the sect is the best choice. In this way, not only will it be able to allow your Jiang family to avoid many catastrophes, it will also be able to provide you with a large amount of resources to transform your own talent into strength more quickly. Combining these 2 points, if you choose to stay in the clan, it's not a good thing. Quite the contrary. It's still a curse, allowing many things that could have been avoided to happen to your clan. So for the sake of your clan's safety and development, it's better for you to leave with me, and I'll bring you back to the clan, so you can easily obtain things that you wouldn't have dared to think of before. Accompanied by Sugu's persuasive voice, Jiang Yan and Jiang Chen's expressions did not change in the slightest. If it wasn't for the fact that the Lord Patriarch was still here, they would have turned around and left, not bothering to waste their time here. Elder Zhou, on the other hand, was looking at a little cutie, general eyes, enjoying Sugu's foolish performance. Chapter 42, The Short Protective Jiang Patriarch. Daring to sell these things in front of the Jiang family head, the reincarnated body of a great emperor who had awakened his memories, was truly not knowing how to die. Other than that, on the massive amount of resources that the other party was talking about, Zhou Lao really wanted to laugh a little just thinking about it. Oh, even the old man, a cultivator of the celestial realm, didn't dare to make such a boast in the Jiang family, and just you narrow-minded losers dare to say it? At this moment, looking at the silent Jiang Chen and Jiang Yan, Sugu instantly realized that he had been rejected once again, when he thought that he had been rejected 3 times in a row by 2 teenagers. Even as a purple mansion cultivator, he couldn't help but feel a bit of anger. It was just that when he thought of taking these 2 geniuses into the sect, he couldn't take it out on them after all. Thus, Sugu turned his head to look at Jiang Daoxuan beside him. Seeing that the other party was calm and relaxed, as if he was looking at his own jokes, he couldn't help but feel even more irritated. Patriarch Jiang, I'm sure that you have seen the talent of these 2 children in your eyes, and I'm sure that you're also a sensible person who understands that leaving them here will only waste their talent. And I'm afraid that breaking through to the Yuan High Realm in this life will be difficult. Only our Castle Peak sect will be able to provide them with a broader heaven and earth. At that time, even achieving the Star Wheel Realm is not a luxury, and our Castle Peak sect will be able to provide shelter for your Jiang family, and develop together. So what's not to love about that? As Sugu's words fell, Jiang Daoxuan, as if he had heard some kind of joke, suddenly snorted. A broader heaven and earth? Ha ha ha. Relying on belittling others to elevate yourself. Your Castle Peak sect is really able to put gold on your face. Also, I think I keep forgetting to mention something. Jiang Daoxuan slowly rose from the eunuch's chair, lowered his head, looked down at Sugu, and said in a cold voice, I have said that I will not block the future of my clan. Whether they go or stay is up to them. So if Yenner and Chenner are willing to worship the Castle Peak sect, I will never say a word, and I will respect their choices. But now, since they have clearly refused, as long as I am here, no one will ever be able to force them to change their decision. The words fell, and the hall was filled with astonishment. Jiang Yan and Jiang Chen raised their heads violently and looked at Jiang Daoxuan's tall back, their eyes flickering as they felt more and more magnificent. They had naturally heard a little about the great name of the Green Mountain sect, and understood that it was a powerful force with a Moon Chakra realm cultivator at its helm. But even in the face of such forces, the clan leader Sama still dared to say these words that would easily offend the other side for their sake. At this moment, they felt intensely proud of being born in the Jiang family and having such a protective patriarch. On the other hand, the ones who were the polar opposite of the two in terms of their emotions were Sugu and Ding Xian. Ding Xian had never expected that this Jiang Daoxuan would have the guts to offend the Green Mountain sect to death just for the sake of 2 clansmen who didn't know any better. But that's good. I'd like to see just how you're going to end up this time. When he thought of the humiliation he had suffered in the Jiang family last time, Ding Xian's eyes gradually grew resentful, and then he was ready to enjoy the good show in front of him. At this time, Seeing that Jiang Daoxuan was so illiterate, Sugu's complexion instantly became incomparably gloomy. It seems that I have underestimated you as the patriarch of this small family. Since you are determined not to agree, and are only willing to hold back the geniuses in your clan's footsteps and not find a good way out for them, then in order for me not to let the pearl go unnoticed, today, these two disciples must be accepted or not. Jiang Daoxuan smiled disdainfully, being rejected and then preparing to rob in the open. Is this the style of your Green Mountain sect? In my opinion, it's more or less the same to be called the Green Mountain Walled City. Unbridled. Seeing that the other party was still ridiculing his clan, Sugu raised both eyebrows and burst into a rage, instantly stretching out his right palm and pulling out the long sword at his waist. Chapter 43, You can't even hold a sword steady, and you're worthy of asking me for advice? As soon as the words fell, Sugu held his sword in one hand and violently made a sudden thrust forward towards Jiang Daoxuan's arm, in order to enroll the two geniuses, Jiang Chen and Jiang Yen, into the clan. He forced down his inner rage and deliberately chose to avoid the fatal parts to launch his attack. Seeing this, Jiang Daoxuan didn't even dodge. He just moved his thoughts and released his sword Dao True Intent that was nearly at the grand completion realm. Boom! Terrifying sword intent enveloped above Sugu's body, causing his movements to stutter and his brain to dim as heavy sword shadows appeared before his eyes. Dazzling and brilliant. Immediately afterward, Jiang Daoxuan slapped out a palm like lightning, striking directly onto Sugu's sword-wielding right palm. Snap! A crunching sound spread throughout the entire council hall, and Sugu couldn't help but let out a miserable scream as he suffered pain. At the same time, his right palm also instantly lost its strength, and his 5 fingers loosened, causing the hilt of the sword to fall out of his hand, and together with the sword, it flew out a few meters, sticking upside down on the surface of the wall. Jiang Daoxuan's expression was bland as he slowly drew back his right hand and put it behind his back. You can't even hold the sword in your own hand, and you're worthy of asking me for advice? The contempt contained in his tone caused Sugu's face to turn green and white for a while, and even though his heart was filled with anger, he had nothing to say. At this moment, he already understood that this Jiang Daoxuan's strength was far from what the rumors described. If the other party's strike just now had not landed on his palm, but on some other part, such as his throat, I'm afraid he would have died in a single move, right? Thinking back carefully, Sugu couldn't help but be creeped out, his whole body in a cold sweat. What is the origin of this Jiang family head? How could he possess such strength? To be able to defeat himself in a single move without the need for a weapon was not like the strength that the Purple Mansion realm could display. Could it be that the other party is a Yuan High realm cultivator? Thinking about this, Sugu suddenly felt that this originally thought to be able to casually handle the Jiang family, violently turned into a dragon pool in Tiger's lair, making him feel uncomfortable, and only wanted to quickly escape. At the same time, Ding Xian, who was sitting on the wooden chair, looked at this scene, and his expression froze and his body stiffened. He never dreamed that Sugu, who had been given high hopes by himself, would not even be able to catch a single move from Jiang Daoxuan. This kind of unbearable performance was completely impossible to appear on Sugu, an expert of the 9th level of the Purple Mansion. Wait, he was defeated by a single move. Sugu was also defeated by a single move. Could it be that this Jiang Daoxuan was actually hiding his cultivation? Ding Xian gulped nervously and felt like he was on pins and needles. For a moment, the entire council hall became extraordinarily silent. A pin drop could be heard, and no one dared to venture out and speak. After a stalemate of more than 10 breaths, Sugu already didn't want to stay in the Jiang family for another second, so his lips moved slightly as he prepared to open his mouth to leave. However, Jiang Daoxuan preempted the intention and said in a cold voice, "Speaking out in my Jiang family, a death sentence can be waived, but a living crime is hard to escape. Palm yourself 30 and roll yourself." Sugu looked around at the surrounding onlookers of the Jiang clan, feeling the gazes falling on him. He immediately felt his face burning hot and was a bit groundless. Think how he is also the deacon of the Green Mountain sect, the identity of the noble. Far from these pariahs can be compared, and how to be willing to be these people. Look at the joke. Only, thinking about everything that had just happened, Sugu was inevitably still a little flustered, knowing that there is a huge gap between the enemy and us. After some agonizing, the desire to survive ultimately outweighed everything else. Sugu inwardly clenched his teeth as he raised his right palm and greeted his face. Slap! A series of 30 loud slaps instantly made him dizzy and his face red and swollen in large swathes. Immediately afterward, Sugu didn't even dare to raise his head, only stretching out his sleeves to block his face. And then he lost the composure that a Purple Mansion realm cultivator should have and began to flee. While passing through the crowd, he thought inwardly, I don't want to come back to this hellhole, Kangu Mountain, for the rest of my life. Soon. Wait until Sugu's figure disappeared from the scene. Ding Xian, who had lost his backing, instantly felt his scalp go numb. He couldn't help but shiver. His legs were a bit soft, and he almost fell to the ground after a moment of inadvertence. Chapter 44, Triggering a New Mission. Overthrowing the Thousand Mountain Sect. Under great psychological pressure, Ding Xian cried and shivered and said, Jiang, Patriarch Jiang, this is none of my business. Jiang Daoxuan looked at it coldly. He had no interest in paying attention to this kind of jumper. If you've done something wrong, you should admit it. Slap yourself 90. At those words, Ding Xian's heart was relieved. With Sugu as an example in front of him, he didn't dare to refuse and bargain in order to stay alive. And with little hesitation, he immediately raised his large palm and slapped it to his face. Because he was afraid that Jiang Daoxuan wouldn't be satisfied, he used all his strength in each slap. 90 slaps were slapped in succession. And even for him who possessed a purple mansion cultivation, he was somewhat unable to carry it off. Not only was his face red and swollen to the point of being frightening, even his teeth were slapped out twice, and the pain caused him to sweat coldly, with tears in the corners of his eyes. Ding Xian forced himself to endure the pain and looked up at Jiang Daoxuan, the reddened face that looked like a monkey's but tried to squeeze out an ugly smile. Thanks. Thank you, Patriarch Jiang, for not killing me. Jiang Daoxuan towered over him and said in a cold voice, things don't happen more than 3 times. If there's a next time, you'd better find yourself a suitable coffin in advance. The tone of voice was icy cold, and the threatening intent it contained caused Ding Xian to fall into a cold cave, his heart falling into panic. He hurriedly knelt down, kowtowed to make amends, and promised, please also rest assured, Patriarch Jiang, how can there be a next time for this kind of thing? And I promise that as long as I'm still around, within this Wudong city in the future, I will never take it upon myself to meddle with your Jiang clan more than once. If Patriarch Jiang has something to say, Ding Xian, even if I have to spell out this cheap life, I must get things done for you. After learning that the other party most likely possessed Yuan High Realm battle power, he had completely given up on the idea of retaliating. What's more, the other party had even offended the Thousand Mountain Sect and the Green Mountain Sect when they said so, and would still choose to hold back because they were afraid of the Tendu Prefecture Lord behind them? Are you kidding me? If he really wanted to continue to play dead, there was no need to doubt that the bold Jiang Daoxuan would definitely kill himself with a sword, coupled with the fact that distant water couldn't put out a nearby fire. Once one actually provoked the other party, the probability was that he or she would not be able to wait for the reinforcements from the Tendu Palace to arrive, and would already be dead in the other party's hands. In such a situation, there is absolutely no way to live by yourself. So in order to save his life and sit firmly on this city lord's seat, then taking the initiative to bow down and show weakness, showing sincerity to the other party, undoubtedly became the best choice. After all, Sugu could leave Wudong City and return to the Castle Peak sect to develop, but his roots were in Wudong City from the beginning to the end, and he could not leave, but could only be accompanied by the ferocious tiger that was the Jiang clan. Well, I hope you're smart enough not to be stupid in the future. Get lost. Jiang Daoxuan could see the other party's fear, but did not make things more difficult, just said coldly. As the words fell, Ding Xian instantly felt relieved and hurriedly fled the scene. Wait until Ding Xian's figure completely disappeared from sight. Jiang Daoxuan mused. He began to think about the next arrangements. Now that Yuan Hai had become a reality, he thought about the humiliation that Jiang Chen had suffered in the Thousand Mountain Sect, as well as the fact that Ko Qing had been killed by Jiang Yan. Then it was time to settle all the new and old scores between the Jiang family and the Thousand Mountain Sect. With this in mind, killing intent surged in Jiang Daoxuan's eyes. Right at that moment, the system's beep sounded coincidentally with the matter. Ding! The clan quest has been triggered. Overthrow the Thousand Hills Sect. Mission reward, 3 flying spirit beasts of the Purple Mansion realm, Sword Dao crystals, 200 pieces of Xian rank extreme magic treasures, 10 Earth rank extreme techniques, and 1 Heaven rank extreme technique. Ding! The family mission has been triggered, to lead 2 Sons of Destiny to participate in a combat exercise. Mission reward? Rating according to the performance of the 2 Sons of Destiny, with different ratings leading to precious items of different values. Chapter 45, To Seek Justice for You. Will you come with me? Looking at the rewards in the quest, Jiang Daoxuan smiled. The system mission is so thoughtful. It's really very much to my liking. Afterwards, Jiang Daoxuan collected his mind and slowly turned his head. Under the adoring gazes of Jiang Chen and Jiang Yan, he said softly, I wish to make a trip to the Thousand Mountain Sect to seek justice for you. Are you willing to go with me? Jiang Chen froze. Suddenly, the words that the matriarch Sama had said came back to mind. In the future, this clan chief will definitely head to that Thousand Mountain sect and properly seek justice for you. At that time, he was well aware of the fearsome nature of the Thousand Mountain sect, so he had always thought that getting justice was just an extravagant hope. In the meantime, even though the Lord Patriarch had displayed all sorts of divine means, he still thought that it was something that would take a long time to accomplish. But now, this thing that seemed impossible to accomplish in a short period of time is going to be accomplished today? A great shock and joy hit Jiang Chen's mind. Jiang Chen felt a lightness in his body as he faced Jiang Daoxuan and responded with an arch of his hand. Thank you, Lord Patriarch. I've been looking forward to this matter for a long time, so I'm naturally willing to go along. Nowadays, he had long since changed, and was no longer the same trash who was so wasted because his dantian had been wasted that he had been expelled from the clan in a sorry state. Instead, he was a heavenly figure with an innate realm cultivation, sweeping away many older generation innates, famous in several surrounding cities, and known as the Jiang family's twin stars. Seeing this, Jiang Yan on the side showed envy and was also somewhat moved. Just as he was about to open his mouth and ask the Lord Patriarch to take himself along, only Jiang Daoxuan turned his head to look at him and casually said, "Since you've cultivated into an innate, go with us." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan's eyes lit up, instantly swallowing back the words that were almost ready to come out of his mouth. He immediately laughed and said, "Thank you, Matriarch. It's just as well that I want to see what kind of goods those who once humiliated Brother Chen were. How many swords can they receive from me?" Jiang Daoxuan nodded his head in satisfaction, and then he raised his head, looking out in the direction where the Thousand Mountain sect was located, his eyes deep and revealing killing intent. The Thousand Hills sect? As of today, there is no need for it to exist. Several hours later, Thousand Mountain sect, at the mountain gate. A group of young Thousand Mountain sect disciples manned this place, preventing idle people from entering. At the moment, the crowd was talking and chatting. After all, with such a boring and dull task as stationing at the mountain gate, gossiping had become one of the few interests in their lives. Just as the conversation was picking up, one of the disciples let out a light eep as if he had discovered something, and then said towards the others, "Look guys, someone is coming." Upon hearing this, the crowd ended their discussion and immediately looked downwards. Only 3 figures suddenly appeared on the verdant stone steps. To be closer, to see the appearance of the people, it is a handsome man wearing white clothes and 2 green-shirt teenagers. Looking at this scene, someone in the crowd instantly recognized Jiang Chen. That's Jiang Chen? I personally saw him being expelled from the clan some time ago, and I heard that the clan had even placed a ban on him, making it so that he would not be allowed to step foot in the clan for the rest of his life. But now, how did he turn back? Ha ha ha, could it be that this loser can't stay outside anymore? Wanting to come back to continue seeking refuge in our clan? I still remember how pathetic he looked at first, like a wild dog with no one to take him in, but now he is well dressed and barely resembles a human being, which I almost didn't recognize. The crowd laughed and nodded their feet at Jiang Chen, their faces blissfully devoid of any hint of nervousness. Most of them had witnessed Jiang Chen's departure the other day. Chapter 46, The Humiliation Encountered in the Past. Jiang Chen's resolve. In the midst of all kinds of mean sneers, someone even kicked out and kicked him down the mountain gate, rolling down to the green mountain steps. Seeing Jiang Chen leave in such a sorry state, they had thought that they would never have a second chance to meet in this life. But I don't want the reality is always so unexpected. Actually let them meet again so soon. At that moment, Jiang Chen raised his head and looked at the still so ugly faces above him, and instantly became enraged, especially when he recalled all the encounters of the past. His inner anger climbed to the extreme. Jiang Daoxuan keenly noticed the change in Jiang Chen's mood, and then his eyes turned cold, and he said softly, "In addition to finding justice for you, this time you have also come here to overthrow the Thousand Mountain sect. So how these people humiliated you, how should you double it back? Is that clear?" As the words fell, Jiang Chen's heart warmed and his fire instantly disappeared quite a bit, immediately nodding his head in response. Understood. Immediately afterward, he looked afresh at the few Thousand Mountain sect disciples at the entrance of the mountain, killing intent surging from the depths of his eyes. Double it back? Just what I wanted. The distance between the two sides continued to close, and soon they were less than 5 meters apart. Jiang Chen, how dare you? How dare you come back now? But you're treating the sex ban like nothing? Ha ha ha, could it be that the trashy clan behind you refuses to raise you? A wastrel? That's why you put your tail between your legs and want to return to the clan? Considering that you were once a disciple of the clan, we won't bother to do anything. So you'd better roll back on your own. If you insist on going up the mountain, don't blame us for showing no mercy. By then it won't just be your dantian that gets wasted. Watch out for missing arms and broken legs. Ha! The 1,000 Mountain Sect disciples guarding the mountain gate are only at the bone forging realm, where they can see Jiang Chen's cultivation level, so they have sneered, but they are not aware that they are repeatedly jumping sideways in front of the ghost gate. Seeing that these people still had such a disgusting demeanor, Jiang Chen smiled coldly and said no more, instead pulling out the Earth Rank Extreme Treasure Sword that the Lord Patriarch had bestowed upon him. Seeing Jiang Chen draw his sword, the crowd laughed even more, completely unaware of the seriousness of the matter. I didn't see it wrong, did I? He actually dares to draw his sword on us? Ha ha ha, has he already forgotten the fact that his dantian has been wasted and he is now a waste? I think he's crazy, right? How dare he make a move towards me? He's really making a fool of himself. It seems like it's time for us to get him to see reality. Let me go first, ha! Watch me send him down again with a kick. An arrogant and domineering short young man stepped out from the crowd and came in front of Jiang Chen, full of concern as he prepared to kick out his right foot, wanting to appreciate the other party's embarrassment. Just as his toes moved, he saw Jiang Chen holding his sword in one hand, as fast as the wind, chopping out a sword that landed on the short youth's right leg. Jab! In an instant, the sharp blade of the sword chopped off the entire right leg and turned it into two, revealing the bone of the white leg, dripping with blood. The short youth lost his balance and fell to the ground, eating a dog's ass. He lowered his head, eyes wide, and looked at his right leg with a look of disbelief until the pain hit him. Legs? My legs? Ah-ha-ha. The short young man was so pained that his face showed a grimace, his features squeezed into a ball, the veins on his forehead were exposed, and he used his hand to cover the incision of his broken leg, constantly emitting a creepy wailing sound. Seeing this, the rest of the 1,000 Mountain Sect disciples all reacted instantly and looked at Jiang Chen as if they had seen a ghost. What the hell is wrong with this kid? No one could figure out why a waste that had his dantian wasted and lost his cultivation was able to erupt with such a swift, thunderous sword. And at that moment, Jiang Chen didn't stop his movements just because of the short youth's wailing. He gripped the hilt of his sword tightly and cut out a sword without mercy as his opponent watched in horror. Jab! A sword lords the head and separates the corpse. Jiang Chen's expression was cold, and he didn't look at the corpses at his feet again. Since Lord Patriarch was going to overthrow the 1,000 Mountain Sect today, it was only fair to kill these people who had provoked him. Seeing the short young man being decapitated by this former trash, all the 1,000 Mountain Sect disciples at the scene were immediately frightened and trembled, gradually realizing the seriousness of the situation. Immediately afterward, they panicked and drew their various blades, holding them up to their chests in an attempt to seek an ounce of safety. Chapter 47. Entering the 1,000 Mountain Sect. Kotongwang's shocked anger. Jiang Chen, we're fellow disciples, so spare us. Hearing this, Jiang Chen smiled coldly. What? Now you're thinking about the love of your fellow disciples? As for sparing you? Whoever spared me in the first place? Thinking of his former self, he lost all his cultivation and was expelled from the clan. When he came to the entrance of the mountain, he had to suffer the sneers of these people again, and he was even kicked out of a dozen or so flights of steps, nearly losing his life. All the experiences came to mind and made him furious. These people deserve to die. They shouldn't be allowed to live in this world. Between surges of thoughts, Jiang Chen raised his longsword once more, preparing to launch the next round of attack. Seeing this scene, a blue-shirted youth showed nervousness and yelled, "This kid's dantian is wasted, everyone knows. This time to be able to kill Li Tai with a sword. There must be something fishy. With his current state, I'm afraid that whether this sword can be sent out for a second time is still an unknown quantity. Seeing as how this kid isn't going to spare all of us, why don't we just let go and make a joint effort, and we'll still be able to intercept a ray of life." As the words fell, the crowd looked at each other in disbelief, and immediately felt that there was some truth in what was said. Then he thought that he and the others all had body-forging realm cultivation, so how could they still not be able to defeat a punk? With that in mind, the crowd instantly rushed forward. However, the blue-shirted youth who had just raised his voice was on his feet, turning around and escaping. These fools really deserve to be sold. The blue-shirted youth was secretly pleased with himself. Now that he could see that Jiang Chen was somewhat evil, he naturally wouldn't risk staying any longer. Running more than 10 steps in a row, he was surprised to find that no sound rang out from behind him. What happened? The blue-shirted youth felt a bit puzzled and subconsciously turned his head. Looking behind him, the scene came into view, only to see that the ground was already covered with blood-stained corpses lying all over the place. When was this? The blue-shirted youth's pupils shrank. and in panic, he stumbled and inadvertently fell to the ground. He couldn't care about the pain all over his body and hurriedly crawled on his knees, trying to escape from this place. But before he could climb 2 meters away, his forehead suddenly hit a soft patch and his movements were forced to stop. The blue-shirted youth stiffened and slowly raised his head, looking forward, only to see that it was no other than Jiang Chen's right leg that was blocking him. At this moment, Jiang Chen looked indifferent, holding his sword in one hand. The sharp sword body was stained with crimson blood, and drops of blood dripped down from the tip of the sword. The rich smell of blood filled the surroundings, and the atmosphere was oppressive and grave. A huge sense of oppression enveloped the heart of the blue-shirted youth, causing his body to go cold, as if all of his blood was frozen and solidified. Immediately after that, without waiting for the blue-shirted youth to open his mouth to beg for mercy, with a flick of his wrist, Jiang Chen's long sword was like a dragon and came at him head-on. Swish! A sword pierced through the heart, and arrows of blood soared and scattered all around. By the time Jiang Chen pulled the sword out, the blue-shirted youth's eyes widened and he collapsed helplessly to the ground, the muscles of his entire body twitching slightly as he instantly lost his vitality. Seeing that all the Thousand Mountain sect disciples at the scene had died in his hands, the indifference on Jiang Chen's face suddenly disappeared and he became very pale, and his body was a little weak. This was the first time he had killed anyone, or so many people. The intensity of the kill made him instinctively a little physically ill. However, Jiang Yan, who had the experience of killing Wang Qing and Tantai Yur, did not feel any discomfort, but was much more excited. Anyway, in his mind, these Thousand Mountain sect people were no good, so seeing Jiang Chen slaughtering these people one by one like pigs and dogs simply made his blood boil. Seeing that Jiang Chen's state was a bit off, Jiang Daoxuan appreciated. Well done. You should give up all kindness when dealing with your enemies. The only way to carry out deterrence is to have a thunderbolt, so that they will know how to fear and be in awe of you. And such things as kindness are never reserved for your own people. Well, Lord Patriarch, I understand. Jiang Chen clenched his teeth and stabilized his body, looking much stronger. Jiang Daoxuan nodded slightly and walked in front of the two of them, saying softly, "Let's go. Let me see what the Thousand Mountain sect, which has gone so far as to expel you from the sect for not recognizing a diamond in the rough, is capable of." As the words fell, Jiang Chen's eyes revealed a brilliant light as he regained his grip on his longsword and followed along with Jiang Yan. Soon after, Thousand Mountain sect, the clan's treasure hall. At this moment, a 9-foot-tall middle-aged man with a tiger's back and stubble on his face was holding a white heavy sword, waving it recklessly, practicing sword moves and comprehending the subtleties of them. He was none other than Ko Tongguang, the sect leader of the Thousand Mountain sect, who had a reputation in the surrounding cities. Suddenly, a rush of footsteps sounded, the door to the treasure hall was violently pushed open, and a young disciple burst in a panic, falling head over heels. "It's no good, Sovereign. Our clan has been beaten in." Ko Tongguang was furious. His eyebrows were raised and a ferocious light flowed within a pair of tiger eyes. "What did you say? Who dares to barge into my Thousand Mountain sect to act recklessly? Could it be that the Falling Maple sect has struck?" The moment he learned that the sect was being attacked, he immediately thought of the Fallen Maple sect, which also possessed a Yuan High Realm cultivator sitting in their midst and was hostile to them. However, greatly exceeded his expectations, only to see the disciple hastily shaking his head, terrified beyond measure, said, "No, it's not the Falling Maple sect, it's a man and 2 teenagers. One of the teenagers I recognize, named Jiang Chen, originally an inner disciple of our sect. It's just that not long ago, he was abolished by the Fallen Maple sect in the outside and lost all his cultivation. So he was expelled from the sect by us, and this matter was still approved by you, but I don't know why. That Jiang Chen has now not only regained his cultivation, but also reached the innate realm, decapitating a number of our clan's true disciples along the way, and the rest of the disciples are even more dead or injured. And the other teenager isn't much weaker than that Jiang Chen, with a powerful sword technique, and even Deacon Gao has died under his sword." With the young disciple's report, Ko Tongguang's expression clouded over as he said in a deep voice, "If it's just this, I'm afraid that it can be easily resolved by a random elder, right? To be able to make you so flustered. That is to say, that man?" The young disciple swallowed his saliva, recalling the frightening scene he had just seen, and shivered. Who? Elder who had chosen to make a move to capture those 2 teenagers. But that man, who had not made a move and had not made any movement, suddenly made a move. In just one move, Elder who died in that person's hands. A move? Ko Tongguang steeply moved, his eyes showing surprise. One must know that Elder who was an expert of the 5th level of the Purple Mansion realm, but he was still killed by that mysterious man with a single move. So it was evident that the other party was terrifying. Being of such strength, could this person be a Yuan High Realm cultivator? The thought flashed. Ko Tongwang coldly smiled. If you face other people, it's still a toss-up, but when it comes to me, there's no doubt that you'll lose. As a long-reputed Yuan High Realm powerhouse, not only had his realm arrived at the 6th level of the Yuan High Realm, but he had also comprehended the sword intent, and had also grasped a powerful technique as high as the lower grade of the Earth Order. His powerful strength base made him fearless of any Yuan High Realm powerhouses in the nearby realms. With a strong sense of confidence, Ko Tongwang raised his head fiercely, 5 calloused fingers gripping the hilt of his heavy sword and picking it up. He whirled towards the entrance of the hall. Immediately after that, the speed of his feet steeply accelerated, and his figure instantly became so fast that it turned into a cloud of stumps. With his divine senses, he quickly arrived at his destination. Tinkerbell. The sound of a scuffle fell into his ears, and Ko Tongwang looked forward, only to see that there were 2 green-shirted teenagers holding 3-foot green blades, and they were engaged in a fierce fight with nearly 100,000 mountain sect disciples. At this moment, their green shirts were already stained with a large amount of crimson blood. The blood was not their own, but came from the enemy. At the feet of the 2 men lay a dense mass of blood-stained corpses. Chapter 48, Crushing Xian-ranked magic treasures with his bare hands, terrifying physical body. Ko Tongwang's gaze did not remain on this Jiang Chen and Jiang Yan for too long. The eyes quickly skimmed over the 2 men. It eventually landed on Jiang Daoxuan behind them. At this moment, Jiang Daoxuan stood with his arms folded, a smile on his lips and an amused expression as he appreciated the show in front of him. He didn't make any striking movements though. However, the surrounding Thousand Mountain sect crowd was still cautious, trying to avoid as far away as possible, not daring to step close, only silently landing all their attacks on Jiang Chen and Jiang Yan. Looking at this scene, Ko Tongwang already understood that these people were completely scared out of their wits by the other party. Looks like I'll have to do it myself after all. The thought flashed by, and when he saw Jiang Chen holding his sword in one hand, wanting to decapitate a Thousand Mountain sect disciple once again, Ko Tongwang pulled out his voice and roared, "Stop!" The powerful Yuan High Realm pressure was released, causing Jiang Chen to be instinctively startled, but under the effect of the immortal flame in his body, the pressure was counteracted as much as possible, causing the movements of his hands to not pause for a second. Swish! A sword chopped down, instantly killing the terrified young disciple in front of him. Seeing that the other party was only a mere innate cultivation level, but was able to ignore his own pressure, Ko Tongwang's face became more and more gloomy, and at that moment, all the Thousand Mountain sect disciples present immediately gave up their siege and retreated after hearing the voice. As if they had found their backbone, they hurriedly spoke out, "Patriarch, it's the Patriarch who has come. We are saved. Please still ask the Patriarch to make a decision for us. These people are simply murderous. They kill on sight. They are truly devils." Listening to the complaints of the crowd, Ko Tongwang's eyes were cold. Looking at Jiang Chen and Jiang Yan, at a young age, the murderous nature is so deep. It is really misguided. Pity you all for this body of talent. Going astray? Ha ha ha. What is the right path and what is astray? It's still not a matter of strength. Patriarch Ko is really hypocritical to the extreme. It's disgusting. The moment you come up here, you start preaching and putting high hats on us. Do you really think you're the leader of that righteous path? Besides, I, Jiang Chen, know all about the virtues of your Thousand Mountain sect, such an unfeeling and unrighteous sect, yet they always talk about benevolence, righteousness and morality. It's really fake benevolence and righteousness. It's disgraceful. Jiang Chen and Jiang Yan's faces were fearless as they sneered out in unison. Being sneered at by the 2 teenagers in front of the many disciples, Ko Tongwang instantly felt disgraced and became furious. Just as he was about to strike, a group of Thousand Mountain sect elders had received the news and arrived one after another. A short-tempered elder of the 9th level of the Violet Mansion realm, seeing his own personal disciple being decapitated by Jiang Chen, became enraged. "Daring to act so recklessly in my Thousand Mountain sect, when you really have the guts to do so." A voice full of anger resounded all around. Immediately afterward, this Violet Mansion elder didn't bother to care about bullying the small with the big, and with a slight point of his toes, the entire person quickly leapt out, arriving in front of Jiang Chen. His face showed viciousness as he drew his saber and stabbed, wanting to kill this boy in front of him who didn't know the heights of heaven on the spot. The powerful might mixed with amazing killing intent caused Jiang Chen's pupils to shrink, and for the first time, he felt that he was so close to death. This sword was extremely fast, far exceeding the speed at which an innate realm martial artist could react. It's just that some people are a few steps faster. When the tip of the sword was less than 3 fingers away from Jiang Chen's forehead, a white figure suddenly appeared in front of Jiang Chen. Under the many gazes, Jiang Daoxuan was calm and collected as he lightly extended his right palm. What does he want? Great doubts arose in the hearts of all. However, soon after, Jiang Daoxuan answered the crowd's doubts with his own practical actions, only to see that this palm he stretched out was heading straight towards the tip of the sword, as if he was trying to use his palm to harden against the incomparably sharp and icy tip of the sword. He's crazy, right? The crowd was horrified, all shocked by Jiang Daoxuan's boldness and arrogance, daring to take a sword from a 9th-level Purple Mansion realm expert with a mortal flesh body. Such exaggerated behavior. But even the self-patriarch did not dare to make. What do you think you are? However, the next moment, clang! Everyone froze as a crisp ringing sound came out, under their unbelievable gazes, only to see that Jiang Daoxuan not only caught the tip of the sword with his palm, but the skin of his palm was intact, with no blood spilling out. How is this possible? The whole room was in an uproar. Everyone couldn't believe their eyes and even thought they were hallucinating. Ko Tongguang's face also changed drastically, his expression instantly becoming grave. This man is so strong in the flesh. But he remembered that the blade held by this elder was a Xian rank upper grade blade that was purchased at a high price. Once it was chopped out, even if one exerted the Yuan power barrier, it would be extremely difficult to manage to harden against a blow, and one could only choose to avoid the sharpness. But the fact that this white-clothed man was able to block this sword without borrowing Yuan power and with his physical body alone was a bit unbelievable, making it difficult for him to comprehend. Could it be that the other party possessed that rumored powerful spirit body? It seemed the only possibility that could explain the scene before him. When he thought of this, a rich color of scorn instantly arose from the depths of Ko Tongguang's eyes, just as the crowd at the scene was deeply shocked. The Purple Mansion elder who was the party involved was even more frightened. His body was so weak that he couldn't even hold his sword somewhat steadily. He was very clear about the sharpness of his sword, and it was with this sword that he was able to successfully occupy a place in the Thousand Mountain sect, and his strength was among the top 5. But now, the sword that he regarded as a treasure and was proud of, couldn't even break the physical body defense of the young man in front of him. At this moment, although he didn't want to admit it, his mind was genuinely a little taut. Seeing that the Violet Mansion elder was frozen in place with a skeptical expression, Jiang Daoxuan glanced coldly. Under the increase of the innate sacred body Dao fetus, the Great Sun body refining technique, and the martial Dao blood clothes, his current physical strength could be considered to have reached an appallingly terrifying point. Hard resistance against Shen-ranked magic treasures was just idle and belonged to basic operations. Afterwards, Jiang Daoxuan shook his head, his 5 slender, white fingers clenched tightly, deadlocked above the tip of the sword. 5 fingers snapped. Click! The surface of the sword was cracked, producing dense spider web cracks. Immediately after that, Jiang Daoxuan urged his Yuan power and gathered it in his palm, shaking his wrist violently. Bang! A blast came out. Under the gaze of the Violet Mansion elder's incomparably horrified eyes, this sword, which was as high as a top-grade Xian rank, instantly shattered in response to the sound of the voice, transforming into countless fragments and spilling out onto the ground. Before the Violet Mansion elder could detach himself from his shock, he saw Jiang Daoxuan casually throw a punch that blasted into his chest, sending him flying tens of meters in an instant. It was only after crashing into a stone wall and smashing a large crater in the wall that it stopped. Chapter 49, Terrifying 10,000 Swords, killing 6 powerful people with one move. Dust was splattered and rocks were piled up. The elder of the Purple Mansion was buried in the rubble. Taking a punch from Jiang Daoxuan and experiencing a violent impact, he had become skinned and bloodied, covered by a large amount of dust. His body was motionless, as if he had lost his vitality. With just one punch, a powerful person at the 9th level of the Purple Mansion realm perished in Jiang Daoxuan's hands. Under the horrified gazes of the crowd, Jiang Dao slowly drew back his right fist, waved his sleeve, faced the crowd, and said softly, "Is that the extent of it? It's really disappointing. My time is precious. You guys better go together." As the words fell, the intense contempt caused the crowd to detach themselves from their shock, followed by a burst of anger. This was especially true for Ko Tongguang, who was the head of the Thousand Mountains sect. Although the opponent's physical body was strong, he was confident that with this Xian rank extreme grade heavy sword of his own was enough to tear through the opponent's defense, not to mention the fact that there was also sword intent added to it, capable of exploding far beyond its usual might. Thinking about this, Ko Tongguang was very satisfied in his heart, and immediately greeted the crowd. This person is a bit evil, and now I'm afraid that if there is a slight mistake, It will be the disaster of exterminating the clan. To be on the safe side, let's strike together and kill this phone. Hearing their own patriarch give the word, the 5 remaining Purple Mansion realm elders present immediately responded, and immediately drew their blades, aiming them at Jiang Daoxuan. Next moment, kill! Ko Tongguang shouted angrily, took an arrow step, swung his heavy sword, and instantly attacked towards Jiang Daoxuan. The rest of the group saw this and followed. Seeing that the patriarch and the 5 elders were jointly striking out, the surrounding Thousand Mountain sect disciples all held their breath and opened their eyes wide, not wanting to let go of any details. Jiang Chen and Jiang Yan were the same. They looked at their own patriarch with extra nervousness, guessing what the other party would use to defuse the siege. Under the gaze of countless pairs of eyes, Jiang Daoxuan was in danger and stood with his hands behind his back, without the slightest intention of drawing his sword. Noticing this scene, Ko Tongguang tightened his grip on his heavy sword, and the anger within him had climbed to the extreme. Facing our combined efforts, how dare you still pretend like this? Really, let's despise people. Enhanced by their anger, the crowd's speed increased steeply, wanting to immediately make the other party pay for their arrogance. The distance between the two sides continued to close, and soon they were less than 3 meters apart. And at that moment, Jiang Daoxuan still didn't draw his sword. He had no interest in cleaning up these stragglers one move at a time, so he chose to turn on his big move straight away. The 10,000 swords. In an instant, the Heaven Stage Extreme Sword Stance belonging to the Perfection Realm was activated. Extremely terrifying might exploded out. A large amount of pure Yang Yuan power was extracted from the Yuan Sea and melded with the powerful sword intent. Describing the unique pure Yang sword chi, wisps of pure Yang sword chi condensed out and emerged from around Jiang Daoxuan. Each strand of pure Yang sword chi was shaped like a sword, as tiny as a silkworm, and contained the divine charm of being unrivaled in sharpness and piercing through all things. In just an instant, thousands of strands of pure Yang sword chi appeared out of thin air. They surrounded Jiang Daoxuan's body, as if they were disguised as generals, defending their king. At that moment, under the fearful gaze of Ko Tongguang and the others, Jiang Daoxuan lifted his right hand, index and middle fingers together, turning it into a finger sword, aiming at the 6 people in front of him and gently slashing. Swish, 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 the pure Yang sword chi that shone and rushed to the sky, carrying the endless killing intent, was in the momentum of the gas rushing to the bull, shooting away. Each strand of the small sword transformed by the pure Yang sword chi was sharp, piercing and glittering. In the face of this monstrous might, the crowd of Purple Mansion cultivators were unable to block it. In the midst of a heart-rending, resigned wail, their Yuan power barrier was fragile in front of the pure Yang sword chi, just like a piece of white paper. And in just an instant, they were pierced with holes, bleeding all over the place and losing their lives. And Ko Tongguang on the side was likewise no better. Under Jiang Daoxuan's move of the 10,000 swords toward zone, which had been cultivated to the consummate realm, it was just like a cannon hitting a mosquito, a huge gap that instantly produced a crushing effect of a descending blow on him, so much so that before even carrying a single glance, Ko Tongguang fell into a particularly creepy and miserable appearance. The 6th level of cultivation of the Yuan High Realm that he was so proud of was not useful in the slightest at this moment. Even the mastery of the small success of the sword intent was like a lonely boat that fell into the middle of the sea, instantly being overturned and swallowed by the waves, without the slightest power to resist. After 3 breaths, the pure Yang sword chi that filled the air dissipated as much as it could, and there were 6 more corpses on the ground that were bloodied and battered, with no semblance of intact skin on their bodies. Jiang Daoxuan withdrew his gaze without blushing or jumping. The 10,000 sword dynasty that consumed so much for others that it could only be used as the ultimate bottom card was clearly not the case for him. Slightly feeling the remaining Yuan power within the Yuan Sea, and then dividing it by the loss from just sending out a strike of 10,000 swords towards the sect. Soon, Jiang Daoxuan came to a conclusion. The consumption of a heavenly great extreme sword stance was indeed huge. Given his current state, he could only use 10,000 swords toward the soul 100 more times at most. Once it exceeded that, one's Yuan Sea would welcome dryness, resulting in the inability to mobilize Yuan power to defend the enemy, and one could only use one's physical body to settle the battle. If one wanted to mobilize Yuan power again, one had to rest and replenish for a long period of time in order to fill up the body with Yuan power again. Just as Jiang Daoxuan was pondering and thinking, the surrounding Thousand Mountain sect disciples had long been stunned silly, all of them falling into a petrified state. No one could have anticipated such an ending. Even when his own prestigious patriarch along with several elders made a joint effort, they were all killed by a single move of this white-clothed man in front of him. Why would such a terrifying figure come to my Thousand Mountain sect? And how should we fight against it? The people were in despair and inwardly miserable, and some were even so frightened that they cried and collapsed to the ground. For a moment, in order to save their lives, all of them threw the blades in their hands to the ground. And then, facing Jiang Daoxuan, they all fell to their knees and began to beg, "My lord, have mercy. My lord, I've only joined the Thousand Mountain sect for less than 3 days, and so far I'm only an outer disciple, practicing all the techniques that are still family techniques, before I had the chance to practice the sect techniques, so I'd like to ask your honor to be clear about this. I hardly have any relationship with the Thousand Mountain sect. I'm the same. Since I joined this Thousand Mountain sect for a year, I've been staying in the outer gate. Those inner gate brothers humiliated us in every way. All kinds of dirty work are letting us do it. We've been oppressed by the sect for a long time, and we won't look for trouble from the sect for the sake of the adults, but please let us live. Although I am an inner disciple of this Thousand Mountain sect, but without the favor of my family and elders, it makes me struggle to make progress, and I am also bullied by the descendants of those elders' children from time to time. And now that the Thousand Mountain sect is facing annihilation, if your excellency spares my life, I will definitely not commit to offending you, your excellency. For the sake of this kind of sect in the future, Matriarch Jiang, do you still recognize me? My father is Zhang Mingyuan from the Zhang family in Wudon City. His old man used to have an old relationship with you, and the Xin rank saber that you built in the first place was also built by my father after putting in quite a bit of effort to collect the materials for you and finally build it. You see, on the basis that our two families have such an affinity, just spare me this time. What's more, I joined the Thousand Mountain sect just for the sake of resources. There is absolutely no semblance of affection in it. Please rest assured, Patriarch Jiang, there is no way that I will be able to ask for trouble in the future and add to your worries. Chapter 50, Mission Completion. Koanpeng Treasure Art and Hong Mongolian Tree. Hearing the pleas for mercy from the crowd, Jiang Daoxuan's expression didn't change as he casually said, "If you want to live, identify the people who have some affinity with the higher echelons of your clan." When these words came out, the scene was instantly in chaos. Numerous outer disciples and inner disciples without backgrounds began to frantically point out and recognize the people beside them in order to save their lives. Within moments, the entire scene was divided into two groups. Jiang Daoxuan nodded and looked at these outer disciples. "I'll give you 10 breaths of time. Get lost." Seeing that this killing star was really going to let himself go, the crowd breathed a long sigh of relief and instantly felt relieved. Immediately afterward, they grasped at straws, hastily got up, and fled in all directions. In the process of fleeing, they did not even dare to turn their heads back, but could only run away with their heads smothered. As for preparing for revenge or whatever for the sake of the clan later, after witnessing the other party exterminate the patriarch and several elders with a single move, it was truly something that one could not even think about. After all, they had managed to retrieve a life with great difficulty, so how could they possibly take the initiative to come together and send themselves to their deaths? Before long, there were only about 20 people left on the scene. These people were all people who were close to the top echelons of the Thousand Mountain sect. Seeing that the guys who had identified themselves had all run away, their looks filled with despair and their hearts grew heavier. The big ship of the Thousand Mountain sect had sunk, so why would they not want to follow these people and escape together? However, once they thought of the terrifying methods of this white-robed man in front of them, no one was foolish enough to want to run away, as that would undoubtedly lead to a faster death. Under the nervous gaze of dozens of gazes, Jiang Dao pointed at Jiang Chen and Jiang Yan and said coldly towards the crowd, "Now, I'll give you one last chance. As long as you are able to defeat the two of them together, I will let go of the blame and let you leave on your own." Hearing that there was still such an opportunity, the crowd couldn't help but light up and show their essence. Although according to the terrifying battle power Jiang Chen and Jiang Yan had displayed, their chances of winning were extremely low, but it was better than facing that scary white man directly. The people are not stupid. They can naturally distinguish between the lesser and the greater. If he didn't do anything, he would definitely die 10 deaths, but if he fought with all his might, he left a chance of survival. Thinking of this, the crowd hurriedly picked up the blades that had fallen on the ground and aimed them at both Jiang Chen and Jiang Yan, wanting to fight for their lives in exchange for a way out. Looking at this scene, Jiang Yan and Jiang Chen did not move. They understood that this was the Lord Patriarch practicing himself, so they rather seemed eager to try. Next moment. Kill. Defeat them so we can live. Fight them. With a roar. Soon, the 20 or so people who had completely fallen into a frenzy attacked and killed Jiang Chen and Jiang Yan. It was just that the original huge gap of 2 against 20, under the overwhelming strength of the Jiang family's twin stars, the gap was quickly erased, and even accomplished a reversal that far surpassed just tens of breaths. The sounds of clashing weapons then disappeared and returned to calm. The 20 or so people on the scene also fell limply to the ground, covered in sword marks, revealing hideous wounds and losing all vitality. When all the people are buried, the icy system beep once again sounded from Jiang Daoxuan's mind. Ding detected that the Thousand Hills sect has been overthrown. The mission has been completed and is in the process of being settled. Obtained mission rewards: 3 flying spirit beasts of the Purple Mansion realm, Sword Dao crystals, 200 pieces of Xian-ranked top-grade magic treasures, 10 Earth-ranked top-grade techniques, and the Heaven-ranked top-grade technique Pure Yang Wuji Gong. Sword Dao crystals, containing a strand of innate sword qi, capable of helping cultivators to comprehend sword intent. Pure Yang Wuji Gong, internal and external dual cultivation. The combination of static and dynamic. Internal training of the internal organs and bowels. External training of the sinews and bones. Pure Yang energy purification and concentration. Is the advancement of the Pure Yang Gong. It requires a Purple Mansion practitioner who has mastered Pure Yang Kung Fu to cultivate it. The Pure Yang Unlimited Kung Fu? Jiang Daoxuan's eyes lit up. It had never occurred to him that this heaven stage extreme grade technique rewarded by the system was actually the advancement method of the Pure Yang technique. It is important to know that the cultivation technique of absorbing aura is the foundation method of every cultivator, and it has a great impact on the battle power. Now once turned to cultivate Pure Yang Wuji Gong, can be imagined, their own already strong strength should soar to what incredible point. Thinking of this, Jiang Daoxuan immediately tapped on the Pure Yang Infinity technique within the system's warehouse and instilled the cultivation method into his mind. With the terrifying enlightenment of the innate saint body's Dao fetus, this powerful technique that was as high as the very best of the heavenly stage and could be regarded as a treasure by countless powerhouses had no secrets to speak of before one's very eyes. In just a few breaths, Jiang Daoxuan had completely grasped the Pure Yang Infinity technique. Then, following the route of operation, he began to catalyze the Pure Yang Infinity Gong, purifying and concentrating the massive amount of Pure Yang Yuan power in his body, along with the Pure Yang Yuan power completing its metamorphosis as much as it could and becoming even more pure. The depth and breadth of the Violet Mansion Yuan Sea also saw a double surge. At the same time, because of the effects brought about by the drastic changes in the Violet Mansion Yuan Hai, the original Yuan Hai realm first level cultivation was also undergoing a rise at this moment. Second level of the Yuan Hai realm. Yuan Hai realm triple. Fourth level of the Yuan Hai realm. Within a few breaths, Jiang Daoxuan, who had completed his transformation, had broken through 3 small realms in a single breath, and had clearly reached the 4th level of the Yuan Hai realm. In addition to his realm cultivation, he also felt that his physical body had also gained some enhancement. Now under the combined increase of the innate sacred body Dao fetus, the Vajra pill, the Great Sun body refining technique, the Pure Yang Infinity technique, and the martial blood clothes, even Jiang Daoxuan himself wasn't sure just how far his fleshly body strength had reached. Just as Jiang Daoxuan was still secretly marveling at the strength of his own power, the system's pleasant beep sounded again. Ding, the number of enemies on the scene is detected to be 0. The practical exercise is over. The mission has been completed and is in the process of settlement. Ding, according to the performance degree of the 2 destined sons, the rating of this mission is A-on, full rating, and the distribution of rewards will begin. Gain 500 points of host's family's luck. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the special reward, Koanpeng Treasure Art. Koanpeng Treasure Art, known for its speed. Once acquired, it can master the subtleties of the evolution of yin and yang, and if performed, it can make its own speed break through to the extreme. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a special reward, Grade 1 Hong Mongolia Tree. Level 1 Hong Manga Tree, an ancient divine tree born in Hongmeng, containing all kinds of creation and evolving infinite mysteries. You can choose any location within the family compound to plant. Once planted, the Hong Manga tree will be able to hide in the real and imaginary worlds, isolate its own existence and breath, so that all living beings cannot be detected, and can be nourished by the family's luck to upgrade. The higher the level of the Hong Manga tree, the stronger the effects of the enhancement provided. Now unlocked, Level 1 Spirit Enlightenment enables the spirituality of all clansmen within the boundaries of the clan's premises, slightly increasing the clansman's enlightenment in a subtle way. Chapter 51 3 Flying Mounts of the Purple Mansion Realm. Returning to Kangu Mountain. Looking at the reward in front of him, Jiang Daoxuan instantly froze. He hadn't expected that the rewards from completing the second family quest would be so generous. Only after all, he was someone who had seen the world. He quickly adjusted and calmed down, then looked at the Koanpeng treasure art. Although his own strength was amazing, He didn't have a life-preserving recluse technique, and this Confronting treasure art was just able to solve the current dilemma and make up for its own shortcomings. Take out the Confronting treasure technique that was stored in the system's warehouse. In the next moment, all kinds of cultivation methods regarding the Confronting treasure art flooded into his mind, causing Jiang Daoxuan to instantly master this powerful treasure art that far surpassed the heavenly grade technique. When he had finished feeling the divine aspects of the Confronting treasure art, Jiang Daoxuan looked towards another precious reward, Hong Mongolia tree. For him who possessed the power of the entire clan, the Hong Mongolia tree could be extremely useful, by virtue of the spirit opening effect. As long as the enlightenment of all the clansmen of the Jiang clan was raised, it would allow them to break through the realm more easily, thus providing feedback and making themselves stronger the more powerful they were. Although it seems that the spirit opening effect can only slightly increase the clan's enlightenment at the moment, and it will not be a big boost for the clansmen in the clan who have an unusual level of enlightenment, but for those enlightened mediocre clansmen who are just a few points away from passing, such an increase is already significant enough to allow them to take that step into the passing line and usher in a breakthrough. And that was just the effect of the first level Hong Mongolia tree. As long as the family's luck was accumulated, so that the Hong Mango tree was constantly upgraded, I am afraid that the increase effect brought about in the future would be so strong that it would be unimaginable. At that time, even if every member of the Jiang clan became a heavenly figure in the eyes of others, it would not be impossible. Afterward, Jiang Daoxuan emitted his divine sense and enveloped the Thousand Mountain Sex compound. After scavenging the space rings of the Thousand Mountain Sex people, as well as the resources of the Sex treasury, no longer staying, he immediately prepared to return to Kangu mountain. Thinking of this, he took out the 3 purple mansion realm flying spirit beasts that he had just acquired from within the system warehouse. Unlike other items, this living creature can make an appearance of his own choosing. One is to just appear out of thin air, and the other is to have it appear nearby and then seek it out on its own. However, seeing as Jiang Chen and Jiang Yan were standing right in front of him, so in order to increase reasonableness, Jiang Daoxuan chose the second appearance. When it was just taken out, nothing unusual happened, but 10 breaths of time passed. High in the sky, there were suddenly a few high-pitched eagle calls. Jiang Chen and Jiang Yan followed the sound and looked up, only to see 3 huge red eagles covered in red eagle feathers, as if they were burning with flames, crossing from the distance and flying rapidly, hundreds of meters away. In an instant, descending in front of the crowd, the moment he landed on the ground, a fiery breath fanned out from the 3-headed red eagle's huge feathered wings, spreading all around and swirling up large swathes of dust, causing the air to instantly become much drier. The hot wind pounded on their faces, and Jiang Chen and Jiang Yan's faces changed as their hearts tightened extraordinarily. This kind of undisguised might cause them to instantly see that the realm of these 3 raptors had clearly reached the Purple Mansion realm. After getting this result, their eyes widened with disbelief, and they even thought that their perception had made some mistake. Are you kidding me? A purple house raptor with a stronger cultivation than them? Among the experiences that the two had had, not to mention the raptors of the Purple Mansion realm, even the raptors of the innate realm had never been seen. At most, they had only seen such a strong existence in those rumored biographies. But now, such an existence not only truly appeared in front of their eyes, but also appeared as soon as it was 3 heads. How could they not be shocked by this? Before Jiang Chen and Jiang Yan could return to their senses, the scene that happened next instantly made their jaws drop and they all froze. Only those 3 red eagles of the Purple Mansion realm that gave them an extremely strong sense of oppression were seen. At this moment in front of his own clan leader, even as a pet dog generally lowered his head obediently, lined up to let the clan leader stroke a few handfuls of eagle feathers on his head. So, these 3 big guys are pets kept by the matriarch Sama? When it came down to it, both of them, even if they were stupid, reacted and instantly thought of this possibility. Jiang Daoxuan looked at his 2 heavenly orders and smiled blandly. Then he passed the order to 2 of the red eagles, and the 2 Purple Mansion red eagles that had received the order softly chirped and reversed their direction, walking over to Jiang Chen and Jiang Yan, lowering their heads and bending down. Is that a sign for us to go up? The 2 of them were a bit puzzled inwardly, and subconsciously glanced at their own patriarch, only to see the other party nodding his head slightly in a nodding gesture. Seeing this scene, they were able to let go of their hearts. Immediately afterward, with curious faces and inward apprehension, they took a step with their right foot and carefully stepped onto the eagle's back. Fortunately, these 3 red eagles were far larger than an adult man, and were even able to manage to accommodate 5 people together. Therefore, when Jiang Chen and Jiang Yan each arrived on the back of the red eagle in front of them, they realized that the surrounding area was not small. Quite the contrary. it appeared extremely wide. Feeling the softness under their feet, the apprehension within the two instantly dissipated and they were quite relieved. Seeing the two of them sitting up, Jiang Daoxuan then walked onto the back of this red eagle in front of him and leisurely sat down. Go! Jiang Daoxuan waved his hand. The three red eagles raised their heads in unison, let out a long whistle, and violently flapped their feathered wings, instantly leaving the ground and carrying the three of them towards Wudong City. They swept through the sea of clouds at high speed, their terrifying speed causing the surrounding scenery to change rapidly. In a short while, the three red eagles crossed the Kangu mountain and arrived over the Jiang family residence. Under Jiang Daoxuan's absolute command, the three-headed red eagle immediately stopped its forward movement and began to dive downward. Swish, swish, swish. The moment the three huge-sized, terrifyingly imposing purple mansion realm raptors landed in the family plaza, all of the nearby Jiang clan's children were creeped out and panicked by the shock. After all, the terrifying giant eagle that topped such a dignified appearance, in their eyes, saying that the other party would eat people. They were convinced. Chapter 52 Astonishment of the Jiang clan's crowd. Family migration. Just as the crowd was in a state of shock, a familiar figure stepped down from the red eagle. Lord Clan Chief? It's the Lord Clan Chief who has returned. These three spirit beasts are all mounts that Lord Clan Chief has taken in? Ha ha ha, truly worthy of being the clan leader. The aura emanating from these giant eagles is really excessively strong. Even I feel that it's not much worse than the Grand Elder. Hiss, according to you, could it be that all three spirit beasts are? If the expectation is not wrong, I'm afraid it's a purple mansion realm spirit beast undoubtedly. It's unbelievable that this kind of strong spirit beast can be taken in by Lord Patriarch as soon as it's three heads. I heard that Lord Patriarch didn't go to the Thousand Mountain sect? How did he come back so quickly? And he even brought three such ferocious fellows. The many Jiang clan descendants present were talking, all of them feeling immensely surprised by the scene in front of them. Immediately afterward, under their gaze, two more figures stepped down from the red eagle. Looking at the crimson blood on Jiang Chen and Jiang Chen's robes, many people were startled and felt a bit worried. There was also a part of the group that instantly thought of something and couldn't help but brighten up, saying excitedly, Brother Chen, Brother Yen, you guys are covered in blood, but you just came back from killing the Thousand Mountain sect? These words instantly caused the entire room to erupt in an uproar. Countless gazes fell on Jiang Chen and Jiang Yan in unison. They immediately shut their mouths, not even daring to breathe, patiently waiting for the two to respond. And Jiang Chen did not disappoint them. He only nodded and said with a smile, the Thousand Mountain sect patriarch and a group of elders all perished at the hands of Lord Patriarch. Some of the disciples were beheaded by us, and some of the disciples who did not have a deep connection with the Thousand Mountain sect were repatriated back to their families. And now, the Thousand Mountain sect has been extinguished. Hearing Jiang Chen's voice, all of the Jiang clan members present showed joy and fell into ecstasy. Those innate realm elders who had received the news and rushed here were also abruptly moved after hearing this news. Their eyes filled with unspeakable excitement. You have to know that it was the Thousand Mountain sect that had been known far and wide and had shocked the nearby land for hundreds of years. If it were in the past, if the Jiang clan wanted their clan's children to worship this hegemonic sect, they would have to pay a huge price to get through the connections before they could barely send their clan members into it. Once anyone's family member was looked upon by the Thousand Mountain sect, it was even counted as smoke coming from their ancestors' graves. Being able to make a small family head so excited that he couldn't sleep for 3 days and nights. He even had to open a feast for the entry of the clan and host a large banquet for many of his friends and family to gather and show off this exciting and good news. These were just the tip of the iceberg of the Thousand Mountain sect's accumulated prestige over hundreds of years. Even if he shied away from these prestige, with the great name of Thousand Mountain sect patriarch Ko Tongguang, he was still able to shake the surrounding cities, causing countless small clans to send their clansmen in a bid to climb into a relationship with them and gain shelter. However, it was such a powerful Thousand Hills sect that was just said to be gone. The crowd felt more and more in awe within themselves, silently looking at Jiang Daoxuan's tall back and feeling 10,000% admiration. Seeing that the surrounding clansmen were shocked by this news, Jiang Yan burst out with another fierce news. Ha ha ha, you guys don't know how powerful Lord Patriarch was when he was in that Thousand Mountain sect. Even that Thousand Mountain sect's patriarch couldn't stop the patriarch from making a move. Under Jiang Yan's colorful description, everyone present couldn't help but feel immersed in the scene. When he heard that the Lord Patriarch had not even drawn his sword, and directly executed that move that shocked the heavens and sobbed the gods, instantly killing the Thousand Mountain sect patriarch along with the many elders, the entire scene boiled over. I heard that those Thousand Mountain sect elders can all be Purple Mansion Realm cultivators. What's the Purple Mansion Realm? That co-patriarch was promoted to the Yuan High Realm more than 10 years ago. The strength of the whole body. Looking at our surrounding realm is also difficult to find an enemy, but it is this kind of top broken the sky of the big man, but even by the patriarch of the Lord a move to kill. To be honest, I feel like I am dreaming. When did Lord Patriarch's strength become so terrifying? It's amazing that even the Thousand Mountain clan couldn't even hurt him a bit. It's really incomprehensible. Just what realm do you guys think the patriarch is in now? The crowd was shaken and engaged in a heated discussion. And for all of this, Jiang Daoxuan didn't care too much. Thinking that the Thousand Mountains sect had been destroyed, he immediately summoned all his clansmen. I issue the order of the patriarch on this day. All the innate realm martial artists in the clan will depart early tomorrow morning and head to where all the Jiang clan subfamilies are located. And when they meet with the subfamily heads at that time, they will say that this patriarch has forgiven the faults that their forefathers had committed, and that he wishes to call on them to return to the main family and work together to develop. In the future, the children of my Jiang family should be united and work together to strengthen my Kangu Jiang family. As the words fell, the entire room shook. Numerous members of the Jiang clan raised their heads violently, looking incredulously at their own patriarch. They had never expected that the Lord Patriarch would have such a broad mind. Not only did he forgive the line of the Jiang family in Xuancheng, but he also had to forgive all the subfamilies and let them come to Kangu Mountain to enjoy their happiness. That's a hell of a lot of good that's going to do for those split families. Thoughts swirling in their minds, the crowd immediately bowed and saluted. Yes, sir. Taking in the performance of the crowd, Jiang Daoxuan nodded in satisfaction. Considering that the other perfect system is ready to wait until all the divisions return, it is now after the setup is done. Jiang Daoxuan announced the end of this family meeting and instantly disappeared in place. Chapter 53, Fusion completed. Kangu Spirit Mountain. Wait to return to your room. Soon after, the cold voice of the system rang out. Ding! Spirit Vein Fusion completed. Just as the voice fell, Jiang Daoxuan was keenly aware of the surge in aura around him. Immediately afterward, he quickly buried the remaining 2 Earth-rank lower-grade spirit veins underneath the ground of Kangu Mountain. Because Kangu Mountain had already left the ranks of the mortal mountains and advanced to the level of a spiritual mountain. So this time the fusion was very fast, and the environment was instantly turned upside down and amazingly changed. A large amount of spiritual chi released by the 3 spiritual veins enveloped the area in all directions. It was so dense that it had almost turned into substance. A wisp of dense air composed of pure spiritual chi dispersed all around, setting off today's Kangu Mountain as if it were a fairyland on earth. The soaring and surging aura gradually drew the attention of all the Jiang family members. What has happened to this level of aura? The aura is so dense that it can be seen with just the naked eye. It's really the only thing I've seen in my life. Could it be that in the past, the Thousand Mountain sect disciples cultivated in such an environment? We've really come to the right place this trip. Ha ha ha, such a raging aura. The heavens have truly helped me. Originally, I thought it would take a month to complete the breakthrough. But now, a day is enough. The many members of the Jiang clan were shocked by the abundance of aura around them, and they all sighed at how wise the patriarch's idea of relocating Kangu Mountain really was. At this time, the Grand Elder who had returned to his temporary residence also had his pupils shrunk and his heart and mind were shaken. As a Violet Mansion realm cultivator, he was undoubtedly able to detect certain changes more acutely than normal people. He didn't believe that the former Kangu Mountain could possess such a rich aura. The piker is not guilty of the crime, even if it is as strong as the former Thousand Mountain sect, as long as it dares to seize this kind of treasure land. Once the news is leaked out, it will inevitably cause other sects to be greedy and scramble for it. In front of these sects, with the fragile strength of the Thousand Mountain sect, it could only face the single ending of annihilation. But the Thousand Mountain sect has occupied Kangu Mountain for hundreds of years without encountering any danger. Which does not just mean that the former Kangu Mountain is absolutely not as divine as it is today. The Grand Elder couldn't help but fall into deep thought. The aura was normal before the family meeting began. The family meeting ended with a surge in auras. Could it be that this is another of the matriarch's tactics? Thinking of this possibility, the Grand Elder immediately marveled, only feeling that he could not understand his own patriarch more and more. Even if he was able to take out all sorts of treasures on weekdays, now he was actually able to directly change the aura environment of Kangu Mountain. Such a heavenly means is really a bit unbelievable. However, although he was deeply puzzled, he had no interest in finding out, because he understands that what the patriarch does is for the sake of the family. To this day, the Grand Elder was already more and more looking forward to the day when the Jiang family, under the leadership of the patriarch, would gradually rise to prominence, and even become one of the first class in the great Qin dynasty. the other side. Jiang Yen, who was sitting on top of the bed, also noticed the shocking changes around him. These auras. Just as Jiang Yen frowned, deeply puzzled, Elder Zhou suddenly let out an exclamation. Young lord, your patriarch really has great means. In my eyesight, this change should be caused by the influence of the spirit vein. And, according to the quality of today's aura, I'm afraid that the grade of this spirit vein has already been of the lower grade of the earth order. And then looking at the density of its spiritual chi, it means that there is more than one spiritual vein of the same grade. Several lower grade spiritual veins of the earth rank are added to it. Young master, those clansmen of yours are blessed. Zhou Lao sighed inwardly. This Jiang clan chief was truly worthy of being a reincarnated body of a great emperor. And the moment he made a move, he had several earth grade lower grade spirit veins. Chapter 54 Activating the Spirit Binding Formation. Planting the Hong Mongolia Tree. You know how precious a spiritual vein is? It is usually formed naturally over the years. Therefore, as a creation that could not be artificially refined, once it appeared in the world, it was bound to be coaxed by countless forces. And like Kangu mountain, this kind of mediocre mortal mountain, surprisingly can be buried into so many make countless forces incomparably red-eyed spirit veins, said Kangu mountain accumulated 10 lifetimes of good fortune, but also not at all exaggerated. After all, in one fell swoop, from the mortal mountain transformed into its spiritual mountain, such a great opportunity is really too difficult to encounter. Spirit veins? After hearing Elder Zhou's voice, Jiang Yen instantly froze. He had read about spirit veins in a biography. It was clearly recorded in the biographies that the mere appearance of a lower-grade Xian rank spirit vein had caused many powerful people to fight and snatch each other. During that time, several Star Will realm powerhouses had unfortunately perished because of this matter. From this piece of news, one could see just how valuable a spirit vein was. But now, when the head of his own clan made a single move, it was several spirit veins as high as the lower grade of the earth rank, and the degree of shock it brought could be imagined. While Jiang Yen was shaken inwardly, he suddenly remembered Sugu, who had once paid a visit to his door. Your castle peak sect relies on its many resources and the presence of a moon will realm ancestor to look down on my Jiang family. But I wonder if there could be a Xian rank spirit vein in your Green Mountain sex compound? Thinking of this, Jiang Yen couldn't help but crack a smile. At the same time, a sense of superiority and the pride of being a member of the Jiang family quietly emerged within him. My Jiang family has the patronage of Lord Patriarch. Why worry about not prospering in the future? Just when all the Jiang family members were still immersed in shock, Jiang Daoxuan had already placed the spirit binding grand formation in a certain bamboo forest. Because the spirit binding grand formation had an extremely wide range of coverage, capable of enveloping the entire Kangu mountain, there was no effect wherever it was placed. Before activating the spirit binding formation, Jiang Daoxuan first included the bloodline sense belonging to the Jiang clan members and put them into a whitelist, making all the clansmen immune to the effects of cultivation suppression. Only after this was done did he activate the spirit binding grand formation. With the added power of the 3 earth rank lower grade spirit veins, the spirit binding grand formation was activated smoothly. The large formation did not reveal any abnormalities, making it difficult to detect. Only he himself knew what divine effects would be triggered if someone trespassed into the formation. Afterward, Jiang Daoxuan immediately left his original location in order to plant the Hong Mongolia tree. Kangu mountain, top of the mountain, surrounded by clouds and mist, there was a hidden haze of light, as if it was the abode of an immortal god. Jiang Daoxuan was wearing a white coat with an extraordinarily upright posture, and was standing proudly with his hands behind his back. At this moment, he looked into the distance, his eyes deep as if he was looking down on the living world. Phew! A cold, harsh gale whistled by, blowing up the black hair that was casually draped behind Jiang Daoxuan's head. The white robe on his body also began to hunt. He shook his head and quickly withdrew his gaze. Immediately after that, he took out the Tier 1 Hong Mongolia tree from within the system warehouse. The moment it appeared out of thin air, a gray mist emerged from the void, taking in the spirit. Immediately after, the mist dispersed, revealing a palm-sized small tree whose entire body was wrapped in 7-colored haze. Seeing this, Jiang Daoxuan didn't hesitate in the slightest and immediately planted this object on the ground. Swish! When the Hong Mongolia tree breaks through the ground at the moment, the surrounding space small-scale birth cracks, so that the Hong Mongolia tree's several roots rooted into the void. The body of the tree and the roots of the tree exist simultaneously in the realm of reality. After a few breaths, the Hong Mongolia tree began to conceal itself, isolating its own presence, making it impossible for all living beings to detect it. Seeing that everything was properly set up, Jiang Daoxuan then performed the Confronting treasure art and leapt down from the top of Kangu mountain, returning to his residence. Chapter 55, Fame shocking each sect. Fallen Maple sect's show of approach. The next day, early morning, Jiang Chen, Jiang Yan and several innate elders left Kangu mountain early in the morning with the clan leader's password. As the crowd rushed to the location of the split, those disciples who had fled from the Thousand Mountain sect also returned to their respective clans one after another, reporting everything that had happened in the Thousand Mountain sect. Knowing that the Thousand Mountain sect had been destroyed, the many clans scattered throughout the cities instantly exploded. Immediately afterward, they associated that with the Jiang sword sect located in the recently made famous based on Jiang Daoxuan's physical features. Isn't it said that this Jiang Daoxuan is only at the Purple Mansion realm? How was he able to kill Patriarch Ko, who is a Yuan High cultivator, with a single move? Could it be that from start to finish, this Jiang Jianzong has never utilized his true strength, hiding your strength all this time? This Jiang family head really has a heavy heart and patience. I heard that the other party had been in seclusion for 6 years, and now it seems that this is really 6 years of grinding a sword. And the sword is amazing. Who would have thought that the prestige accumulated by the Thousand Hills sect over the centuries would be turned into a stepping stone for the Jiang family? Thousand Mountain sect's prestige accumulated over hundreds of years will be turned into a stepping stone for the Jiang family's rise today. Really doing the dowry for others in the future, in our land. Where else would anyone dare to disobey the Jiang family? Everyone. No one can stop the Jiang family's rising momentum anymore. We still need to make some preparations as early as possible. On this day, numerous clans had coincidentally summoned their clansmen and initiated a clan meeting to discuss the next matters. Wait until the meeting is over. The news about the destruction of the Thousand Mountain sect was immediately circulated by the people of these clans as gossip. 1 by 1, 10 by 10. In just one morning's work, this news was like sprouting wings, rapidly spreading all over the city at a speed far exceeding everyone's imagination, causing countless people to discuss it passionately. Have you heard? The Thousand Mountain sect was actually destroyed yesterday. Really? Wasn't it said that the Thousand Mountain sect's sect master Ko possessed a powerful cultivation of the Yuan High realm? Who could kill him? Right. Not only is Patriarch Ko's cultivation profound, but he also comprehends sword intent and can be called a sword sect. And the Thousand Hills sect has such a strong character sitting at its helm. So how could it possibly say it's gone? Ha ha ha, you guys don't know, right? I'll tell you. Those disciples who worshipped the Thousand Mountain sect are all back. And this news is circulated from their mouths. Do you think this can still be false? In addition, you may not believe it when I say it. The person who destroyed the Thousand Mountain sect is actually Jiang Daoxuan of the Jiang clan. Jiang Daoxuan? This name seems a bit familiar, as if I've heard it somewhere these days. Wait, I remember. But that Jiang Jianzong from Wudong City? Who else can there be besides him? Hey, it seems that the Jiang family is going to rise completely now. Even the Thousand Mountain sect can be destroyed just by saying so. In the future, in our area, which other force will be able to compete with it? I'm afraid it's a dominant force. It was accompanied by a heated discussion among the people of the city. Even the childish children knew that a new hegemonic level power had risen to fame by stepping on the Thousand Mountain sect. The news spread wider and wider, and soon reached the ears of all the great clans in the surrounding earth realms. Falling Maple Sect Hall. The patriarch and many elders were gathered here, discussing matters of the future development of the sect. But only halfway through the conversation was it interrupted by the shrill push of the door. The crowd looked up with displeased faces, only to see a panicked grey-clothed disciple suddenly barge in, shouting out of the top of his lungs, "It's no good, Patriarch. Something big has happened." Tell me in detail. Falling Maple Patriarch who long frowned and felt bad. Seeing this, the displeased colors on the faces of all the elders present also instantly disappeared and became grave. Seeing that the crowd was looking at him in unison, the grey-clothed disciple could not help but feel an inner flinch of extra nervousness. But once he thought of that shocking news that he had learned from his mouth, he immediately clenched his eyes and suppressed his inner tension as he faced the crowd and spoke. "It's the Thousand Mountain sect. I just heard from others that the Thousand Mountain sect suffered a calamity yesterday and is now completely destroyed." These words were like a bolt from the blue that exploded in the hearts of the crowd. The Thousand Hills sect was destroyed? Hulong and the elders looked at each other with a look of astonishment in their eyes. Over the years, because of the issue of resources, their Falling Maple sect and the Thousand Mountain sect had quite a lot of bad blood. As the saying goes, those who know themselves best are often their opponents. That's why they understand more about the strength of the Thousand Hills sect's heritage, and even more about the terrifying strength of the Thousand Hills sect's leader, Ko Tongguan. At that level of power, Even the self-patriarch was slightly inferior and was not a match for the other party. But even so, the Thousand Mountains sect was still destroyed so suddenly. Strange, obviously according to the information received these days. There was no mention that the Thousand Mountains sect had recently offended a certain force that could not be messed with. The crowd of elders were full of doubts, completely puzzled about this matter. Only Hulong, who was at the Yuan High Realm, quickly reacted, and immediately said in a deep voice, "Do you know who was responsible for the destruction of the Thousand Mountains sect?" As the words fell, all the elders looked at each other in unison, feeling that sharp gaze falling on him. The grey-clothed disciple was so frightened on the spot that his legs went soft and he almost peed his pants. Reportedly, the destruction of the Thousand Mountains sect was the work of Jiang Daoxuan, the leader of the Jiang family. Reporting to the sovereign, the destruction of the Thousand Mountains sect was the work of Jiang Daoxuan, the leader of the Jiang clan, and it is said that just yesterday, that Jiang Daoxuan had killed the co-sovereign of the Thousand Mountains sect with just one move. Accompanied by the grey-clothed disciple's narration, everyone was wildly shaken inwardly, their faces showing horror. To actually be able to kill Ko Tongguan with a single move. Could this Jiang Daoxuan be a Star Wheel Realm powerhouse? Hulong pondered for a moment and suddenly asked, the Jiang family? But that Fengbai Jiang family? In the surrounding realms, the only Jiang clan that could manage to kill Ko Tongguan with a single move was the Jiang clan that was situated in the middle of Fengbai City and possessed a Star Wheel Realm ancestor. If it is really the Fengbai Jiang family's hand, this old rival of his did not die unjustly. However, surprisingly, the grey-clothed disciple shook his head. According to the disciple's probing, this Jiang family is not the Fengbai Jiang family, it is the Wudong City Jiang family. At those words, the crowd instantly felt astonished, and all of them almost had to think if they had heard it wrong. Wudong City? They were not impressed with the place because of the distance. Seeing the puzzled faces of the crowd, the grey-clothed disciple didn't dare to hide it, and immediately told them what he had inquired about and told them. Upon hearing some of the deeds about the Jiang family, the crowd instantly shut their mouths, deeply shocked, until one of the elders spoke out, breaking the silence. This Jiang family is developing so rapidly, that Jiang Jianzong is even more appalling in strength, and now after overthrowing the Thousand Mountains sect, I'm afraid that it will become a local hegemon. Why don't we prepare some gifts and send someone to visit the Jiang family, to strike a good relationship with them? I think it's fine. That Thousand Mountains sect used to rely on Ko Tongguan's strength, but they didn't put us in their eyes. Now that they've been destroyed, it's really gratifying, and since we have no grudges with the Jiang family, we can try to make some friendship. This Jiang Daoxuan as the head of a clan, must also understand that more than one friend, always better than more than one enemy reasoning, at that time in the face of our goodwill, should also not refuse. The crowd murmured, and Hulong couldn't help but feel a bit impressed. After all, that Jiang Daoxuan was suspected to be a powerful person at the Star Wheel Realm. Once he set his hand towards their Fall Maple sect, I'm afraid that no one would be able to stop him, and he would only be able to follow in the footsteps of the Thousand Mountain sect. Therefore, in order to avoid the risk, it is undoubtedly the best option to make friends with them in advance. Thinking of this, Hulong no longer hesitated and immediately said towards the crowd, since that's the case, hurry up and prepare a gift. I'm going to personally travel to Kangu Mountain to pay a visit to that Jiang Jianzong. The crowd of elders arched their hands and said, yes, they are still able to distinguish between the lesser and the greater. This Jiang family is so powerful that given the meager family base of the fallen Maple sect, it simply can't afford to be offended. It would be better to drop the facade and deal with them in advance. Chapter 56, Guarding the Name of the Star Sword. Wanting to compete with the sword. A few days later, Kangu Mountain, the foot of the mountain. A sea of people converged, filling the room with all kinds of noises. These people came from all the major clans and families, all coming to visit the Kangu Jiang family. After the destruction of the Thousand Mountains sect, the Kangu Jiang family, which had Jiang Daoxuan at its helm, had already replaced the other side and become the new hegemon of this area. Nearby clans and families for the sake of stable development, in the sense of reason have to come to Kangu Mountain worship dock. Only, because of Jiang Daoxuan's closed door order, it resulted in everyone not even being able to enter the mountain gate, let alone visit the other party. Along with the passage of time, more and more forces remained at the bottom of the mountain, and gradually, many of them were in no hurry to leave. Instead, they began to converge, climbing over each other and making friendships. When the nearby vendors saw this scene, they also saw the business opportunities and began to set up temporary positions to sell all kinds of food. This had led to the foot of Kangu Mountain, which had become a small bazaar. It was noon on this day. A man in black with an ordinary appearance and extraordinarily sharp eyes set foot on the land. He was 8 feet tall and stocky, and his right sleeve was empty, as if he had lost his arm. The only remaining left hand was holding onto the pitch-black hilt of the sword at his waist as he stepped forward. The moment the man passed through the middle of the bazaar, everyone couldn't help but feel a faint tingling sensation, as if there were silver needles sticking into their skin. They were all the top echelons of various great sects and clans. Their insights were naturally extraordinary, and while they were shocked inwardly, they immediately sensed what this scene in front of them represented. This seems to be sword intent? Those who harbor sword intent are by no means nameless. Who is this person? Dressed in a black coat, with a black sword hanging from his waist, he lost his right arm and uses his left hand to wield the sword, and has comprehended sword intent. Wait, could he be Gu Xingjian? What? It's him? I didn't expect the name of the Jiang family to reach the Gu sword sect's ears so quickly. Gu sword sect is as addicted to swords as his life. Now that he has heard of the emergence of such an expert as Jiang sword sect in our land, naturally, he is a hero and is happy to see the hunt off. According to the past deeds of the Care sword sect, he is afraid that this trip is for the sake of the sword competition now. Right? Listening to you guys, I also remembered. It seems that every time a new Sword Dao patriarch appears, the Gu Sword sect will come to their door, choosing to have a sparring session or two, and it's rumored that a few years ago, Patriarch Ko of the Thousand Mountains sect was miserably defeated by his sword. Rumor has it that Gu Sword sect has no clan or sect and has cultivated to the current realm with just a fragmented sword manual, so I wonder which one of him and Jiang Sword sect will be stronger or weaker when the time comes. The crowd of onlookers were talking and couldn't help but begin to look forward to the next result. Will the long-established Gu Sword sect win? Or will the suddenly rising Jiang Sword sect on the mountain be better? Under the nervous gaze of countless pairs of eyes, Gu Xingjian walked through the bazaar and stopped in front of the green stone steps leading up above Kangu mountain. He raised his head slightly and looked at the top of the steps, which were shrouded in mist and hidden from view. The light in his eyes flowed, and he couldn't help but murmur, Jiang Daoxuan, I hope you won't let me down. Over the years, with the green blade in his hand, he had crisscrossed the surrounding realms, defeating many strong sword Taoists. In terms of the same realm alone, he had not tasted a single defeat. So seeing that such a strong opponent had appeared in Kangu Mountain, he couldn't control his inner joy and rushed over overnight. I just don't know how much your strength is exaggerated compared to the rumors? Thinking of the various rumors about the other party, Gu Xingjian couldn't help but see a shocking sharpness flow from the depths of his pupils. He had also fought against Ko Tongguang, a powerful person who had comprehended sword intent, in his early years. However, the opponent's comprehension of the sword intent was weak, and he himself defeated him in just a few moves, and this Jiang Jianzong was able to kill Ko Tongguang with a single move, so it was evident that the other party's cultivation was strong. I just don't know how false the rumor is anymore. After all, he had seen too many deceivers over the years. Between thoughts and thoughts, Gu Xingjian shook his head, no longer hesitating, and immediately took a step and stepped on top of the green stone steps. With his powerful cultivation realm, he soon arrived at the top of the ladder. The 3 Jiang clan disciples who were originally guarding the mountain gate and were chatting idly, heard the commotion and subconsciously looked toward the front, looking at this black-clothed man who exuded a terrifying aura, as if he was a stranger. The crowd instinctively flinched. Still, thinking about how powerful his own patriarch was, he instantly came back to his senses. The Jiang clan's son who was in the lead stabilized his mind and said in a deep voice, the patriarch's word of mouth is that our Jiang clan will not be receiving anyone during these hours, so please go back first. Your Excellency. Gu Xingjian raised an eyebrow and casually said, you young man is not overbearing when you see me. You are not small in guts, but this time I am not here to climb the friendship with your Jiang family. I am not here for anything else, but only to compete with your patriarch with the sword. The crowd instantly froze at these words. You should know that in these days, there are not a few people with gifts who want to go up to the mountain to climb the friendship. However, it was the first one like the other party who wanted to look for his own family's great man to compete with him in a sword fight. May I ask your honor's name? The eyes of the Jiang clan's son in the lead moved slightly, and he immediately inquired. Since the other party had already heard about the deeds of their own patriarch, yet they still dared to come over for a sword match, this undoubtedly indicated that the other party had a strong bottom. And the odds were that it was a powerful cultivator of the Yuan High realm. Gu Xingjian's face was icy cold as he lightly said, Gu Xingjian. As the name fell, the 3 of them looked at each other in disbelief. Gu Xingjian? Isn't this that legendary Gu sword sect? Because the other party was uninhibited and walked the world for years, resulting in leaving behind quite a few deeds, which were adapted into stories by a group of storytellers and widely circulated. So they naturally knew what this name actually meant. Subsequently, understanding that the matter is significant and must not be sloppy, the head Jiang Zi immediately arched his hand and said, "Since it's Gu Jianzong in person, please allow me to go and report to Lord Patriarch first. Please wait for a moment." "Aha." Gu Xingjian answered softly and was not annoyed. After all, this time was not for the purpose of looking for trouble. It was just for the purpose of engaging in a simple sword competition with Jiang Daoxuan. It's just a little bit of a wait, which isn't a big deal. Immediately after that, along with the departure of the head Jiang clan's children, for a moment, only the two remaining Jiang clan descendants and Gu Xingjian were left in place at the scene. Thinking of all the things about Gu Xingjian, the two silently lowered their heads, feeling extraordinarily nervous inside. They didn't dare to say a word more, lest they say something wrong and thus offend the other party. Under such circumstances, the atmosphere of the scene became extraordinarily grave and depressing. Gu Xingjian didn't care about all of this, and just leisurely closed his eyes in anticipation of the next sword competition. Chapter 57, Breaking Through the Fifth Level of the Yuan High Realm. Mastering Perfect Sword Intent. The other side. Jiang Family Hall. The empty hall was filled with amazing sword intent. Jiang Daoxuan closed his eyes tightly and sat on top of the futon. The pores of his entire body stretched, constantly absorbing the surrounding aura and refining it. After all these hours of cultivation with the stacking effect of the sum of the entire clan, his current cultivation realm had once again made a breakthrough, smoothly arriving at the fifth level of the Yuan High Realm. On top of that, he had made even more progress in the way of the sword. Relying on comprehending the nameless sword post, his understanding of the Tao of the sword could be described as progressing by leaps and bounds in a single day. In just a few short days, he had honed the original small completion sword intent to the grand completion, or even completion level. Now, just one final step away, he would be able to condense his sword heart and ask for the rank of Sword Marquis. How terrifying was such progress in the sword path? In terms of the great completion sword intent alone, it was enough to trap numerous Star Will Realm sword cultivators, making it difficult for them to move an inch. As for the Sword Heart Realm, it was usually only Moon Will Realm or even Sun Will Realm sword cultivators who could master it, and the difficulty of comprehending it was evident. At this time, when Jiang Daoxuan once again moved to use the pure Yang Infernal technique to luck out for a week and a day, a sound of footsteps suddenly sounded from outside the hall. Jiang Daoxuan noticed this with his sharp five senses and immediately stopped his cultivation and dispersed the sword intent that was escaping from the surroundings. Slowly, he turned his head toward the entrance to the temple, only to see a young Jiang clan disciple walk in and salute. Reporting to Lord Patriarch, Gu Xingjian Gu Jianzong has arrived in front of the mountain gate. He wishes to compete with you in a sword fight. What do you think? A sword fight? Jiang Daoxuan's eyes moved slightly, and some interest was born within him. He hadn't expected his fame to spread so quickly. Now even that infamous Gu Jianzong couldn't wait to visit Kangu Mountain after hearing about it, wanting to compete with himself in a sword fight. I've heard that this person's sword art attainments are excellent. I happen to comprehend the perfect sword intent now. This person is suitable as a practicing object. Jiang Daoxuan slowly got up from the futon, his heart already set on going to meet the other party for a while. But before he could take 2 steps, the system's prompt suddenly sounded. Ding, the time-limited family quest, sword competition has been triggered. Along with the gradual expansion of the host's influence, it has now succeeded in attracting a talented sword cultivator to come. Ding, there are now 2 different choices of rewards to be triggered. 1. Defeat the opponent to receive a primary 100 treasures blind box. 2. Kill/conquer the opponent to receive 2 primary 100 treasures blind boxes. Duration of mission, 1 hour. Oh, seeing that there were still rewards given for nothing, Jiang Daoxuan couldn't help but let out a light laugh. This is really just want to doze off when someone sends a pillow. The system is really too sweet. Then, looking at the time limit displayed on the mission, Jiang Daoxuan also had no interest in walking slowly over there anymore. Adhering to the idea of a quick battle, he quickly stepped out of the family hall, and instantly executed the Kuan-Ping treasure art, causing his speed to skyrocket as he flew towards the bottom of the mountain. Not much longer. At the mountain gate of the Jiang family, Gu Xingjian, who was originally resting his eyes with his eyes closed, suddenly became aware of something and snapped his eyes open, looking towards the front, only to see a handsome man dressed in white, who actually appeared not far away and looked at himself with interest. Good speed. In the middle of this Kangu mountain with such cultivation, and wearing a white coat, it seems that this person is Jiang Daoxuan. Gu Xingjian's eyes were shining brightly as his inner interest increased. Although he had closed his eyes just now, his divine sense was enveloping the surroundings. observing all the movements. This was originally a habit that he had developed for the sake of being cautious, for the sake of caution, as he had been walking outside alone for many years, but he did not want to capture the terrifying speed of the other party as they arrived. At that moment, sensing the strange movements around them, the two Jiang clan disciples who remained at the mountain gate also subconsciously raised their heads and looked towards Gu Xingjian. Immediately after that, following where the other party's gaze reached, they slowly turned their heads and soon discovered Jiang Daoxuan. It's the matriarch. Lord Patriarch has even come over in person? We greet the Lord Patriarch. Seeing this, the two men saluted. Jiang Daoxuan's expression was bland, and after nodding in response, he immediately took a step and walked in front of Gu Xinghan. The Eye of Insight quietly took effect, allowing him to instantly grasp his opponent's cultivation. 9th level of the Yuan High Realm. Just one final step away from the Star Will Realm. This Gu Xingjian possessed such strength, so it was no wonder that he had broken out into this hefty reputation. At this moment, Gu Xingjian did not know that he had been looked at by the other party in just a single glance. He just gripped the hilt of his sword tightly with his left hand. His battle spirit stirred within his body, and sword intent gushed out around him. With such a strong opponent at hand, he was already somewhat unable to hold down his movements and wanted to draw his sword impatiently. Along with this movement, the two Jiang clan disciples beside them were instantly frightened and avoided far away, leaving the venue to the two of them. Gu Xingjian and Jiang Daoxuan glanced at each other. Neither of them had any more than a few words to say. Everything was unspoken. Phew. Accompanied by a breeze, Gu Xingjian tapped his toes and instantly left his spot, drawing the longsword at his waist and stabbing it towards Jiang Daoxuan's chest. His swordsmanship is not a collection of 100 of the best, is by virtue of their own, bit by bit, in countless killings cultivated. There are no fancy, eye-catching moves, only fast, accurate and ruthless. This is the sword of murder. Swish! This sword contained a shocking killing, as if it was able to pierce through all things, carrying an unstoppable momentum, coming straight at him. Good swordsmanship. Jiang Daoxuan let out a dark sigh. With this peak sword alone, it would be enough to take Ko Tongguan's life in a split second. Nay, met himself. Jiang Daoxuan did not pull out the shadow-bearing sword, because once it was offered, with the might of the heavenly great extreme, it was enough to cut the sword in the opponent's hand with a single stroke. And that's not what he wants. So when Gu Xingjian held his sword in his left hand and attacked, the tip of the sword was less than 3 fingers away from Jiang Daoxuan. Jiang Daoxuan suddenly moved. His speed was already extremely fast, and with a slight sway of his body, he appeared as a stump, instantly avoiding the other party's stabbing attack. The hell with the speed. Seeing his attack fall short, Gu Xingjian's pupils shrunk. This kind of speed had already surpassed all the Yuan High Realm cultivators he had seen, and even the Star Will Realm cultivator he had seen in the past might not be able to possess this kind of terrifying speed. Although he was shocked, but thinking that this was still in the middle of an engagement, he still immediately suppressed his shock and flicked his wrist, changing his sword stance, turning stabbing into slashing, and attacking towards Jiang Daoxuan. This time, Jiang Daoxuan did not dodge again. Only in a flash of lightning, he casually picked up a branch on the ground and attached a pure Yang Yuan power wrapping as a way to enhance the toughness of the branch. Immediately afterward, when Gu Xingjian's chopping blow fell, Jiang Daoxuan held the branch and raised his hand to pick it upwards, avoiding the sharp sword blade with precision and accuracy, and ruthlessly slapping it on top of the sword body. Bang! A voice like muffled thunder exploded across the room. Gu Xingjian's face changed, and he only felt the sword in his hand tremble as if it had been hit by a 10,000-pound boulder. This Jiang Daoxuan is so powerful. Chapter 58, I'll only make one strike. Watch this. Just as Gu Xingjian let out an exclamation, Jiang Daoxuan flicked his wrist, and the branch in his hand that was wrapped in pure Yang Yuan power swept away at a high speed. The cold wind hit his face as if it were a steel blade scraping across his skin. Gu Xingjian looked flustered, sensing that something was wrong, and hurriedly stabilized the trembling sword in his hand, and suspended the sword in front of his body, ready to block this sweeping strike. Bang! A muffled sound came. The moment the sword collided with the tree branch, a strong and unrivaled terrifying divine force erupted. In just a single glance, Gu Xingjian was lifted off the ground and shaken out tens of meters away with his sword. It wasn't until Gu Xingjian's back slammed into a boulder that was as tall as a man that he was able to stop himself, and affected by the impact, the surface of this boulder violently cracked, like a porcelain vase, was shaken out of the dense spiderweb cracks. Ahem! Gu Xingjian's face turned pale as he stabilized himself by sticking his sword in his left hand on the ground. Even he, who possessed the 9th level of cultivation of the Yuan High Realm, felt exceptionally tricky and difficult to defend against Jiang Daoxuan's terrifying divine power when faced with it. A random blow had shaken his body. What if he had a few more moves? At this point in time, he did not doubt for a second that even if the other party did not use any weapons, with just a pair of fists, it would be enough to swing himself to death alive. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel 10,000 times more suffocated inside, and immediately looked at Jiang Daoxuan and said in a cold voice, Jiang Jianzong, people outside are saying how your sword Dao attainments are outstanding, but now that I've seen it, it's all about power over people, and I can't see any subtle sword moves. Could it be that Jiang Jianzong this is because he doesn't look down on me? Gu Xingjian? Feeling that fighting me is not worthy of you utilizing your sword moves? Originally, this time it was for a sword competition and duel, but this Jiang Daoxuan never drew his sword from the beginning to the end, let alone displaying any sword moves. Not only that, but the other party even picked up a roadside branch as a sword and, relying on his innate divine strength, crushed himself with an outrageously strong force. Such a bad experience, completely contrary to the purpose of the trip, was really just being one-sidedly ravaged. Seeing Gu Xingjian's expression grow more and more hazy, Jiang Daoxuan shook his head and casually said, I'm only going to make one sword strike, so just watch. To this day, in addition to the 10,000 swords, he had mastered 4 more Earth-rank extreme-grade sword techniques. Feel free to use one of the doors. Returning sword technique. In an instant, a large amount of pure Yang Yuan power gushed out, clinging to the branches as much as possible. The light flowed and blossomed into a dense death intent, as if the living beings had fallen and everything was silent. Suddenly burst out of the absolute might as swept around, so that the surrounding flowers and grasses broken, the tree green leaves swaying, scattered a large number of fallen leaves. In the face of this sword that hadn't even been truly struck, it had erupted into such a shocking vision. Gu Xingjian subconsciously gulped nervously, the 5 fingers of his left hand gripping the hilt of his sword deathly tightly, hanging his saber in front of his chest, always ready to block the sword. In order to make sure that he was safe, he hurriedly began to activate the great perfection sword intent that was contained within his body again. Sword intent erupted, creating a burst of unique pressure that separated itself from the visions emanating from Jiang Daoxuan. But right at this moment, a brilliant and terrifying sword light rose up to the sky, extremely sharp. Noticing that his great completion sword intent had been suppressed, Gu Xingjian couldn't help but have his pupils shrink as he lost his voice. Completion sword intent? The words just fell. Swish! A cold wind containing an endless chill hit his face. Gu Xingjian's body stiffened, and his sweaty hairs exploded with a creepy feeling. When the cold wind dissipated, calm returned to the surroundings. Gu Xingjian had long been scared into a cold sweat. A bead of sweat the size of a soybean trickled down his jaw and dripped to the ground. He stiffened and lowered his head, just at the neck, less than half a finger's distance away. It was resting on a branch that had been mostly chipped away, leaving only the sharp corners. Looking at this scene, Gu Xingjian felt his scalp tingle. If the other side hadn't stayed their hand and let the tip of the tree move forward some more, I'm afraid I'm going to be buried with my throat pierced. What a fast sword, I concede. Seeing that he couldn't even catch a single sword from his opponent, Gu Xingjian hung his head with a frustrated expression. These words instantly caused the 2 Jiang clan children who were watching the battle from a short distance away to freeze. In their eyes, everything happened too fast, and almost within a few breaths, the winner was divided, and the result of the sword competition was even far beyond their expectations. It was expected to be an evenly matched bout. However, he didn't want this far-famed Gu sword sect to be beaten without a fight in front of his own patriarch, ending in a crushing defeat. What level of strength has the matriarch Sama reached? Under the adoring gaze of the 2, Jiang Daoxuan looked at Gu Xingjian in front of him and let out a light laugh. What do you think of this sword of mine? I have traveled around 100 cities and fought with many swordsmen, but the subtlety of this sword of yours, Jiang Jianzong, has surpassed all of these people, and is the only thing I have ever seen in my life. And this kind of strong killing move is extremely difficult to see even when looking at all the major forces that have a strong moon will realm powerhouse sitting in their midst. What's more, you also to Yuan High Realm Cultivation envisioned the perfect sword intent. This kind of mind-boggling realm, I sigh inferior to also, originally heard about your deeds, but also when the rumors have a few false, but do not want to diametrically oppose to the rumors there are underestimated your strength. Gu Xingjian shook his head, willing to gamble, since the skills are not as good as the others, then they will admit their own shortcomings is. Seeing this, Jiang Daoxuan nodded slightly and said casually, then do you want to learn? Although the opponent was defeated by his own sword, it was not that the opponent was weak, but that he was too strong. After all, A sword cultivator who was at the 9th level of the Yuanhai realm and had mastered the Great Completion sword intent was powerful enough to threaten a Starwheel realm powerhouse at its limit. Therefore, considering the fact that the Jiang family's foundation is too poor nowadays, Jiang Daoxuan has moved to recruit them. Along with Jiang Daoxuan's words fell, Gu Xingjian instantly froze, and asked with some disbelief, "What you mean is that this move, I can learn?" Thinking of the terrifying might of that sword just now, he was already clear that this sword must be the opponent's crushing move without a doubt. But now just one side of the relationship had made this Jiang sword sec make up his mind, wanting to teach himself sword moves. Such a magical development is just incredible, isn't it? Thinking of this, Gu Xingjian's heart suddenly felt slightly ashamed again. He himself visited Kangu mountain and came up to compete with the other side in a sword fight. But he didn't want the other party to agree to a sword fight and defeat himself. Not only did he not make things difficult for himself, but he also wanted to give himself such a great opportunity. Such broad-mindedness really made him ashamed of himself. At this time, seeing that the fish had already taken the bait, Jiang Daoxuan casually threw the branch on the ground, put his hands behind his back, and said with a smile, "If you are willing to become an envoy of my Jiang family, I can teach you this sword move myself. What do you think?" Hearing that there were still conditions, Gu Xingjian's face instantly became torn. Chapter 59 Jiang Family Provider. Gu Xingjian. Although the other party's offer was tempting, but after all, he was accustomed to being alone, and if he chose to join a force, it would ultimately be a bit inconvenient. Most importantly, this feeling of being subjected to others made him feel very bad. Thinking of this, Gu Xingjian clenched his teeth and raised his head to look at Jiang Daoxuan, just about to open his mouth to refuse. But before he could open his mouth, Jiang Daoxuan sought his thoughts first and interrupted in advance. "If you become an envoy of my Jiang family, you only need to stay in Kangu mountain for 3 years. And after 3 years, whether you stay or go is up to your own will. How about it? In addition, I had heard that you mastered a piece of defective sword skill. Now watch you out of the sword. Although the explosive force is full, but the follow-up is weak. I think it must also be affected by this defective sword skill, resulting in a downward spiral, so that you are now struggling on the path of the sword road. And this sword move that I performed just now is called the returning sword technique, which is an Earth stage extreme grade sword technique. Once you integrate this sword technique, it will surely make up for your deficiencies and thus ask for a higher realm." At these words, Gu Xingjian's eyes widened in horror. Although he knew that the sword technique that the other party had executed was strong, he had not expected that this sword technique would be able to reach the Earth rank extreme grade. One must know that the full version of this mutilated sword skill that one was fortunate enough to have at one's disposal was only the lower grade of the Earth rank. But this Jiang Jianzong had left such a big surprise for himself as soon as he made his move. It was really a bit unbelievable. At this moment, Gu Xingjian didn't think that Jiang Daoxuan would deceive himself. After all, the other party had easily defeated himself with just one sword, so there was absolutely no need to deceive himself. Immediately afterward, Gu Xingjian recalled the various conditions the other party had stated, and his heart began to beat indisputably. He admitted he was a little ticked off. After all, one only needed to join the Jiang family for 3 years to be able to gain freedom, and one could also use it to obtain the returning sword technique. Where to find such a good thing to put out there? After all, as far as he knew, a precious sword skill that was as high as an extremely high grade of the Earth rank. Not to mention in this area, even if he looked at the entire range of the Tendu province, he would never be able to find a single sword skill. This is really out of this village. After some weighing of the pros and cons, Gu Xingjian's eyes moved slightly as he inwardly made up his mind. He slowly raised his head, a pair of sharp eyes looking straight at Jiang Daoxuan, and for the first time, he lowered his lofty head and said in a deep voice, "Gu Xingjian, meet the patriarch." Jiang Daoxuan smiled faintly. Taking out the copy of the returning sword's knack from the system storage, he handed it to the other party. "Use people without suspicion. Suspect people without use. Since you have joined my Jiang family, other curves and twists will be dispensed with. This returning sword technique you and take it to cultivate." Gu Xingjian was greatly surprised. He had thought that if he wanted to obtain the returning sword technique, he would still need to go through a period of inspection or do some things first before he could obtain this exceptionally valuable sword technique. But I didn't want to be surprised at how easy it would be to get it. And in the face of Jiang Daoxuan's trust, Gu Xingjian's heart heated up as he stretched out his left hand to take it and said in a deep voice, "Thank you, matriarch." Jiang Daoxuan nodded. Only after secretly recording Gu Xingjian sent into the spirit-binding grand formation whitelist did he take a step forward. "Come up the hill with me." Upon hearing this, Gu Xingjian immediately reinserted the sword in his hand back into its scabbard and proceeded to follow. The two of them crossed the mountain gate and gradually walked towards the Jiang clan's compound, accompanied by gradual depth. The surrounding aura that was so dense to the extreme that it had already formed a dense aura enveloped Gu Xingjian's body, causing his pores to stretch out and his spirit to be invigorated. The aura here, it seems to be a bit too rich, doesn't it? Sensing all of this around him, even Gu Xingjian, who had been traveling for many years, was unable to maintain his composure at this moment, and steeply moved with a horrified expression on his face. The richness of the aura here far surpassed even those powerful sects that had moon chakra realm cultivators in their midst. Gu Xingjian was shaken inwardly, and then he silently looked at Jiang Daoxuan's back, and couldn't help but feel that the other party was filled with all sorts of mysteries. At the same time, his mind was filled with thoughts. Within this Kangu mountain, having a strong sword Dao master like Jiang Daoxuan who had comprehended the perfect sword intent, one could compare swords from time to time and hone their sword strokes. There was also this terrifying aura all around that could be used for one's cultivation and absorption. In that case, isn't this Kangu mountain a proper cultivation mecca? Where is the need to leave? Gu Xingjian's insides glowed. Not much longer. Jiang Daoxuan led Gu Xingjian to successfully reach the family compound. Immediately afterward, he faced the many clansmen and began to announce, from today onwards, Gu Xingjian would be the family's new offering after the three Wang brothers. The whole room was in an uproar at these words. Gu Xingjian? But the Gu Xingjian we know? Nonsense. Besides him, who else wears black clothes, hangs a black sword on his waist, and uses his left hand to use the sword without his right hand? Not to mention the fact that if he is able to be looked upon by the clan chief, he must be a person with amazing strength, and an ordinary person would not be able to enter the eyes of the clan chief. I really can't even dream of it. Obviously I only heard the story of Gu Jianzong's sword beheading the Black Wind Wall yesterday, and today, he will personally come to our Jiang family and become a family enshrinement. It's really unbelievable, isn't it? Do you think we'll all be able to look to Sword Sect Gu for guidance on sword strokes in the future? It seems like it's really okay. Lord Patriarch works all day long for the development of the family, and we're too embarrassed to bother him. But it seems like it's okay for Gu Confessor, right? Ha ha ha, now that even the Gu Sword Sect has become our Jiang family's envoys, it's truly unimaginable just what the Jiang family will be able to splendor into in the future. One after another, the many children of the Jiang clan fell into ecstasy. Having someone as strong as Gu Xingjian join the Jiang family was undoubtedly giving them another shot in the arm. It made them not help but feel intensely proud of being in such a powerful family. By the time Kong Dogan finished his announcement and left the scene, and at that moment, the news of Gu Xingjian's role as the family's envoy quickly spread from one Jiang family's children to the next. It quickly spread to the entire range of the Jiang family residents, allowing all Jiang family members to learn of the news. In an instant, many of the Jiang clan's children who practiced the way of the sword began to find Gu Xingjian one after another, wanting to ask for guidance on their sword strokes. Regarding these requests, Gu Xingjian, who was new to the city, did not balk at them because of Jiang Daoxuan. Instead, he began to teach patiently, pointing out the shortcomings of these Jiang clan's children as they practiced their swords. It was also from this day on. In addition to serving as the Jiang family's envoy, Gu Xingjian had also inexplicably taken on the position of a kendo teacher on the side. Chapter 60, Star Wheel Realm Mount, Crowning Cloud White Crane. At this time, inside the family hall, Jiang Daoxuan returned to the top of the futon, take out the 200 treasures blind boxes that he had just obtained from completing the sword competition quest. According to the system description, once the blind box was opened, it would be able to randomly obtain treasures such as magic treasures, elixirs, techniques, bloodlines, physiques, and so on. Jiang Daoxuan rubbed his hands together and whirled around to open the first blind box. Along with a white light surging out, the blind box instantly disappeared, and in its place was an elixir that appeared golden yellow in color. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the heavenly grade extreme elixir, Tongxian Gold Pill. Tongxian Gold Pill, containing the power to capture the creation of heaven and earth. Once taken by a cultivator, it can wash away the impurities of the mortal body, return to the innate foundation, and be supported by the power of heaven and earth, opening the peripheral orifices, enhancing the qualifications of the root bones and speeding up the speed of absorption of spiritual qi. Note, only mortal physiques can take this product, but not those with special physiques. A heavenly rank extreme pill? Jiang Daoxuan was slightly startled. He should know that during these days, he had also obtained quite a number of heavenly rank extreme treasures, but it was still the first one like a Dan pill. Unfortunately, it seems that this item will not be of much use for the time being, After all, he himself was carrying an innate sacred body Dao fetus, while Jiang Yan was carrying its Song Flame treasure body. Both of them had special physiques, so they were unable to take the Tongxian golden pill. The most suitable candidate was only Jiang Chen, but the other party had already left Kangu Mountain the other day and went forward to the branch to gather the clansmen. In this way, the Tongxian golden pill could only be put aside for now, waiting for the right time to use it. With this in mind, Jiang Daoxuan picked up the Tongxian golden elixir and stored it in the violet mansion space, then looked at the second blind box. Without any hesitation, it was immediately opened. Next moment, it was accompanied by a flash of dazzling white light. Only a black and white crane appeared in front of him. It held its head high, raised its right foot and spread its wings, with clouds and mist flowing around it. Its temperament was out of this world. A good, auspicious and blessed beast. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Star Wheel Realm first level mount. Sangyun White Crane, with the bloodline of a sacred beast. It has great spiritual wisdom and unparalleled speed. Star Wheel Realm? Jiang Daoxuan was greatly surprised, completely not expecting that he would be able to draw out a Star Wheel Realm mount. After all, in terms of pure cultivation, the strongest person within the Kangu mountain range today was Gu Xingjian, but even Gu Xingjian's cultivation realm was only the 9th level of the Yuan High Realm, and was completely incomparable to this Song Yun White Crane. In other words, this mount of his own had unexpectedly leapt up and become the strongest person in the entire Kangu mountain. As soon as he thought of this, Jiang Daoxuan couldn't help but show an odd expression on his face, instantly sensing the system's bad taste. Shaking his head, he threw some strange thoughts out of his mind and proceeded to look on the holy beast bloodline shown above. From what he knows, once a spirit beast's cultivation realm broke through to the sage realm, it could be called a sacred beast, and after achieving a sacred beast, the bloodline in the body will also mutate, and this mutation is hereditary. If a holy beast gives birth to an heir, the heir will most likely be awakened due to the mutated bloodline in his body, thus inheriting some of his father's natural abilities and so on, and his potential far exceeds that of ordinary races. Realizing this, Jiang Daoxuan couldn't help but have a smirk on his face. Although the red eagle at the 9th level of the purple mansion realm was very good, but compared to this pale cloud white crane that had the bloodline of a sacred beast, there was absolutely no comparison. If one were to make a hard comparison, it would have to be the equivalent of swapping a regular minivan for a multi-million-dollar luxury supercar. Jiang Daoxuan secretly sighed. Just then, he suddenly felt something touch his sleeve. Immediately collecting his mind, he slowly turned his head and looked downward, only to see that the pale cloud white crane was rubbing its long beak against its sleeve continuously. Seeing this, Jiang Daoxuan's eyes moved slightly. "You're letting me come up?" As the words fell, the pale cloud white crane nodded and walked to the entrance of the great hall, spreading its wings and bending down, waiting for its master to come up. Looking at this scene, Jiang Daoxuan smiled and couldn't help but marvel at the other party's high level of spiritual intelligence. Just as well, so go out for a walk. Jiang Daoxuan got up from on top of the futon, waved his sleeves, and walked over to the Tsong Yun White Crane. Then he took a step and stepped on the back. Although the size of the Tsong Yun White Crane was not as large as the Red Eagle, it was still easy to carry 3 adults without looking crowded. Sensing that Jiang Daoxuan had arrived on his back, the Tsong Yun White Crane raised its head and gave a soft cry. Next moment, the Tsong Yun White Crane quickly flapped its wings, then left the ground and flew straight up into the sky, disappearing into the clouds, carrying Jiang Daoxuan and roaming Kangu Mountain. Smoke and clouds for company. A man and a crane. If hidden, as if the immortal descended to seek the earth. It also seems to be extremely free between heaven and earth, quietly observing all kinds of life in the red dust, revealing an endless number of free mood. Soon after, Jiang family, martial arts arena. At this moment, a large group of young Jiang clan children were surrounding Gu Xingjian, asking about some sword experience. Listening to the noisy sounds around him, Gu Xingjian held his forehead with a helpless expression. He hadn't expected at all that after instructing a few people, he would attract more people over. This caused him to not even have time to cultivate that heartfelt returning sword skill. Thinking of the returning sword technique, Gu Xingjian was instantly prepared to temporarily rebuff these people in front of him and tell them to come back tomorrow. But the words had just reached his lips, and before he could speak, he heard a sudden loud and clear voice from above. Crypto. The crowd subconsciously followed the source of the sound and looked up towards the sky. After seeing the scene above, someone immediately made a surprised sound. Ha! When did such a graceful white crane appear in our Kangu mountain? Humph! Our Kangu mountain is so well endowed. What's the point of inviting a white crane? Is it possible that my senses are wrong? I can actually feel a good strong sense of oppression from this white crane. It's not just you. I feel it too. Hiss, we are this far away from this white crane, yet we can still feel the sense of oppression. Just what realm is this white crane in? The crowd had forgotten all about asking about the sword stance. They were all talking about this white crane in the sky, and again from time to time, sounds of amazement came out. At this moment, Gu Xingjian looked at the white crane above him and abruptly moved, unable to help but lose his voice. Star Wheel Realm? Although because of the distance, the other party's specific realm was not felt, but to be able to bring a sense of oppression even to him, a Yuan High Realm 9th level powerhouse, was definitely the Star Wheel Realm without a doubt. Realizing this, Gu Xingjian was greatly puzzled. Most of the spiritual cranes in this realm lived with their flocks, and it was rare for them to break away from their flocks and go out on their own, even if it was alone outside. Once it was discovered, I'm afraid that even those powerful cultivators of the Moon Will Realm and even the Sun Will Realm would salivate and couldn't help but make a move to snatch it up, wanting to tame it into a mount. And where would he suddenly appear in the middle of Kangu Mountain? Chapter 61, Confronting Jiang Family, Separation Crisis. Just as Gu Xingjian was feeling incredibly puzzled, suddenly, he saw a familiar figure on the back of this white crane. It was a handsome man dressed in white, sitting on his knees like an exiled immortal descending to the world. Matriarch? Gu Xingjian's pupils shrank and his lips slightly opened as he felt disbelief. He never expected that he would see Jiang Daoxuan on the back of this Star Will Realm spirit beast. Shocked, a frightening speculation suddenly sprang up within him. Could it be that this spirit beast was the clan leader's mount? Thinking of this, Gu Xingjian's heart and mind trembled. Not only did he comprehend perfect sword intent and was able to defeat himself with a casual sword, he also had a Star Will Realm spirit beast as a mount. This Jiang family head is really too mysterious and completely elusive. Gu Xingjian secretly sighed, then quickly calmed his emotions. For him, who had now become the Jiang family's provider, the stronger the Jiang family was, the more he himself would undoubtedly gain. Perhaps if one only needed to do a good job for the Jiang family, one might not be able to gain a sliver of chance from it. At that time, breaking through to perfect sword intent might not be a luxury. Even that rumored metaphysical sword heart realm was by no means without a chance of reaching it. As long as one was able to reach the sword heart realm and be among the sword marquee, even if they were to become famous throughout the entire Tendu province, it was all just a matter of time. Kangu Mountain, the foot of the mountain. The sun was setting at dusk, and the golden afterglow spilled over the earth. Inside the fairgrounds, many people from the family clans gathered. At this moment, they were mingling and talking, looking at the verdant stone staircase leading to the Jiang clan's mountain gate from time to time. Everyone waited for the results of the sword competition between the two great sword clans and looked forward to Gu Xingjian's descent from the mountain, only for several hours in a row, but never saw the other party come down. They couldn't help but feel a million times more puzzled. What really happened on the mountain? Everyone was intensely curious about it. One should know that after such a long time had passed, even if the strength of both sides was superb, it should have ended long ago. How could it have lasted so long? Could it be that something has changed on top of Kangu Mountain? All sorts of speculations surfaced in the minds of the people, but they were never able to come to a conclusion. The long wait had gradually made them feel a little thirsty. Finally, there was a burly man with a large body type who just couldn't endure the ordeal, and instantly braved the crowd and stepped out from the crowd. Under the common gaze of the crowd, he took a step and mounted the lapis lazuli steps, ready to go up and find out what was going on. Not much longer. Wait for the strong man to come down the hill. The people in the bazaar immediately came forward and surrounded him, asking in a chorus of voices, "What? Is there any news? Right. Did the Jiang sword sect win? Or did the Gu sword sect win? It's so tickling that the sword competition lasted for so long but never came to fruition." Facing the nervous questioning of the crowd in front of him, the burly man recalled the news he had just inquired about and said in a deep voice, "I just learned from the Jiang family members guarding the mountain gate that Gu Jianzong was defeated by Jiang Jianzong a few hours ago. Not long after he came up the mountain was defeated by Jiang Jianzong with one sword." The sound of the words fell like a thunderbolt, setting off shockwaves in the hearts of the crowd. You have to know, that was Gu Xingjian, who had made a great name for himself in the surrounding realms with his left-handed sword. As a powerful sword cultivator who has been famous for more than 10 years and has countless supporters, he can't defeat Jiang Daoxuan, who is now gaining momentum, and actually can't even receive a sword. It's a bit unbelievable that there is such a huge difference in results. As the faces of the crowd showed shock one after another, a voice with doubt suddenly rang out. Since the Gu sword sect has long been defeated in the hands of the Jiang sword sect, has not yet come down from the mountain? This statement instantly caused the crowd to return to their senses and open their mouths. Strange. I haven't seen the Gu Sword sect after all this time. Do you guys think it could have been Jiang Jianzong who laid down a death blow and killed Gu Jianzong? This is not impossible. After all, rumor has it that the Jiang Jian sect has an extremely heavy killing nature. And once, when it was in Wudong City, it killed a hostile family with a full family, and it is said that at that time, among the hostile family's quarters, even the chickens and ducks were not spared, and the ants' nests were doused with hot water, and all the earthworms broke in two, and there weren't any living mouths. Seeing that the crowd was getting more and more outrageous with their chatter, the burly man stopped dangling the crowd's appetite and immediately said, "The reason why Gu Jianzong has not come down from the mountain is very simple, because after he was defeated, he has accepted Jiang Jianzong's solicitation and agreed to join the Jiang family and become a Jiang family provider." Along with the strong man's words, the scene's fire instantly disappeared and became silent. At this moment, everyone's brains were shaken by the news and temporarily lost the ability to think. The silence of the scene lasted for several breaths before they gradually came back to their senses. Immediately afterward, the crowd violently erupted into an even more intense discussion with a series of exclamations. What? Now even the Gu Sword sect has joined the Jiang family? Let's not mention Gu Jianzong's cultivation, but just his withdrawn nature alone. How could he possibly commit himself to one of the Jiang clan? Yeah, this matter is really puzzling. As far as I know, 3 years ago, there was a powerful sect with a Moon Will realm powerhouse at the helm, because they saw Gu Jianzong's talent, and licensed all sorts of favors to recruit him as a sect elder. However, even this was all rejected by Gu Jianzong. What kind of charisma does this Jiang patriarch have that he could convince Gu Jianzong to give up the idea of traveling outside and willingly stay in the Jiang family to become a small offering? AI. This time the sky is really changing. Nowadays the Kangu Jiang family not only has Jiang Jianzong and other powerful people sitting in the town, there is also Gu Jianzong joining the Kangu Jiang family. Who else would dare to disobey their orders in the future? The heated discussion continued to ring out, gradually attracting more people to join the discussion. To this day, the Kangu Jiang family has 2 sword sectors sitting together. The depth of the foundation can be said to be the crown of the surrounding realm. If this kind of hegemonic power had any thoughts about the neighboring powers, with their strength, how can they resist? The crowd looked panicked, their pupils slightly disturbed. Realizing the seriousness of the matter, one by one, the people of the clans and sects began to turn around and leave, quickly walking out of the bazaar. Immediately afterward, they hurried back to the family, wanting to report this shocking big news to the family at the first time. With things festering, within a short time, the entire bazaar was almost empty. Only a few scattered ordinary people without family and clan backgrounds were left behind. Meanwhile, on the other side, Confronting City, the Jiang family split. Inside the council hall, many members of the Jiang family were gathered. They all looked terrified, keeping their heads down and peeking across the room out of the corner of their eyes. As far as the eye could see, it was a man in fancy clothes with a feminine face. The man was seated in a taiji chair and was holding a teacup in his right hand, leisurely bringing it to his mouth. Only just after taking a sip of the hot tea in his cup, he casually flung his hand, dropping the cup to the ground and shattering it. Is this the good tea that your Jiang family uses to entertain their guests? This kind of flavor simply tastes like chewing wax. The texture is even worse. This kind of tea, do you use it to prepare for the livestock to drink it? Or is this the way you treat people in the Jiang family? Chapter 62 Chao Bo, who preferred another man's wife. It was accompanied by the voice of the feminine man. The 3 young men behind him immediately chimed in. Humph, Senior Chao traveled a long way to your Jiang family is to look up to you. On the contrary, you don't know how to be grateful is just enough, but even so ungrateful, dared to take out this kind of cheap barbaric goods to entertain Senior. Really his heart can be put to death. Can it be that your Jiang clan has become so arrogant that you have not put our Black Tiger sect in your eyes? Senior brother Chao is good at talking, but we are not. In my opinion, your Jiang family is tired of living, right? In the face of these extremely unpleasant and difficult voices, all the Jiang family members in the room clenched their fists and lowered their heads, their hearts filled with grief and anger. A family member knows his own business. These tea leaves were already precious things that their Jiang family had collected at great cost. Because of the scarcity of the quantity, even the head of the family could not afford to take it out to brew and drink it during the weekdays, has been treating it as a treasure. Only when entertaining honored guests, will endure the flesh pain, soak up some. But how could such a precious tea become so bad in the other party's mouth? The crowd understands. It's not that there's a real problem with the tea, it's just that the other side is deliberately looking for trouble. The situation was stronger than the people. The current Jiang family head Jiang Hongyang forced down his inner anger and looked at the feminine man and said in a low voice, "True Master Chow, this time it's because of our poor hospitality. I'll go and replace it with a cup for you." Xiao Bo shook his head and casually said, "This tea is exempt. It's not easy for me to make a trip out of the clan. Time is running out. Why don't you invite Zuair out to meet with me? As long as I meet with him, I will leave." Jiang Hongyang's forehead veins jumped wildly. "True successor Chow, you are at least a generation of true successor of the Black Tiger sect, and there are not a few female disciples who admire you, so why do you need to covet the beauty of a bereaved woman? If this matter were to be spread out, wouldn't it bring down your reputation as a true successor?" Xiao Bo raised his eyebrows and his tone steeply became icy. "What, old man, are you teaching this true transmission to do something?" Seeing this Black Tiger sect true successor suddenly lash out, Jiang Hongyang's heart was miserable, but thinking of the surrounding clansmen, he still didn't dare to directly retort, and could only hastily lower his stature and start apologizing. I don't dare. What is the status of Chao Xinjuan? How could I possibly teach you to do anything?" Xiao Bo skimmed his mouth, and was too lazy to talk to this old guy, and said casually at that moment, "You're not wrong. There are indeed many senior sisters within the sect who admire me and presume to want a couple with me, but unfortunately, in the end, they're just stupid women who are too green and don't know the fun things about pleasure. Where is the 0.5% of the flavor that is found in Rower's body? Truth be told, I left the clan this time precisely for the sake of Rower, so I hope that your Jiang family won't be ungrateful." As soon as these words came out, the 3 Black Tiger sect disciples standing behind Xiao Bo also unconsciously revealed lewd smiles. They were as followers of Xiao Bo. "Naturally, I know that the senior brother Chao's greatest preference in his life is to love this other person's wife, especially like the women who have a lot of style, and they didn't find it the slightest bit unusual that this Gao Wanru, who had married into the Jiang family, could be taken in by senior brother Chao. After all, that kind of figure full of mature flavor looks, even if they saw it, they would feel a dryness inside." At this time, seeing that Xiao Bo was determined to see Gao Wanru, Jiang Hongyang couldn't help but sigh at the other party's miserable fate. The other party was acquainted with the family's first genius, Jiang Daoxuan, and later married into the Jiang family and successfully gave birth to a boy, named Jiang Han. But the good times didn't last long, as Jiang Daoxuan, who was the only innate in the family, was killed in an accident. Gao Wanru became a widow at a young age, and not only did she have to spend her days in tears, but she also had to pull Jiang Han up alone, which made her life miserable. However, even so, he still couldn't avoid being looked at by Xiao Bo, the Black Tiger sect's true successor. It was really a rough fate. Jiang Hongyang shook his head. "Luckily, I had prepared myself." He looked at Xiao Bo and said with an arch, "Chao Xinjuan, Wan Ro has already left the Jiang family not long ago with Han's son and returned to her mother's family. If you want to see Wan Ro, you can pay a visit to the Gao family." When he said these words, Jiang Hongyang's heart was overwhelmed with apprehension. He had heard of Xiao Bo's great name for a long time. The other party not only likes other people's wives, and once successful in getting their hands on them, at most a few months of play, will be tortured to the point of no human form, and then will be like a broken doll casually thrown away. Simply worse than death. So when he learned from Gao Wanru that the other party had met with Xiao Bo and had spoken lightly, Jiang Hongyang instantly understood what was going on. So in order to preserve the other party's chastity and life, this was secretly sent back to the Gao family for self-preservation. At that moment, along with Jiang Hongyang's voice fell, the smile on Xiao Bo's face instantly froze, and then became so gloomy that it seemed like it could drip water. "What? Is Family Master Jiang teasing me?" It was because the information channels of the clan had been utilized to investigate in advance, so he naturally had an impression of the Gao family behind Gao Wanru. The family has several innate experts sitting in the town, and there is also a Zifu realm ancestor, which is the most powerful family in Quantong City. Facing this kind of purple mansion family, even his own Black Tiger sect did not dare to easily provoke it. After all, even the old ancestors within the sect were only at the Zifu realm. It was precisely because he knew the Gao family's tricky situation that Xiao Bo's expression became more and more somber. At this time, facing Xiao Bo's questioning, Jiang Hongyang couldn't help but nervously gulp, and then hurriedly explained, "How could this be? Chao Xinjuan has wronged my husband. It's just that Wanru just happened to need to return to her mother's home due to some matters." Not waiting for Jiang Hongyang to finish, Xiao Bo coldly smiled, impatiently stretching out his right arm, 5 fingers tightly clutching the family head's collar, lifting him up. "Old man, less talking to me about all these convoluted things. No matter what the truth is, I only need to make you recognize one thing. That is, if you dare to make my old man make a trip for nothing, my old man will let your whole family be accounted for here today. As the words fell, chills shot out in all directions. Seeing this scene, someone in the crowd finally couldn't hold back any longer and rushed out with an angry cry. Let go of the family head. Upon hearing this, Xiaobo's face was icy cold as he quickly fanned out with his left hand, instantly knocking him to the ground, truly not knowing how to die. When the icy words resounded around again, only then did all the Jiang family members present react to the fact that this Zhao Jinchuan was not an embroidered pillow, but an actual innate realm second-level expert. With this kind of strength, no one in the entire Jiang family was a match for the other party. After all, the strongest person in the family today was only at the 9th level of the Hotian realm. Just as the crowd shut their mouths and endless despair welled up on their faces, a bright and incomparable voice full of vigor suddenly came out, resounding all around and falling clearly into everyone's ears. To have my entire family of the Jiang clan handed over here? Ha ha ha, you're such a big mouth. Chapter 63, How can a commodity like you be worthy of coming to my Jiang family to spread wildness? Upon hearing this, Xiaobo raised both of his eyebrows and instantly showed displeasure, and all the Jiang family members present were stunned. They had never expected that at this point in time, there would still be someone who rose to the challenge and dared to venture out. Immediately afterward, everyone followed the source of the sound, wanting to see just who had the guts to be so unafraid of life and death. Soon, they saw a black-haired teenager carrying a long sword walking head-on. We have a Kong family with this kind of character? Looking at the unfamiliar face on the youngster's face, the Jiang family members looked at each other with a strong sense of confusion in their eyes. Even Jiang Hongyang, the current head of the Jiang clan, had a puzzled look on his face. He had never seen the teenager before. At the moment, the other side, seeing that the person who spoke out was so young, Xiaobo immediately laughed back in anger. Ha! Your Jiang family really has no one to use, right? How dare you let such a brat who doesn't know how to die come up? Along with Xiaobo's sneering voice fell. The three people from the Black Tiger sect behind them immediately looked at this teenager with eyes like those of a dead man. The last person who dared to provoke senior brother Chao in such a way, without giving the slightest bit of face, was now afraid that the grass on his grave was 3 meters high. Feeling the many gazes falling on him, Jiang Yan looked fearless. Without the slightest change in his expression, he just silently walked over to Xiaobo. Xiaobo was confident that he had innate cultivation, but he did not put the young man in front of him in his eyes. But soon, he will pay for his fanatical confidence. Only under the gaze of the crowd, Jiang Yan smiled faintly, then without any hesitation, he clenched his 5 fingers and violently blasted out a fist. Swish! The punch was extremely fast and exceeded everyone's expectations. Almost just in the blink of an eye, this heavy punch sent out by Jiang Yan solidly bombarded the opponent's abdomen. With the joint support of the Tsung Flame Treasure Body and the Great Sun Body Refining Technique, the powerful physical body strength erupted out, instantly causing Xiaobo, an innate martial artist, to be unable to find his way out of pain. His forehead was bruised, his abdomen fluttered, and he couldn't help but wail and spit out a large mouthful of bitter water. Immediately afterward, he threw off his right hand and hurriedly put down Jiang Hongyang in his hands and covered his abdomen with both hands in death. The intense pain was so intense that he could only bow down, unable to stand up straight, exhausting his entire body. Xiaobo raised his head slightly and looked viciously at Jiang Yan. You brat! Without waiting for the words to be finished, Jiang Yan fiercely pulled out the scabbard behind his back and slammed it forward, smacking it against Xiaobo's back, causing him to instantly plant himself on the ground, putting on a wonderful show of a dog gnawing on. Under the astonished gaze of the crowd, Jiang Yan coldly looked at Xiaobo, who was paralyzed on the ground in front of him like a dead dog. He raised his right foot and stomped on Xiaobo's head with a slight force, causing his opponent's face to have a close friction with the ground. Jiang Yan shook his head and sneered, "With goods like you, you're worthy of coming to my Jiang clan and spreading your wildness?" These words instantly blinded the minds of the Jiang family members present. What do you mean? You came to my house? No, we don't seem to have a character like you in the Jiang family either. At this moment, although the hearts of the crowd were deeply puzzled, no one opened their mouths to say more. After all, in terms of the strong strength that Jiang Yan was displaying today alone, if the Jiang family wanted to get through this difficult time, they had to use each other's power to have hope. At this moment, seeing that Xiaobo was instantly knocked to the ground by Jiang Yan, the 3 Black Tiger sect disciples present were instantly frightened and completely lost the idea of wanting to fight with one of them. Even senior brother Chao, who had cultivated to the innate realm, was not a match for this teenager. So how could they, whose cultivation was only as high as the 5th level of the Hotian realm, ask for trouble when they knew that they could not be defeated? No one dared to speak, leaving the scene in a death-like silence. Until more than 10 breaths had passed, a disciple who had the best relationship with Qiao Bo stepped out, looked at Jiang Yan, arched his hand and said, "Your Excellency has a high level of cultivation. Today, we counted our eyes off. If you are willing to let go of senior brother Qiao, we will leave right away, and we will never stay longer. Behind us is the Black Tiger sect. Your Excellency should consider the pros and cons of this. Do not be impulsive." Seeing that the other party still wanted to bring up the clan behind them to press people, Jiang Yan didn't bother to say much and violently pulled out his earth-ranked extreme-grade sword that was hidden in the scabbard. The sword light swept by, and the sharp tip of the sword instantly pierced through Qiao Bo's brow. Before the crowd could react, Jiang Yan quickly drew back his sword again and slipped it back into its scabbard. Immediately after that, he casually kicked out a leg, kicking Qiao Bo's corpse in front of the 3 Black Tiger sect disciples. At this time, Jiang Yan's voice came out, "Since you guys want this guy, then just return it to you." None of the 3 people from the Black Tiger sect cared about what Jiang Yan said, because all their attention was focused on Qiao Bo's corpse in front of them. Gazing at the hideous wound at the other party's brow where blood gushed like a spring, their faces instantly lost their blood color and became pale. Intense fear swept through the depths of their minds, causing their legs to weaken and inadvertently fall to the ground. The 3 of them in ordinary days, at most, just rely on the prestige of the senior brother to take advantage of some, and how have they ever seen such a shocking tragedy in front of them? Seeing that the 3 had completely lost their arrogant appearance just now, they had transformed into limpets. Jiang Yan's face did not show the slightest hint of pity. "If you dare to come to my Jiang family to cause trouble, none of you need to go back." The moment these words came out, the 3 instinctively felt bad and jerked their heads up, subconsciously wanting to open their mouths to beg for mercy. However, the only thing that greeted them was that bright and dazzling sword light. Jab, a sword to the throat. At the same time, a crimson line of blood appeared at the neck of all 3, perishing in unison. When Jiang Yan took his sword back into its scabbard, the surrounding Jiang family members were completely stunned. How could they not expect that this teenager would strike so decisively? As if he did not place the Black Tiger sect in his heart at all. At this moment, although Jiang Hongyang felt extraordinarily nervous, once he thought that the other party had saved himself and the others, he still quickly adjusted his emotions, faced Jiang Yan, and arched his hand to say thank you. "Thank you for your help, but allow me to take the liberty of saying, why did you, thrice over, claim to be a member of my Jiang family?" Facing the split family members, Jiang Yan immediately pulled a warm smile on his face. "My name is Jiang Yan. I am a member of the Kangu Jiang family. How can I not be counted as being in the same family as you?" Jiang Hongyang was slightly stunned, then his face revealed surprise. "Could you be someone from another branch family?" The Kangu Jiang family. This was a brand new name that had never been heard of before. Could it be a new subfamily that just recently broke away from the main family? Thinking of this, more doubts welled up within Jiang Hongyang's heart. This Jiang Yan was so young that he was able to defeat Qiao Bo in a single move. His strength was so strong that he was definitely in the innate realm without a doubt. But why would a new subfamily that had just broken away from the main family possess such a cultivation genius? Could it be that the main family hadn't even retained it? Chapter 64, Yellow Spring's Demonic Technique. Jiang Han's anger. There are a lot of doubts. So Jiang Hongyang, the head of the subfamily, couldn't understand what was going on even if he thought about it. Seeing the doubt on the other party's face, Jiang Yan no longer hid it and immediately told the details of his own origin and the purpose of his trip. Upon hearing that the main family had relocated from Wodan City to Kangu Mountain and that Patriarch Jiang Daoxuan wanted to recall himself and the others, all of the Jiang clan's children were shocked, their pupils filled with disbelief. After all, from Jiang Yan's mouth, they had already learned what a terrifying might the Kangu Jiang family had today. Purple Realm? Oh, in front of his own Patriarch Jiang Daoxuan, just a handful of goods that can be destroyed. Even if one was as strong as a Yuan High Realm cultivator, he still couldn't catch a single move from the Patriarch and could only drink his hatred on the spot. So after learning that this Patriarch wanted to call them back and settle in Kangu Mountain, their first thought was to both feel as if they were still sinking into a beautiful dream and hadn't woken up. It's no wonder they think so. One moment they were facing the threat of the Purple Mansion Power Black Tiger sect, and the next moment someone came out and told them that behind them they possessed an incomparably powerful Yuan High Realm cultivator like Lord Patriarch sitting at the helm, and was able to shelter all of them. How could the crowd choose to fully believe in such a magical development of events in the first place? Subsequently, after receiving Jiang Yan's repeated confirmation, They then accepted this incomparably magical and uplifting fact. Even though I know it's true, it's still hard for me to believe that we can actually return to the main house one day and still have the patronage of the Lord Patriarch. Who says otherwise? Who would have thought that after hundreds of years, my Jiang clan would be able to give birth to such a stunning and outstanding character? You have to know that's the Yuan High realm. Even that Lord Ancestor Lord of the main family once was only at the Violet Mansion realm, at a time when the family is in turmoil, with the perfect cultivation of the innate realm in seclusion for 6 years, and even broke the Purple Mansion and Yuan High 2 realms, and mastered the true meaning of the sword, ranked the sword sect. Such horrifying deeds, has already done far more than the ancestor, arriving at the realm of the predecessors. Ha ha ha, I can't wait a bit to head to Kangu Mountain. At that time, once I have the Lord Patriarch's shelter, I'd like to see who else dares to oppress us recklessly. The many Jiang family members present had been suppressed by reality for too long. However, after learning everything about the main family, about Patriarch Jiang Daoxuan, the repression that had been building up inside them for a long time was violently released, and they were instantly enlightened and hearty. Looking at the crowd that was caught up in joy, Jiang Yan pointed to Chao Bo's corpse not far away and looked at Jiang Hongyang. Tell me, what's the deal with him again? Seeing that this family genius asked about this file, Jiang Hongyang slightly sighed. This is still because some time ago, Wan Ro took Chanai to go out, just inadvertently bumped into this Chao Bo. Along with Jiang Hongyang's narration, Jiang Yan gradually understood it all. Immediately afterward, thinking of Gao Wanru and Jiang Han who were staying at the Gao family, his eyes moved slightly and he said softly, Lord Patriarch has said that this time, he wants us to bring everyone from the split family back to Kangu Mountain without missing a single person. So since this is the case, you should send one of you to lead the way and take me to visit the Gao family to fetch the mother and son back. Being of my Jiang family's bloodline but living in an outsider's home for a long period of time is never the same thing. You still need to accompany us and go to Kangu Mountain together. Jiang Hongyang nodded. He understood the importance of the matter, and immediately ordered the clansmen to organize some luggage first, and then he himself took Jiang Yan to leave for the Gao family. Soon after, the Gao family compound. A group of young Gao family children were converging in the courtyard to practice boxing under the leadership of the elders, and it was all taken in by a pair of brown eyes. The owner of the eyes was a black-haired teenager wearing rough linen clothes with a slim physique. As he looked at the moves that the crowd was waving in their hands, he couldn't help but show some realization in his eyes. Just as he was in the middle of stealing, a Gao family member in brocade clothes suddenly walked by. Noticing this movement, the teenager immediately broke away from his immersive state and hurriedly lowered his head, holding the broom with both hands, and earnestly cleaned up the withered and yellowed leaves that had spilled onto the ground. Seeing this scene, the Gao family members who were halfway there casually sneered. Aya, isn't this the young master of the Jiang family? Jiang Han, who is unwilling to change his name to our Gao family name. How did he become so despondent now? Ridicule and laughter rang out, but Jiang Han didn't care at all. Gaius was thoroughly used to it. Ever since following her mother Gao Wanru and moving to this extremely xenophobic Gao family, Jiang Han, who had not agreed to the elder's words to change his name to Gao Han, instantly became an outsider isolated by all the Gao family members, especially after the mother who raised him some time ago died of exhaustion and disease. His own situation in the Gao family was becoming more and more embarrassing. They were even reduced to the point where they needed to do odd jobs that slaves did in order to receive food and barely feed themselves. Only, such a situation will soon be able to end. Jiang Han clenched his fists, his body's qi and blood surging, as if he already possessed a bone-forging realm cultivation. It was important to know that before, he was still suffering from a poor root bone qualification, causing his cultivation speed to be too much slower than normal people. So after several years of cultivation, he was only at the 9th level of the blood condensation realm. But all of this, from that night 3 days ago, has been turned upside down. Jiang Han closed his eyes slightly, and a treasure map blooming with yellow light instantly appeared in his mind. This is a treasure acquired by chance that night, called the Yellow Springs Demon Diagram. According to the information left behind in the Yellow Springs magic map, Jiang Han has already learned that this is the inheritance treasure left behind by the ancient emperor Yellow Springs Emperor, with a lot of power, need to be gradually discovered. And during these days, with his superior enlightenment, he became able to master a powerful technique called the Yellow Springs Demonic Technique from within the Yellow Springs diagram. As long as one performed the Yellow Springs demonic skill, one would be able to devour the essence of others and use it to feed oneself and enhance one's realm cultivation. However, each devouring required a certain amount of time to digest, and only when digestion was complete could the next devouring begin. It was by virtue of this method that he solved the problem of his own root bones being too poor, thus realizing a bend in the road and making a rapid breakthrough. Once my cultivation improves, I must leave this awful place. Thinking about the experiences of these hours, Jiang Han's face was sinister, his eyes filled with violence. If it wasn't for that Black Tiger sect's true disciple, Chao Bo, pressing him every step of the way, how could he have followed his mother to leave the Jiang family and return to the Gao family for refuge? How could his own mother have died? This is all Chao Bo's fault. No, it was the fault of the entire Black Tiger sect. If it wasn't for the Black Tiger sect's patronage and connivance, how could this Chao Bo act in such a carefree manner? Since no one dares to offend you and purge you of these poisonous clans, then when my cultivation is complete, I will personally climb the mountain and wipe out your damned clan full of chickens and dogs. Chapter 65 Elder Zhou's Suspicion. The Jiang family is an ancient imperial clan? Just as Jiang Han's killing intent surged within him, not far away, a young Gao family member was looking left and right, scanning the surroundings. After spotting Jiang Han's figure, his eyes lit up and he hurriedly walked to his body. Jiang Han, your Jiang family has come. They're in the council hall now, and the family had asked me to call you over. Interrupted in his thoughts, Jiang Han looked stunned. Why would the family send someone over at this hour? Did something big happen? Thinking about this, Jiang Han felt bad and violently threw down his broom and hurriedly ran towards the council hall. Soon after, by the time Jiang Han arrived, the council hall had already gathered quite a few people. Jiang Han glanced over and saw that the person sitting at the head of the Gao family was none other than the head of the Gao family, Gao Mingshi. On the side was Jiang Hongyang, the head of the Jiang clan, and a black-haired teenager who looked not much older than himself. Who is this man? Jiang Han's eyes moved slightly, feeling some curiosity. At this moment, noticing Jiang Han's gaze sweeping in, Jiang Yan raised his head slightly and subconsciously sized up the other party twice. Seeing that he didn't find anything unusual, he slowly withdrew his gaze, but right at this moment, Zhou Lao's voice suddenly rang out. Young master, this clan brother of yours is not simple. Oh, what do you mean by that? A little surprise appeared in Jiang Yan's eyes and he immediately asked in his mind. From what I've observed, this clan brother of yours has already reached the 9th level of the bone forging realm. Hearing this, Jiang Yan instantly felt a great curiosity. According to Jiang Hongyang, the branch family head, Jiang Han's root and bone qualifications were incredibly poor, resulting in an extremely slow cultivation speed that could be described as half the effort. Even with the resources left behind by Jiang Daoxuan, the ascendant, cultivating for several years was only the 9th level of the blood condensation realm. But how long did the other party come to live in the Gao family? Cultivation realm ushered in such an explosive growth. In the dark, noiselessly breaking through an entire realm, a leap to the 9th level of the bone forging realm. This terrifying cultivation speed had even surpassed his previous self and brother Chen. Could it be that his own clan brother was not as bad as rumored? Or even the opposite, a buried cultivation genius? Thinking of this, Jiang Yan couldn't help but increase his interest in Jiang Han. At this time, Zhou Lao also felt slightly curious about the changes that had occurred in Jiang Han's body, and immediately subconsciously emitted his senses to probe the other party's situation, along with the powerful perception at the celestial level continuing to penetrate deeper and deeper. The relaxed look on Zhou Lao's face gradually disappeared and began to be replaced by gravity. There seems to be something evil about this kid. In Elder Zhou's perception, Jiang Han's root bones were indeed bad to the extreme. If there are no accidents, I'm afraid that I will only be able to hover in the Hotian realm for the rest of my life, and there is absolutely no possibility of breaking through to the innate realm. However, the other party was relying on such poor root bones to make breakthroughs one after another in this short period of time, climbing from the original 9th level of the blood condensation realm to the 9th level of the bone forging realm. Such a huge span of strength was simply mind-boggling and unorthodox. Just as old man Zhou was feeling extraordinarily puzzled and unable to understand, an extremely strong and shocking aura erupted from the depths of Jiang Han's body. This breath? Zhou Lao pupils shrunk, his face changed wildly, as if he had seen a ghost, and then without any hesitation, he hurriedly withdrew his senses, and curled up in the corner of the ring in a very skillful manner. At this moment, he was horrified to discover that the majestic greatness contained in this breath was no weaker than that of the original Jiang Chen. Obviously, this Jiang Han was the same as Jiang Chen, and was likewise a person of great fortune who possessed great karma above the saint realm. If it wasn't for the fact that Jiang Han's cultivation was weak and he couldn't hide the abnormalities on his body, Zhou Lao felt that he really wouldn't have been able to discover the other party's abnormalities. Elder Zhou's face showed bitterness. Sighing inwardly, counting that Jiang clan chief plus the young lord in Jiang Chen, and now Jiang Han. A small Jiang family had given birth to 4 heavenly pride characters with extraordinary destinies and incomparable fortunes one after another. It was truly incomprehensible. Could it be that there was something divine about the Jiang family bloodline that he didn't know about? Thinking 1,000 thoughts, Zhou Lao even began to doubt whether the real origin of this Jiang family was some ancient imperial family that had fallen into despair and gradually lost its traces over the endless years. Meanwhile, on the other side, feeling that Jiang Yan's gaze had been falling on him, Jiang Han couldn't help but frown. Immediately afterward, upon seeing the meaningful smile on the other's face, he suddenly stiffened and his heart seemed to slow down half a beat. A seemingly very absurd idea crept into his mind. Could this person have seen my cultivation? Jiang Han steeply moved, his eyes in disbelief. However, right at this moment, the voice of Gao Mingshi, who was the head of the Gao family, suddenly rang out. You were afraid of the Black Tiger sect's might in the past and had Wanru bring this brat Jiang Han back to our Gao family. I was mindful of the love of the past, but I did not refuse, willing to risk offending the Black Tiger sect, to take in their mother and son, but now, Wanru has died, and you guys are thinking of bringing Jiang Han back, but you want to give an explanation to my Gao family? Jiang Hongyang knew that he was at a disadvantage, and hurriedly explained, this matter is really our helplessness. After all, the Black Tiger sect is very powerful, and the strength of our Jiang family, you also know. If we provoke the Black Tiger sect, we will never be able to resist. We can only come up with this next step, but also ask for understanding of the Gao family master. But this time, we have to bring Cold Child back, but also because our main family patriarch gave the word, requesting that all of us, not one of us, should travel to Kangu Mountain and officially return to the main family. So this time, Cold Child must be picked up by us. Hearing Jiang Hongyang's hard tone, Gao Mingshi's face showed displeasure and subconsciously wanted to say something, but when the words reached his mouth, he suddenly thought of something and couldn't help but swallow back the words he was about to utter. Kangu Mountain? That name seems a bit familiar, doesn't it? Gao Mingshi's brows furrowed as he kept recalling. With a memory that far exceeded that of normal people, he quickly remembered a piece of news he had learned some time ago. It was because the Gao family operated numerous merchant caravans and often made deals with the surrounding cities. So not long ago, the family merchant caravan brought themselves part of the news about the strong rise of the Kangu Jiang family. These messages have been passed on by word of mouth through countless people, and inevitably there are some omissions that are not complete. Therefore, Gao Mingshi only knew the name of the Kangu Jiang family, but did not know how the other party was related to Wudong City. But now, if what Jiang Hongyang said was true, then was this Jiang family's main family that settled in Kangu Mountain the rumored Kangu Jiang family? Subsequently, to test this conjecture, Gao Mingshi forcefully suppressed his inner turmoil and looked towards Jiang Hongyang, making an inquiring sound. Kangu Mountain? I remember that your main family is clearly not in the middle of Wudong City. As soon as the words left his mouth, Jiang Hongyang immediately explained, in the past, our main family did live in the middle of Wudong City, but some time ago, the Lord Patriarch had issued an order to relocate the main family to Kangu Mountain to settle down. So right now, Kangu Mountain has already become a new place for our main family to settle down. Chapter 66, Gao family's crowds currying favor. Jiang Han's self-deprecation. Gao Mingshi's eyes moved slightly as he carefully inquired. Then the current patriarch of your main family, is he called Jiang Daoxuan? Jiang Hongyang didn't notice that the atmosphere of the scene was a bit off. He just nodded and casually said, exactly. Along with this bland voice rang out. The numerous high family members around them remained unchanged, not noticing anything unusual, but those who had joined the family caravan, or had learned news about the Kangu Jiang family from the caravan, all, at the same time, felt as if there was a deafening explosion of thunder at the top of their heads. How is this possible? The Jiang family in our city is actually related to the Kangu Jiang family? AI. The Jiang family really has smoke coming out of their ancestors' graves. Obviously some time ago they were still worried about the Black Tiger sect, but they don't want to take a step forward today and directly get involved with the Kangu Jiang family. This kind of luck is truly enviable. This brat Jiang Han even had the chance to be able to hug the Jiang Jinzong's thighs. He really used up his 10 lifetimes of good fortune to exchange for such an opportunity. What's the point of calling him by his name? Brother Han is half of my Gao family's bloodline, and he's a few years older than us. So in the future, we need to respect him as our elder brother. The crowd fell into a heated debate. On the other hand, Gao Mingshi's pupils shrunk, and a wave of joy quietly welled up within him. Originally, when he saw the Jiang family declining more and more, and also provoked such a strong enemy as the Black Tiger sect, he still somewhat despised the other party. But he didn't want the other party to give himself such a big surprise at this moment. You have to know that it was a hegemony-level family that possessed powerful cultivators like Jiang Daoxuan Jiang Jinzong sitting in the town. Even if that Purple Mansion realm ancestor of his own family personally set out to Kangu Mountain to visit the Jiang family, he would not necessarily be able to meet the other party, let alone climb into friendship. But now, with Jiang Han, who possessed the bloodline of the two Jiang Gao families, their Gao family might be able to keep moving up the line of Jiang Han until they hitched a ride on the line of the Kangu Jiang family. As long as one was connected to it, one would have the chance to gain great opportunities from it, ushering in unprecedented splendor for the family. Thinking of this, Gao Mingshi instantly felt his heart become fiery, and his face couldn't help but begin to overflow with joy. Immediately afterward, he looked towards Jiang Han and said softly, "Han, this trip is a long way, so you should take care of your health more often. I have a bottle of qi-inducing dan here. You and take it. Wait until Kangu Mountain, or remember to come back more often when you have time to see it. After all, you also have our Gao family's bloodline flowing in you. We are all family." Gao Mingshi spoke while holding a bottle of pills and handing it to Jiang Han. At this point, Jiang Han was already confused by the scene in front of him and could only subconsciously take the elixir in his hand. Before he could come back to his senses completely, a mishmash of voices resounded around him again. "Shell, do you still remember when you were 1 year old? You used to climb onto Lao Fu's shoulder and pull his long beard to play? Cold brother, in the past, it was us who did the wrong thing by being ignorant and fooling around. Please be generous and don't be calculating with us. Brother chill, if you are rich and powerful, don't forget each other." In the face of the big change in the attitude of the crowd, Jiang Han was first stunned, but with his previous experience, he still reacted quickly. The thought turned slightly, and in an instant, he realized where the source of the cause of all this was. The Kangu Jiang family? Is it because of the main family? Jiang Han felt deeply puzzled inside. It was rumored that when the main family was once at its peak, there was only one Purple Mansion realm cultivator. How could one make the Gao family, which possessed a Purple Mansion realm ancestor at its helm, reveal such a pleasing gesture? The more Jiang Han thought about it, the more of a headache he had, and then he simply didn't bother to think about it in detail. Looking up to Jiang Hongyang and asking in a low voice, "Grandfather family head, what do you think about this Black Tiger sect?" The Black Tiger sect was a powerful force with several Purple Mansion realm cultivators in attendance, and in the main family, other than that Purple Mansion ancestor, there was no one else who had arrived at such a strong realm. That's why he couldn't help but feel worried. If the Black Tiger sect were to lash out then, wouldn't it still involve the main family? In the face of this question from Jiang Han, without waiting for Jiang Hongyang to answer, Jiang Yan, who had been silent, snatched a step ahead of him and said indifferently, "The matter of the Black Tiger sect need not be heeded. If they really dare to be ungrateful and come looking for trouble from our Jiang family, with the Lord Patriarch in place, not to mention a small Black Tiger sect, even if 10 Black Tiger sects come together, they can only usher in the end of annihilation." When this statement was made, the whole hall was shocked. The confidence and contempt contained within Jiang Yan's tone caused everyone to move abruptly and vibrate inwardly. Jiang Han's eyes even widened in disbelief. At this point in time, he finally understood why the Gao family had lowered their stance and revealed a pleasing tone towards themselves. The cover was because among the main family behind himself, there was a clan leader who was incredibly powerful. At this moment, based on the words spoken by the other party, Gao Mingshi's eyes moved slightly, instantly thinking of something. Thus, he looked toward Jiang Yan and inquired in a low voice, "Dare I ask if your excellency is?" Jiang Yan faintly swept a glance and said softly, "Kangu Jiang family, Jiang Yan." Gao Mingshi's eyes lit up, and he inwardly said that it was true. Thinking of Kangu Jiang family, this big tree, is the high family chances located, must be dead hold not to let go. He was immediately ready to open his mouth, wanting to climb into a relationship with Jiang Yan and strive to hook up with the Kangu Jiang family as soon as possible. However, Jiang Yan had no interest in wanting to hear him continue, only silently turning his head and looking towards Jiang Han. "I need to return to Kangu Mountain as early as possible to resume my orders to the Lord Patriarch, so if you have nothing else to do, you can leave with me first." Upon hearing this, Jiang Han was instantly overjoyed in his heart. Something else? Oh, now that I'm able to leave, I can't stay in this Thai place for a single breath of time. Thinking of this, without any hesitation, he immediately arched his hand and laughed at himself. "Ever since I came to the Gao clan, I've rather been accustomed to being idle the whole day. So where is there anything else to talk about? Clan brother, let's leave now. Oh, hearing that the other party's tone was clearly dissatisfied, Jiang Yan also realized it. I feel that there is still some conflict between this clan brother of his and the Gao family. And at that moment, several veins bulged vaguely on Gao Mingshi's forehead. He never expected that this brat Jiang Han would give himself an eyeful at this critical moment. Fortunately, Jiang Yan did not have any interest in meddling in the affairs of the two families, and merely shook his head, quickly turning to leave. Seeing this, Jiang Hongyang and Jiang Han immediately followed closely behind them. Not a moment too soon, the three of them returned to the Jiang family residence. Seeing that all the Jiang family members had already organized their luggage and were ready to leave at any time, Jiang Yan didn't have a word of nonsense and immediately greeted the crowd as they set off, preparing to head to Kangu Mountain. Chapter 67, Fallen Maple Sect Patriarch Descends. Jiang Daoxuan's order. The next day, noon, a silhouette crossed from the sky and quickly landed at the foot of Kangu Mountain. He wore a black coat, his skin was the color of bronze, and his features were hard and unruffled. This person was none other than the Fallen Maple Sect's Patriarch Hulong. By all rights, he should have arrived at Kangu Mountain several days ago, but in order to get on good terms with Jiang Daoxuan, he spent a lot of time to collect some expensive things and was prepared to offer them as a gift to the other party, so that the other party would feel his importance and sincerity, thus forming a friendship. This is Kangu Mountain? It looks as if it's quite a bit better than the rumors. Huron looked around and let out a light laugh. Immediately afterward, he looked at the lapis lazuli steps in front of him. In order to avoid arousing the hostility of the Jiang clan, he did not push his Yuan power any further to perform the imperial flight mountaineering. Instead, he took a step and stepped on the lapis lazuli steps, walking up them one at a time. With his superior cultivation at the Yuan High Realm, in just a few breaths, he had already reached the end of the steps and arrived in front of the Jiang clan's mountain gate. Noticing that someone had come up, the Jiang family's children stationed in front of the mountain gate immediately said, "The Patriarch's word of mouth says that our Jiang family won't receive anyone during these hours, so please go back, Your Excellency." Hulong's expression remained unchanged as he said indifferently, "I am Fallen Maple Sect Patriarch Hulong, and I have come here to pay a visit to your Patriarch." After saying that, he casually waved his hand and instantly took out a small cloth bag from his violet mansion space and threw it in front of the mountain guardian disciple. A little bit of token of appreciation. "I'll trouble you to inform the Jiang Jin clan on my behalf." Seeing this scene, the mountain guardian's son instinctively frowned. Thanks to the generosity of Kong Duhaiyan, nowadays, every other month's time, all the members of the Jiang family were able to receive a substantial resource subsidy. It contains a large amount of spirit stones and qi-inducing pills and other cultivation resources. Although it couldn't be said to be much richer, there was still no problem in maintaining the daily cultivation consumption for each day of the month. So for Hulong's bribe, he didn't have a single heartbeat. Just as he wanted to rebuff, the image of the other party claiming to be the sect leader of the Fallen Maple Sect suddenly appeared in his mind again. The mountain guardian's eyes moved slightly. For some reason, a strange sense of familiarity suddenly rose within his heart, as if this clan name seemed to have been heard somewhere before. Falling Maple Sect. Wait, isn't this the same sect that wasted Chen's Dantian in the first place? The mountain guardian finally remembered. Back when Jiang Chen was still staying in the Thousand Mountain Sect, didn't he happen to be sneak attacked by the people from the Falling Maple Sect, which led to the Dantian being wasted and thus expelled from the sect? The mountain guardian's son inwardly smiled coldly. "We, the Jiang clan, have not even gone looking for trouble from your Fallen Maple Sect, and you, the Patriarch, are already so impatient for the mountain gate to send you to your death?" Thinking of this, the mountain guardian's son immediately swallowed back the words he was just about to balk at, and instantly bent down, picking up the small cloth bag on the ground and placing it in his pocket. Anyway, it was time to prepare to inform Lord Clan Chief about the news of the visit of the Falling Maple Sect's Patriarch, and this white gift of resources was simply not to be taken for nothing. Immediately afterward, he looked at Hulong and said with an arch of his hand, "Please also ask Patriarch Hu to wait for a moment and allow me to go ahead and inform Lord Patriarch." Seeing that, unsurprisingly, the other party accepted his small token of appreciation. Hulong nodded slightly. "Many thanks." Subsequently, after the mountain guardian children left and headed in the direction where the family compound was located, looking at the back of the mountain guardian's son, the corner of Hulong's mouth scratched up, revealing a smirk. It was true that money could make things happen, and as long as one's bid was high enough, there was nothing that could not be done. Soon after, the family hall, Jiang Daoxuan closed his eyes and sat on top of the futon, and was patiently listening to the report of the son of the mountain guard beside him. Wait until the debriefing is over. Jiang Daoxuan leisurely opened his eyes. The fallen maple sect? During this period of time, he was busy cultivating, but he didn't have the time to look for trouble from the fallen maple sect. However, he didn't want to see that on this day. The fallen maple sect patriarch had taken the initiative to come to his door. But that's good. Sooner or later old scores have to be settled, and it saves me the trouble of trying to find them. Between surging thoughts, Jiang Daoxuan looked at the mountain guardian and said softly, "Go and convey my order to Provider Gu. Order him to capture the fallen maple sect patriarch and bring him here to meet me." To this day, since there was already Gu Xingjian, the fighter, under his command, naturally, he was unwilling to go through the extra effort and waste his cultivation time by personally going down the mountain to fight a minor character like the fallen maple sect leader. This kind of thing was just handed over to Gu Xingjian to deal with. Yes, the mountain guardian's son respectfully answered and saluted again before carefully leaving the family hall. No one was around, and silence returned. Jiang Daoxuan withdrew his gaze, closed his eyes again, and began a new round of cultivation. For him today, though, he has a clan-wide some bonus. However, the fact that one's own cultivation level was too high, coupled with the fact that the clansmen had yet to develop, resulted in the cultivation bonus provided to oneself by the entire clan in total looking somewhat slightly meager. So it seems, with such a huge difference up front, the fastest way to become stronger is to cultivate yourself. Being endowed with an innate Saint body Dao fetus physique, he could be said to have broken through the realm like drinking water, and it was impossible for him to encounter half a bottleneck. With just a little bit of accumulation, you will be able to water down and complete the breakthrough naturally. Count on the permanent enchantment effect that only increases or decreases the total of the entire clan. Cultivating on one's own with the total sum of the entire clan perfectly overlaid, the speed of cultivation was completely capable of reaching the extreme. The other side. When the mountain guardian's son came to the martial arts arena and passed through the crowd, he arrived in front of Gu Xingjian and relayed Jiang Daoxuan's order. Gu Xingjian's left hand held the back cover of the sword hilt at his waist, and a shocking sword intent blossomed in his pair of stern and incomparable eagle eyes. Lord Patriarch is finally able to let me do some serious work, and if I don't move my muscles, I feel like my body is getting rusty. A smirk appeared at the corner of Gu Xingjian's mouth. During these times, it was because Jiang Daoxuan was in seclusion most of the time, so even though he had searched the entire Kangu mountain, he had failed to find a suitable opponent, and this resulted in his daily routine being reduced to practicing sword alone with instructing the many Jiang clan children in swordplay. It's doubly boring when such a dull and boring life goes on for days. This was also the reason why Gu Xingjian began to feel feverish and unusually excited after hearing that the Lord Patriarch had ordered himself to make a move. As for the great name of fallen maple sect patriarch Hulong, he was not unfamiliar with it. Only, this kind of small character who couldn't even defeat Ko Tongguang, if it was placed in the past, it didn't even qualify to be worthy of one's own sword. But now, in the midst of his incredibly boring life, Hulong, the Yuan High cultivator, could barely serve as a boredom-relieving opponent, able to let himself try out his newly mastered returning sword technique. In Gu Xingjian's eyes, the other party's role was nothing more than that. Chapter 68. I'm an envoy of the Jiang family. You want to use the patriarch's name to pressure me? Soon after, Kangu Mountain, in front of the Jiang family's mountain gate, with his hands behind his back, Hulong raised his head and surveyed the surroundings, patiently waiting for the mountain guardian children to return. But this person has not yet waited, but first waited for a stern and incomparable terrifying sword intent to attack from not far away. This kind of sword intent, could it be that Jiang Daoxuan himself has come over? Hulong's face steeply moved and his eyes became grave. As far as he knew, within this Kangu mountain, the only person who possessed this kind of heavenly sword intent was that mighty Jiang Jianzong. With this in mind, he immediately looked after the source of the sword intent. The view ahead came into view. A man dressed in black, with a black sword hanging from his waist and an empty right sleeve walked towards him. The terrifying sword intent that caused him to feel an extremely strong sense of oppression was precisely what emanated from this person. Hulong's gaze condensed, and some surprise flowed from the depths of his pupils. I haven't heard anyone say that this Jiang Daoxuan has also broken an arm. Hulong was deeply puzzled and couldn't help but take a few more glances at the other party's appearance. Looking at it, a strong sense of familiarity suddenly emerged. Possessing such strong sword intent, as well as these external features, could it be that this person is not Jiang Daoxuan, but that Gu Jianzong? Hulong raised his eyebrows, somewhat unable to figure out the other party's intentions. Then, seeing the distance between the two sides getting closer and closer, He cautiously and tentatively asked, "But is it Gu's sword sect in person?" Gu Xingjian glanced coldly and didn't say much, only nodding. Hulong's face first showed a look of really so, then bowed, respectfully said, "Surprisingly really Gu's sword sect in person. Over the years, I often hear about your deeds, can be said to be longing for a long time, but always have no chance to see, and therefore has always been a heart of regret. I do not want to today. The heavens have arranged to meet with you, really make up for the regret in my heart. If not today something is in the body. I will certainly set up a banquet to invite, and you drink a few cups." Hulong tried to climb down the friendship ladder while secretly observing Gu Xingjian's expression. Although he was a bit surprised that the other party would appear here, he would not find it hard to understand. After all, Gu Xingjian's sword-loving, sword-obsessed personality was well known in the surrounding land. It could be imagined that when the mighty name of the Jiang sect spread out and fell into the ears of the other side, what kind of strong battle intent would arise within this Gu sword sect's heart? Visiting the Kangu Jiang family became a matter of course. At that moment, facing Hulong's flattery, Gu Xingjian shook his head. He had no interest in hitching a ride on the other party, only placing his left hand on top of the hilt of the sword at his waist, clenching it tightly with his 5 fingers and slowly pulling it out, revealing the sharp blade of the sword that shone with a chilling light. "Cut the useless talk. I'll grant you the chance to strike first, so make your sword." The expression on Hulong's face instantly froze when these words came out. He never expected that the other party would hit on him when it was clearly just a simple meeting. This shouldn't be the case. Wasn't it said that this Gu sword sect only aims to strike out his sword towards those whom he considers to be his opponents? He was very self-aware. Back then, even that guy Kotongguan wasn't a match for Gu Xingjian, not to mention himself, who hadn't even comprehended the sword intent. Thinking of this, Hulong looked flustered and hastily waved his hand. "How strong is your strength? I know I'm not your opponent, so I won't come out to make a fool of myself. I think this sword competition is exempted, right?" Gu Xingjian's expression remained unchanged as he held his sword in one hand and hung it in front of his chest, aiming the tip of his incomparably sharp sword at Hulong. "If you don't make a move, it will be my turn to make a move." After he spoke, a wisp of even more powerful sword intent pressure spread all around, permeating every space, erupting with extreme sharpness. Huron's forehead sweated and he gulped nervously. At this moment, feeling the icy coldness revealed from the other party's sword intent, he didn't doubt for a second that if he really didn't make a move, the other party wouldn't take so much into consideration, and would directly raise his sword to stab. After realizing this, Hulong hurriedly got into the spirit and took out his sword from his purple space. Immediately after that, he took an arrow step and instantly arrived in front of Gu Xingjian, urging his yuan power to attach itself to the sword, and towards the chest area, he slashed out a chopping blow. Seeing this, Gu Xingjian's face showed contempt. His torso stood straight and did not even move. Only his wrist exerted force and struck an upward pick, instantly picking Hulong's saber off. Immediately after that, he used one side of his sword to slap Hulong's face, causing him to stagger a few steps and suffer pain. Gu Xingjian put the sword in his hand behind his back and said disdainfully, "Weak, too weak. With a sword skill like yours, you really don't even have the qualifications to make me use a new sword move." In just an instant, he had already detected Hulong's reality. Although the other party possessed the 3rd level of cultivation of the Yuan High Realm, he had not comprehended the sword intent, and his foundation was extremely shallow, so his battle power was far weaker than what he had imagined. In short, this fallen maple sect master seemed to be nothing more than a watery Yuan High that had been hard-packed out by virtue of his resources. At this moment, along with Gu Xingjian's sneering voice fell, Hulong clenched his fists, his forehead veins throbbing furiously, his heart harboring a great deal of anger. He was just about to make a few retorts to justify his failure, but Gu Xingjian did not give him this opportunity. Casually inserting the sword in his hand into the ground upside down, his figure flashed and came to Hulong's body, blasting out several fist shadows like lightning. Facing the powerful attack erupted from Gu Xingjian, a cultivator at the 9th level of the Yuan High Realm, Hulong was completely out of his depth. After taking dozens of hard punches, his body was covered in skin and flesh. He collapsed to the ground as if he were a puddle of mud, unable to move. Seeing that he had been beaten up for no reason, Hulong was grief-stricken. With incomparable difficulty, he raised his head to look at Gu Xingjian. "Gu Jianzong, I don't think I've ever offended you in my day-to-day life, so why are you bullying me like this today based on your cultivation? You must not forget that this place is not outside, but Kangu Mountain. I'm visiting the Jiang family on this trip. At least I can be considered a guest of the Jiang family. You're so reckless." disregarding the face of the Jiang sword sect and striking out. Once the word gets out, aren't you afraid of damaging the face of the Jiang family, so that everyone who dares to visit the Jiang family in the future? Hulong understands that if the other party still wants to continue to kill, I'm afraid that in all likelihood, he will be completely accounted for here today. In order to save his life, this is why he brought out the signboard of the Jiang family, wanting to use the prestige of the Jiang sword sect to make the other party fearful and slightly convergent. However, the idea is beautiful, but the reality is bone dry, only to see Gu Xingjian violently stretch out his left hand, grabbing Hulong's rear collar with one hand, exerting a slight force, and instantly lifting the other party's seriously injured body up. Just as Hulong froze, a slightly playful voice suddenly sounded from his ears. "Oh, I'm now an envoy of the Jiang clan. Are you sure you want to use the name of the clan chief to pressure me?" Chapter 69, Hulong's Shock. The weirdness of Kangu Mountain. Words. Hulong's pupils abruptly narrowed to pinpoints. His heart filled with horror and shook. What kind of joke was this? This terrifying fellow, Gu Xingjian, was actually a Jiang family envoy? When exactly did this happen? Damn it! The information doesn't say anything about such an important matter. While Hulong was shocked, he suddenly thought of something frightening. Since Gu Xingjian was a Jiang family provider, was it Jiang Daoxuan's authorization that he suddenly struck out at himself in front of the mountain gate this time? A thought of that possibility, Hulong instantly felt an incomparably creepy coolness that violently went straight from the soles of his feet to the sky. I don't seem to have offended the Jiang clan, right? How is it that I've encountered this kind of treatment from the Jiang Jin clan? Hulong was so frightened that he almost fainted. At this point, notice the ungodly performance of Huron. Gu Xingjian shook his head and inwardly sighed a sentence about the other party's poor heart. Immediately after that, in order to return to the family hall as soon as possible, he returned to Jiang Daoxuan. He immediately stopping. His left hand snapped, lifting the back of Hulong's collar, and flew toward the Jiang family's compound. Walk out 100 steps in a row. The concentration of aura that filled the air suddenly skyrocketed, and it was a completely different world from before the mountain gate. Noticing the shocking shift in aura concentration around him, Hulong was once again dumbfounded. This Kangu Mountain's aura, why is it so terrifying? That's when he was stunned to realize. The aura concentration of this place far exceeded that of his own sect. The gap between them is feared to reach as many as tens or hundreds of times, and is not at all of the same order of magnitude. And this is just his own conservative estimate. The specific gap is definitely only a lot higher. Just when Hulong was still deep in the shock caused by this earthly aura, the mutation was sudden. An invisible and qualitatively terrifying power suddenly hung down from the sky dome and enveloped over his body. Immediately after that, before Hulong could figure out where the power originated from, he then realized with horror that his cultivation level was falling, and it's falling faster and faster. Yuan High Realm 3rd level. Yuan High Realm 2nd level. The first level of Yuan High Realm. A few breaths later, Hulong was incomparably stunned to find that his cultivation had fallen to the 3rd level of the Purple Mansion realm. The whole thing had fallen a whole big realm. The only thing to be thankful for. This fall in cultivation was not permanent, but rather was in a state where it was temporarily sealed by an external force by force. In the meantime, Gu Xingjian was also keenly aware of the great change that had happened to Hulong. Seeing that the other party's aura continued to weaken and eventually fell to the 3rd level of the Purple Mansion realm, he couldn't help but be greatly surprised. What the hell is going on here? Gu Xingjian questioned within his heart. Even though he had seen a lot, he had never seen such a bizarre scene. He couldn't fathom what could cause a Yuan High Realm cultivator to plummet a large realm in such a short period of time without a sound. Could it be that this has something to do with the matriarch? At this moment, Gu Xingjian suddenly thought of the matriarch whose body revealed endless mysteries. If this kind of mind-boggling means we're artificially arranged, I'm afraid that only the Lord Patriarch would be able to arrange it, right? Gu Xingjian sighed inwardly, then he forced down his inner curiosity and resumed his forward speed, leading Hulong into the Jiang family residence. Along the way, there was an image of Gu Xingjian single-handedly carrying Hulong forward. Among the surrounding crowd, it instantly caused a huge sensation. Many of the Jiang clan's children who were still practicing their swords and fists stopped their movements and watched the action. Look, you guys. Who is this person in the hands of Gugu's confession? What an unfamiliar face. Why would this person be captured by Provider Gu? Could it be someone who broke into our Jiang clan's mountain gate by force? The crowd gathered around, murmured, and began to speculate in various ways. Just when the chat was hot, the mountain guardian who had just communicated the news faced the crowd and grinned. Ha ha ha, you guys don't know this, do you? This person's name is Hulong. and he is the sect leader of the Fallen Maple sect. Falling Maple sect? Wait, why does this name feel a bit familiar? Crap, you must be feeling familiar. Wasn't it this Fallen Maple sect that messed up when Brother Chen's Dantian was wasted some time ago? It's really a narrow road between enemies. I still remember how weak Brother Chen looked when he trekked back to his home after losing his cultivation. At that time, if it had been a few more days later, I'm afraid that Brother Chen would have died out there. And where would we have our Jiang family's name as the twin stars nowadays? It's just that we haven't gone to trouble them yet. But this Fallen Maple sect patriarch even dared to take the initiative to come to my Jiang family, wanting to visit Lord Patriarch. It's really ridiculous. In that case, it seems that today is also the time to settle these old scores with this Fallen Maple sect. It's no wonder that Provider Gu captured him. Good catch. After learning about Hulong's identity from the Mountain Guardian's son, all the Jiang clan members present couldn't help but clap their hands. To know that in these times, Jiang Chen, who had regained his cultivation and jumped to become the pride of the clan, did not look down on the other clansmen because of his high natural talent and cultivation. Even quite the opposite. Jiang Chen often offered help to many of his clansmen, instilling in all of them the ideology that Jiang family members should help each other and make progress together. Under such circumstances, Jiang Chen had managed to gain the admiration of many young clansmen by virtue of his strong charisma, and had already transformed himself into the leading figure of the Jiang clan's younger generation. That was why the crowd was extraordinarily angry at Jiang Chen's Dantian being wasted by the Fallen Maple sect, and they all fought back. And at that moment, accompanied by the high emotions of the many Jiang family members at the scene, Gu Xingjian had already brought Hulong and walked to the front of the family hall, stepped through the door of the temple and stepped inside. Looking at the white-clothed figure sitting on top of the futon in front of him, Gu Xingjian casually tossed Hulong to the side, and immediately bowed towards Jiang Daoxuan, reporting to Lord Patriarch, "I have captured the Fallen Maple sect master." The words fell. Hulong opened his eyes wide, instantly realizing that this is the main person in front of him, and couldn't help but feel a lot of apprehension. Under his incredibly nervous gaze, Jiang Daoxuan slowly got up from his futon and turned to look at him. The face was then exposed to Huron's sight. This was a dignified man with a handsome face and ethereal aura, like an exiled immortal in the sky. Hulong just swept a glance and hurriedly lowered his head, not daring to look directly at the other party again. Immediately after, he forced down his inner apprehension and carefully inquired, Jiang Jianzong, I came here with great sincerity to promote the relationship between the two families. I wonder what is your intention in having someone bring me here like this? Jiang Daoxuan looked indifferent and said casually, not long ago, your Fallen Maple sect had sneak attacked a disciple of the Thousand Mountain sect, causing his Dantian to shatter and he was expelled from the sect. Unfortunately, this disciple is none other than a member of my Jiang family. This statement was a stone's throw away. Chapter 70. What is right or wrong is insignificant. Hulong's pupils shrank and his face was filled with horror. He did not expect that there would be such a bad karma between the Fallen Maple sect and the Kangu Jiang family. Also, please also ask Patriarch Jiang to be clear. Is there some kind of misunderstanding here? Hulong's face was bitter and repentant. If I had known with this Kangu Jiang family has such a fault, he must be as far away as possible. Death will not be so stupid to come over to throw themselves into the net. Jiang Daoxuan glanced coldly. Since you, the Fallen Maple sect, had destroyed the Dantians of my Jiang family members, the rights and wrongs of it are inconsequential to me. As the words fell, an overwhelmingly terrifying aura rose up to the sky, spreading out and filling the entire hall. Hulong's face showed panic and his body couldn't stop trembling. He had never expected this Jiang Daoxuan to be so overbearing and even more so protective, not even prepared to investigate and ask why. They are going to come down on themselves. Ginger, in the heat of the moment, in order to save his life, he was ready to explain at once. However, only just after spitting out a single word, a rigid and incomparable pure Yang Yuan power burst out. Swish, the speed is overwhelming. In just a split second, this swift and incomparable pure Yang Yuan power landed on Hulong's body, piercing through his Dantian and Yuan Si. I've always been fair in my dealings. Since you broke Chener's Dantian, then I'll break the Dantians of all of you in the Fallen Maple sect. Along with Jiang Daoxuan's ethereal voice falling, Huron collapsed to the ground with a face full of fear. At this moment, he sensed that his Dantian had become riddled with holes, and the Yuan Si, which condensed all the Yuan power, was even more fragmented, causing countless Yuan power to frantically vent outside his body in collapse. The cultivation realm rapidly declined at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few short breaths of time, Hulong's cultivation realm fell to the 9th level of the bone forging realm. and that's far from the end. This is accompanied by a lack of aura embracing all the internal parts of the body. These parts would also begin to show signs of decay, causing Hulong to also fall to the blood concentration and body refining realms one after another until he returned to the mortal realm, with no more cultivation to add to his body. At this time, Jiang Daoxuan continued, "From now on, you shall be my Jiang family slave. Without permission, you shall not step out of Kangu mountain for half a step in your life. Now, you will be temporarily responsible for taking care of the medicinal fields for my Jiang family." Since there was already an earth-grade lower-grade spiritual field, if he wanted to plant various spiritual medicines, he would naturally need someone to take care of it. There was just no need to bother the clan with such time-consuming trivialities, wasting everyone's precious cultivation time. It would be just right to give it directly to these people from the fallen maple sect. At this moment, after learning that he was able to save his life, Hulong's face did not have the slightest joy. Quite the contrary, it was still ashen. For him, a former Yuan High Realm cultivator, losing one's cultivation and being reduced to a mortal is simply worse than being dead. Jiang Daoxuan didn't pay any more attention to Hulong, but turned his head to Gu Xingjian and gave a new order. As things stand, there is no longer a need for the fallen maple sect to exist, so you should move to the fallen maple sect, find out the person who wasted Jiang Chen's dantian, and then abolish the cultivation of all of the fallen maple sect's top brass, while the rest of the ordinary disciples can be allowed to leave. After these things are accomplished, you will then bring all those who remain back to Kangu Mountain and arrange for them to be placed in the medicinal fields to be a companion to Patriarch Hu. Yes. Hearing that he could still make a trip out, Gu Xingjian didn't hesitate and agreed very positively. Immediately afterward, he couldn't wait to walk towards the outside of the temple. Exercising his yuan power, he pointed his toes and instantly left his original spot, disappearing high into the sky and flying in the direction where the fallen maple sect was located. Wait until Gu Xingjian left completely. Jiang Daoxuan still didn't look at Hulong again, but instead greeted the several Hotian realm clansmen outside the hall to come in. Immediately, he gave the order for the crowd to lead Hulong to the place where the spirit field was located. In the future, all sorts of tending about the spiritual fields, such as sowing seeds, fertilizing, watering, and so on, would be directly handed over to Hulong to handle. Of course, in order to avoid Hulong messing around and messing up the spiritual field, Jiang Daoxuan also purposely instructed the crowd that in the future, every 2 days, they would rotate one person to be specifically responsible for overseeing the situation of the spiritual fields. The crowd immediately led the order and immediately dragged Hulong, who was already like a dead dog, out of the hall, on the way to the spirit field. This was accompanied by more and more clansmen seeing this scene. 1 by 1, 10 by 10. Soon, everyone in Kangu Mountain learned of this exciting news. Many of the Jiang family's children couldn't help but come over to surround Hulong. They were talking and talking. Some people were praising Jiang Daoxuan, the patriarch, while others were angrily cursing Hulong, the falling maple sect patriarch. What's more, feeling that it is difficult to release the fire in their hearts by words alone, they immediately chose to take action and went up to several slaps. A smack in the face really soothes a lot of people and causes many to follow suit. Immediately afterward, the crowd learned another extremely explosive piece of news from the clansmen responsible for stationing themselves outside the clan hall. Lord Patriarch had actually sent Provider Gu to the Fallen Maple Sect, wanting to make the Fallen Maple Sect completely delisted today. Once this news flowed out, it instantly caused the entire room to clamor. And even more so, it made countless people's hearts flutter. For the Jiang family to have such a domineering and protective patriarch simply caused their inner sense of belonging and security to explode. We are so lucky to be born into the Kong family. At the same time, this thought surfaced in the minds of countless people. Lingering, everyone felt a great sense of pride in being in the Jiang family. The other side. After a long time, Gu Xingjian's figure appeared above the fallen maple sect. He bowed his head slightly, his sharp eyes looking down at the ground scene. After a few casual glances, I lost interest. Gu Xingjian withdrew his gaze, closed his eyes, and began to fully activate the great sword intent within his body. In an instant, an extraordinarily heavy sense of oppression quickly fell and enveloped to the entire clan compound. As if the sky was collapsing, all the disciples of the fallen maple sect were frightened by this sudden scene in front of them. Affected by this large-scale sword intent pressure, their bodies began to stiffen abnormally, and their breathing became more and more difficult, gradually becoming somewhat breathless. What the hell happened here? All the disciples of the fallen maple sect felt a wave of unprecedented fear at this moment. Just then, an incomparably cold voice suddenly rang out, as if thunder rolled and shook between heaven and earth. I am the Jiang clan's provider Gu Xingjian, and I have come here to overthrow your clan in compliance with the clan head's order. A terrifying might that was so strong that it was suffocating swept over, causing all the disciples of the fallen maple sect to have their pupils shrink violently, feeling extremely shocked. Gu Xingjian? Isn't it the Gu sword sect that defeated countless greats with one man and one sword? And which Jiang family is this Jiang family? How could it be able to recruit such a powerful person like Gu Jianzong as an offering? Recently, we have also not heard of which Jiang family our fallen maple sect has provoked. The crowd had a lot of thoughts, and their hearts set off waves of shock, unable to calm down for a long time. At this point, with all eyes on them, Gu Xingjian slowly descended to the front of the sect hall. He towered over the crowd and said in a cold voice, "Where are the elders of the falling maple sect? I've already arrived. Why don't you come to pay your respects?" Chapter 71 The Voice of Questioning. The terrified people of the fallen maple sect. The moment these words were uttered, an appalling might radiated out, carrying a mountainous momentum pressing on the hearts of the crowd. All the Purple Mansion realm elders present were tightening up, and hurriedly flew out from the crowd to come in front of Gu Xingjian. Thinking of all the rumors about Gu Xingjian, the group of elders dared to be angry but dared not speak, and could only lower their voices and say in an incomparably respectful tone, "Sword Sect Gu, I don't know if there is any misunderstanding between us. We haven't offended the Jiang clan either." Gu Xingjian drew the sword at his waist while saying coldly, "Whether there is a misunderstanding or not is none of my business. Save any words for later. I only need to finish what the Lord Patriarch has given me now." After he spoke, he turned to look at the upper part of the sect hall, and his stern and incomparable eyes landed on the plaque engraved with the 3 big gold characters of Falling Maple Sect. Under the nervous gaze of all the disciples and elders of the Fallen Maple Sect, only to see Gu Xingjian holding the sword in his left hand, urging the returning sword skill, condensing Yuan power to cling to the sword, fiercely facing forward, sending out a chopping blow. Swish! A brilliant and terrifying sword light reflected all around. Divine light flowed. Sword intent was abundant, and the feeling of an undeniable sharpness pressed horizontally across the scene. Almost at the same time, all of them felt a needle-like stinging pain in their eyes, and they couldn't help but lower their heads and hastily close their eyes tightly. Boom! As this powerful chopping strike by Gu Xingjian, which was composed of Yuan power sword intent, landed on top of the Falling Maple Sect's plaque, the plaque shattered with a loud bang. Immediately afterward, Yuan power raged, sword chi was declared, and a steady stream of astonishing sword intent formed a storm. Only in an instant, the original grand and magnificent sect hall was like being chopped by 10,000 swords, covered with dense, shocking deep sword marks. When Gu Xingjian drew back his longsword gently and looked back at the crowd, bang! A dull ringing sound suddenly came out, spreading throughout the entire clan compound and falling clearly into the ears of every Falling Maple Sect disciple. Their eyes snapped open and they looked forward, only to see all the wooden pillars in the sect's main hall break with a sound. The wall disintegrated and collapsed with a bang, and the dust flew up, turning it into a messy ruin in an instant. See the situation. For a moment, the entire room instantly became pin-drop silent. Gollum! All the Falling Maple Sect disciples present felt extraordinarily nervous and couldn't help but gulp. Gu Xingjian did not care about the gazes around him. He gripped the hilt of his sword with 5 fingers and tilted it forward, utilizing the tip of the sword to point at the crowd. "I need to go back as soon as possible to resume my orders towards the Lord Patriarch, so to avoid wasting time, you guys might as well go together." Cold and contemptuous words resounded throughout the room. The 6 Violet Mansion realm elders present all showed fear and looked somewhat hesitant. Judging from the might of that sword displayed by this Gu Jianzong, I'm afraid that even if all of them were to make a joint effort, there was a high probability that they would not be a single match for the other party. But if you don't make a move, the 6 Purple Mansion elders could not help but be creeped out when they felt the wisp of killing intent emanating from Gu Xingjian's body. Thinking that they would die either way, they immediately showed fierce eyes and clenched their teeth as they took out their blades and aimed them at Gu Xingjian. "Go!" The crowd looked at each other and instantly swarmed. Seeing this, Gu Xingjian was calm and collected, without the slightest change in his expression. By the time the first Purple Mansion elder was the first to arrive in front of him, swish, Gu Xingjian's wrist fired, and his sword cleared like a long snake, striking towards his opponent. In the face of this incredibly swift sword that could not even capture the trajectory with the naked eye, this Purple Mansion elder was unable to avoid it, and could only allow the attack to fall on him. Fortunately, Gu Xingjian didn't choose to take his life, but only a slight point of the sword tip, instantly piercing through his dantian and kicking out a leg, sending him flying tens of meters away. Before he could unleash his attack on the next one, he saw 5 sharp longswords with a cold and glittering light suddenly attacking him. Gu Xingjian casually glanced at him, and then his body shifted slightly, like a ghost, forming a burst of shadows, easily avoiding the combined pincers of the 5 purple mansion cultivators. Taking advantage of the fact that their attack had fallen as far as it could go, they had not yet reacted. Gu Xingjian mobilized the yuan power in his body, causing his speed to surge once again. Dodge in front of the 5. Swish, swish, swish. 5 swords were thrust out in a row, and the dantians of all the purple mansion elders were mercilessly pierced through. Crimson blood stained the robes, and the crowd went limp, falling to the ground and wailing. A body of cultivation that had only been obtained after decades of hard cultivation instantly collapsed. The other side, seeing all the elders making a concerted effort, they were still easily diffused by Gu Xingjian, and even ended up in such a miserable state. The many disciples of the Falling Maple sect were shocked and silenced. They understood very well in their hearts that today, the Fallen Maple sect was afraid to die. Immediately after that, he noticed Gu Xingjian's gaze sweeping in. All the disciples of the Fallen Maple sect were inwardly flabbergasted, and their bodies could not stop trembling, as if they were terrified. After witnessing Gu Xingjian's ferocious might, they were all worried that the other party would strike at them and the others. And once they do, how can they survive? However, Gu Xingjian's next words caused the crowd to look relieved. In the past, my Kangu Jiang family had a person who stayed at the Thousand Mountain sect to study, and his name was Jiang Chen. But not too long ago, Jiang Chen had his dantian wasted by one of you, leading to many subsequent sufferings. Now, the chief of the clan has personally issued an order for me to come and look for this person. If any of you can report this person, I will let you live. If no one reports it, then you will be considered as accomplices and need not go any further. The icy voice resounded all around, instantly causing the scene to fall into an uproar. The crowd of Fallen Maple sect elders whose cultivation had been abolished were shocked to hear this and couldn't help but feel a huge tremor in their hearts and minds. It wasn't until this moment that they realized that the Jiang family that Gu Jianzong spoke of was actually the Kangu Jiang family. How is this possible? Didn't the sovereign just prepare a great gift the other day and personally set out for Kangu Mountain, wanting to visit the Jiang family and forge a friendship with them? How is it that in the turn of a head, this Jiang family head Jiang Daoxuan sent Gu Xingjian to kill? Could it be that the patriarch had done something stupid at Kangu Mountain that had angered Jiang Daoxuan? All of the Falling Maple sect elders couldn't help but begin to think about it, and all sorts of speculations surfaced within their hearts. At the same time, all of the Falling Maple sect's children present had their eyes widened in disbelief. They had never expected that in the midst of the friction with the Thousand Mountain sect over the years, they would have provoked the Kangu Jiang family. The clan member's dantian was wasted. It was no wonder that Gu Jianzong would come with the orders of the Jiang clan's leader to ask for punishment. Just who is this Jiang Chen? It seems that I have not heard of this name. After learning that he and the others would be able to save their lives as long as they prosecuted the person who did it, everyone began to put their best foot forward, frantically recalling all the past transgressions they had had with the Thousand Mountain sect. Nay, even with how deeply they thought, the eyes of most of the Falling Maple sect disciples still revealed endless confusion. Aside from the Thousand Mountain sect's true legends and some inner disciples with great reputations, they hadn't heard of this name. Chapter 72. Following the clan leader's order, the Fallen Maple sect will be removed today. However, in the crowd, there were 3 Falling Maple sect disciples whose expressions were completely different from the others. They stood side by side, thoughtfulness in their eyes. Jiang Chen? That name seems a bit familiar. I also feel like I've heard that name somewhere. Wait, I seem to have remembered. Do you guys remember that person from the Thousand Mountain sect who was knocked off the cliff by senior brother do not long ago? You mean? The 2 Falling Maple sect disciples beside him were first stunned, and then their faces revealed a look of realization. Some time ago, they had followed Du Guang out together, traveling to the Fierce Beast Mountain range to carry out the sect's mission. However, when he waited until he arrived at the Ferocious Beast Mountain range, he unintentionally bumped into 4 people wearing the Thousand Mountain sect's clothing from afar. Originally, they had come here for the mission, so they were going to just avoid it and take a detour in order to avoid causing trouble. But Du Guang, who was the leader, after realizing that the Thousand Mountain sect's group was in quite a state of disarray and had obviously experienced a vicious battle, he did not choose to lead the crowd to leave, but instead closed the distance with the Thousand Mountain sect's group and observed the situation in the dark. After discovering the corpse of the beast lying beside the Thousand Mountain sect disciple, and the yellow-rank top-grade spirit herb Ching Ling grass in the other party's hand, he was able to find the body of the beast lying beside the Thousand Mountain sect disciple. Du Guang immediately led them to lay an ambush. preparing to seize the clear spirit grass in the hands of the Thousand Mountain Sect's group. As a result of the incident, on the Thousand Mountain Sect's side, 3 people were killed and 1 escaped. After that fleeing Thousand Mountain Sect disciple was forced to the edge of the cliff by himself and the others. In the end, Du Guang made his move, shattering the man's dantian with 1 punch and knocking him off the cliff. Based on what was learned during the fight, this disciple of the Thousand Mountain Sect, who fell off a cliff and was doomed to die, was called Jiang Chen. Thinking about this, the 3 falling Maple Sect disciples present were creeped out. They had never expected that the brat who had been knocked off the cliff by Du Guang hadn't died. They should know that at that time, they had made a point of observing the height of the cliff, which was at least several hundred meters. Once he fell, not to mention Jiang Chen, the person whose dantian had been wasted. I'm afraid that even an expert of the innate realm would be hard to spare. What the hell? How the hell did the other guy survive? The 3 of them looked at each other with doubts in their eyes, feeling extremely unimaginable inwardly. Meanwhile, among the crowd, a young man in gray was sweating profusely, panicked, and couldn't stop shaking. Kong Chen? Why isn't this kid dead yet? Du Guang never dreamed that the kid in the past who he had casually knocked off the cliff was not only not dead, the Jiang clan behind them had even sent Gu Xingjian, a powerful sword cultivator known far and wide, to descend on their fallen Maple Sect to ask for their sins and search for themselves over this matter. Thinking of this, Du Guang's legs instantly trembled into a sieve of fear. He hadn't expected at all that one day, the immensely powerful clan would die because of him. Panicked inside, he subconsciously looked around, and his eyes happened to meet with the 3 people from the fallen Maple Sect who were looking over. Du Guang shuddered inwardly and had a bad feeling. As expected, the next moment, the 3 falling Maple Sect disciples spoke up in order to save their lives. Report to the Gu Sword Sect. I'm going to report it. I'm also going to report that the person who wasted Jiang Chen's dantian in the first place was none other than Du Guang. That's right. When the 3 of us witnessed it, it was Master Du. Du Guang made the move. Although he understood that once he reported it, he and the others might result in encountering punishment due to the fact that they were chasing after Jiang Chen. But the security is undoubtedly greater than the consequences of keeping your mouth shut and hiding the truth. Accompanied by the sound of the 3 people's prosecution, everyone on the scene's brows stretched and their hearts instantly relaxed. They were really worried that because they couldn't find the person who broke Jiang Chen's dantian and thus suffered a calamity, no one would be able to escape. But fortunately, someone finally issued a whistleblower report and saved everyone's life. Thinking of this, the many falling Maple Sect disciples couldn't help but look at the 3 with grateful gazes. Immediately afterward, they looked at Du Guang with angry gazes. After all, it's all your boy's doing. You said that since you had already broken Jiang Chen's dantian in the first place, why didn't you go through the extra effort and just kill him? If you had wrapped things up cleanly and made Jiang Chen completely disappear from this world, how would our fallen Maple Sect have offended the Kangu Jiang family? The gazes of the many falling Maple Sect disciples were like a sharp sword, ruthlessly poking at Du Guang's heart, causing him to feel unprecedented fear. And after that, he was even so frightened that his body went limp and he planted himself on the ground. Du Guang didn't care about the burst of pain coming from his body, but instead hurriedly raised his head and looked at Gu Xingjian. Using all his strength, he said that those 3 prosecuting disciples had once followed him in pursuit of Jiang Chen. At this point in time, he had already realized that the probability was that he would not survive. Since this is the case, anyway, we are all going to die anyway, why don't we pull a few more cushions? At least we won't be alone when we walk together on the road to the Yellow Springs. Most importantly, of course, was the resentment he was holding in his heart? Obviously we're all chasing Jiang Chen together. Why should the 3 of you get to live well and I have to die? Under the strong resentment, harboring the determination to drag the 3 down, Du Guang could be said to be more and more energetic, and began to frantically reveal the nasty things that the 3 had done. In the face of this scene, the 3 people who had been prosecuted by the party also froze, completely not expecting Du Guang to be so crazy, but immediately afterward, they felt an intense wave of fear. It's enough for you to die alone. Why drag us along? Wouldn't it be good for you to just go and die honestly? The 3 cursed angrily inside, spinning in order to ease the fear in your heart and enhance the probability of surviving. They immediately began to expose that Du Guang had done and threw dirt on him like crazy. For a moment, the scene became extremely chaotic, with unpleasant obscenities filling the air everywhere, and Gu Xingjian gradually understood the beginning and end of the matter from the words of both sides. When he thought of Patriarch Jiang Daoxuan's protective character, he already had a good idea in mind and realized that none of these people could be let go. Thus, Gu Xingjian first reinserted his saber back into his waist, then tapping his toes, he instantly flew out from in front of the ruins of the Great Hall and landed in the middle of the crowd. Exuding the power of divine sense, he swept around the 8 directions, locking down the location of Du Guang and the others. Immediately afterward, Gu Xingjian raised his left hand and brought his 2 fingers together, transforming them into a finger sword, rapidly condensing Yuan power. It converged on his fingertips before bursting out 4 small arrows of incomparably swift Yuan power like lightning. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, the 4 of them let out a wail of pain in unison, as if they were limp-wrist shrimps, shrinking their bodies into a ball. Seeing this scene, Gu Xingjian nodded slightly. Now the task explained by the Lord Patriarch was almost complete. After the thought flashed, Gu Xingjian silently looked around again. Looking at this group of falling maple sect disciples who had long since been scared to the point where their faces were white and their legs were shaking. By the order of Lord Patriarch, the fallen maple sect shall be removed from the list today. Now, you have 1 incense stick of time, and those who have not left by then need not go any further. Chapter 73, Chain Reaction. Lurid news that shocked the world. As soon as the words fell, all of the falling maple sect's disciples trembled and instantly fled in haste. Because of the speed, there were even some people who accidentally fell to the ground, but no one would care about the pain on their body. They just wailed and crawled away. Within moments, the scene was empty. Gu Xingjian turned slightly to look at the fallen maple sect elder and Du Guang and the others who were lying on the ground. Their faces ashen. There was only one thing left for him to do next. That is to bring all these people back to Kangu Mountain and hand them over to the Lord Patriarch for disposal. Soon after, along with the many disciples of the falling maple sect returning to their respective clans, the news of the fallen maple sect's extermination also spread rapidly throughout the surrounding realms as if it had grown wings. At this moment, whether it was the heads of all the great clans or sect lords, or the common people, they all used this matter as a talking point, and began a hot and heated discussion. Qingyang City, Dragon Gate Inn. Have you guys heard? The falling maple sect has been exterminated. Doesn't the falling maple sect have a terrifyingly strong person like Patriarch Hu in attendance? How could it suddenly be destroyed? It is said that the one who overthrew the fallen maple sect was Gu Xingjian Gu Jianzong, who held the green blade that day, ascended to the mountain gate of the fallen maple sect, and in just a few strokes, abolished those elders of the fallen maple sect. How is this possible? Although the Gu sword sect is as addicted to swords as life and likes to find people to compare swords and spar with, they've never destroyed a clan before. How could the falling maple sect die because of him? Could it be that this falling maple sect has also done something else that has angered the Gu sword sect, which is why it has suffered such a calamity of extermination? The many guests converged and talked. The topic was so strong that it immediately caught the attention of the other guests. With curious faces, they put down the dishes in their hands and all came up as well, pricked up their ears and listened attentively. There was no one who wouldn't be curious about the fallen maple sect being destroyed. After all, the falling maple sect was a powerful sect that had been intimidating this part of their land for hundreds of years. If it were in the past, everyone would be proud that their grandson was a disciple of the fallen maple sect in his later life, reaping the celebrations and envy of his neighbors and friends. However, it was the falling maple sect, which was so powerful to such an extent, that was actually destroyed by the Gu sword sect? What exactly happened here? Under the eager eyes of the surrounding crowd, someone who knew the inside story finally spoke up. When the falling maple sect was destroyed, numerous disciples fled back home, and among them, one of them was the daughter of my uncle's grandmother's neighbor's distant cousin. So I know some insider information. And nowadays, the Gu Jin sect has been offered for the Jiang family, and that falling maple sect hadn't offended the Gu sword sect, but it had offended the Jiang family behind the Gu sword sect, which is why the Gu sword sect was ordered by the Jiang sword sect to come to the mountain gate of the falling maple sect to settle the score. The Jiang family? I haven't heard of which family Gu Jianzong has joined either. And which Jiang family is this Jiang family? How could it attract the Gu sword sect to join? The group's feelings were high, while the person who made the statement just calmly sipped a cup of small wine, before leisurely saying, which Jiang family? Naturally, it is the Jiang family that has settled in Kangu Mountain and has the Jiang sword sect in attendance. When these words came out, it was as if a thunderbolt had exploded, causing the hearts and minds of the crowd to vibrate. But even the Kangu Jiang clan isn't qualified to allow the Gu Jin clan to join, right? Right. Although the Jiang sword sect is renowned, its rise in time is still short, so whether it can be an enemy of the Gu sword sect is another story. And how can it recruit such a powerful sword cultivator like the Gu sword sect? It's just incomprehensible. Dare I ask how this falling maple sect offended the Kangu Jiang family again? It said that a member of the Jiang family named Jiang Chen had his dantian wasted by someone from the Falling Maple sect in the past, which led the Jiang family to send in the Gu Sword sect to settle the score. His just one clan member being wasted is all it takes to overthrow a clan? This Kangu Jiang clan is really a great bully. That Jiang Chen is not dead, only his dantian is wasted. From now on he can't cultivate. Let the Fall Maple sect make some compensation. At most hand over the disciple who wasted his dantian. Isn't it good? Why should the whole Fallen Maple sect be affected? Why should the entire Fallen Maple sect suffer? In my opinion, this Jiang Jianzong drunkenness is not why not. Kangu Jiang family has just risen not long ago. Although there is the overthrow of the Thousand Hills sect, but in a short period of time, the prestige, never be able to be compared to the same level of power. And Jiang Jianzong this move. I'm afraid that the overthrow of the Fallen Maple sect is a small thing, to improve the prestige of the Big Ah. According to what you said, I'm not surprised that the Fallen Maple sect was destroyed. What a good example of killing a chicken. This Jiang Jian sect is really a good and deep city. Now that the Falling Maple sect has been destroyed, and then when the news spreads, at that time, who else in this realm would dare to offend the clansmen of the Kangu Jiang clan so easily? Hey, I'm not afraid of your jokes. To say the truth, I'm a bit envious of these Jiang family members right now. Not only do they have a strong person like Jiang Jianzong sitting on their side, but they can also give their clansmen such a strong and safe shelter. Who says otherwise? Others say that this great road leads to the King's City, but some people live in the King's City, while commoners like us can't even reach the King's City in our entire lives. The good fortune of these Jiang family members really makes me so jealous that I'm mad. With the discussion getting more and more off topic, soon, the entire Dragon Gaiden began to be filled with a large number of sighs. If one could choose how to be reincarnated, who would be willing to be an ordinary person without enough to eat and wear and without cultivation resources? With such thoughts in mind, a thought unconsciously surfaced in the minds of everyone present. Wouldn't it be nice if we were Kang's family too? Koan sect. Sect Hall. The Purple Mansion Patriarch, who was the strongest person in the sect, and the other innate elders were gathering here. At this moment, their faces moved, and fear flowed from the depths of their pupils. The scene was stark and depressing, and the silence was overwhelming. A few breaths later, the Koan sect Patriarch silently wiped a cold sweat from his forehead with his sleeve, strongly suppressing his inner panic. He looked at the elders in front of him and sighed. As things stand, I didn't expect that even the Fallen Maple sect had folded in the hands of this Kangu Jiang family. As the words fell, the elders came back to their senses a little, their faces bitter as they chimed in. It is indeed surprising that Gu Jianzong would become a Jiang family offering. After all, in the past, that great river sword palace with a strong moon will realm had sent out a solicitation to it, but it was rejected. So this Jiang Jianzong, and what kind of tactics did he use to convince Gu Jianzong to lower his status and willingly join such a small Jiang family? Gee, that's puzzling. Just because a disciple of the Falling Maple sect destroyed the dantian of a member of his Jiang clan, he's going to send out the Gu Sword sect to overthrow the Falling Maple sect. This Jiang Sword sect is really vindictive and so protective. Chapter 74, Great River Sword Palace. Jiang Yan returns. Even such a powerful clan as the Fallen Maple sect was annihilated at the drop of a hat. If it were us who had offended the Jiang clan, how could we have a chance to live? I'm afraid that Jiang clan chief won't give us a chance to explain. That's true. With this incident today, who among us would dare to bully the clansmen of the Jiang clan? The Falling Maple sect is a lesson from the past. All the elders were terrified, and even had a slight tremor in their voices because they were too scared. It doesn't make sense for them to be so afraid. You have to know that the Fallen Maple sect of the past was the dominant level power in this land realm. Numerous clans and sects were unable to contend with it, and ultimately could only choose to bow down and submit to the other party's ferocious might. But it was such a powerful sect that caused everyone to feel trembling with fear. Surprisingly, because of offending the Kangu Jiang family, resulting in only one day, completely removed from the name, hundreds of years of ancestors accumulated ruined. At this time, the Koan sect Patriarch did not fare any better. His face was white, his eyes fluttered, and he was anxious inside. This Jiang Jin clan dared to send people to overthrow the Fallen Maple clan without mercy just for the sake of a clan member whose dantian had been wasted. This appalling might caused him to feel an unprecedented panic. In order not to follow in the footsteps of the Fallen Maple sect, he immediately raised his head, looked at the elders before him, and said in an incomparably solemn tone, "Order all the disciples of our clan. From today onwards, if they meet someone from the Kangu Jiang family, they should retreat and never be messed with." As soon as the words fell, All the elders present hastily nodded their heads in agreement. They were genuinely worried that some ungrateful disciple within the sect would offend the Jiang family members and thus provoke the Kangu Jiang family. At that time, it would really be a case of people sitting in the sect and misfortune coming from the sky. Faced with such a powerful family that could annihilate the fallen Maple sect with their hands, how could they be able to fight against it and be spared with their Kuan-Lan sect's meager reserves? Between the surges of thoughts, the elders secretly resolved to instruct every disciple of the sect again and again, so as not to cause a great disaster in the future. At that moment, seeing that the elders were even more anxious and nervous than he was, the Kuan-Lan sect patriarch couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that these people would be able to inform every disciple of their orders in the shortest possible time, with precision and accuracy. The Kuan-Lan sect patriarch let out a dark sigh, and then he was about to dissolve the meeting. But just then, his eyes moved slightly, suddenly thinking of something, so he immediately changed his tone and said towards the crowd, "Since the Jiang clan is so sheltering of their clan members, why don't we send some women from our family who are the right age to go to Kangu Mountain? As long as we let them tie the knot with these Jiang clan members, when my Kuan-Lan sect encounters calamity in the future, the Kangu Jiang clan, mindful of this relationship, will not sit back and do nothing. Of course, even if we sit back and do nothing, it doesn't matter. As long as our Kuan-Lan sect has the Kangu Jiang family as a linkage, we will be able to make these people fearful, thus avoiding them from afar. And our Kuan-Lan sect will be able to make use of this relationship to develop rapidly, reaching a level of splendor that has never been seen before." Accompanied by the sound of Patriarch Kuan-Lan's words, the eyes of the elders brightened up more and more. Yes, this Jiang Daoxuan was so protective. If he and the others climbed into a relationship with the other party, wouldn't they not receive some care? At that time, it's really a mountain chicken flying up to become a phoenix. The patriarch deserves to be called a patriarch. He really does have a lively mind, and he has shown us a path to prosperity so quickly. The Great River Sword Palace. As a powerful force with a moon will realm sword cultivator sitting at the helm. The disciples in the sect all focus on practicing swords, practicing all kinds of sword moves and cultivating the supreme sword way. At this moment, in front of a waterfall, a middle-aged man with white hair and a handsome face was sitting on his knees. On the surface of the boulder in front of him, there was also a turquoise-colored longsword inserted, and from above the sword, a strong sense of sharpness surged out. This person was the palace master of the Great River Sword Palace, Pei Qingfeng, who had a cultivation level of the moon chakra realm. Listening to the report of the elders beside him, Pei Qingfeng's expression was as normal, only that in the depths of his eyes, there was a hidden curiosity. He didn't care about everything about the Kangu Jiang family. After all, in his eyes, even if the other party had overthrown the Thousand Mountains sect and the Fallen Maple sect one after the other, it was still nothing more than a child's playfulness. The only thing that really made him care was Gu Xingjian. Thinking of the scene that once happened, Pei Qingfeng's eyes showed reminiscence, muttering to himself, "At first, I saw that you had outstanding natural talent in sword Dao. If I personally taught you, in less than 5 years, when you comprehended the perfect sword intent, and in less than 20 years, the realm of the sword mind could be achieved. I had even promised you a middle-ranked earth-ranked sword technique at the mere cost of joining my Great River Sword Palace and not being allowed to break away for the rest of your life. You should know how precious the middle-grade sword law of the earth rank is. And this sword law is the founding school of my Great River Sword Palace. It must not be easily spread out. The only way I can rest assured is for you to become a member of my Great River Sword sect for the rest of your life. But you rejected all of this with your own hands, and rejected the opportunity that countless people have dreamed of. And you missed out on the only opportunity to hopefully comprehend the heart of the sword in this life." Pei Qingfeng spoke while looking at the waterfall in front of him, his eyes suddenly becoming stern. "People have their own aspirations, and I won't stop you, but you've given it all up and wasted all your sword Dao talent to choose to join a weak clan whose strongest person is no more than a yuan high, and to become an envoy of this clan?" Pei Qingfeng's words had gradually taken on a hint of anger. As a figure who had comprehended the sword heart, ranked as a sword marquis, and had shaken the entire Tendu prefecture, he had hardly dared anyone to refuse his conditions ever since he had become famous. But Gu Xingjian not only refused, but also turned around and joined a weak and unimpressive Kangu Jiang family? Isn't this plainly saying that your Great River Sword Palace is no match for the Jiang clan that I have now joined? Pei Qingfeng admitted that a strong feeling of discomfort had arisen within him. It's like the woman you've loved for a long time has moved on to someone else after rejecting yourself, especially when the other person is still inferior in every way. Pei Qingfeng was tempted to set off directly to the Kangu Jiang family to see what was so divine about this Jiang family that it could attract Gu Xingjian. a genius of the Sword Dao, to join it. However, thinking about his own identity, coupled with the fact that he had been busy with matters recently and needed to deal with the 100 sect competition, Pei Qingfeng could only force down his inner discomfort as he murmured, "By the time the 100 sect competition overseen by the Lord of the Mansion is over, perhaps it's time for me to head to the Kangu mountain and personally meet that Jiang family." Jiang Daoxuan? Rather, let me see if you are qualified to recruit this Sword Dao genius that even my great River Sword Palace dares to reject. As the words fell, sounding like thunder, countless sword chi shot out in all directions, instantly piercing and cutting off the waterfall in front of them, turning it into a fine rain. In the meantime, Kangu Mountain, the foot of the mountain, a long, dragon-like convoy carrying large boxes and small crates slowly drove into the marketplace. The leader was a black-haired teenager carrying a long sword. He was none other than Jiang Yan, who was responsible for relocating the Confronting branch over. Beside him, there was Jiang Han, who had his head lowered and was silently surveying the surroundings from the corner of his eye. Chapter 75 Red Investment Level. Great Avalanche Technique. Taking in the surrounding scene, Jiang Han was still able to barely suppress his inner fire, but when he slightly raised his head and his eyes swept ahead, his pupils shrank and his heart trembled. He only saw a lofty mountain that rose up to the sky and had a magnificent atmosphere appear in his sight. In its upper half, the clouds and mist, there is a solemn and majestic buildings and pavilions hidden, like a heaven on earth. Is this where I'm going to live from now on? Jiang Han froze out of his mind, his tone filled with incredulity. Although during these days of rushing, he had already learned in advance from Jiang Yan's mouth about the patriarch's various deeds, and even more so, that Kangu Mountain had become the new residence of the Jiang family. But at this moment, he still couldn't help but be immersed in the shock brought about by the scene in front of him. Come on, we should get up there. At this moment, Jiang Yan's voice suddenly rang out, quickly pulling Jiang Han's thoughts back to reality. Jiang Han stabilized his mind and looked at Kangu Mountain again, and he couldn't help but show a lot of yearning for the future in the depths of his eyes. In the meantime, Kangu Mountain, the family hall. Jiang Daoxuan sat cross-legged on the ground, his body's chi surging around him, emitting a strand of extremely appalling and terrifying aura. After a long time, he slowly opened his eyes, revealing deep pupils that contained endless majesty. Feeling the majestic Yuan power flowing within his body, he couldn't help but reveal a smirk. The 8th level of the Yuan High Realm has become a reality. In just a few short days, by virtue of their own cultivation and then superimposed on the feeding effect of the entire clan sum, he had now broken through 3 small realms in a row from his original Yuan High Realm 5th level cultivation, arriving at Yuan High Realm 8th level. And, according to Jiang Daoxuan's own estimation, judging by the current rate of progress, it would not take more than a month at most for one to be able to cultivate into the Star Wheel realm. Star Wheel realm powerhouses have powers far beyond those of the Yuan High Realm, and are called real people by all beings. This kind of extremely strong existence, looking at the entire scope of the heavenly capital province, was considered a prestigious expert, respected by countless people. Even the many forces that possessed Moon Will realm ancestors in their midst would treat them with courtesy, unwilling to be easily offended. In addition to his cultivation realm, Jiang Daoxuan had also slightly improved in his sword Dao, although he had not yet comprehended the sword heart and ranked as a sword marquis. However, he had also comprehended the perfect sword intent to the point of flawlessness, and had already touched the threshold of condensing the heart of the sword Dao. If a regular person wanted to cross this threshold, the probability was that they would not be able to cross it for the rest of their lives, and would only be trapped at the level of perfect sword intent. Even the most gifted would need several years or even a decade before they could hopefully cross this threshold. And for Jiang Daoxuan, the difficulty of trying to cross this threshold was equally extremely high. Surprisingly, it would take a full 10 days to barely cross this threshold, thus comprehending the sword heart and cultivating into a sword marquis. Jiang Daoxuan sighed helplessly. It is true that the road of the sword path is long, and there is a long way to go. Just as Jiang Daoxuan had a sighing face, he was seriously feeling the changes in his body today. A Jiang clan member responsible for guarding the outside of the hall walked in and respectfully said, reporting to Lord Patriarch, Jiang Yan has returned with the people from the Confronting branch. They are now outside the hall. Do you want to meet them? Jiang Daoxuan collected his mind, his eyes moving slightly as he said softly, let them come in. Yes, the clan member on duty answered with an arch and then turned to leave, walking out of the great hall. Not a moment too soon, a footstep came from the doorway of the hall. Jiang Daoxuan was about to get up when he turned his head to look, but at that moment, the system's beep suddenly sounded from within his head. Ding! Red ranked clansman found. Host may initiate investment. Red? Some surprise passed through Jiang Daoxuan's eyes. It was important to realize that the two current heavenly fates in the clan were only gold in color. What are the wonders of this clan member who has reached the red investment level? With intense curiosity, Jiang Daoxuan slowly rose from the futon and turned his head to look behind him. At the same time, Jiang Han followed Jiang Yan into the main hall with inner apprehension. Subconsciously, he raised his head to look forward, just in time to see Jiang Daoxuan's gaze sweeping in. 4 eyes. The pair of deep eyes that seemed to be able to see through everything caused Jiang Han to tighten up inside. At this moment, for some reason, a strange feeling suddenly surged within him. It's like being seen through and not having any secrets to keep. Is this the patriarch? Why does it feel so much scarier than the rumors say? Faced with this sudden bad feeling, Jiang Han silently lowered his head, not daring to meet his eyes again, and could only mutter in his heart. At this moment, Jiang Daoxuan didn't care too much about Jiang Han's expression, but instead placed all his attention on the illusory panel in front of him. Name, Jiang Han, cultivation level, 9th level of bone forging realm, roots and bones, inferior, enlightenment, heaven's pride, luck, red color, turning bad luck into good, talent, mortal body, chance, reincarnation of the defective spirit of a mysterious treasure, obtaining the inheritance of the Yellow Spring Emperor, mastering the Yellow Spring magic skill, which can plunder other people's essence to feed itself and accelerate its cultivation. Looking at Jiang Han's luxurious panel, Jiang Daoxuan raised an eyebrow, greatly surprised. He hadn't expected that this red-ranked Heaven's Destiny clan member only had an inferior root bone qualification. To know that people whose roots were poor to this extent, even if they searched the entire Kangu Jiang family, they could not find 5 people. After all, 99% of the Jiang family members were of medium root and bone qualifications, i.e., ordinary human level. However, the other party's enlightenment was extremely high, and he had clearly reached the Heaven's Pride level. It must be known that Jiang Chen, who had already finished his metamorphosis, was only at this level, so it was evident how outstanding the other party's enlightenment was. As for the Yellow Spring demonic skill that the other party had mastered, it even caused Jiang Daoxuan's expression to gradually become odd. This kind of demonic skill that plundered other people's essence to feed their own cultivation. Once it was leaked out, one can only imagine the shock that would have been caused. At that time, I'm afraid that Jiang Han, who fed on countless cultivators, would be doomed to become a great devil who was the enemy of the world, attracting countless forces to surround and exterminate him. Only, even though Jiang Daoxuan was aware of the consequences, he still had no intention of intervening and allowing Jiang Han to give up the Yellow Spring demonic technique and switch to another technique. After all, each clan member had their own path to follow, and he had no interest in interfering with that. Between the surges of thoughts, the system's beep sounded again. Ding, current target. Investment can trigger red level return. Invest 1 strand of Golden Crow's breath to gain 1 strand of Sword Saint's power. Invest in Tongxian Gold Pill to obtain a special physique, innate sword body. Invest in the Earth Order's finest technique, Great Sun Refining Technique, and obtain the special aptitude, Great Collapsing Technique. Invest in the Earth Order's best martial arts skill, Purple Thunder Palm, to obtain a special physique, Thunder Spirit Body. Looking at the rich rewards in front of him, Jiang Daoxuan smiled, then withdrew his gaze and looked at the crowd of split families in front of him. Chapter 76, Jiang Daoxuan's command, turning a bad day into a good one. I'm sure Yenner has already relayed all my words to you, so there's no need for me to say more. You guys will follow Yenner later to find someone to arrange a room, and settle in Kangu Mountain at ease in the future. As soon as the words left his mouth, he immediately drew all the members of the subfamilies present to salute and thank him. This way of seeing and hearing had already made them understand very well what kind of treasure this Kangu Mountain was. Such a rich aura environment. Even if they searched through all their memories, they could not find a place that could be compared to it. There wasn't even a place that reached 1/12 of Kangu Mountain's aura concentration. Originally, they had felt great excitement after learning that the Lord Patriarch was going to gather himself and the others to return to the main family. But only at this point did they suddenly realize that not only was returning to the main family a chance, but even this Kangu Mountain, which they had been ignoring, was a chance so big that it surpassed everyone's imagination. If we can stay here forever, how far will our cultivation speed skyrocket in the future? At the thought of this, all the members of the subfamilies present could not help but tremble. An unspeakable ecstasy surfaced on their faces, taking in the crowd's performance. Jiang Daoxuan smiled heartily. Immediately after that, after learning everything that happened in the Quantong Jiang family from Jiang Yan's mouth, he first secretly memorized the name Black Tiger sect in his heart, and then greeted Jiang Yan to first lead the crowd away. Jiang Yan didn't want to disturb the patriarch too much, so after respectfully performing a great salute, he turned around and left with all of the branch family members. Only before he could take a few steps, Jiang Daoxuan's voice leisurely sounded. Jiang Han, you stay. As the words fell, the many members of the subfamily froze, and their footsteps couldn't help but come to a standstill. Their expressions were filled with strangeness as they looked at Jiang Han beside them in unison. Why did Lord Patriarch suddenly let Jiang Han stay alone? The crowd felt puzzled, while Jiang Yan had a thoughtful look in his eyes. Did the matriarch Sama see something too? He had learned about this clan brother's abnormality from his master's mouth. And now, the matriarch suddenly told Jiang Han to stay alone. This matter really revealed something strange. However, he himself was the one who possessed secrets. So naturally, he would not ask much about Jiang Han's secrets, much less have any interest in them. Thus, Jiang Yan looked at the surrounding members of the branch family and urged, just let Jiang Han stay here. We should go. Upon hearing this, the crowd came back to their senses, and then, worried about disturbing the patriarch, they hurriedly moved and followed Jiang Yan out of the family hall. Soon, the entire family hall returned to silence and became empty. Jiang Han lowered his head, clenched his sleeves with both hands, and stood frozen in place. His heart was overwhelmed with apprehension, wondering why the Lord Patriarch had left him alone. Just as his forehead was sweating and he felt overwhelmed. No matter what dangers you encounter outside, don't forget that the family is always the strongest shield behind you. A commanding voice like the breeze resounded leisurely, echoing in Jiang Han's ears. When he heard the content, it was like a thunderbolt exploded in his heart, and he couldn't help but feel a tingle in his scalp. Immediately afterward, he jerked his head up, his eyes widening as he stared at the man in front of him, the depths of his pupils filled with incredulity. Naturally, he didn't believe that the patriarch would suddenly say this to himself for no reason. Could it be that a secret has been discovered about me? Jiang Han trembled inwardly, subconsciously about to open his mouth, ready to corroborate his inner guesses. However, just after spitting out a single word, he was interrupted by Jiang Daoxuan's next words. Walking outside. If you have a conflict with another person, you need to keep in mind to make up for it so that you don't fake your own death and be fooled by others. And you also need to do it by destroying your body and reducing the chances of you being exposed. Got it? Thinking of the dangers lurking in the Yellow Spring demonic skill, Jiang Daoxuan felt that it was still necessary to remind this Celestial Destiny clan member, lest the other party suffer a great loss in the future. And at that moment, listening to the teachings of his own patriarch, Jiang Han completely clammed up. Now there was absolutely no need to verify. The hidden meaning of the patriarch's words said it all. Isn't this just worrying about me using the Yellow Spring's demonic skill to suck the essence of others and then not disposing of the corpse in time, causing the abnormalities on the corpse to be exposed, thus causing suspicion from other cultivators? So that's why I was told to patch up and destroy the body, leaving no trace and reducing the possibility of exposure? Thinking of this, Jiang Han's eyes gradually filled with awe as he looked at his own patriarch. By now, how could he not know that the other party had not only seen through his secret, but also knew that he had mastered such means as the Yellow Springs demon technique? Sure enough, my feeling just now was not wrong. I'm afraid that the patriarch's first glance saw through me. Jiang Han secretly sighed, and then felt a million doubts and incomprehensions. This is the legacy left behind by that Yellow Springs emperor. How on earth did the matriarch Sama manage to do that? With just one glance? With a heart full of doubts, Jiang Han faced Jiang Daoxuan and bowed his hand. Thank you, Lord Patriarch, for mentioning this. Not only did the Lord Patriarch not explicitly point out the inheritance in his body, but instead, he made a point of instructing it, and this kind of goodwill still warmed his heart and moved him quite a bit. You know, he was all ready to reveal the secrets he was carrying. However, he didn't want to see that the matriarch lord was not interested in this secret at all. In the face of Jiang Han's salute, Jiang Daoxuan nodded his head slightly in a gesture and then took out a spatial ring from within his violet mansion space. Inside, they had already stored the Tongxin golden pill, the Great Sun refining technique, and other items related to investment in advance. In addition to these, in order to speed up Jiang Han's cultivation speed, he also deliberately put in an extra gene of divine liquid, which was able to replace spirit stones for the other party to refine and absorb. Of course, considering that Jiang Han was not like Jiang Yin, who possessed a celestial realm-old grandfather, it was inevitable that his insights would be somewhat lacking. That was why he also purposely branded a faint strand of the power of divine sense on each item, to be able to answer the confusion for the other party. Afterward, Jiang Daoxuan waved his hand. Swish, majestic to the extreme pure Yang Yuan power gushed out, and in an instant, it condensed into a large illusory poem, holding the spatial ring in its palm and handing it over to Jiang Han. In the face of this sudden scene, Jiang Han was stunned, his eyes somewhat confused. When you are out and about, you can take these resources. Perhaps they can solve some of your pressing problems and bring you some surprises? Jiang Daoxuan, who was well aware of the characteristics of the Yellow Spring demon power, understood it very well. If Jiang Han wanted to grow up quickly, it was naturally impossible for him to stay at Kangu Mountain and cultivate hard like everyone else. The only way was to travel to the outside world to make a foray into the world, forging his supreme foundation with the flesh and blood of hundreds of millions of cultivators. That was the path he should have taken himself, and the path of most rapid growth. Although it is filled with countless dangers and will often hover between life and death, but as Jiang Han's red aura shows, it can turn bad luck into good. In that case, what is there to worry about? Chapter 77, Sword Saint's Power and Innate Sword Body. It was accompanied by Jiang Daoxuan's voice. Jiang Han's heart warmed within him, and he immediately reached out his hand to hold the spatial ring hanging in the air. At the same time, the Yuan power palm holding up the spatial ring instantly dissipated. Jiang Han clenched his 5 fingers and clutched the spatial ring in his palm. He raised his head, looked at his own patriarch, and bowed. Thank you, patriarch. Jiang Daoxuan nodded slightly. In the future, if there are any matters, you can discuss them more with Jiang Yan. We are all family. There is no need to be too much of a stranger. Understood, Jiang Han said in a deep voice. After all these days together, he already understood what kind of person that clan brother really was. He was like a spring breeze to his own clan and was a complete warm-hearted person, but he was rather extremely indifferent to others. Jiang Daoxuan waved his sleeve and said softly, "Then and go back. Don't forget that behind you, there will always be the family, and me." Jiang Han's face showed joy and he quickly thanked him. He had originally thought that this prestigious main family head would be very strict, which was why he was more than a little apprehensive inside. But it didn't occur to me that the Lord Patriarch would be just like an ordinary elder. Telling himself again and again, this feeling of being cared for was something he hadn't felt in a long time. When the thank you was over, Jiang Han immediately turned around and left. Silence soon returned all around. Jiang Daoxuan was the only one left in the entire hall. He slowly drew back his gaze to the system prompt in front of him. Ding, the investment was successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a strand of the Sword Saint's power. Sword Saint's power contains a wisp of the true meaning of the sword path left behind by a Sword Saint level cultivator, which can be used for perception and cultivation, or can be released to erupt into a Sword Saint's sword, which can heavily damage a saint. Once released, the power of the Sword Saint will dissipate on its own. Sword Saint? Jiang Daoxuan's eyes lit up. As a sword cultivator, he was naturally familiar with what this term stood for. Only those who have refined their own sword Dao to the highest level and comprehended the soul of the sword Dao can be called Sword Saints. The realm of the sword soul was not necessarily attainable even by many saints, which showed the terror of this strand of Sword Saint's power. And a strand of the true intent of the sword Dao left behind by a Sword Saint level powerhouse would be of great benefit to him. After all, having cultivated to this point, Jiang Daoxuan had already realized that the effect of the wordless sword post was rapidly decaying. I'm afraid that by the time he comprehended the realm of sword heart, the effect of the wordless sword post would be almost useless. So the system happened to send up a strand of Sword Saint power. This was able to perfectly fill this gap, allowing one's sword Dao progress to still maintain a high rate of refinement. Not to mention, this strand of Sword Saint power, in addition to being able to provide the sword Dao sense, was also able to directly unleash it, erupting into a terrifying sword that was capable of heavily hitting a saint. Even a saint would suffer a serious injury. So what about a celestial realm powerhouse? I'm afraid this sword alone is enough to kill him, right? So it seems that this is the ultimate card that can save your life. Normally, one utilizes this object for enlightenment to refine one's sword path. If one encounters an enemy that cannot be confronted and is in danger of perishing, then one can directly unleash the Sword Saint one sword. As for the enemy being too strong to be able to resist a sword from the Sword Saint, with regards to this, Jiang Daoxuan did not have any worries at all. As far as he knew, in today's great Qin dynasty, not to mention celestial realm cultivators, not even a Yuan Shen realm powerhouse had ever been born. The strongest person was only a true lord of the 10,000 elements realm, and there was absolutely no possibility that he would be able to resist the Sword Saint's sword. Jiang Daoxuan's face showed joy, and then his gaze moved down and began to look at the other rewards. Ding, the investment was successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a special physique, Thunder Spirit Body. Thunder Spirit Body, the body contains thunder, so that the Yuan Qi is accompanied by the power of thunder. Killing extremely strong. with the characteristics of penetration. Note, detected that the host has the innate saint body of the Tao fetus physique. You can choose any one of the clan members, within 3 days to awaken the physique. Once awakened, cannot be replaced by the physique. Jiang Daoxuan was still very familiar with the thunder spirit body. That old ancestor of the Tendu Tang clan was a moon chakra realm cultivator who had mastered the thunder spirit body, and his battle prowess far exceeded that of his peers, and his reputation spread far and wide. However, when he saw the system prompt that he was able to give the thunder spirit body directly to any of his clansmen, he was still slightly surprised, but he quickly came back to his senses and began to think about who he should give the thunder spirit body to. Jiang Daoxuan looked thoughtful in his eyes. The highest priority would necessarily be the 3 heavenly orders of the clan. After all, with more strength increase, the rate of improvement can be faster. But Jiang Chen had the immortal flame transformation physique, and Jiang Yan also had the Tsong flame treasure body. Even today's Jiang Han possessed the Tong Shen gold pill to improve his root bone qualifications and make up for his lack of foundation. In that case, if the thunder spirit body was given to the 3 of them, I'm afraid that the enhancement wouldn't be as much as imagined. What's more, the thunder spirit body was not a top physique, and was far from being able to compete with saint bodies, god bodies, Tao bodies, and other peculiar physiques. But Jiang Daoxuan remembered that once awakened, he must not change his physique again. Therefore, forcibly giving the thunder spirit body to any of the Heaven's Destiny clansmen would instead put a shackle on it and limit the potential. Might as well wait until a top physique appears later and then take your time to consider it. Thinking of this, Jiang Daoxuan immediately made up his mind and prepared to give the thunder spirit body to the Grand Elder. Even if we don't mention the credit that the Grand Elder once had, just the fact that the other party possessed a purple mansion realm cultivation and was the second strongest member of the Jiang clan was worth investing in a wave. At that time, once the Grand Elder's potential increased, he would never stop at the 3 realms of the Violet Mansion realm, Yuan Hai realm, and Star Wheel realm, even at the Moon Wheel realm. Because of the resources he had bestowed upon himself, it was by no means difficult. Jiang Daoxuan secretly kept this matter in his mind and immediately looked towards the next reward. Ding, the investment was successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a special physique, innate sword body. Innate sword physique, a powerful physique born for the sword. It can condense the powerful innate sword chi if it realizes the sword way as if it were God's help. Note, only those clansmen who have a strong will toward the sword can perfectly integrate this physique. Based on the presentation, the innate sword body undoubtedly surpassed the thunder spirit body, reaching the top physique level. However, there were some limitations, and it was feared that if one failed to meet the fusion criteria before forcibly fusing them, they would be affected. Considering the current Jiang clan, none of the 3 heavenly orders could meet this requirement. Jiang Daoxuan could only include the innate sword body in the system warehouse as well. He was prepared to wait until later to see if the Jiang family could give birth to a swordsman who was as obsessed with swords as Gu Xingzhan. If there was a suitable candidate, it would be possible to utilize the innate sword body to cultivate 1 or 2, causing them to transform into the Jiang family's sword Tao pride. Between surges of thoughts, Jiang Daoxuan looked at the last reward again. Ding, the investment was successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the special aptitude Great Collapse Technique. The Great Disintegration Technique, one of the top magical powers of the Devil's Way, containing the terrifying power of destroying everything in the world, and when practiced to the fullest extent, it can shatter the stars and destroy a realm. When he read the contents on it, Jiang Daoxuan was slightly shocked. Chapter 78. Not having a sword in hand and having a sword and not using it are 2 different things. This kind of extremely destructive and terrifying divine ability was already counted as the #1 killing technique he had mastered nowadays. If he were to utilize it, even he himself was not sure how powerful it would be able to explode. That's a nice bonus, and gives me another card to add to my repertoire. Jiang Daoxuan nodded in satisfaction. As the saying goes, more skill is not enough, and he wouldn't mind having a lot of undercards. And as of now, the 10,000 swords, the power of the sword saint, the Samadhi true flame, the great collapse technique, the Koan Peng treasure technique, the sacred body vision, and other means were all transformed into one's own reserves. There are many means that no one has been qualified, so far, to be able to move themselves. Even the strongest opponent he had encountered so far was only Gu Xingzhan, who was at the 9th level of the Yuan High realm, and in the face of this strongest opponent, he himself had only utilized an earth-rank extreme-grade sword technique to easily defeat him, resulting in more means not being used at all. In this regard, Jiang Daoxuan was not in a hurry. He understands one thing deeply, that is, not having a sword in one's hand and having a sword and not using it are 2 entirely different things. To put it simply, you can do without these underhanded tactics, but you should never do without them. Afterward, Jiang Daoxuan shook his head, putting these miscellaneous thoughts behind him, and then he resumed his seat on top of the futon. He slowly closed his eyes and once again utilized the pure Yang infinity technique, falling into a new round of cultivation. Even though he possessed many cards, he still hadn't forgotten that the only thing that was fundamental was the cultivation realm. If he was able to crush his opponent with his realm, how could he possibly be willing to take the risk of fighting across the ranks? The sky is dusky. Kangu Mountain, Jiang family residence. Inside a plain and tidy room, Jiang Han checked around and made sure that no one was around. Immediately, he walked over to the bed and sat down on his butt. Immediately afterward, he carefully took out the spatial ring that the patriarch had bestowed upon him. Turn it on. The next moment, the scene inside appeared in front of him. 2 pamphlets, a golden-colored elixir, an alabaster-colored jar, and a fist-sized wisp of golden-colored flame. Looking at these 5 items that looked quite extraordinary, Jiang Han's eyes lit up as he secretly guessed. Could these be the Xian rank treasures that the rumors say they are? So divine, no matter how you look at it. It doesn't look like a yellow rank grade mortal object. The Xian rank treasures, on the other hand, could generally be precious things that could only be obtained by purple mansion cultivators. In the past, he wouldn't have even dared to think about it. After all, the subfamily he used to be in didn't even have any experts in the innate realm, let alone being said to possess such valuable Xian rank treasures. Thinking about all the divine descriptions about Xian rank treasures, Jiang Han's heart indisputably throbbed within him, his eyes growing hotter and hotter. Although he had obtained the Yellow Springs Emperor's inheritance, because the gap was too great and there was really no reference object, so instead, he hadn't been so shocked. However, Xian rank grade treasures were things that were widely circulated. He could better understand the value of them. At this moment, Jiang Han couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It's amazing how generous the Lord Patriarch is when he makes a move. He himself was only at the bone-forging realm cultivation level, and he had bestowed so many precious things that even ascended realm experts longed for but could not obtain. Jiang Han forced down his inner excitement and first took out one of the pamphlets. Spinning around, he began flipping through it, but the further back he scrolled, the more he couldn't stop his fingers from trembling, until the description of the grade appears inside. Great Sun Body Refining Technique, Earth Stage Extreme Grade. Boom! It was like a muffled thunderbolt exploding in the middle of his head. Jiang Han was like a heavy blow, frozen in place, a face of unbelief. Shivering. Earth Order Extreme Grade? The heavens saw pity. He was already satisfied with just wanting a Xian rank technique, but he didn't want his own patriarch to give himself such a huge and incomparable shock as soon as he came up. An Earth Order Extreme Grade technique? What kind of concept is that? Even the strongest person he knew from those storytellers had only mastered the upper grade of the Earth rank. Therefore, the moment this Earth rank extreme grade technique appeared, the impact it caused was undoubtedly enormous. After the shock, Jiang Han slowly looked at the other pamphlet, and a bold guess suddenly sprang to mind. Shouldn't it? He gulped nervously and whirled around, bringing the pamphlet to his eyes and flipping through it quickly. Not a moment too soon, Jiang Han's expression was completely numb. His guess was not wrong. This martial skill called the Purple Thunderpalm was clearly an Earth rank extreme grade as well. What's all this about? Jiang Han's narrow-minded vision was instantly and miserably crushed mercilessly, and violently began to reshape. He never dreamed of it. His own patriarch was so precious and big treasure at the same time. Compare this with. He suddenly felt that what he had just thought was incredibly stupid. It was so naive to think that all of these things were just Xian rank treasures. Even if he boldly guessed, he would at most think that it was just a Xian rank extreme treasure. Reality, however, came crashing down on him, shattering his perceptions. Dozens of breaths later, Jiang Han let out a long breath, restraining his inner tension. Spinning around, he looked at the 3 remaining items within the spatial ring. This time, his mindset had changed drastically. Carefully remove the alabaster-colored jar in it. Reach down and open the lid. In an instant, a large amount of extremely dense life aura overflowed from it, spreading out and sweeping across the entire room. Jiang Han was startled by the sudden scene in front of him. Stay and take a deep breath. He was stunned to realize that his cultivation level was showing signs of being on the verge of a breakthrough. Such a divine object is unheard of. Jiang Han was inwardly surprised. He himself felt signs of a breakthrough in his cultivation just by taking a breath. What if we just refined it? The effects provided by these things were much better than the lower grade spirit stones he had used before. No, I should say there is absolutely no comparison between the two. Understand that this object is precious. Jiang Han hurriedly put the divine liquid back inside his spatial ring. Immediately afterward, he took out the elixir that had a golden yellow color throughout from it. Placing the elixir in his palm, he kept surveying it without the slightest thought. What exactly is the divine effect of this elixir given by the clan leader? Jiang Han was doubly puzzled, but he didn't take it down immediately. It wasn't that he was worried that the elixir was poisonous. I'm just not sure of the exact function. In case it's healing or something, wouldn't it be a waste of the good intentions of the Lord Patriarch if he just let himself be eaten? But just then, only a faint light flashed on the surface of the elixir, bursting out and merging into Jiang Han's forehead. Before Jiang Han could figure out what was happening, he felt an extremely unfamiliar message emerge in his mind. Tongxian Golden Pill, a heavenly ranked superb elixir containing the power to seize the creation of heaven and earth. Chapter 79, Clan-wide Assembly, creating a contribution point system. After digesting the information in his head, Jiang Han already knew the effects of this elixir. A heavenly ranked extreme grade elixir. Once consumed it will be able to enhance the root and bone qualifications. Lord Patriarch has really thought of everything. Jiang Han was pleasantly surprised. His own root bone qualification was strangely poor, which could be said to have always been a thorn deep in his heart. But now, with this elixir bestowed by Lord Patriarch, although it was not clear to what extent it could enhance one's root qualifications, there should be no problem in trying to pull out this thorn. Jiang Han didn't have the luxury of hoping that after taking this Tongxian gold pill, his root bone qualifications would be enhanced to the genius level. He was already satisfied with just being enhanced to an ordinary human level. Afterwards, after thanking the Patriarch in his heart once again for his great kindness, he immediately raised his trembling palm and stuffed the Tongxian golden pill into his mouth, accompanied by a swallowing motion. An incredibly powerful and majestic medicinal power surged out of the belly and quickly flowed to all the limbs and bones. Gradually, Jiang Han suddenly felt a strong drowsiness coming on. His eyelids grew heavier and heavier, and he couldn't help but close his eyes and fall into a fitful sleep. Wait until you regain consciousness and wake up again. He craned his head to look out the window. It was found to be dark and late into the night. Jiang Han withdrew his gaze and prepared to feel the changes in his body today. But just as he lowered his head, he realized that his entire body was covered in a layer of slimy black mud, emitting a sickening stench. Jiang Han raised an eyebrow, instantly realizing that this was the impurities in the body hinted at in the message. Instead of rushing to clean his body, he impatiently began to feel the changes in his body today. Feeling carefully for a few breaths, Jiang Han couldn't help but look happy. If the numerous orifices in the body used to be in a blocked state, they were unable to absorb spiritual qi. Now then, along with countless orifices opening up, compared to his previous poor qualifications, his speed of absorbing aura nowadays had heatedly increased by hundreds of times. Such exaggerated results were completely out of his mental expectations. Subsequently, Jiang Han subconsciously moved to cultivate with the Yellow Spring Demon technique. All of a sudden, the sea of spiritual qi swarmed in all around, scrambling to drill into his body. Click! It was accompanied by a clear ringing sound. In just less than 10 breaths of time, he had already completed his breakthrough and officially stepped into the first level of the Hotian realm. Jiang Han's lips slightly opened and his eyes widened as he looked at his hands incredulously. He never dreamed that he would one day be able to have such a terrifying speed of aura absorption. On top of the shock, an unspeakable elation welled up within him. From now on, one was finally no longer the cultivation waste that people spoke of. Jiang Han was thrilled. He suddenly felt that this favor bestowed upon him by the Lord Patriarch might not be repaid in his lifetime. After all, this kind of heaven-defying means of transforming his roots and bones was tantamount to a recreation for him. Even if I can't repay the favor, I'll be able to do my part in the rise of the family in the future, and I'm sure that at that time, the Patriarch Sama will also feel gratified. Although Jiang Han was not clear about the exact value of these things, he understood that any one of these things, if taken outside, he was afraid that he would be able to exchange himself for 10,000 lives. But it's such a valuable thing. The Matriarch Sama, however, did not hesitate a bit and handed it over so easily. How can one not be impressed by such a broad-mindedness? Feeling the Patriarch's trust in himself, Jiang Han couldn't help but thank him again in his heart. Immediately afterward, he gathered his mind and looked at the last treasure within the spatial ring. It was a golden flame. Jiang Han's thoughts just moved, ready to take it out. But suddenly, an unfamiliar message flooded into his mind. The Golden Crow's chi was able to map out a Sun Will Realm Golden Crow's shadow to defend the enemy, maintaining 10 breaths of time to collapse. Looking at the content of the message, Jiang Han completely froze. This wisp of flame was actually able to summon the power of a strong Sun Will Realm practitioner? He never expected it. In addition to granting himself an Earth rank extreme grade technique, his own patriarch would also grant this kind of terrifying means. Still, it's exactly what I need. After experiencing multiple shocks one after another, Jiang Han's nerves had become slightly numb, so he quickly eased up. Spinning around, he silently accepted the patriarch's kindness. He understood that in the future, if he wanted to make rapid progress, then one was not destined to stay in Kangu Mountain all the time. After all, the people within Kangu Mountain were all members of their own clan. It was impossible for him to utilize the Yellow Spring demon power to suck the essence of his own clan, right? Jiang Han thought to himself that this kind of thing was killing him, and he was completely unable to do it. Therefore, the only way was to leave Kangu Mountain and head outside, utilizing the essence of those outsiders to feed their own cultivation. That's the way he's most comfortable with it. What's more, in his eyes, even 100 or 10,000 lives of outsiders were no match for one of his own clan members. In Jiang Han's eyes, there were only two kinds of people in the world, and those were enemies and his own people. In this dangerous situation, Lord Patriarch would even grant himself such a powerful means of preserving his own life, so it was conceivable that he would undoubtedly be able to walk much better in the future. Thinking of this, Jiang Han looked through the window and into the distance. When my cultivation improves, let me personally slaughter each and every one of you from the Black Tiger sect and turn them into nutrients for my cultivation path. His eyes were cold, and intense killing intent flowed from the depths of his pupils. Although clan brother John Yen hadn't paid any attention to the Black Tiger clan, but that didn't mean that he himself would forget about this clan and give up the grudge. Since that fellow Chao Bo is already dead, then I, Jiang Han, will be the good guy to the end and send your entire clan down to be reunited, so that you don't have to walk on the Yellow Springs Road feeling lonely. Jiang Han smiled coldly. He took out the divine liquid and prepared to start cultivating. A few days later, Kangu Mountain, along with Jiang Chen and the elders returning with the members of the subfamily, this vast journey to find the subfamily came to an end. Afterwards, Jiang Daoxuan held a clan-wide meeting. All the members of the Jiang clan were present, gathered on the green stone square in front of the family hall. In the midst of this massive clan-wide conference, Jiang Daoxuan began to make a bold move, announcing a new system for the family. During that time, he kept a better flow of resources in the clan in order to make the clan more united in the future, and to utilize the resources of the clan efficiently, also to motivate the clan to become more hardworking. Jiang Daoxuan, who was familiar with the grace of rice rising and the hatred of rice fighting, understood. In order for the family to fall into a benign long-term development, one must never again spread all kinds of feats and rewards randomly on a large scale. Thinking of this, Jiang Daoxuan immediately announced the creation of the contribution point system in front of everyone. As long as you make various contributions to the family, you will be able to obtain the corresponding rewards, which are contribution points. If you wanted to take resources from the family, you would need to exchange them with contribution points. Chapter 80, 7 Veins of the Jiang Clan. Reward Supreme Bone. As for the contribution point system, it would be officially activated for the entire clan after the elders found someone to customize the yellow-ranked magic treasure clan cards that could record data. Subsequently, at Jiang Daoxuan's command, the entire Kangu Mountain will be repaired in the near future, including the family hall, hidden merit pavilion, hidden treasure pavilion, alchemy pavilion, quest stage, martial arts stadium, and so on. In Kong Dogan's vision, all of the original Xian rank and yellow rank techniques of the Jiang clan and the Thousand Mountain sect would be stored in the collection of techniques pavilion. As for earth ranked grade techniques, there was only one, and that was the earth ranked lower grade technique that Ko Tongguang had once mastered. Higher grade techniques, Jiang Daoxuan was prepared to wait until his own strength was sufficient before slowly taking them out. According to the current situation, it seemed that the earth rank extreme grade feats were not suitable for widespread dissemination for the time being because their grade was too high. The treasure pavilion, on the other hand, housed the 200 Xian rank extreme magic treasures rewarded by the system, which could be exchanged by the clan. Considering the fact that the current clan did not have an alchemist and alchemist, the alchemy pavilion and alchemy pavilion were still closed for the time being. This was a bit of a wake-up call for Jiang Daoxuan. Although he possessed many precious elixirs, his grade was ultimately too high, and he did not have too many of the most basic low-ranked elixirs at all. This was a great vacancy, and unless one looked for someone to procure it, one would have to wait and see if one could recruit a group of refiners and alchemists to serve the family in the future. From there, a large number of low-ranked magic treasures and low-ranked elixirs were created and made available to all the clans on a large scale. In addition to these, Jiang Daoxuan was also preparing to expand the size of the bazaar at the foot of Kangu mountain, establish a trading bazaar belonging to the Jiang clan, providing a safe and reliable trading platform to be able to exchange various resources with clansmen or outsiders. After making these arrangements, Kang Duhian declared the abolition of the system of main family and subfamily in order to treat everyone equally. Immediately after that, in order to promote the development within the family and to motivate the clan, he made a new staff transfer between the original main house and all the subhouses. It directly breaks up the main family and the subfamilies, balances the numbers, and divides the 7 veins. The 7 veins are named Tianshu, Tianxian, Tiangui, Tianquan, Yuhong, Kaiyang, and Shaking Light. After today, the family hall shall be used as the core to divide 7 areas to be reserved for the 7 veins to flourish and inhabit. There was no higher or lower status among the 7 veins, and they were treated in exactly the same way and did not differ from each other. The chakra masters were temporarily assumed by the original family heads or elders. The elders of each lineage were the original branch elders. Among the 7 chakras, the heavenly pivot vein was established on the basis of the original main family, to which Jiang Chen belonged. The Tianxian vein was established on the basis of the Xuanqing branch, to which Jiang Yan belonged. The Tiangu vein was established on the basis of the Quantong branch, to which Jiang Han belonged. After completing these arrangements, Jiang Daoxuan once again announced, in the future, the Kangu mountain, every 3 years, would hold a 7 veins competition. The 7 veins competition adopts a point system, is divided into different venues according to different age groups, and has 2 modes of competition, group and single. Each race is able to earn a different number of points according to place. Wait until the big competition is over. Eventually, different sequence levels are then divided according to the total points of the 7 veins. The selected serial level is maintained for 3 years, until the 7 veins competition begins again 3 years later. A new sequence level will be reselected. The higher the sequence level, the higher the additional resource rewards, the more it can stimulate the clan's fighting spirit and form a healthy competition. Of course, even if any of the veins were at the bottom, it would not affect the original resource situation. It's just that the additional resources that can be gained are attenuated a bit. And in the 7 veins competition, those who performed extremely outstandingly were expected to receive personal guidance and various additional rewards from the clan chief. After that, Jiang Daoxuan announced a new order, announcing the formation of the Ginger Family Elders Group. The Elders Group is independent of the 7 veins and has a supreme status, responsible for handling the management of the family's large and small affairs, such as the situation of the family's industry, managing the family's treasure trove, planting the spiritual fields, the education of the family's children, and other activities. It was even able to collectively deliberate and vote, directly interfering with the internal resolutions of the 7 veins. However, Jiang Daoxuan, the patriarch, had veto power, and his power overrode the elders. As for the current group of elders, for the time being, only Grand Elder Jiang Hongguan was selected. If others want to enter the elders, they can do so in 3 ways. The first was that the 7 chakra masters were getting old, and once they ceded the chakra master position and retired to the second line, they could enter the elder group. The second is that those who are gifted may make an exception to join. The third is that those who have rendered great service to the family may make an exception to join. At this point, in the face of all of Jiang Daoxuan's orders, all of the clansmen did not refuse, much less refute anything, because everyone understood that the Jiang family was all dependent on the patriarch to get where they were today. Therefore, all of Jiang Daoxuan's words held absolute authority in their hearts and could not be disobeyed. Seeing that no one popped up to object, Jiang Daoxuan issued another order. Considering that today's Jiang family looked a bit sparsely populated in comparison to other families, so in order for the family to branch out and the population to flourish, Kang Duhian directly announced all kinds of incentives and privileges for the families of newborns who descend. Subsequently, Jiang Daoxuan made several more transfers one after another. When the arrangements were almost done, he then dismissed the whole clan meeting and told all the clans to disperse. Jiang Daoxuan returned to the family hall, was about to sit down and start practicing again. However, he didn't want to do so, but at that moment, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Ding, the 24-day cycle has ended. The task of developing the family has been completed and is being settled. Ding, according to your overall performance. The rating of this quest is A on, full rating, and the distribution of rewards has begun. Congratulations to the host for gaining 999 points of family fortune. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the top grade sword skill of the Holy Order, Killing Sky Sword skill. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Holy Grade Formation, Spirit Convergence Formation. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Heavenly Grade Spirit Vein. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Sun Wheel Realm's protective spirit animal, the Black Water Jiao Dragon. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the mysterious reward, Supreme Bone. Upper Sacred Order? Looking at the rewards in front of him, Jiang Daoxuan's eyes lit up. He had never expected that after completing the 24-day family mission, he would be rewarded with such a generous prize. With excitement, click on the introduction immediately. Killing Sky Sword Skill, Holy Grade Sword Skill, Slaying the Heavens, Attacking and Destroying, can condense the vision of the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood, bursting out of the infinite killing intent. Note, because of the killing intent is extremely strong, need to master the sword heart, in order to resist the killing intent infestation, or else the sanity is washed out, the spirit of the loss of all, there is a danger of the fall. Gazing at this supreme sword skill in front of him, Jiang Daoxuan felt very moved and couldn't wait to immediately cultivate it as a way to enhance his battle power. Nay, after seeing the system's reminder, he could only helplessly dismiss the idea. It was better to prepare to wait until after mastering the sword heart before attempting to cultivate this sword skill. Thinking of this, Jiang Daoxuan first stored the heaven-slaying sword technique within the system warehouse. Chapter 81 Converging Spirit Array. Heavenly Grade Extreme Spirit Vein. Jiang Daoxuan's gaze moved down to another reward. Spirit Convergence Formation, a top-grade formation of the Holy Order, capable of interfering with the five senses of outsiders, shielding them from changes in aura, disguising them as normal, and no one below the Great Sage Realm will be able to see through the reality. That's a good one. Jiang Daoxuan nodded in satisfaction. Nowadays, Kangu Mountain was home to several Earth-rank spirit veins, resulting in the concentration of spiritual chi far exceeding that of the outside. Although it hadn't been exposed for the time being, once a high-ranking cultivator visited, it would be easy to detect the abnormality of this place. In this way, the Spirit Convergence Grand Formation was very necessary to exist. The aura that was very terrifying in the eyes of the Jiang family members was mediocre in the eyes of outsiders. Originally, I was worried that this heavenly grade spirit vein would cause too much commotion. Now there seems to be no need to worry at all. Thinking of this, Jiang Daoxuan immediately buried the Spirit Convergence Formation and the heavenly rank spirit vein at the bottom of Kangu Mountain. The moment it was buried, the surrounding aura began to surge up crazily. A storm of spiritual energy visible to the naked eye swept over Kangu Mountain. The terrifying commotion immediately drew the attention of all the Jiang family members. Inside a certain room, Jiang Chen couldn't help but look stunned as he felt the crazy surge of aura around him. The aura has enhanced again? And it's at least tens of times doubled? Jiang Chen couldn't feel exactly how much the aura had been enhanced, and could only make secret guesses within himself. While guessing, great shock welled up within him. He didn't expect it at all. In only such a short period of time, the aura environment of Kangu Mountain had undergone such a drastic change again. Could it be that this is another tactic of the clan leaders? Jiang Chen raised his head to look into the distance. Looking in the direction of where the family hall was, his heart filled with awe. At this point in time, even he himself couldn't predict just how far the future Jiang family would be able to go. After all, the Lord Patriarch's methods were too magical. While pondering, a clear sound suddenly came out. Jiang Chen lowered his head, his face oddly colored. The realm that he originally thought would take more than 10 days to break through, but he didn't want to break through now. Now, he had already cultivated to the 5th level of the innate realm. Once again, he felt the terrifying aura around him. He was confident that he would be able to arrive at the 9th level of the innate realm within a month and attempt to break through the Violet Mansion realm. The other side, Jiang Yan, who was originally cultivating, was keenly aware of the alarming change in his surroundings. He stopped moving and snapped his eyes open, his eyes filled with shock. This aura? Even after the first remodeling of Kangu Mountain, he still couldn't help but feel greatly shocked by the scene that was happening today. At the same time, Elder Zhou, revised, let out a gasp. This is a heavenly rank spiritual vein? As a former celestial realm perfection cultivator, his insights were naturally far beyond what Jiang Yan could compare to. Thus it was also better able to detect exactly where these changes in aura originated from. That's why his heart grew more and more shocked. After all, the power station he was once in only had a maximum of only one heavenly grade medium spirit vein. But now, he was shocked to find that the aura concentration here was even far beyond the power station he was once in. Could it be that this is a heavenly rank upper grade or heavenly rank, extreme grade spirit vein? Zhou Lao didn't dare to think deeply, only feeling unusually frightened. It was important to know that whether it was a heavenly rank upper grade or heavenly rank extreme grade spirit vein, it was simply not something that a celestial realm cultivator could be qualified to possess. Once the news was spread out, it would definitely cause terrifying existences at the saint level to make a move to seize it. But he remembered clearly that the spirit vein he had once seen in a holy land that had a saint sitting in it was only the upper grade of the heavenly rank. However, this Jiang family, whose strongest person was only at the Yuan High realm, was able to directly take out this grade of spirit vein for the clansmen to cultivate, which was really unbelievable, and even more so, one could feel that it was extremely unbelievable. At that moment, hearing his master's exclamation, Jiang Yan abruptly moved, his eyes showing shock. After Zhou Lao's popularization of science during this period of time, his eyes had long since gotten rid of the narrowness they once had and had become very open. Therefore, he was also more able to understand the terrifying meaning behind the heavenly grade spirit veins. This kind of spirit vein, the clan leader Sama, is really making it more and more difficult to see. Jiang Yan forced down his inner surprise and couldn't help but sigh. As things stood, he had become more and more able to understand the words that his master had once said. What do you mean? Even a pig raised by the Jiang family can run over a Yuan High realm cultivator. According to the various performances of his own patriarch nowadays, such a future really wasn't a bit of an exaggeration. After marveling, he smiled again and couldn't help but feel grateful that the family had such a powerful patriarch. Such a Jiang family full of endless hope was truly a source of great anticipation. At this moment, Elder Zhou, who was hiding inside the ring, was also sighing. Can't help but sigh inwardly. Worthy of being a reincarnated great emperor, the outpouring of money is generous, to the extent that it makes the old man feel barren and inferior. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel $1 million for making the right choice. This patriarch John was able to take out a heavenly rank spirit vein at the Yuan High realm that many saints could only hope to obtain. The depth of the foundation is far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. The fact that he was able to put aside his face and hug the thighs of this Jiang patriarch was truly a more than wise decision. Somewhere in a room, Jiang Han, who was running the Yellow Spring Demon technique for cultivation, was also frightened by the sudden change outside. With the birth of the aura storm, the surging aura around him was inhaled by him. In just a moment, with his physique that had been transformed by the Tongshin Golden Pill plus the Yellow Spring Demon technique, his cultivation instantly completed the breakthrough. The Hotian realm 3rd level cultivation that was originally cultivated during these days also skyrocketed to Hotian realm 6th level at this moment, spanning 3 small realms in a row. Is this really the cultivation speed I can achieve? Jiang Han looked at his hands frozen in disbelief. He had never imagined that one day, his cultivation speed would be able to reach such an outrageous speed. It was only after receiving the many great gifts bestowed by his own patriarch that he was bombarded in turn. Jiang Han's gradually numbing cerebral nerves hadn't completely slowed down until now. Therefore, the surprise within him only lasted for less than 3 breaths and quickly returned to normal. Immediately afterward, he didn't bother to care about the abnormalities around him. He just silently lowered his head and hurriedly grabbed the time to cultivate. Previously, after many years of lows and always being limited by his root bone qualifications, he was better able to understand how hard won today's cultivation speed was. In order not to waste today's root bone qualification, he must double his efforts in cultivation, and strive to repay Lord Patriarch as soon as possible. Chapter 82, Fusing the Supreme Bone. Advancing to the Star Wheel Realm. Inside the family hall, Jiang Daoxuan sat cross-legged on top of the futon, feeling the great changes that had occurred around him. He wore a satisfied expression. There were several earth-ranked spirit veins plus this heaven-ranked extreme spirit vein to add to it. One could imagine the surge in strength that would come to the clansmen in the following days and hours, and the clan-wide sum effect that you have can become stronger. Thoughts flashed. Jiang Daoxuan looked to the next reward again. Blackwater Jiaolong, 7th level of the Sun Chakra realm, with a hint of dragon bloodline, amazing battle strength, can fight 10,000 elephants, has completed the binding, for the Jiang family to protect the spirit animal, can be chosen by the host to live in the place. A flash of joy passed through Jiang Daoxuan's eyes. Now, with this Sun Will Realm clan protector spirit beast in place, it was certain that the Jiang clan would be able to perfectly survive the developmental period of insufficient reserves. One must know that even the most powerful person of the Great Qin dynasty was only at the 10,000 elephant realm cultivation, and this black water Jiao dragon was actually able to rival the 10,000 elephants, so it could be seen to what extent the security of the Kangu mountain would be elevated. After his surprise had passed, he began to think again about the choice of habitat. Jiang Daoxuan didn't hesitate for too long and quickly had an idea. That's where the spirit springs are located. The spiritual spring was full of spiritual chi, and it was definitely a good place for the protector spirit beasts to cultivate. What's more, although the spirit spring sounded like just a spring, its true size was no less than a small lake. Therefore, whether it was considered from the environment or the scale, allowing the black water auger dragon to enter the spirit spring to take up residence was undoubtedly the best choice. In this way, there was no need to even arrange for the clan to guard the spirit spring. Simply arranging for the Blackwater Jiaolong to guard this place is enough to deter the curmudgeons and stop those with ulterior motives. With this in mind, Jiang Daoxuan immediately made up his mind and prepared to place the Blackwater Jiaolong into the spirit spring to reside later. He then collected his thoughts and looked at the last reward. Supreme Bone, one of the supreme physiques, nurturing a powerful natural treasure art with all kinds of mysteries, which can be fused. In the face of this reward in front of him that could be considered terrifying, Jiang Daoxuan's eyes grew brighter and brighter, and he immediately clicked on fusion. Next moment, an extremely bright light blossomed from Jiang Daoxuan's chest. The divine light flowed, blazing brightly as if it were a round of small golden suns, dazzling and dazzling, making it impossible to look directly at it. Immediately after, a bone was gestating in the center of Jiang Daoxuan's chest. Under the infinite radiance, glistening white bone blocks were gradually revealed. The bone block was only the size of a knuckle, and its surface contained an arcane and complex interweaving of runes. Each rune was mesmerizing, exuding an overwhelming aura of horizontal suppression, and seemed to contain the supreme power of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. Along with the thousands of divine radiance blooming around Jiang Daoxuan's body, a majestic power spread out from his body, sweeping through all his limbs and bones. At this moment, because of the effects of the aura storm, it caused numerous clansmen to break through one after another. The horrific feedback effect of the entire clan total comes into effect. In an instant, the aura emanating from Jiang Daoxuan's body fluctuated violently and began to climb crazily. It doesn't take long to reach critical mass. Boom! A muffled sound emanated from within his body, resounding throughout the hall. The 9th level of the Yuan High Realm has become a reality. After completing the minor realm breakthrough, the majestic power that was madly surging within his body did not diminish, but instead advanced towards the next realm. Above the oceanic sea of Yuan power within the Violet Mansion's void, it began to invoke the power of the stars from the outside world, deriving an illusory star. This was the stars in the sky vision that manifested above the Yuan Sea after advancing to the Star Wheel realm. The first level of the Star Wheel realm has become a reality. At this moment, Jiang Daoxuan officially became a Star Wheel realm real person. Feeling the powerful strength contained within his body, he couldn't help but let out a light laugh. I had thought that it would take a month to complete the breakthrough, but I didn't want to complete it today. Jiang Daoxuan sighed, then shook his head, collected his mind and began to carefully feel the changes in his body today. Before long, a look of realization passed through his eyes. After fusing the supreme bone, he realized that he didn't just gain the strange ability to repair his injuries, enhance his resistance, and so on. He has also mastered a natural treasure art called reincarnation. This precious art possessed the terrifying ability to control the ages. Once cast, it was able to turn a small sapling into a heavenly tree, and it was also able to turn a youth in the prime of his life into a late old man. This kind of power caused even Jiang Daoxuan to be greatly surprised. Immediately after that, he couldn't help but start fantasizing about images about the future, and his face suddenly became odd. If one were to fight against a young celestial pride in the future, and halfway through the fight, he or she suddenly executed the reincarnation treasure art and turned him or her into a wailing 1-year-old baby, this picture would be too wonderful. Thinking of this, Jiang Daoxuan couldn't help but reveal a smirk at the corner of his mouth. Afterward, he withdrew his gaze and was about to continue to start cultivating. The mutation was sudden. Jiang Daoxuan suddenly felt a pain in his eyes. An array of brilliant divine light surged out from the depths of his dark and deep pupils. At the same time, the system's beeps resounded in his head. Ding, the host's strength has reached the Star Wheel realm, and the chaos pupil has been unsealed to the second stage. Gaining the Eye of Exploration. Eye of Exploration, all things are born with traces. Once activated, it can break through all the formations and illusions in the world, and it can also break through the enemy's moves and find out their weaknesses. Jiang Daoxuan covered his eyes, feeling the pain gradually subside. He couldn't help but show a look of surprise. He hadn't expected at all that just breaking through the Star Wheel realm would meet such an unexpected blessing. After all, the previous Chaos Dao pupil had a single role and could only be used as a data panel. But now, along with the unlocking of the second stage and the acquisition of the Eye of the Surveyor, the chaotic Dao pupil has already been able to enhance its own battle power in disguise, realizing a qualitative leap. I also wonder what kind of divine abilities I can obtain when I unlock the third stage. Jiang Daoxuan's eyes were filled with anticipation. By now, Jiang Daoxuan, who possessed the innate holy body, the supreme bone, the chaos Dao pupil, the great collapse art, the reincarnation treasure art, the Confronting treasure art, and so on, didn't even know where his limits were. If you want to know the limit, the only way to know is after fighting a strong enemy. Jiang Daoxuan shook his head and smiled dumbly. How could he not have thought that within this short day, the system would give him so many surprises? Just as Jiang Daoxuan was sighing inwardly, the system's cold beep sounded once again. Ding, the 24-day development mission has been completed and a new development mission has been triggered. Take 3 years as a cycle, develop the family, and score the overall performance. The higher the score, the more generous the rewards. Note, if you achieve a perfect score, you will be awarded a mysterious prize. Seeing that the task of developing the family had reappeared, Jiang Daoxuan's eyes lit up. Having completed the previous development mission, he naturally understood what a generous reward this mission had. That's a lot of jackpots in just 24 days. What's 3 years? Chapter 83, Black Water Augur. 2 months later, Jiang Daoxuan grew hotter inside. Wait for the emotions to settle down. Only then did he get up and walk out of the family hall, heading towards the spirit spring. Before continuing to start cultivating, it was natural to get everything ready. This Sun Will Realm clan protector spirit beast couldn't stay in the system warehouse and eat dust all the time. It's better to release them as soon as possible to avoid accidents. Not much longer. With the extreme speed of the Confronting treasure art, Jiang Daoxuan quickly arrived in front of the spirit spring. As soon as he got close, he felt an extremely dense aura coming over him. Jiang Daoxuan looked up. The scene ahead came into view at once. It was a small lake surrounded by countless green bamboos. The surface of the lake is crystal clear. The water is unruffled, and it is as quiet and peaceful as poetry. But under the dense aura enveloping the surroundings, the entire surface of the lake was covered with an extremely faint curtain of milky white light. From a distance, it looked as if the white clouds in the sky had fallen to earth and sunk to the bottom of the lake. When it's really a nice place. Jiang Daoxuan nodded slightly and then clicked on the system warehouse and took out the black water scaly dragon. In the next moment, a 10 feet long behemoth appeared out of thin air. His body was covered in pitch black scales, like a snake in 4 feet, leaving a pair of sharp and incomparable, blooming cold light sharp claws. The appearance was hideous, with a pair of big blood red eyes revealing some violence, looking very horrible. At the same time, the moment the black water augur appeared, an incomparably powerful aura spread out and swept around. This was a pressure that belonged uniquely to the Sun Will Realm beings. The pressure came and went quickly, returning to calm in mere moments. At this time, the black water Jiao dragon did not jump into the water in a hurry, but instead lowered its high head towards Jiang Daoxuan and allowed it to be stroked. Jiang Daoxuan stretched out his right hand and pressed it against the forehead of the black water Jiao dragon. Feeling the cold touch like steel, he laughed softly. From now on, you will be called Xiao Bai. As the Jiang family's protective spirit beast, how could it not have a name? After hearing that he had a name, White purred softly a few times. The faint dragon authority contained in the voice immediately startled away the countless flying birds hiding in the verdant forest. Seeing this, Jiang Daoxuan patted Little White's head and commanded, "Now, you will guard this place for me." Little White nodded, then turned around and leapt down towards the spirit spring, falling into the lake and starting to toss and frolic. But when he was playing in the heat of the moment, he suddenly thought that Jiang Daoxuan was still not far away, so he could only helplessly stop his movements and slowly submerge his huge body into the lake. Soon, its entire body submerged into the lake, leaving only its head exposed on the horizontal surface, with a pair of large lantern-like eyes, gazing at Jiang Daoxuan, waiting for the next command. Being eyed by Xiao Bai, Jiang Daoxuan smiled. In the future, if there are no accidents, don't feel free to make a noise and frighten others. Xiao Bai grew such a horrible and hideous appearance. Once exposed in the eyes of his own clan members, I'm afraid that he would be able to frighten many of his clan members to the point of not being able to walk, or even cry in fear. That's why a special reminder or two is needed. Upon hearing this, Little White nodded his head in a hurry, and the water stains on his head splashed all around, setting off layers of scaly waves. Immediately after, in order not to attract the attention of others, it flicked its tail and immediately dived into the depths of the spirit spring and began to hide. A few breaths later, the lake returned to calm, without the slightest ripple, as if a bright mirror. No one would have thought that there would be a powerful augur dragon of the Sun Will Realm hidden in the depths of the lake. Seeing this, Jiang Daoxuan slightly lowered his heart, then withdrew his gaze and turned to leave. Next, he only needed to leave the various chores of the family to the Grand Elders or the various Vein Masters to handle on their own. And one's main goal was only one, and that was to cultivate. In his eyes, the Star Wheel realm was just the starting point. Time is running out. 2 months later. During this period of time, the Kangu Jiang family entered a phase of rapid development. With the activation of the contribution point system, numerous clansmen had exchanged their once coveted treasures, techniques, and elixirs after completing clan tasks or accumulating contribution points through various means. In addition to that, under the influence of various pills and the terrifying aura within Kangu Mountain, the cultivation path of many Jiang family members could be described as smooth sailing and rapid progress, especially when coupled with the healthy competition between the 7 veins. Many children of the 7 veins met at the martial arts arena from time to time to compete and spar. As you chased after me, the cultivation realms of the 7 veins children began to explosively enhance. In today's Jiang clan, the number of clansmen in the Hotian realm alone had reached a terrifying 335. The number of clansmen in the innate realm reached an unprecedented 56. 56 innates. Such a number was already extremely terrifying. One must know that the previous Jiang family could not even come up with 10 innates. And most of the strongest people in most of the subfamilies were only at the 9th level of the Hotian realm. It could be seen just how high the gold content of these 56 innate clansmen was today. On top of that, the 3 old innate elders of the original main family had all stepped into the first level of the Violet Mansion realm with the family's resources. As for the Grand Elder Jiang Hongguang, after he suddenly awakened his thunder spirit body one day, it caused all the clansmen to be greatly shocked and puzzled. No one was able to think that the Grand Elder, who was clearly a handful of years old, would actually be able to awaken a special physique. This was because in their perception, people who generally possessed a spiritual body would awaken on their own by the age of 20 at the latest. That was why the Grand Elder's awakening at an advanced age was incomprehensible to all the members of the Jiang clan. However, besides these people, even the Grand Elder himself was baffled. Obviously, there was nothing unusual about it on a regular basis, so how did it just suddenly awaken? The Grand Elder accepted the reality of his awakening of the Thunder Spirit body with great confusion. This was followed by frantic cultivation, with the 1 caddy of divine liquid secretly given by Jiang Daoxuan, as well as the pure Yang Wuji Gong specially bestowed on him in consideration of his laborious efforts. The Grand Elder, who possessed a Thunder Spirit body and whose qualifications had been greatly improved, had stepped into the first level of the Yuan Hai realm in just 2 months, becoming the only Yuan Hai cultivator in the Kangu Jiang clan. Gu Xingjian, the provider, after escorting the Falling Maple sect and the others back to Kangu Mountain, was even able to break the long-trapped Yuan Hai realm's 9th level in one fell swoop by virtue of the terrifying aura around him, smoothly arriving at the first level of the Star Wheel realm, becoming the 2nd strongest person in the Kangu Jiang family. In the meantime, the 3 heavenly fates of the clan had all made even more terrifying progress as well. With the addition of the Tsong Flame treasure body, Jiang Yan refined the divine liquid and spiritual qi, directly arriving at the 2nd level of the Violet Mansion realm. In addition to the progress in his cultivation, he had even successfully mastered the art of alchemy under Elder Zhou's tutelage. With the Tsong Flame Spirit Flame, a heavenly ranked 4 in fire, Jiang Yan had made rapid progress in the Dan Dao, and had now crossed over the alchemy apprenticeship, arriving at the junior alchemist level, and was able to attempt to refine yellow-ranked grades of elixirs. Chapter 84, Sword Dao Realm. Jiang Daoyun, who has been away for years. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, continued to improve his physique by virtue of the immortal flame, increasing his cultivation speed. Under his crazy cultivation as if he was possessed, his cultivation now even broke through the 4th level of the Purple Mansion realm. As for the Sword Dao, because of being immersed in cultivation most of the time, he had only reached the late stage of the Sword Elemental realm. Sword Dao realm, Sword Art, Sword Qi, Sword Yuan, Sword Intent, Sword Zone, Sword Mind, Sword Ho, Sword Spirit, Sword King, Sword Soul, Sword Saint, Sword Dao, Sword Emperor, Sword Realm, Sword Emperor. Although he had not comprehended Sword Intent, with his cultivation at the 4th level of the Violet Mansion realm, he had still become the 4th strongest person in the Jiang clan after Jiang Daoxuan, the Grand Elder, and Gu Xingjian, along with Jiang Chen and Jiang Yan arriving at the Purple Mansion realm one after another. The entire Kangu mountain was thrown into a sensation. The news even spread quickly through the bazaar at the foot of the mountain, spreading to the surrounding land. Numerous clans and families had learned that the Kangu Jiang family had given birth to 2 teenage heavenly prides. To break through the Purple Mansion realm at an age of less than 20, such natural talent was simply so strong that it was unbelievable. It even caused the hearts of a group of patriarchs and family heads to develop a strong sourness and feel 10,000% jealousy. The same thought popped into their heads without fail. How did this Jiang family have such good luck? It wasn't enough to have Jiang Daoxuan the demon, but 2 more demons had to appear to stimulate them. The leaders of the major powers all had bitter faces and felt great envy at this. However, what everyone hadn't expected was that the Jiang clan's heavenly pride wasn't the only 2. Adhering to the principle of obscene development, Jiang Han had been notorious. But secretly, after intense cultivation, he has now arrived at the 8th level of the innate realm, and has become a strong member of the top 10 of the Jiang family in one fell swoop. But even this rate of progress was not the fastest for him. If you activate the Yellow Springs demon power to absorb other people's essence to supplement the cultivation, I'm afraid that you may be able to cultivate into the Purple Mansion realm now. It was just that although cultivating in Kangu Mountain step by step would be slower, it was better than steady. Jiang Han had already made up his mind internally, waiting until he himself broke through the Purple Mansion and had the power of self-preservation. Then it would not be too late to go out of the Kangu Mountain to practice, and at this point, the clan members were uplifted tremendously. But Jiang Daoxuan was uplifted even more, with the cultivation feat of the entire clan combined, and then superimposed on the results of his own 2 months of cultivation. He could be said to have broken through the realm like drinking water, and was now at the 6th level of the Star Wheel realm. In addition to the cultivation aspect, Jiang Daoxuan had also achieved notable results in the Sword Dao. Not only did he step into the realm of Sword Heart and cultivate it to the point of minor accomplishment, now, once the news that he had comprehended the Sword Heart was circulated, then his name of Sword Sect would be destined to become a thing of the past, and quickly be replaced by the name of Sword Marquis. And after mastering the Sword Heart, Jiang Daoxuan cultivated the Saint Grade Upper Grade Killing Sky Sword technique, which multiplied his own killing methods, successfully replacing the 10,000 swords toward Zong as the strongest sword move today. After 2 months of settling down, now with their own strength plus the combined strength of the clansmen, in the eyes of this realm, the Kangu Jiang family no longer exists any shortcomings, is by no means comparable to the weak heritage of the past, and has become a veritable hegemonic level power. And on this day, Jiang Daoxuan, who had just finished his cultivation, suddenly received a system prompt. Ding, the Hong Mango tree has advanced to the 2nd level under the influence of the family's fortune, and has now unlocked a new effect. Effect now unlocked. Level 2 Spirit Enlightenment, within the boundaries of the family compound. Increase the clan's enlightenment by a small margin. Level 1 Fighting Spirit, within the boundaries of the family compound. Slightly increases the fighting spirit of the clan. Level 1 Epiphany, within the boundaries of the family compound. There is a small chance that the clan will fall into a state of epiphany. Level 1 Blessing, all newborn babies born within the boundaries of the family compound will have a small increase in physical fitness. Seeing that the Han Mongolia tree had added 3 new first-level effects in addition to a 1-level increase in the spirit opening effect after ascending to the 2nd level, Jiang Daoxuan couldn't help but look satisfied. After this period of time, he had grown to understand the role of family qi. Recently, there were often clansmen who went out to practice, and then encountered misfortune, going out and picking up spiritual grasses and other outrageous things. Seeing one report after another, Jiang Daoxuan already understood that all of these things should have been influenced by the family's qi. What made him think deeply was that if the family's luck kept increasing, would it be possible to go out and pick up an immortal weapon in the future, fall off a cliff and be able to pick up a secret book of divine skills, obtain the inheritance of a strong man, and everyone would be a son of luck, the protagonist of Heaven's Destiny? Thinking about that one image, Jiang Daoxuan felt great interest. Meanwhile, on the other side, somewhere in the middle of a mountain range, a stout, bearded middle-aged man was carrying a large bow on his back and a precious sword on his waist, constantly traveling between the woods. Behind him, there were 2 teenagers. A stoic teenager with fair skin was reaching out his hand and pulling the black-clad teenager beside him forward together. The black-clothed boy's eyes were wrapped in black cloth, and he walked with a stutter and could only let his companion pull him along. After taking dozens of steps in succession, the middle-aged man suddenly stopped. He looked around and murmured, "I've heard that someone once found the green Xian grass here. Let's hope we can find it this time." At that moment, noticing the stop, the black-clothed boy asked with some confusion, "Uncle Yun, do you think we can still return to the clan?" The middle-aged man turned back to look at the 2 teenagers behind him and said in a deep voice, "But I promised your father that I would bring you back safely in the future. And now that I have cultivated into the Yuan High realm, as long as I work hard to look for it, I will definitely be able to find my way home." The middle-aged man was Zhang Yan's father, Jiang Daoyun. who had left the Jiang family in Xuanqing for many years. Hearing this, Jiang Yi sighed slightly and did not say anything more. Noticing the frustration on Jiang Yi's face, the younger Jiang Hao pulled his elder brother's hand, his eyes bright and extremely serious. Don't worry, Uncle Yun is now a Yuan High Realm cultivator. He will definitely be able to bring us back. Along with the fall of Jiang Hao's childish voice, Jiang Doyan's face showed his intolerance. Slowly turning his head and looking ahead, his pupils were all confused about the future. Some years ago, I do not know why, luck suddenly became incredibly poor, and even encountered a number of life-threatening. Although he himself was lucky to escape, his clan brother Jiang Daoxuan, who followed him out, was not so lucky, because the family is weak. In order to seek shelter, Jiang Daoxuan spends a large price to get through the relationship. Want to send the young Jiang Yi and Jiang Hao into the sect with Yuan High Realm powerhouses to study. Originally, he was going to let Jiang Daoyun take Jiang Yi and Jiang Hao away on the way, but because Jiang Daoxuan had lost his wife early in life and only had such 2 sons left, he didn't feel comfortable with the 2 of them leaving just like that, so he volunteered to join Jiang Daoyun's team. 4 people traveled together. It turned out to be in the middle of an accident. Jiang Daoxuan unfortunately perished and entrusted these 2 children to himself before he died. In the meantime, Jiang Yi also lost his sight because he was stabbed in the eye as a result of protecting Jiang Hao. Chapter 85, Jiang Daoyun, I will surpass my distant ancestor. After several years of training, Jiang Doyan's cultivation had also broken through from the original 2nd level of the innate realm to the 1st level of the Violet Mansion realm one after another. It wasn't until 3 months ago that my own luck somehow suddenly started to improve. Not only did he meet many fewer dangers along the way, but he also often unintentionally acquired all sorts of opportunities. What's more, not too long ago, when he was resting overnight in a deep mountain, he happened to discover the tomb of a Sun-Will Realm Blade Marquis. He was fortunate enough to obtain his inheritance and harvested an Earth Stage Extreme Grade Treasure Sword, an Earth Stage Extreme Grade Technique, and an Earth Stage Extreme Grade Blade Technique. He even obtained the space ring left behind by the other party. With the help of the large amount of spirit stones and all sorts of resources inside, Jiang Doyan only felt that his cultivation speed was simply so fast that he was skeptical. In a short period of time, he had broken through several realms in a row, eventually arriving at the 1st level of the Yuan High Realm. In addition to his cultivation, Jiang Doyan had inadvertently learned about the Qing Xian grass. Qing Xian grass was a spirit grass of the lower grade of the earth rank, and once taken, it had the effect of unblocking a cultivator's orifices. The higher the realm of the person taking it, the weaker the effect. But for his own son who had lost his cultivation, it was a complete treasure. This kind of precious thing would even be bumped into by himself. This can't be let go. Jiang Doyan's insides glowed. After so many years on the outside, it was finally time for him to see the hope of curing the strange disease on Jiang Yan. While joyful, he couldn't help but feel gloomy when he thought of where he was now. After several deaths and long periods of upheaval, now he was already far away from the Tendu province and stepped within the boundaries of the mountain and sea province. It's just that the Great Qin dynasty has a total of 36 prefectures. The houses are far apart from each other. Even with his Yuan High Realm cultivation, he was unable to return to the heavenly capital mansion in a short period of time with his 2 children in tow. I wonder how the family has changed after all these years. Jiang Daoyun showed a look of reminiscence on his face. He had already made up his mind that when he succeeded in picking the green Xian grass, he would think of every way to bring Jiang Hao and Jiang Yi back to Xian City and return to the family. A smile crept across the corners of his mouth at the thought. It was certain that by then, the family would have created unprecedented splendor under their own leadership, and he himself was destined to surpass his distant ancestor and lead the Xian City Jiang family to surpass the Wudong City Lord family. He possessed all the confidence in the world about it and never had any doubts, because before he left, the main family didn't even have a single purple mansion realm. As for him now, he was already a powerful Yuan High Realm cultivator. A few days later, 3 men in fancy clothes walked into the middle of Wudong City. They looked around, surveying the dirty streets with disgust. This poor countryside. If it weren't for the clan's order, it would really kill me not to come. Who says it isn't? If it weren't for old ancestors still remembering that woman, how could we have come here? AI. What kind of man is our old ancestor who was a man of the heavens and the earth? How is it that he has always been obsessed with this shamelessly woman, even never married for life? The crowd murmured, all finding it hard to understand. They were none other than the visitors from the Tang family of the Tendu prefecture, because not long ago when a big banquet was held to celebrate the old ancestor's 300th birthday, old ancestor had vaguely mentioned at the banquet that he would be traveling to the Tang family in Wudong City in the near future to visit that woman's grave. Therefore, as soon as the banquet ended, the elders of the clan immediately arranged for the three of them to go to the Tang family in Wudon City first, in order to instruct the other party to make some preparations early, lest there be omissions that would lead to the old ancestor's displeasure. And once the old ancestor, the clan's prime white jade pillar, was displeased, everyone in the Tang family would have to follow along in their bad luck. Because of this, the three of them came here without stopping, not daring to have the slightest delay. At this moment, recalling the task explained by the elder, they looked at each other in dismay. But no one knew the exact location of the Tang clan today and the relevant information. They had no choice but to follow the guidance of the patrolling soldiers and move to the city lord's mansion, which had the most complete intelligence information. Soon after, city lord's mansion, courtyard, Ding Xian was reclining on a rattan wooden chair with incomparable leisure. He was relaxed, his eyes slightly closed, his mouth smiling, and he was listening attentively to a little song, leisurely basking in the warm sunshine. Ever since the Jiang family migrated to Kangu mountain, Ding Xian, who lost the big mountain on his head, finally felt relieved and had a good time. It can be said that as long as one does not act to touch those old people who were left in the ancestral house of the Jiang family, he himself would be able to have nothing to worry about in Wudon City and become the sole master within this city. On this day, however, this coziness of his was to be broken after all. Only a low voice suddenly rang out. City Lord Ding is quite relaxed. Hearing the commotion, Ding Xian frowned and leisurely opened his eyes, following the source of the sound. Looking at the three men with extraordinary temperament in front of him, he instinctively felt something bad. You are? We are from the Tendu Tang clan, and we wish to visit this local branch this time. So I would like to ask City Lord Ding to make it easy for us, and provide the three of us brothers with some information about this local branch. As the words fell, Ding Xian's eyes widened and the expression on his face instantly froze. Sure enough, what's coming is coming. Ding Xian silently lowered his head and secretly sighed. Immediately afterward, he looked at the three members of the Tang clan. Considering that the destruction of the Tang clan in the city had long been rumored throughout the city, there was absolutely no way to hide this matter, in order to avoid telling a lie and being dismantled, thus offending the Tendu Tang family. Ding Xian carefully said, "The Tang family is gone." This statement first caused the three members of the Tang clan to stare blankly. Then they reacted and could not help but burst into a rage. City Lord Ding, what do you mean by that? Ding Xian wiped his sweat and said with inner apprehension. The entire Tang family was destroyed by the Jiang family 3 months ago. You guys are too late. After receiving the exact news, the three members of the Tang clan's complexion steeply darkened. No one could have imagined that such an ordinary little thing as visiting the Tang family in Wudon City would cause such a shocking change. Immediately afterward, they couldn't help but feel some fear. At the juncture when old ancestor was preparing to come to Wudon City in a few days, this mess suddenly happened. One could only imagine what kind of wrath would arise once the old ancestor learned that the Tang clan of Wudon City was gone. And I'm afraid that you and the others will be in for a rude awakening. Thinking of this, the eyes of the crowd were all gloomy to the extreme. The leader shouted angrily, "How dare you overthrow my Tendu Tang clan's branch? This Jiang clan really doesn't know how to live." Afterward, he immediately turned his head to look at City Lord Ding, arching his hand and saying, "Dare I ask City Lord Ding, what exactly is the origin of this Jiang family? How dare they be so bold?" The words fell, interspersed with a powerful aura belonging to the Purple Mansion realm, revealing an extremely strong killing intent. Chapter 86, Lord Ding who began to doubt his life. Looking at the scene in front of him, Ding Xian's face did not show half a hint of panic, but instead became odd. Based on the other party's exuded aura, he instantly distinguished that the other party's cultivation was at the 8th level of the Violet Mansion realm. This kind of cultivation was already above himself, if placed in other small places that were on the same level as Wudon City. With this kind of strength it would be enough to sweep away everything, but in front of the Kangu Jiang family in the sky, but really some not enough to see. If you force your way to the door, it's tantamount to death. The probability was that before Jiang Daoxuan could make a move, these three would have already died at the hands of Gu Jianzong. Right? Ding Xian was creeped out. He didn't want these Tendu Tang family members to just walk out of the city lord's mansion and collectively die in Kangu mountain the next moment. Once this matter is found out, he is really difficult to defend himself, but also to face the reprimand of the lord of the house. Perhaps the position of the lord of the city will not be able to keep. Thinking of this, he immediately said something about the Kangu Jiang family in order to discourage these people from sending themselves to their deaths and avoid getting into trouble. And after hearing that Jiang family head Jiang Daoxuan had mastered the sword intent and possessed the terrifying battle power of chopping the Yuanhai with a single sword, the three members of the Tang clan all moved steeply, feeling very surprised. They didn't expect that in this remote place that they and others couldn't even look at, a sword cultivator with such strength could be born. This kind of character was rare even when placed in their Tendu Tang family, and was at least an elder-level existence. However, what shocked the crowd was much more than that. Upon hearing that Gu Xingzhan had become the Jiang family's offering, the three of them looked at each other with surprise in their eyes. It was because Gu Xingzhan had often sought out sword Dao powerhouses to compare swords within the Tiantu prefecture realm, so even they have all heard a little bit about it. This powerful sword cultivator who had mastered sword intent and whose cultivation had reached the 9th level of the Yuanhai realm, just one step short of the Star Wheel realm, was actually the envoy of the Jiang family? What exactly is the origin of this Jiang family? The crowd was extraordinarily nervous inside and couldn't help but gulp. By now, they finally realized how tricky the Kangu Jiang family was. Such a strong enemy was by no means something they could handle, let alone intervene. Thinking of this, the three members of the Tang clan immediately made a decision. After thanking Ding Xian, they left the city lord's mansion without the slightest delay. With a strong enemy at hand, they needed to return to the Tendu Tang clan as soon as possible to report the news of this place to the clan elders. Wait until the three members of the Tang family leave. Ding Xian's brows stretched and he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. He was afraid that these few people would dare to rely on the status of the Tang family in Tiantu, despise Jiang Daoxuan, and then head to Kangu mountain together to die. It is just that this Tendu Tang family cannot be offended, and the Jiang family cannot be offended in the same way. When he thought of Jiang Daoxuan's evil ways, Ding Xian did not dare to be careless. When he stabilized his mind, he tapped his toes and instantly disappeared into the air, flying and speeding towards Kangu mountain. He needed to report the news of the Tang family's arrival in the Tendu province so that the Jiang patriarch could make early preparations. A few moments later, Ding Xian entered the Kangu mountain range. Without the slightest stop, he quickly passed through the bazaar and arrived directly in front of the Jiang clan's mountain gate. Looking at the four Jiang family members stationed at the mountain gate, he subconsciously used his divine sense to sweep. Immediately afterward, when he probed his cultivation, Ding Xian's figure stagnated and his eyes flashed with surprise. These people are all Hotian realm? He hadn't expected at all that in just a few months, the Jiang family had ushered in such a stunning change that could be described as a transformation. Knowing that he had visited the Jiang family twice before the Jiang family had relocated, he naturally understood what the cultivation level of these Jiang family members was. At that time, counting all age groups, there were less than 30 Hotian realm clansmen to hold up. But today, the gatekeepers alone account for as many as 4. Not to mention the age of these 4 people, they all look to be under double 10, and their natural talent is already not low. A clan member with such qualifications didn't go to cultivate properly, but instead was sent over to station at the mountain gate. A glimpse of a spot and know the whole picture. Visible Jiang family nowadays, the depth of the actual to what degree of terrible. Just as he froze, the 4 Jiang clan disciples responsible for manning the mountain gate all noticed Ding Xian without fail as well. Among them, a former son of the main family looked at the familiar face and immediately recognized the other party's identity, and couldn't help but say, "City Lord Ding?" Hearing the voice, Ding Xian came back to his senses slightly. Thinking about the mission of this trip, he immediately looked at the 4 people and said in a deep voice, "This time I came, I have important matters in mind. I need to meet with Zhang Jianzong, and I would like to ask you to inform me on my behalf." Upon hearing this, the people understood the importance of the matter, and after glancing at each other, they immediately sent one person up the mountain to report the news. Because of the many tedious chores that have been handed over to the elder board nowadays, that was why the news of Wudong City Lord Ding Xian's visit quickly reached Grand Elder Zhang Hongguan's ears. Listening to the detailed report from the resident sons, Zhang Hongguan looked thoughtful in his eyes. This city lord has visited our Jiang family twice, and both times he ended up losing face in front of Lord Patriarch. Now that the other party dared to visit for the 3rd time, it was evident that the matter was definitely not small. Thinking of this, Zhang Hongguan immediately moved and headed down the mountain. Not a moment too soon, when Zhang Hongguan's figure gradually appeared in Ding Xian's line of sight, Ding Xian looked indifferent and unimpressed. After all, in his own impression, this Jiang clan Grand Elder had only just broken through the Purple Mansion realm, and facing an opponent who had only reached this level, he was very confident and without exaggeration to say that he would be able to easily defeat him even if he gave up one of his hands. From the beginning to the end, in his eyes, looking at the entire Kangu mountain, Only Jiang Daoxuan and Gu Xingjian were able to make his heart fearful. However, this naive idea of his did not last long. With the two getting closer and closer, through the power of divine sense, Ding Xian suddenly discovered a hint of something wrong. There's something strange about the aura on this old guy. His eyes narrowed slightly, and his expression was steeply grave from an unknown moment. Noticing Ding Xian's visit, Zhang Hongguang smiled blandly and did not hide much, immediately radiating a powerful aura that belonged solely to the Yuan high level. The moment the power of divine sense met this aura, Ding Xian was struck by lightning and his body stiffened. At this moment, his face was covered in horror, and his pupils were filled with incredulity. Immediately afterward, he looked at Zhang Hongguang as if he had seen a ghost, stretched out his trembling fingers, and lost his voice. You broke through the Yuan high? Seeing Ding Xian's reaction, Zhang Hongguang smiled. With the help of the patriarch, I have already made a lucky breakthrough. Boom! As the words fell, it was like a bolt from the blue exploded in his heart. Ding Xian's pupils shrunk, and his heartbeat slowed down by half a beat due to the immense shock. I clearly remember that it's only been less than 3 months, right? Why did this old man break through the sea? Is this really the world I know? At this moment, Ding Xian suddenly felt his heart was so tired. Chapter 87: A Journey to See the Weirdness of the Jiang Family. When he thought of his own Violet Mansion realm at the 6th level, the other party was still only at the 7th level of the innate realm. Later on, the other party cultivated to the Purple Mansion realm, and then to the Yuan High realm today. He himself was still stuck at the 6th level of the Violet Mansion realm, not having advanced an inch. This stark contrast, as if he had cultivated his entire life to a dog, made Ding Xian's mind gradually become a bit taut. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and for a moment he actually didn't know what to say. Noticing Ding Xian's silence, Zhang Hongguang gathered his smile and said softly, "What is the reason for this visit?" As the words fell, Ding Xian came back to his senses slightly. Remembering the main event of this trip, he first instinctively glanced around before carefully saying, "The Tendu Tang family has come." Accompanied by Ding Xian's felicitous words, Zhang Hongguang raised his eyebrows, feeling a bit surprised. He naturally had an impression of the Tendu Tang clan, a powerful clan with a moon will realm realist in attendance. Thinking of all the powerful aspects of the other party, Zhang Hongguang understood the importance of the matter and immediately said, "This is a big matter. You and go with the old man." This kind of important matter that jeopardized the entire Jiang family and could result in the extinction of the clan still needed to be decided by the patriarch himself. Ding Xian didn't dare to be self-possessed in front of Zhang Hongguang, the Yuan High realm, and immediately arched his hand and said, "Thank you." Zhang Hongguang nodded. First, he instructed the surrounding clansmen to continue guarding the mountain gate, and then he took out the spirit-binding grand formation order bestowed by the clan chief. Only after including Ding Xian's breath and making him immune to the effects of suppressing his cultivation did he lead the other party towards the mountain. As the two of them went deeper into the core area of Kangu mountain, Ding Xian gradually discovered many anomalies. Along the way, he was shocked to find that Jiang family members of the Hotian realm and innate realm could be found abound here, the number of which had simply reached an unbelievable level, able to be compared to those of the great clans. One must know that even the former Thousand Mountain sect had most of its true disciples who were no more than Hotian and innate. But in today's Jiang clan, clansmen of this realm were surprisingly piled up. When it is true that the latter is not as good as a dog, the first is full of it. What exactly happened to the Kong family during this time? Ding Xian's brows were furrowed and his eyes were thoughtful. But just then, bang, 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 the sound of a fierce fight suddenly rang out, instantly interrupting Ding Xian's thoughts. Feeling a bit puzzled, Ding Xian subconsciously followed the sound and turned his head to look, only to see that not far away, there were nearly 100 Jiang family members gathered here, raising their arms and shouting, "Go for it! Go Tatsu! My heavenly pivot lineage is not weak. Brother Yan is mighty. Let them see how powerful our Tianqian lineage is." The crowd was red in the face and kept shouting at the top of their lungs. In the center of them was a huge and incomparable martial arts stage. At this moment, on top of the martial arts stage, there were two figures constantly intertwining, emitting an exceptionally dull sound of punches and kicks. Those were two clean-cut looking teenagers. Yuan power surged around them, and they exchanged blows extremely quickly, creating gusts of residual shadows. Between the fist wind and palm shadow, sometimes as powerful as thunder, sometimes as soft as silk willow, and there is even a purple lightning flash, powerful and amazing. All of this dazzled all the onlookers present, completely unable to see the reality of the moves. Looking at the two who were exchanging blows, Ding Xian's eyes moved slightly and his face steepened in gravity. Jiang Chen and Jiang Yan? Ding Xian murmured. He had once visited the Jiang family with Sugu and had a meeting with these two heavenly prides. However, at that time, although the two were highly gifted, they still needed several years to grow, so they were not placed in his eyes. However, I don't want just a few months. These two people will break through the purple house realm one after another. Really gifted. One can't help but feel a sigh of relief. Afterward, Ding Xian was about to withdraw his gaze. Boom! However, right at this moment, along with another cutting exchange between Jiang Chen and Jiang Yan, an extremely powerful pressure flowed out, sweeping around and enveloping Ding Xian, causing him to be filled with horror. How is this possible? I actually detected a sense of danger from them? Ding Xian thumped inwardly, feeling incomprehensible. Although he himself was no match for the old man, the grand elder of the Jiang clan, but no matter what, he was also a solid 6th level cultivator of the Purple Mansion realm. And how was it possible to detect a sense of danger on these two newly promoted Purple Mansions? In order to find out the truth, Ding Xian immediately exuded the power of his divine sense and carefully observed the two people on the martial arts stage. And it was fine not to observe, but once he did, it made him realize something that almost overturned his perception. Nowadays, the two of them, their cultivation realms had clearly reached the 4th level of the Violet Mansion realm and the 2nd level of the Violet Mansion realm. After utilizing the power of divine sense to come to this seemingly impossible conclusion, Ding Xian suddenly felt his throat go a little dry and couldn't help but swallow. Could it be that the rumors are wrong? Didn't they say that they've only just broken through? How come they're so close to catching up with me in terms of strength? As the Lord of Wudong City, he was naturally aware of the recent news that had shaken countless forces in this realm. That was the news that the Jiang family's twin stars had broken through the Purple Mansion realm in unison at less than the age of 10. Only, in his perception, these two teenage prides can be in such a short period of time. On the breakthrough of the Purple Mansion realm 1st level is already lucky. And how can they break through several small realms one after another? I'm afraid that this kind of heavenly pride character with rapid progress is not rare when looking at the entire Tendu province. Thinking of this, Ding Xian secretly sighed. This Jiang family is really evil. Not only Jiang Daoxuan, the patriarch, is evil, these clansmen are no worse. Just as Ding Xian was incomparably sighing inwardly, ahead, a man wearing a black robe with an empty right sleeve suddenly broke into view. The black-robed man raised his head, his eyes slightly closed, his left hand holding on the back cover of the sword hilt at his waist, as if he was sensing something. A wisp, if any, of sword intent filled the air, as if it had taken the form of a guard and was guarding his king. Looking at the man in front of him, Ding Xian's pupils shrank based on all the external features, instantly recognizing the other party. Gu Sword Sect? The news that Gu Xingzhan had become an envoy of the Jiang family had long since spread to the surrounding realms, and no one could be said to be unaware of it. At this moment, noticing that someone was visiting him, Gu Xingzhan, who was in the middle of comprehending his sword intent, leisurely opened his eyes and followed the sensation. 4 eyes. Amazing sword intent flowed out of those dark eyes, filling them with endless sharpness. A mere glance caused Ding Xian's mind to be shaken, and a fantasy appeared in front of his eyes, as if he was in the starry sky, surrounded by stars, like a high mountain pressing down on him. The extremely powerful sense of oppression caused his body to stop trembling, followed by weakness, and he almost collapsed to the ground. Fortunately, Gu Xingzhan only slightly glanced at him, and after realizing that Ding Xian only had a Purple Mansion cultivation level, he lost interest and withdrew his gaze a long time ago and continued to start comprehending the sword intent. Today, because Jiang Chen and Jiang Yan were competing in a martial arts sparring match, resulting in his own good fortune to fall free and not be pestered by those little ghosts again. So this hard-won precious time could not be wasted. Chapter 88 Tendu Tang Family? Nice stepping stone. Along with Gu Xingzhan withdrawing his gaze, Ding Xian instantly felt the terrifying oppression that was like a falling star dissipate. His whole body was loose, stretching out his hand and wiping a sweat on his head. Only then did he shiver with palpitations. The stars are in the sky. Gu Jianzong has actually cultivated to the star wheel? As a subordinate of the heavenly capital mansion lord, although he himself only had a Purple Mansion realm cultivation, his insight was no weaker than those Yuan High. Naturally, he was also able to see exactly what this kind of pressure emanating from Gu Xingzhan meant. His insides jerked at the thought. I didn't expect that even Gu Xingzhan, the Jiang clan's donor, had broken through the star wheel realm. Immediately afterward, he couldn't help but begin to think deeply. Since Gu Xingzhan had broken through the star wheel, but why was he still willing to stay honestly in the Jiang family and willingly become a Jiang family provider? Could it be that there was an even more terrifying existence in the Jiang clan that was capable of overpowering this Star Will realm realist who had just broken through? Under Ding Xian's apprehensive mood, the family hall had finally arrived. Greetings to the Grand Elder. The several innate realm clansmen stationed in front of the door immediately arched their hands and saluted. Since the entire Jiang family completed a huge reform, as the only elder of the Elder Corps, Jiang Hongguan could be considered to be in a high position of power, with a status as if he was above the 7 chakra masters. Therefore, the children of the 7 veins were all quite respectful to him and did not dare to behave rudely in the slightest. Facing the salute of the crowd, Jiang Hongguan first nodded his head in response, then looked at Ding Xian beside him. The matriarch is inside, so go in. Upon hearing this, Ding Xian's heart thumped inwardly as he stiffly pushed open the door of the hall and walked in. Walking out more than 10 steps in a row, he looked at the white-clothed figure sitting on top of the futon in front of him. After not seeing him for several months, Ding Xian was shocked to discover that this Jiang Jianzong nowadays, even if he did not emit a single wisp of breath, but just sitting there alone, in an invisible way, making the surrounding environment become extremely oppressive, revealing endless majesty and mystery. Noticing this, Ding Xian didn't even need to use his brain to seriously think about it, but he already knew that today's Jiang Daoxuan was definitely not simple. The ordinary clansman and that great elder had ushered in progress that could be described as terrifying. So what about him? The clan leader? Ding Xian didn't dare to continue to think deeply about it, forcing down his inner shock as he was about to open his mouth. But right at this moment, Jiang Daoxuan's voice suddenly sounded leisurely. Say, what is it that seeks me? The words fell, containing great power, in the empty hall constantly echoing, as if the voice of the heavens, taking the heart, facing this sudden and terrifying pressure. Ding Xian, a powerhouse at the 6th level of the Purple Mansion realm, couldn't even carry it for 3 breaths. Flutter. A muffled sound came out, as if Ding Xian's body was out of control. His legs went limp and he fell to his knees. He braced his hands against the cold ground. Inward awe caused him to have no choice but to lower his high head, his gaze falling to the ground, not daring to look directly at that magnificent back again. Immediately afterward, he couldn't care less about being horrified inside. Recalling everything that happened in the city lord's mansion, he immediately shivered and said, It's the Tang family from the Tendu mansion. They learned from me about your overthrow of the Tang family, so they want to seek trouble from you. Mindful of the other party's might, Ding Xian didn't dare to hide it, and could only choose to be honest and tell everything. After he finished what happened, the scene suddenly fell into a deathly silence. Seeing that the rightful owner did not speak, Ding Xian could only endure his inner apprehension and patiently wait for the other party to speak. At that moment, Jiang Daoxuan fell into a deep thought. Although he was slightly surprised that the Tendu Tang clan had sent someone to Wudong City, he did not feel any fear. It must be known that although the Tang clan's old ancestor possessed a thunder spirit body, in the end, he was only a moon wheel realm cultivator. If it had been in the past, it would have been a bit difficult and tricky. However, under the precipitation of these 2 months, not to mention the terrifying battle power that one possesses today, in terms of little Whitestay will realm cultivation alone, and that powerful battle strength that could battle 10,000 elephants, it was destined to never be touched by the Tang clan's ancestor. If the other party really dared to set foot on Kangu mountain, they would only be seeking their own death. Thinking of this, Jiang Daoxuan couldn't help but let out a light laugh. Hearing this laughter, Ding Xian was slightly stunned. He didn't understand why the other party would suddenly laugh after hearing that the Tendu Tang clan was coming. You have to know that was a great power that possessed a powerful existence like Tang Feizhong sitting in the middle of it. Even his own top boss, the Tendu Mansion Lord, would give the other party a few moments of thin air. If such forces really wanted to lay their hands on Kangu mountain, who in the Jiang family would be able to resist? Just as Ding Xian was feeling puzzled, Jiang Daoxuan's voice sounded once again. I am aware of this matter, so go back. After speaking, Ding Xian raised his head and looked at Jiang Daoxuan's back, nervously asking, what happened to the Tang family in Tiandu? Jiang Daoxuan did not intend to explain more, just casually said, I have my own plans. If the Tang family comes back to look for you again, you can let them go directly to Kangu mountain. Hearing such a loud tone, for a moment, Ding Xian did not know what to say. Although you, Jiang Daoxuan, do have amazing battle prowess and are even able to cut down the Yuanhai with a single sword, but if you want to fight against the Tendu Tang clan, against that Tang clan's old ancestor who possessed the thunder spirit body, you are still short of some qualifications. Ding Xian shook his head. Regarding this Jiang Jianzong's arrogant words, he was no longer prepared to say anything more. lest he speak well and still annoy the other party for no reason. With this in mind, Ding Xian immediately walked out of the Great Hall and prepared to return to Wudang City after saluting and saying goodbye to Jiang Daoxuan. Wait until calm returns to the surroundings. Jiang Daoxuan's eyes were deep, and a touch of shocking sword intent flowed out from the depths of his pupils. Perhaps this is the time when my Kangu Jiang family will completely make a name for itself in the Tendu province. The Tendu Tang family? Rather a good stepping stone. The corners of Jiang Daoxuan's mouth scratched up in a bland smile. The other side. Tendu Palace. Tang family. After the three who had left from Wudang City had returned to the clan, they were afraid of provoking the old ancestor to suffer and causing everyone to suffer. So they didn't dare to report this matter to the old ancestor in the first place. To be on the safe side, the three of them first found the current patriarch of the Tang family, Tang Badian. But you guys have arranged the separation of Wudang City? Seeing the three of them turn back so quickly, Tang Badian laughed brightly. At that moment, feeling the star will aura emanating from his own patriarch, all three of them felt extraordinarily nervous and shivered. They looked at each other face to face. This matter can't be left unsaid. In case we wait until the old ancestor arrives at Wudang City, this is when he realizes that the branch family has been destroyed. Then the three of them can't be blamed. Thinking of this, the leader of the Heart Across, immediately courageous, looked to their own patriarch, crying and said, "Clan, patriarch, the big thing is not good. Wudang City branch family was destroyed a few months ago. All the clansmen are not missing. All gone. Chapter 89, Encountering an Accident. Pei Qingfeng's nest. Tang Baishan's complexion stiffened. His originally smiling expression steeply gloomy. What did you guys say? The words fell, interspersed with a terrifying and incomparably morose coldness. The three of them were cold at the bottom of their hearts, and they only felt as if their blood had been frozen, as if they were in the middle of a 10,000-foot cold cave. Only when Tang Badian withdrew his aura did the crowd's entire body lighten up and breathe a sigh of relief. Immediately afterward, they looked at their own patriarch's unkind eyes and didn't dare to hesitate any longer, immediately telling them many pieces of information they had gathered. After learning what happened, Tang Badian glanced at the three of them and said in a deep voice, "Since this has happened, then the old ancestor's side will be stalled by me for now. The old ancestor's temperament. I'm sure I don't need to say more about it. You all understand it, and you must need to finish dealing with this matter as soon as possible. You guys immediately go and notify Old Third, ordering him to leave immediately and head to Kangu Mountain to overthrow this Jiang clan that doesn't know the heights of heaven and earth. By the way, remember to leave Jiang Daoxuan at cheap life and capture him to give old ancestor an explanation." At those words, the crowd shivered and hurriedly nodded their heads in agreement. At the same time, deep down, they were full of anticipation for what was about to happen next. It should be known that the third master Tang Baxiang not only comprehended the great sword intent, but also has the fourth level of Star Will Realm Cultivation, which is the strongest person besides the old ancestor and the patriarch. With such a strong man at hand, the Jiang clan could be destroyed with a single hand. A few days later, Kangu Mountain boundary, a huge white eagle came flying rapidly from the sky. On the back of the eagle, there was a middle-aged man with a blossoming head and white hair, his eyes closed. This person was none other than Pei Qingfeng, the palace master of the Great River Sword Palace. The 100-sect competition had just ended the other day, so he couldn't hold back his thoughts and rode on the Yuan High Realm Mount underneath his body, departing from the Great River Sword Palace and coming here. Beside them, there sat a pair of young men and women in white power suits. They were Pei Qingfeng's personal disciples and adopted sons and daughters. Their names were Pei Bu and Pei Shan. Under the tutelage of their own righteous father, the two of them had been raised as heirs to the Great River Sword Palace since they were young. Now, he has already comprehended the sword intent at the introductory level, and has the strength cultivation of the 6th and 4th level of the Purple Mansion realm respectively. Looking around, Pei Bu and Pei Shan couldn't help but mutter, "This Gu Xingjian really doesn't know what's good for him, letting us in the Great River Sword Palace go without, choosing to stay in such a small family. Who says otherwise? What's so good about staying in this barren land? Can it be as good as my Great River Sword Palace?" During this period of time, the news that Gu Xingjian, who had once refused the solicitation of his own patriarch, had now joined a small clan and become its envoy had long since spread throughout the Great River Sword Palace. Everyone was surprised and unable to understand Gu Xingjian's choice. Beyond that, of course, there was some nesting. You can't look at our Great River Sword Palace, yet you turn around and join a small family in a remote place. Where does that leave our Great River Sword Palace's face? At this moment, listening to the discussion of the adopted sons and daughters around him, Pei Qingfeng leisurely opened his eyes and looked into the distance. He looked at Kangu Mountain, which had gradually appeared in his field of vision, and murmured, "Today, I will let you understand just how wrong and foolish your choices are." When it came down to it, he had already made his plans. After forcibly suppressing the Jiang clan, if Gu Xingjian still doesn't know what's good for him, then he will destroy it with his own hands. As the saying goes, what I can't get, no one else can. He, Pei Qingfeng, being a moon wheel realm cultivator, had given Gu Xingjian several choices, which was already considered great favor. However, the other party did not give himself face 3 times, and even joined this small family, causing the entire Great River Sword Palace to follow in disgrace. It is time to settle this score. Soon, Kangu Mountain had arrived. Pei Qingfeng stood tall and glanced at the mountain gate below without the slightest interest in wanting to linger. How could a small family with only Yuan Hai sitting in the middle of the district be qualified to allow him to come down the mountain and visit on foot? He reached out his right hand and gently patted his mount. Receiving the order, this white eagle underneath him accelerated steeply, instantly crossing over the mountain gate and entering the interior of the Jiang clan's compound. However, only just stepping within the confines of the compound, an accident occurred. The spirit-binding grand formation is in effect. In a flash, Pei Qingfeng, a moon wheel realm cultivator, did not notice anything. However, Pei Bu and Pei Shan were wildly changed in color, and were shocked to find that their strength was suppressed in some way, and instantly fell to the innate realm. How is that possible? The 2 men's bodies trembled, feeling greatly surprised. They had never seen such a bizarre scene. In the meantime, this was because the spirit-binding grand formation did not just take effect on human beings, but was geared towards all beings. So the white eagle mounts underneath the crowd also suffered with them. Under the terrifying suppression effect of the spirit-binding formation, the cultivation realm of this white eagle instantly fell from the Yuan Hai realm to the purple mansion realm. Caught off guard, the huge change caused it to lose control of its power and lose balance, spinning wildly 365 degrees in the air and crashing into the Jiang family residence. Faced with the shocking change in front of them, the 3 of them hurriedly detached themselves from the white eagle, causing their figures to temporarily hover in midair. And at that moment, the white eagle was carrying a powerful impact and smashing hard into the ground. Boom! A huge and incomparable muffled sound came out. The ground was instantly shattered, and the scene was a mess. The white eagle also had many more hideous wounds on its body, with blood splattering and feathers flying all over the place, looking very miserable. A few breaths later, Pei Qingfeng landed on the ground with a gloomy expression. He looked at the shocking sight before him and couldn't help but feel 1,000 pangs of anger. He hadn't expected at all that just after coming to Kangu Mountain, his precious mount would suddenly fall from a high altitude. Now, by the looks of it, I'm afraid I've been seriously injured and won't be able to recover without a few months. Weird. What the hell just happened? Pei Qingfeng's brows were furrowed, feeling incomprehensible. But just then, Pei Bu and Pei Shan, who had just fallen, gave him a clue. Righteous Father, there's something odd here. Just now our cultivation was suppressed. Upon hearing this, Pei Qingfeng's eyes moved slightly, as if he had thought of something, and immediately released the power of divine sense and swept it towards his precious mount, only to realize that the cultivation aura emanating from the mount was clearly only at the level of the purple mansion realm. Cultivation suppression of man and beast in just one moment. Could it be that there is a large formation here that can suppress the cultivation of living beings? As the Grand River Sword Palace's palace master, and even more so as a moon will realm cultivator who had realized the heart of the sword and won the title of Marquis of the Sword, the Great River Sword Palace's palace master was the first to be awarded the title of Marquis of the Sword. He had a wide range of friends in his day-to-day life, so naturally he had dealt with quite a few formation masters, and the scene in front of him just matched the effect that some kind of formation could cause. Big formation? Pei Bu and Pei Shan looked at each other with shock in their eyes. Chapter 90, Using Power to Oppress. Pei Qingfeng's bullying. They understood very well that in order to become a formation master, it was extremely necessary to test the talent qualifications. Even if it was just a junior array master who was able to set up yellow ranked arrays, the number of them was much rarer than that of a purple mansion realm cultivator. As for the senior formation master who can set up the ground level formation, that is even more remarkable. Looking at the entire Great Qin dynasty are not rare. And since this grand formation in front of me was able to suppress the Yuan Hai realm cultivation of my righteous father's mount, I'm afraid that it should at least be of the Xian rank extreme grade, right? Even the lower ranks of the Earth Order were not unlikely. Thinking of this, Pei Bu and Pei Shan steeply moved, their eyes in shock. Wasn't it said that the family living on Kangu Mountain was just a small family with Yuan Hai cultivators? How is it possible to have a formation of this grade? Just as the two were wondering, influenced by the commotion caused by the White Eagle's fall, quite a few members of the Jiang family had already rushed around. They crowded around one after another, looking at the scene before them and talking about it. Pei Qingfeng couldn't help but frown as he listened to the noisy sounds around him. Then without a moment's hesitation, he immediately released a wisp of his breath. The pressure that uniquely belonged to the moon realm blossomed out with a ferocious might that swept out like a tsunami. In front of this breathtakingly strong aura, everyone felt great pressure and shut their mouths. For a moment, the scene became silent and a pin dropped. Seeing this, Pei Qingfeng nodded in satisfaction. Immediately afterward, he faced the crowd and was about to speak, but just then, a mighty pressure containing a strong sharp edge rose up from not far away, instantly cancelling out this wisp of aura he was emitting. Pei Qingfeng's eyes moved slightly, sensing that the aura was somewhat familiar. Spinning around, he looked up and toward the front, only to see a familiar figure walk in from the crowd. It was none other than Gu Xingjian, who had refused his several solicitations. Under his gaze, Gu Xingjian held the hilt of his sword with his left hand, his face cold and icy. Palace Master Pei, as a moon wheel realist, why should you make things difficult for these juniors? Wouldn't spreading the word fall your reputation for no reason? A stone stirred up 1,000 waves, and this statement immediately caused an uproar. Everyone present couldn't help but look at Pei Qingfeng with shock in their eyes. No one could have imagined that this person who had suddenly descended from the sky and intruded into their Jiang clan's compound was actually a moon chakra realm realist. What puzzles them is this. This kind of strong existence was a big shot with a big name even when looking at the entire scope of the Tendu province. So how could it be possible that they would suddenly visit their Jiang family? Could it be that the clan chief's reputation has spread beyond the nearby boundaries? Under the puzzled gaze of the many members of the Jiang family, Pei Qingfeng sighed. I haven't seen you in a few years, but I didn't expect you to have such a chance to be able to cultivate to the star wheel in such a short period of time. Just now, under the collision and interweaving of breaths, he had already probed Gu Xingjian's current reality. Upon hearing this, Pei Bu and his duo were filled with amazement. They had heard their righteous father say that if Gu Xingjian wanted to take that step, it would take at least another 10 years of light. But now, how did it cross over so quickly? You know that's the star wheel realm. Once you achieve this level, you can enjoy 500 lifetimes and be honored by countless cultivators as a real person. Even if it was placed within the Great River Sword Palace, there were only 3 powerhouses that could reach this level. From this, it could be seen just how terrifying the Gu Xingjian of today was. At this moment, it was accompanied by Pei Qingfeng's emotional voice. Gu Xingjian shook his head and didn't choose to make false pretenses. Instead, he went straight to the point. I don't know what Palace Master Pei has come here for. Although there was already a vague guess in his heart, it was better to ask directly. Pei Qingfeng said in a cold voice. The small Jiang family has no qualifications to be able to let me come personally. What I am doing for, I think you must also understand in your heart. And why should you pretend to be confused? Thinking of the past, Gu Xingjian instantly felt a bit of a headache, and then said helplessly, Mr. Gu is just an ordinary person. I can't afford to be so valued by you, not to mention the fact that I've now become a Jiang family provider. So why should Palace Master Pei force himself on people? Pei Qingfeng snorted coldly. An offering? I'll leave my words here today. You're the one I, Pei Qingfeng, have my eye on. I'll see who dares to take you as an envoy. Seeing that the other party was using their power to overwhelm them, Gu Xingjian immediately looked embarrassed. He was well aware of how strong this Pei Jianhou possessed. Now I'm afraid that by the looks of it, they're not coming for good. Once the other party was angered, I'm afraid that no one in the entire Jiang family would be able to fight against them. If the Jiang family was implicated just because of his own affairs, it would really be hard on his conscience. At that moment, the many Jiang clan members around them all came to their senses and understood that this mysterious moon will real person had come over to dig for someone. Thinking of the careful teaching Gu Xingjian, the kendo teacher, had given them in recent times, how could they stand by and watch each other leave because they were threatened? And so the persuasion began. Listening to the voices around him, Gu Xingjian's heart warmed, but he also strengthened his resolve, unwilling to implicate the Jiang family. And at that moment, Pei Qingfeng's face surfaced with displeasure. And then he turned his face toward the crowd and scolded. Noisy! The powerful might bloomed once again, silencing everyone present from the Jiang family. Seeing this, Gu Xingjian said in a deep voice, I would like to leave the Jiang family, and I ask you not to make things difficult for the Jiang family. Pei Qingfeng withdrew his breath and revealed a smirk. A clear choice. Don't worry, with such a small clan, I'm not interested in dirtying my hands. When he said that, Pei Bu and Pei Shan behind him couldn't help but laugh. What kind of honorable status is his own righteous father? If he really lays hands on these weaklings, is it not a degradation of his own status? Afterwards, Pei Qingfeng was about to leave with Gu Xingjian, but right at this moment, a male voice filled with endless majesty suddenly rang out. In my Jiang family, there is no such thing as just letting outsiders take their own people away. If you don't want to leave, I'd like to see who can force you to leave. These words caused Gu Xingjian's movements to stall. He turned his head sharply and looked in the direction of the sound. Looking at the familiar white figure, he couldn't help but say, Patriarch? He hadn't expected at all that the Patriarch would risk offending a Moon Chakra realm cultivator by stepping out to block the way. In the meantime, seeing Jiang Daoxuan arrive, all the Jiang family members present immediately separated on both sides, making a spacious avenue in the center. Immediately, he raised his arms and shouted, It's the matriarch! The matriarch is here! Lord Clan Chief had told us that we would never give up on anyone so easily. We've all watched the performance of Provider Gu over the past few months. How can we let them outsiders take him away at will? Along with the crowd of voices in succession, Pei Qingfeng's movements lurched, then he raised both of his eyebrows and looked toward the front. Only at this moment, there was a white-clothed man walking head-on with two teenagers. Chapter 91 Competition Mission. Jiang Chen and Jiang Yan with high battle intentions. Looking at Jiang Daoxuan, he slightly surveyed him. Suddenly, Pei Qingfeng's gaze froze, sensing that something was wrong. But it's hard to say exactly what's wrong. Just as Pei Qingfeng was in doubt, Pei Bu and Pei Shan instantly felt endless self-confidence welling up within their chests when they thought that their righteous father was by their side, and immediately reprimanded. Humph, if you let Gu Xingjian go, you can keep your Jiang family safe, so why ask for trouble and get into trouble? As the head of a clan, but not for the sake of the clan. Instead, he wants to single-handedly push the clan into the bottomless abyss. So this is also worthy of being called a clan head? A sneer accompanied the two men. Before Jiang Daoxuan could even open his mouth, the surrounding Jiang family members could already not help but to retort out of their mouths. How dare you? Is our clan chief not someone you can talk about? Who are you to talk about our clan leader? The two of you look so crooked and scattered. Before you go out, you don't take a look in the mirror to see that you're worthy of teaching our patriarch to do things? I pooh. Facing the mockery of the crowd, Pei Bu and Pei Shan's complexion steeply darkened. They subconsciously wanted to retort, but with just two mouths, how could they defeat so many people on the scene? At that moment, Jiang Daoxuan looked at Pei Qingfeng. First, he used the Chaos Dao Pupil to find out the other party's cultivation level, and learned that it was the 5th level of the Moon Wheel realm. Immediately afterward, he casually said, Your Excellency? Pei Qingfeng snorted coldly and did not say much. Seeing this scene, Pei Bu and Pei Shan then found an opportunity to look at Jiang Daoxuan and show off. Humph! I'm afraid of scaring you to death just by saying it. Listen carefully, my righteous father is the great River Sword Palace Master. What kind of status does my righteous father have? To be able to come to your Jiang family in person is your Jiang family's third life's fortune. You, the patriarch of a small family, don't know my righteous father's face and still dare to contradict and block him. You really don't know how to live. Jiang Yan and Jiang Chen, who were standing behind Jiang Daoxuan, immediately became enraged when they saw that these two men had actually reprimanded their own patriarch. In Jiang Chen's heart, the patriarch was like a father. How could he allow others to slander him? Immediately, he shouted angrily, The matriarch has a good temper and won't bother with you, but we can't tolerate it. Speaking in such an impulsive manner, is this the style of your great River Sword Palace? Accompanied by Jiang Chen's voice, Jiang Yan was barely able to maintain his composure, and in order to ascertain the situation, he immediately called out to Elder Zhou in his mind. Senior, do you see how that person compares to Lord Patriarch? Hearing the call, Zhou Lao hurriedly swept Pei Qingfeng with his celestial divine sense, and in just a moment, the other party's realm was revealed. Immediately after that, he sneered, The 5th cultivation level of the Moon Chakra realm is just a district. It's not difficult to deal with the rest of your Jiang family with this kind of strength, but in front of your patriarch, I'm afraid that I'll have to plant my head hard. What a pitiful fool who doesn't recognize a high mountain with his eyes. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan's heart was greatly tranquilized. Then he raised his head to look at Pei Bu's duo and said in a cold voice, Will my Jiang family allow you to act recklessly? Seeing that these two teenagers were actually scolding themselves like this, Pei Bu and Pei Shan's faces were instantly so gloomy that it seemed as if they were about to drip water. Although the power of divine sense was restricted due to the suppression of the Great Formation, causing it to be unable to emanate to 3 meters away. But with just a little bit of brainstorming, you'll be able to understand. Given the age of the two as well as their family backgrounds, I'm afraid that cultivating to the Hotian realm nowadays would already be the top of the sky. The thought that two people with low cultivation, who were not even qualified to be their slaves, would dare to contradict themselves like this. The two of them were instantly enraged. And then they couldn't help but angrily rebuke. The two of you have good guts. Hasn't your patriarch taught you that when you are out and about, you can't offend those you shouldn't offend? A small family is a small family, with little strength and a big mouth. The two sides fell into a heated argument, and if it weren't for Jiang Daoxuan and Pei Qingfeng, the four of them would have almost come to blows. Subsequently, Pei Bu just couldn't stand the anger and immediately turned his head, looking towards his own righteous father, arching his hand and saying, I implore my righteous father to grant me permission to let my brother and sister teach these two brats who don't know the heights of heaven a lesson. Pei Shan was also so infuriated that he was trembling, his chest rising and falling. I implore your righteous father for permission. Two people for the great river sword palace true legend, but also the palace master Pei Qingfeng's righteous son and daughter, however encountered this kind of top insults. Looking at this scene, Pei Qingfeng didn't even look at Jiang Daoxuan and directly nodded his head, approving the request of the two. In his eyes, the entire Jiang family was nothing more than ants that could be destroyed with a single hand. Since you dared to offend Boer and Shaner, let's make you pay some price for your stupid words and actions. At this time, after receiving Pei Qingfeng's permission, Pei Bu rubbed his fists and looked viciously at Jiang Yan and Jiang Chen, laughing coldly. At a young age, your mouth is good. I just don't know how good is this boxing and kicking of yours? With the arrogant voice falling, Jiang Yan and Jiang Chen didn't pay attention to it, but instead turned their heads to look at their own patriarch. Within their eyes, there was an intense battle intent burning. Seeing this, Jiang Daoxuan was about to speak, but just at that moment, the system's prompt suddenly surfaced before his eyes. Ding, the two sons of destiny in the clan have been detected to be highly motivated to fight, and have now triggered the temporary clan quest, Battle 1. In the event that the host has not yet played, Jiang Chen and Jiang Yan will play against Pei Bu and Pei Shan, and for each victory, they will be awarded a primary 101 box of treasure blindness. Reward limit, 2. Pei Bu, Pei Shan? Jiang Daoxuan looked at the pair behind Pei Qingfeng and a look of realization appeared in his eyes. He then looked towards Jiang Chen and Jiang Yan. Under the nervous gaze of the two, only Jiang Daoxuan smiled warmly and said casually, my Jiang family's children are not weak. Since they want to fight, let's grant them a chance to fight. Remember, you only need to utilize your knowledge to the fullest. And don't worry about any accidents. I will bear all the consequences. At those words, the two people's hearts and minds trembled, instantly feeling an extremely strong sense of security and warmth sweeping through their bodies. Immediately afterward, they showed joyful faces and said in unison, yes. The other side, Pei Qingfeng was secretly sizing up Jiang Chen and Jiang Yan to avoid accidents. Under the power of divine sense, he instantly probed the two men's approximate cultivation levels. Purple Mansion Realm? Pei Qingfeng raised his eyebrows, greatly surprised. Even he had never thought that these two teenagers living in a small family were actually Violet Mansion Realm cultivators. Before he could figure out what was going on, he sensed another abnormality from Jiang Yan. This kid is actually a spirit body? As a Moonwheel Realm cultivator, how old-fashioned was his vision? Even though Jiang Yan was hiding something, he still couldn't hide from his eyes. He then looked at Pei Bu and Pei Shan. Judging from the two's innate realm cultivation that had been suppressed by the Grand Formation, they would definitely not be able to defeat each other. Thinking of this, Pei Qingfeng glanced at Jiang Daoxuan and said in a cold voice, since it is a sparring match between the younger generation, then we, the elders, are naturally not convenient to intervene. It's just that the two latecomers of this clan of yours are Purple Mansion cultivators, while my family's Boer and Shaner have both been suppressed by your Jiang family's great formation located here, and are now only left with innate cultivation. So how can this be an enemy? For the sake of fairness, why doesn't Patriarch Jiang lift the array suppression on them? Or is it that Patriarch Jiang has such a lack of confidence in his own juniors? He can only attempt to win by such despicable means?